And sitting on the seat next to the female swordsman was a muscular man wearing heavy armor. It seems that he is the guard of this female swordsman. At this time, the guard was frowning and persuading, "Miss, even if you get the news and are sure that the dragon-slaying sword master is hiding in the World of Warcraft forest, there is no need to rush here so eagerly. The dragon-slaying sword master is a top expert in using swords. According to legend, this dragon-slaying swordsman once killed a giant dragon alone and brought back the dragon's skull. Only then did he have the title of dragon-slaying sword master, which symbolizes the glory of the swordsman. For any swordsman, dragon-slaying sword master is a goal worthy of their lifelong efforts. Whether it is the title of dragon slayer or the title of sword master, it is the highest honor for a swordsman. However, the dragon-slaying sword master has never had a fixed residence and likes to live in seclusion in deserted places. Therefore, there are not many people who have actually seen the dragon-slaying sword master. Most of them just heard about it. However, the matter of slaying the dragon is real. It's not just spreading rumors. Therefore, after hearing about the location where the dragon-slaying swordmaster lives in seclusion, this lady who likes sword skills, that is, this female swordsman, will of course want to pay a visit to the legendary dragon-slaying swordmaster. CLO. Becoming the dragon-slaying sword master is a goal that we swordsmen can only achieve through continuous hard work. It is also the highest honor for us swordsmen. Now that we have the opportunity to meet this powerful man, of course we can't delay it because of time. Pesha, who was sleeping with her eyes closed, opened her eyes immediately when she heard this, and said with a very serious expression. As a swordsman, even if she is a female swordsman who is not physically dominant, Pesha's pursuit of sword skills is extremely serious, not just for fun. But, miss, how do you know this is not someone who deliberately spread the word to deceive you? As a loyal guard, Crow felt that he needed to remind him again. Miss Pesha is in the Oka family, and there have been many overt and covert fights. Who knows if this may be another conspiracy? Although the Oka family is not as powerful as the big families in the A's empire. But in the country where he lives, it can be regarded as one of the top big families. So you still have to guard against things that should be guarded against. Otherwise, if you accidentally hit the road, you will be in big trouble. Don't worry, Crow, I learned this news accidentally, there won't be any mistakes. Pesha shook her head slightly, then closed her eyes and continued to recharge her batteries. The Oka family's residence is not too far from the Warcraft forest. That's why Pesha came so eagerly when she learned that the hermitage of the dragon-slaying sword master was outside the World of Warcraft forest. There is no way, the dragon-slaying sword master has always been homeless and wandering. Who knows if this delay will result in a missed opportunity. You must know that not everyone can meet the dragon-slaying sword master. If you are lucky enough to get a word or two of advice from the dragon-slaying sword master, it will be a great opportunity for any swordsman. Besides, Pesha's search for the dragon-slaying sword master, this time, was more than just a meeting. He even rushed to become a disciple. Although the Oka family is a big family, there is no truly famous warrior in the family. And he couldn't even find any sword skills that he could master. This is absolutely intolerable to Pesha, who loves sword skills. After all, Pesha has been practicing sword skills since she was 6 years old, and it has been 12 years now. Most of the time, she has been thinking about it alone. The teacher who taught sword skills had already taught Pesha everything she could when she was 13 years old. From now on, if you want to learn more powerful sword skills, you can only go to the A's empire. However, even so, a strong man at the sword master level cannot be seen just by looking at him. What's more, even if you see it, what's the use? How could a mere swordsman get the favor of a sword master so easily? Moreover, there are many talented and qualified young swordsmen in the A's empire. Even if Pesha wants to compete with them, she probably won't be able to compete with them. Because the sword masters who belong to the A's Empire are closely related to big families in the A's Empire, even if they want to recruit disciples, their first choice is to be heirs from those big families. So after all these years, Pesha could only put her thoughts on apprenticeship with these idle sword masters. The dragon-slaying sword master is the best candidate. Famous, powerful, and most importantly an idle warrior. This is what Pesha values most. This, well, miss, I hope you are right. After all, Crow was just a guard. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, he could only sigh. The luxurious carriage is still moving forward, slowly. On the outskirts of the Warcraft forest, the number of Warcraft is not particularly large. Because the powerful monsters are moving deeper into the monster forest, and those who stay on the outside are all guys with less strength. Therefore, the periphery of the Warcraft forest is also a place where warriors practice their skills. Naturally, there will not be a large number of Warcrafterjing. And this time when Pesha came to the world of Warcraft forest to look for the dragon-slaying sword master, there wasn't much of a fight. Only a carriage was used. So it won't arouse the vigilance of those monsters. Time passed slowly, and this night passed by on the road until it was almost dawn. From a distance, I saw an elegant small manor appearing in the world of Warcraft forest, which seemed out of place with the surrounding environment. Miss, we saw a manor. I wonder if it is the place you are looking for. The coachman knocked on the carriage door and spoke respectfully outside. This sentence immediately made Pesha open her eyes. Those who dare to build a manor in the Warcraft forest must be strong men who have absolute confidence in their own strength. Even if he is not the dragon-slaying sword master, he is definitely a powerful man who is hiding in the world. I should pay him a visit. Pesha opened the carriage door and took a look outside. Although the magical beasts outside the magical beast forest are not very powerful, they are still genuine magical beasts. Anyone who dares to live alone in the world of Warcraft forest is definitely not bad at all. Otherwise, you will definitely not survive. CLO, get ready. Yes, Mississippi. Crow was also unambiguous. As a loyal guard, he would never let Pesha take risks alone. Who knows what kind of character those people who have the courage to live in the Warcraft forest will have. Maybe he's cruel and easy to kill. I really didn't expect that the majestic dragon-slaying sword master would live in such a shabby place. Chi Lu, who had stayed for one night in the two-story cabin of the dragon-slaying sword master, climbed up from the hard bed without even straw, and hammered his waist hard. I am used to sleeping on a soft bunk, but now I am not used to sleeping on a hard bunk. Chi Lu is not a giant dragon, so he doesn't pay much attention to where he sleeps. After this sleep, I almost suffered from a herniated disc in my waist. From this point of view, this dragon-slaying swordsman probably has a great reputation, but in fact he is not doing very well. I really don't know whether borrowing the identity of the dragon-slaying swordmaster is a good thing or a bad thing. Sheila suddenly became confused again. Huh? What's going on? There is someone visiting so early. Could it be that this guy's name is actually true? Just after he hit his waist twice, Sheila noticed two people approaching the manor. Farther away, there were still a few people waiting there without moving. But unlike the guy who claimed to be a member of the Hall of the Dead yesterday, these people who came today did not have any murderous intentions. Of course, the level of cultivation is not at the same level as that of the man in robe yesterday. Today these people are much weaker. Therefore, Sheila did not have any killing intention, but was just wondering about the identities of these people. Could it be that these people are acquaintances of the dragon-slaying sword master? Thinking of this, Chi Li's brows suddenly wrinkled. If that were the case, it would be a lot of fun. He really died before he left the army. No, it seems unlucky to describe it this way. Forget it, the soldiers will come to block it, and the water will come to over it up with the soil. After all, we have to confront people, and we can only use tactics to deal with them. With this in mind, Qi Lu put the mask on his face, and then put on a robe that was enough to cover his body. Pushing the door open and walking out, he happened to see the man and woman he was sensing walking into the courtyard of the manor. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Qi Lu stood still at his feet, and someone came to take the lead, shouting and asking. Now he's pretending to be the dragon-slaying sword master, and he definitely can't lose in terms of momentum. Pesha and Crow, who had just walked into the yard, stopped when they saw Qi Lu coming out. After hearing Qi Li's question, Pesha immediately replied, "My name is Pesha, Pesha Oka, from the Oka family. This person next to me is my guard, Crow." Crow, who was standing aside, also cooperated with Pesha's introduction and took a step forward, showing off his burly figure. "Oka family?" Qi Lu repeated it in his mind, but said nothing. Because Qi Lu doesn't know what kind of family this Oka family is. But from the words of the girl who claimed to be Pesha Oka, these people should not be acquaintances of the dragon-slaying sword master. Then things will be easier to handle. "Then what do you want to do when you come here?" Qi Lu asked again. "We came to the World of Warcraft forest to find Senior Dragon-slaying Sword Master." "Are you Senior Dragon-slaying Sword Master?" As Pesha spoke, she carefully looked at the person in front of her. Although she had heard that the dragon-slaying sword master liked to wear a mask, Pesha didn't know if it was the person in front of her. After all, Pesha doesn't know what the mask style is. There is no way to believe everything in those rumors. It turns out these people are here to find the dragon-slaying sword master. Qi Lu felt something in his heart and raised his eyebrows. Anyway, under the cover of the mask, the people in front of him couldn't see his expression. However, these people in front of them came to see the dragon-slaying sword master, and they said such things, which meant that they had no idea what the dragon-slaying sword master looked like. If that's the case, it's easy to fool. It's good to understand the situation of the world among these people. You know, Qi Lu has been here all night, and he still has a dark eye on the situation in this world. The only thing I know is that there is more than one power of faith in this world, and it is obvious that several gods are competing for believers. As for the other things, the system didn't say anything, and Qi Lu couldn't ask, so he had to rely on himself. The dragon-slaying sword master is just an honor imposed on me by the world, and it is not worth mentioning. Qi Lu said this very calmly. Because he is indeed just borrowing the identity of the dragon-slaying sword master. So it is correct to say that this identity was imposed on him by the world. But to Pesha's ears, the meaning was completely different. This sentence not only acknowledged his identity, but also seemed so humble. Even though he was already a dragon-slaying sword master, he was still not satisfied with his own strength. The last sentence, not worth mentioning, shows his determination to become stronger. He is worthy of being the dragon-slaying sword master. This kind of character, this kind of state of mind, I am ashamed of myself. Fortunately, Qi Lu doesn't know what Pesha is thinking, otherwise he would have to praise her. Perfect score for reading comprehension. Great, you are Senior Dragon-slaying Sword Master. I have finally found you. When Pesha heard this, she was so excited that she became incoherent. This is the reaction that a swordsman who truly loves swordsmanship would have when meeting his idol. Sword Master is the realm that every swordsman dreams of achieving. Speak slowly if you have anything to say. What do you want to do when you come to me? Qi Li's tone remained calm. And this calm tone is in line with his current personality. The majestic dragon-slaying swordsman should be calm in every situation, but how could he have so many emotions? Yes. Pesha took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down her mood, then she bowed vigorously and spoke respectfully and humbly. Please, Senior Dragon-slaying Sword Master, accept me as your disciple. It has to be said that even Qi Lu was startled by this sudden scene. Why did you suddenly start to become a disciple? Is this progress a little too fast? Although Qilu really wanted to have a public identity to understand the situation in this world. But it would be too strange to accept a disciple out of nowhere. You know, the master-disciple status is the same as the father-son status. Otherwise, how could there be such a saying as once a teacher, always a father? What's more, Qilu can't stay in this world forever, so he rashly accepts a disciple. Although it has no impact on Qilu, he still feels a little sorry for his apprentice. Miss. Are you here to become a disciple? Crow, who was following him, was frightened by Pesha's actions. Then, after being stunned, Crow glared at the masked man in front of him and said, Miss, you didn't even know whether he was the real dragon-slaying sword master, so you rashly became a disciple. What if this guy is just a liar just trying to gain fame? A liar looking for fame and reputation? Qilu raised his eyebrows, always feeling like he had been slandered. Yes, it would be a good thing if the eldest lady can become a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. Crow snorted coldly. The name of the sword master is an existence that can shock everyone. If any swordsman can become a disciple of a sword master, it will definitely be a great opportunity. Even if his cultivation level is not good enough, with such a strong background, not many people would dare to offend him. So there is no way Crow can stop Pesha from finding her own opportunity. But if you are deceived by a liar who is just looking for fame, your entire life will be ruined. Crow looked at the masked man in front of him with a questioning look in his. Once you become a disciple, you cannot change it for life. Otherwise, you will be scolded as the person who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors, which will be a lifelong shame. Therefore, you must be cautious when it comes to becoming a disciple. Of course, Crow couldn't just watch Miss Pesha fall under the sect of a liar. I see. Qilu narrowed his eyes and expressed understanding. There is a saying that becoming a disciple can be regarded as one of the most important things in life, so it is right to be cautious. Another thing is that although the dragon-slaying sword master is very famous, only a few people have seen him. Therefore, it is normal for people to be suspicious. It just so happened that Qilu also wanted to prove himself and make his identity as the dragon-slaying sword master more real. When it comes to role-playing, you naturally have to be more responsible. Since you think so, why not give it a try? Qilu couldn't help but feel a hint of joking in his tone when he thought of this. I think so too. Hearing this, Crow was about to step forward, but was pulled back by Pesk. CLO, how can you doubt senior dragon-slaying sword master? Pesha said with a frown. The swordsman's enthusiasm for his idol cannot be dispelled by a few words of advice. It doesn't matter, I just want to show you what sword skills are. Qilu shook his head and spoke softly. In fact, Qilu could tell that the girl in front of him really wanted to become a disciple and learn sword skills. There was no way to fake this in front of Qilu. So after thinking about it for a while, Qilu felt that there was nothing wrong with having a disciple. At least there are more ways to collect information, right? Then, it is imperative to prove one's identity and strength. Miss, you must have heard it. Since he is the dragon-slaying sword master, he shouldn't be afraid of my challenge. Crow said with a serious face. As the eldest lady of the Oka family, Pesha is equipped with guards around her, so her strength is naturally not weak. Crow is a genuine great swordsman. Speaking of which, I have to mention the hierarchy of swordsmen. From low to high, they are apprentice, swordsman, sword master, grand sword master, sword master. That's why Crow did this. As long as the masked man opposite him can win over him, he must be a sword master. As for whether he is the dragon-slaying sword master or not, it actually doesn't matter at all. Because Crow just hopes that Pesha can become a disciple of a sword master instead of being deceived by a liar. Pesha also hesitated after hearing Crow's words. Indeed, how could a sword master be afraid of the challenge of a great sword master? Crow took advantage of Pesha's hesitation, drew out his sword, and shouted, "Come on." Qi Lu watched this scene with interest. To be honest, Qi Lu could tell at a glance the level of Qi Li's cultivation. It's just the pinnacle of the grandmaster level. Pesha next to her was even lower, just a warrior-level practitioner. So Qi Lu was too embarrassed to bully others, so he picked up a branch from the ground and waved it casually twice to try out the feel. "Okay, that's it." As he spoke, Qi Lu also pointed the branch in his hand at Crow in front of him. The meaning is obvious, this branch is his weapon. It's too much. Seeing this, Crow's eyes suddenly burst into anger. In Crow's view, even if the masked man was really the dragon-slaying swordmaster, he was not qualified to deal with him with a branch. No matter what, he is a great swordsman. Among the Oka family, his Crow's strength can also be ranked among the top 5. But now, this branch is simply humiliating him. If I really use the sword, I'm bullying you. No need to say more, come on. Qi Lu shook his head and said casually. If you are facing a grandmaster-level opponent, you have to take out your sword. If this was spread back, the guys in the store would laugh their ass off. Let me tell you how ridiculous your arrogance is. Crow no longer hesitated, straight up with his sword, and rushed towards Qi Lu. And he used his sword skills that he was proud of. Wolf thrust. Assault sword skills are all about speed and swiftness, attacking the target with lightning speed. Crow didn't believe that the masked man could use a branch to block Thiewolf's thrust that he was proud of. However, the facts are always surprising and shocking. Qi Lu just waved the branch lightly and firmly blocked the attack of Crow. No matter how hard Crow tried, he couldn't move any closer. There are too many flaws. Qi Lu said this slowly. Then he picked up the branch in his hand hard and shook Crow's sword away. Then he swung forward and knocked Crow away. Boom! A row of big trees were all broken by Crow, who flew backwards. And Crow flew dozens of meters away before hitting the ground heavily. CLO. Pesha was stunned. Is this the power of the dragon-slaying swordmaster? He killed a great swordsman with just one move. Moreover, it was just a branch, not a sword. No wonder the dragon-slaying swordmaster would say, if you really use the sword, then you are being bullied. Because he is really qualified to say this. However, at this moment, there was a faint sound around the row of broken trees. Immediately afterwards, all the big trees in a large fan-shaped area broke and then fell to the ground. If you look closely at the broken openings of these big trees, you will find that the surface of the broken holes is extremely smooth, and it is obvious that they were cut off instantly with a sharp weapon. How terrible this is. It's just a branch. Don't worry, he's not dead, just a little injured. Qi Lu threw away the branch in his hand and said casually. Qi Lu could release something like sword energy even with his bare hands, but that would be too conspicuous. So Qi Lu covered it up with branches. Sure enough, not long after Qi Li's words were spoken, Crow, who had fallen on the ground, coughed and got up. The armor on his body was hit with countless cracks by the blow just now. He kept coughing up blood from his mouth. How is this possible? It's just one sword, and it's a sword replaced by a tree branch. I didn't even have any time to react, so I lost like this. Crow's pride as a great swordsman suddenly collapsed at this moment. The sword skills that I was so proud of were so worthless in front of a real sword master. But Crow also knew in his heart that the masked man in front of him, the dragon-slaying sword master, had shown mercy with that blow just now. Otherwise, there was no way he could survive. It turns out that this is the power of the dragon-slaying sword master. He is worthy of being a sword master who can kill giant dragons. He is indeed so powerful. Senior dragon-slaying sword master, I apologize for doubting your thoughts just now. I'm sorry. But I am the only one who is at fault. If Senior Dragon Slayer Sword Master wants to blame it, just blame it on me. Because the eldest lady's love for sword skills is genuine, I implore you, Senior Dragon Slayer Sword Master, to accept the eldest lady as your disciple. The first thing Crow, who was seriously injured, did when he returned to the yard was to kneel down to Chi Lu, apologize, and plead. He is a qualified guard and a loyal guard. It's just that Pesha is caught in the middle and is in a dilemma. It's not true that what Crow did was wrong. Because Crow was just afraid that Pesha would be cheated. However, it is even more impossible to say that the dragon-slaying swordmaster did something wrong. So Pesha can only remain silent now and wait for the final judgment. You just did your duty. There is nothing wrong with that. I won't blame you. Chila shook his head and said softly. Thank you, Senior Dragon-slaying Swordmaster. Crow put his forehead to the ground and spoke sincerely and humbly. Since it is an apology, then the attitude must be sufficient. Kowtow to apologize is just the simplest way. You know, if a family without a sword master level guarding them really offends a sword master, the consequences will be unimaginable. The reason why sword masters are called sword masters is because they are all extraordinary and powerful men. If you don't reach the realm of sword masters, you can't understand what kind of tyrannical power they have. In front of a real sword master, as long as there is no strong man of the same level to guard him, those small families will not be able to resist at all and can only be slaughtered. And no one is willing to help. No one would condemn the sword master who took action for the sake of this small family. Because it is simply not worth offending a sword master for the sake of a small family. Therefore, despite the fact that the Oka family is one of the largest families in their country. But as long as there is no juggernaut in the Oka family, then in front of the real big families, the Oka family will always be a small family that cannot get on the stage. Crow understood this, so he also knew that he could not offend the dragon-slaying sword master, no matter what. Even though the dragon-slaying sword master had said that he would not blame him, he did not dare to get up now. Otherwise, the Oka family may be destroyed overnight. Fortunately, there were a lot of dragon-slaying sword masters, so he didn't care about his impulsive move. Otherwise, he, Crow, would be the sinner of the Oka family. Chi Lu, who was standing in the yard, accepted Crow's apology with peace of mind and let him kneel down and kowtow without saying anything. A dragon-slaying sword master must have the temperament of a dragon-slaying sword master. Even though the man in front of me is doing his duty. However, if you do something wrong, you must admit it, and if you are beaten, you must stand upright. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the dragon-slaying sword master? Now he is just kowtowing to apologize, which is already Chi Li's mercy. If he had followed the style of those ill-tempered sword masters, Crow would have died on the spot. Who do you think you are if you dare to question my identity? So that's it for now. Chi Li's original intention was to establish authority, not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to continue taking action. Let's go, let's all go, don't bother me here. Chila waved his hand and ordered the guests to be kicked out. It's not that easy to become a sword master. Of course, Chila won't let go so easily. Otherwise, the title of disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master would be worthless. However, after hearing Chi Li's words, not only did Crow not get up from the ground, but even Pesha clenched her fists. If I leave like this today, wouldn't I be letting down Crow's good intentions? If the Oka family wants to rise, it must not be without the protection of the sword master. Thinking of this, Pesha also understood that success or failure depended on this one move. The country where the Oka family lives is not worth mentioning to the truly powerful A's empire. This is also the reason why Pesha did not choose to go to the A's empire to learn sword skills in the end. Families without the protection of the sword master, no matter what their status is in their own country, have never been taken seriously by the real big families. Even many big families in the A's empire are stronger than those small countries. This is the power of the juggernaut. So Pesha finally found the dragon-slaying sword master. No matter what, she couldn't give up so easily. Senior Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, please accept me as your disciple. Pesha knelt down on the ground without hesitation and prayed sincerely. There are no unnecessary words and no unnecessary oaths. Because for an idle sword master, any unnecessary words are nonsense, and whether he can accept a disciple or not depends on his mood. Pesha didn't have an introducer, so if she wanted to become a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master, it would all depend on her luck. Talking too much only made the dragon-slaying sword master unhappy. Being a disciple is a big deal. Your kneeling down is a lifelong matter. Have you really decided? Chi Li's expulsion order just now was just to raise his own value, and hadn't really want to reject Pesha. After all, he was planning to learn about the world through Pesha. So it's time to relax now. Is it really necessary to visit the thatched cottage 3 times? I have already decided. I will ask Senior Dragon-slaying Sword Master to accept me as his disciple. I, Pesha Oka, am willing to devote myself to him for the rest of my life. Pesha's forehead was still on the ground and she didn't raise her head. But there was uncontrollable joy in his tone. Because once the dragon-slaying sword master asked such a question, it meant that she had hope of becoming a disciple. If that's the case, then I'll accept you. Chi Li seemed to be sighing with emotion and said somewhat helplessly. Although it was all part of acting, Chi Li was certain that Pesha and Crow would never be able to hear it. Really, really? Pesha raised her head suddenly, and she couldn't even wipe the dust off her forehead. His eyes were full of disbelief, but his face was full of surprise. Really, it worked. This is the dragon-slaying sword master. Although Pesha came here to become a disciple, she never thought that she could really succeed. The purpose of coming here this time, even if it was just to have a little friendship with the dragon-slaying sword master, Pesha would be satisfied. But now, the dragon-slaying sword master actually agreed to accept her as his disciple. What do you think? Chi Li looked at Pesha with a half-smile. Master, please bow to me. Pesha bowed down again without hesitation. Becoming a disciple is a very solemn and serious matter. Even if the current conditions are simple, the most basic 3 kowtows and tea ceremony are indispensable. As for offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, they could only be added later. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't make up for it, Chi Li doesn't care about it anyway. After all, Pesha is just a tool, and the master-disciple status is just a supplement. It doesn't matter whether she has it or not. From now on, you are my disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. Chi Li took the apprenticeship tea that Pesha handed over respectfully. After taking a sip, he fumbled around and took out a gung-gold stabbing sword and gave it to Pesha. This is an initiation gift for disciples, and it is also a reflection of the master. Chi Li felt that since Pesha was learning sword skills, it would be better to give her a sword as a gift. The gung-gold stabbing sword with armor-piercing effect is still very suitable. Thank you, master. Pesha's sword is a sharp weapon that the Oka family spent a lot of money to make. However, after receiving the Gingjin stabbing sword, Pesha discovered that her sword was so vulnerable to the thin sword given to her by her master. The armor-breaking effect does not necessarily have to work on armor. The same goes for weapons. This also gave Pesha a better understanding of the dragon-slaying sword master. A good weapon is also very important for a swordsman. It can be said that for most swordsmen, if they lack weapons, their combat effectiveness will definitely be reduced by more than 50%. Well, master, my disciple has another question to ask. After the apprenticeship was over and the initiation ceremony was completed, Pesha became more courageous. What is the problem? Chi Li said in a calm voice. Excuse me, my disciple also wants to live in seclusion in the World of Warcraft forest with his master? Pesha asked cautiously. Qi Lu frowned, his head filled with questions. If I want to live in seclusion in this miserable place, why do I need Toxeptu as my disciple? You really have a very strange mind. After becoming a master, you want to live in seclusion and not even care about your family? Of course not, my teacher is preparing to leave here. If you had come 2 hours later, you probably wouldn't have met me as a teacher. Qi Lu shook his head and replied quietly. This is probably fate. Then, Master, do you have somewhere to go? Pesha's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she quickly spoke up and asked. Coming. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said slowly, I have no fixed place to live as a teacher. I travel around and there is no place I must go to. Although Qi Lu didn't know what kind of person the dragon-slaying sword master was, someone who could live in seclusion in such a shabby place and wear a mask was definitely not someone who was seeking fame. And on this point, Qi Lu guessed it right. The dragon-slaying sword master really likes to run around, and he likes touring to deserted places. It is precisely because of this that the dragon-slaying sword master seems so mysterious. Then Master is willing to go to the Oka family with his disciple? Pesha held back the joy in her heart and asked respectfully. If the dragon-slaying sword master and the Oka family can be tied together, then the rise of the Oka family will be just around the corner. That's fine. Qi Lu pretended to think, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. In this way, everyone is happy. Qi Lu was able to leave this poor place, and Pesha also achieved her goal. The one who suffered the most was probably Crow, who was thrown away by Qi Lu with a sword energy. He suffered a lot of internal and external injuries and needed to be treated properly when he returned. When leaving the World of Warcraft forest, it was natural to take a carriage. You can't leave the carriage that Pesha brought here in the World of Warcraft forest. On the carriage, accompanied by the sound of the wheels turning, Qi Lu also asked about the situation of the Oka family. Pesha didn't find it strange at all. Because the Oka family is said to be powerful. But in the eyes of the dragon-slaying sword master, they are probably still a small family not worthy of attention. So Pesha also introduced Qi Lu to the situation of the Oka family in detail, and also introduced the surrounding situation by the way. The Oka family is one of the largest families in the Varan Empire. Located in the royal city of Varan Empire. There are dozens of great swordsmen and hundreds of sword masters in the family, which can be said to be quite powerful. Without the sword master, almost no family can compare with the Oka family. However, even so, the Oka family is nothing in front of the sword master. That's why Pesha is so eager to find the dragon-slaying sword master. Even if she can't become a disciple, she still wants to make friends with him as much as possible. Fortunately, in the end, the apprenticeship was successful. It's just that the Valan Empire, where the Oka family is located, is a small empire worth mentioning in this world. Qi Lu had expected this. After all, no matter how low the power system of this world is, it cannot be so low that even cultivators in the heroic realm are so rare. Through Pesha's introduction, Qi Lu probably guessed that the so-called sword master should refer to a powerful hero. The great sword master corresponds to the grandmaster level. Swordsman corresponds to the professional class. Swordsman corresponds to the brave level. As for the apprentices, they should be practitioners who have just started. Therefore, there is no sword master guarding the Oka family, and naturally, it is not a big family in this world. However, there is no problem in walking sideways in the Varan Empire. However, this Varan Empire is really just a little-known empire. Even if the Oka family can dominate the Varan Empire, what's the use? Speaking of which, we have to mention the distribution of major forces in this world. This is also something Pesha mentioned by the way when she introduced the Oka family. The 3 strongest forces. East, Ezer Empire. North, United of Elements. West, Hall of the Dead. These are the three most powerful forces. Almost all other forces, large and small, rely on these three forces to survive. For example, the Valen Empire, where the Oka family is located, is dependent on the A's Empire. This also made Qilu understand. The E's Empire, the United Elements, and the Hall of the Dead represent the three gods who are at war in this world. Is this the legendary proxy war? Qilu thought silently in his heart. But it's definitely impossible to tell Pesha about this. These are three gods, and their competition for the power of faith has nothing to do with the believers themselves. Pesha is not qualified to know these things. From the characteristics of these three major forces, Qilu can almost analyze which three gods they are. The A's Empire is also known as the Kingdom of Swordsmen or the Kingdom of Doqi. The people practice fighting spirit and extremely reject magic. The same requirements apply to the large and small forces that are attached to The's empire. They are not allowed to practice magic. Therefore, the god behind the A's empire is probably a god who uses sword skills or martial arts to enter Taoism. As for the specific title, Qilu is not sure. The United Elements, as you can tell from the name, is exactly the opposite of the Ezer Empire. People who live within the sphere of influence of the combined elements practice magic and are extremely repelled by fighting spirit. And the types of magic are all elemental magic. For the large and small forces that rely on the elemental alliance, the requirements are also very simple. They are not allowed to practice fighting spirit. Looking at it this way, the god behind the union of elements is almost Ryudaito be revealed. Probably the god of magic or the god of elements. The last Hall of the Dead is also the only force that Qilu has had contact with so far. Proficient in necromancy. Then the answer should not be wrong, it is most likely the god of the undead. It's really interesting. In this small world, there are actually three gods competing here. Under such circumstances, if the will of heaven and earth in this world can still exist, then something is wrong. Qilu now roughly understands the situation he is in. The will of heaven and earth in this world was also shattered. Qilu was not surprised by this. How could those damn gods allow their followers to have the opportunity to reach the same state as themselves? Therefore, shattering the will of heaven and earth and destroying the road to heaven is the best way. It's just that this time I want to snatch the power of faith from the hands of three gods. That's really crazy. Thinking of this, Qilu couldn't help but reach out and rub his temples. I really have a bad headache. Qilu originally wanted to rub his eyebrows, but when he stretched out his hand, he found that it was blocked by the mask, so he had to change places. It is impossible to take off the mask. No matter what you say, it will not be removed. If the mask is taken off and Pesha sees her true appearance, how can Qilu escape from her shell? Your Pesha's master is the dragon-slaying sword master. What does it have to do with me, Qilu? Master, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Pesha saw Qilu's actions and quickly asked. It's okay for me, teacher. Just keep talking. Qilu shook his head and answered quietly. Yes. Pesha nodded and continued. Although the world is divided into three parts, the A's Empire, the United Elements, and the Hall of the Dead each dominate one side. But in fact, among these three major forces, there is a forest of magical beasts with an area that is difficult to estimate, which cuts off the middle border and truly divides the ruled area into three pieces. Therefore, although the A's Empire often goes to war with the Elemental Alliance and the Temple of the Dead, the people are not in dire straits. It's because there is the Warcraft Forest as a buffer zone in the middle. This also gave small forces like the Varen Empire room to survive. Otherwise, the Varen Empire would have absolutely no means of resistance in the face of the army that came to the Hall of the Dead. Speaking of which, Pesha had to mention something. The location of the Varan Empire is right between the A's Empire and the Hell of the Dead. Because it is blocked by the Warcraft Forest, it is still quite far away from the Union of Elements. I see. When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately understood why the dragon-slaying swordmaster was attacked by the people from the Hall of the Dead. Obviously, the rivalry between the three gods has made it impossible for the three major forces, the E's Empire, the Temple of the Dead, and the United Elements, to live in peace. There is overt and covert fighting almost all the time. The dragon-slaying swordmaster is naturally affiliated with the A's Empire, and he is also one of the high-end combat power. In addition, the location where the dragon-slaying sword master lives in seclusion is so convenient and uninhabited, even if he wants to find help, it is impossible to be plotted by people from the Hall of the Dead. It is really normal. The only reason is that the dragon-slaying sword master was unlucky because he was targeted by the people from the Hall of the Dead. In this way, I roughly understand the situation. But how should I collect the power of faith? After Qi Lu had a general understanding of the situation in this world, he began to think about the most important issues. If it wasn't for the power of faith, why would Qi Lu come here? To be honest, after listening to Pesha's introduction, Qi Lu had already begun to lament his luck. That's really bad. Memorization really doesn't matter the time. There is a saying, if Qi Lu appears, it is in the Union of Elements, or somewhere close to the Union of Elements. Instead of this place where the Hall of the Dead borders the A's Empire, it is definitely much more convenient to collect the power of faith. If nothing else, let's just talk about the product Elemental Blessing Potion. If it were taken out in the United Elements, wouldn't it be crazy? To take a step back, even if it appears close to the Union of Elements. It doesn't matter whether it belongs to the A's Empire or the Palace of the Dead. As long as you take out the Elemental Protection Potion, it will still be snapped up. It is simply a magic medicine to deal with the combination of elements. But now, it is sandwiched between the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead. We are thousands of miles away from the Union of Elements, so even if we take out these two types of potions, it seems to be of no use. Just honestly think of another way. After all, this time, Qi Lu has to face three gods. Even if these three gods are starting a proxy war, fighting each other to the death, for believers. But Qi Lu was sure that as long as he intervened rashly, these three gods would definitely point their fingers at him. Because no matter what, fighting for believers is a matter between gods. Now that an outsider has come and gotten involved, that's okay. Do you still care about gods like yourself? Although Qi Lu did not take those gods seriously, he still had to be careful to avoid their sharp edges. He who is brave and resourceful is the strong one. Those who are foolhardy are just foolhardy men. Therefore, Qi Li's best approach is to muddy the waters and then fish in the muddy waters. To put it simply, it makes the current situation more complicated and the battle more intense. As a result, the three gods competing for believers had no time to take into account the actions of Qi Lu, a fisherman in troubled waters. In this case, an outside disruptor is the best choice. Use the Oka family as a sharp blade to penetrate the sphere of influence of the Temple of the Dead and break the current balance. Since the power of the A's Empire advocates fighting spirit and martial arts, let's start from this point. Qi Lu thought slowly in his mind. Qi Lu has never sold martial arts as a commodity in the shops in Donghuang and Beishan Mountains. Because there is a combat power improvement training room, customers who are trained every day have strong combat skills. Therefore, selling martial arts skills can only be the icing on the cake. But here, although the people of the A's Empire admire martial arts, it does not mean that their martial arts must be powerful. After all, what the gods need is just a group of captive believers, a group of believers who obediently provide them with the power of faith. Rather than a thug with unparalleled fighting power. So what kind of good thing can the martial arts passed down be? What's more, the situation of cherishing the broom is especially common in Thiai's empire. Because the will of heaven and earth is broken, the path to heaven disappears. This means that there is an upper limit to the realm of cultivation. So, if you can't become stronger, as long as others are weaker than you, that's okay. The nature of human nature is selfish. How many people can be truly selfless? Since it is impossible to pursue a higher realm, then you can only keep yourself at the highest level. Otherwise, why are most of the sword masters monopolized by the big families of Thiai's empire? Pesha loved sword skills and searched for famous teachers everywhere, but she could only study hard on her own for so many years. That's why. However, if you really talk about it, this should be what the gods most want to see. Believers suppress and plot against each other, so that they can never threaten the status of those gods. So in Qi Li's view, this behavior is undoubtedly extremely stupid. But there is no way, this is the general trend. Although he has taught his disciples, the master will not starve to death. But affecting one's status is inevitable, because no one will willingly succumb to others. In order to stabilize one's position, it has become extremely common to hide one's secrets. Only after the candidates for the disciples of Iba are confirmed, the teaching will begin without reservation. This also gave Qi Lu a lot of room for maneuver. However, teaching martial arts can't be done in a hurry. After all, things like skill books only exist in the New World mode of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Even customers in the store who want to deepen their understanding of martial arts must go to the New World mode to receive training. Then through continuous practice, you can slowly master new martial arts, or improve your proficiency in martial arts. As for the kind of skill book that allows one to instantly master martial arts as soon as it is opened, Qi Lu doesn't have it in his hands anyway. I guess the system won't have it either. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu suffer so much in the trial room? Wouldn't it be nice to just let the system help load various combat skills? Therefore, it is said that only by enduring hardship can one become a master. Since the power that Qi Lu now possesses, except for the cultivation realm that is loaded with the help of the system, the rest are all honed by him through hardships, bit by bit. Naturally, it would not be easy for people in the A's empire to learn martial arts. However, there is one thing to say, even if Qi Lu wants to use martial arts, topre the corner of the A's empire. That's not easy either. Because the name of dragon-slaying sword master is spread very loudly. But among the sword masters in the A's empire, their strength is only ranked in the middle and lower reaches. Therefore, it is still impossible for Qi Lu to use his identity as the dragon-slaying sword master to steal people from those sword masters. Unless you can make your reputation known and let those people see your true strength. However, the impact of the battle between the sword masters was too great. Within the area covered by the power of the A's empire, although martial arts are advocated, internal fighting among sword master level warriors is also prohibited. Because every sword master has top-notch combat power and is an important force against the Hall of the Dead and the Elemental Alliance. It's okay for the juniors to fight, the sword master will never allow internal strife. Therefore, if Qi Lu wants to build his reputation, he can only find a way from another aspect. For example, Pesha. Rather than directly demonstrating one's own strength, teaching a powerful disciple can build a better reputation. After all, Qi Li's current purpose is just to pry a corner. Anyone who has learned martial arts from Qi Lu will continue to provide Qi Lu with the power of faith. This is where Qi Lu is more powerful than those gods, and where the system's capabilities lie. Because, although the system does not have a skill book that can master martial arts as soon as it is opened, however, it can allow people to master certain martial arts with incredible power through continuous practice. Otherwise, how did the customers in the store learn the system-made skills in the New World mode? Not only through continuous practice in the New World mode. In other words, as long as they learn even one martial skill from Qi Lu, they will start to provide Qi Lu with the power of faith. Because the power contained in the self-made martial arts of the system has left its mark on those people. Of course, this mark has no other function, it is just to receive the power of faith. Therefore, the first step for Qi Lu is to start spreading martial arts skills. You don't have to be a disciple, it's the same for big-ticket goods. The first step in spreading martial arts is to become famous. After all, the name of dragon-slaying sword master is mainly spread outside the A's empire. As for the dragon-slaying sword master, he really had no reputation within Thiai's empire. Master, we have arrived. Qi Lu, who had been thinking about the problem, suddenly came back to his senses when he suddenly heard Pasha's voice. Good. Qi Lu responded lightly, then got up and got out of the carriage. The Oka family may be nothing in the eyes of the E's empire. But in the Valen Empire, no one dares to mess with him. There is no way, within the sphere of influence of the A's empire, the swordmasters who can be named are basically in the A's empire. Then he was recruited by those big families. Except for a few idle swordmasters who are like idle clouds and wild cranes, there are no strong sword masters at the level of sword masters in other small countries. Therefore, it is too common for a family like the Oka family to be ranked first or second without being guarded by a sword master. But starting from today, it's different. Because the Oka family welcomed a sword master today. Welcome to the dragon-slaying sword saint. As soon as he walked out of the carriage, Qi Lu saw hundreds of people standing on the left and right sides, standing in 2 rows, waiting outside the gate of the Oka family mansion, bowing to welcome his arrival. Everyone's expression was extremely respectful and they maintained the utmost awe. Because what they welcomed was a genuine sword master. As the eldest lady of the Oka family, Pasha is definitely lucky for the entire Oka family to be able to become a disciple of a sword master. Although this incident happened suddenly, the Oka family's response was not slow. Crow returned to the Oka family 1 step ahead and informed them of the incident. That's why such a big battle was created. And the middle-aged man waiting at the door of the Oka family's mansion is the current head of the Oka family. Also, Pasha's father, Olan Oka. Lord Dragon-slaying Sword Master, welcome to your arrival. I am the current head of the Oka family, Olan Oka, and I am also the father of Pasha. It is Pasha's good fortune that my little girl can become your disciple, and it is also an honor for our Oka family. When Olan saw Qi Lu approaching, he quickly bowed and spoke respectfully. Although Olan Oka is the head of the Oka family, in front of a sword master, it is really not enough. Master Oren doesn't need to be polite. Qi Lu said politely. Then, accompanied by Oren, he walked into the Oka family's mansion. It has to be said that the area of the mansion of the family that ranks first and second in the Varen Empire is indeed large. Moreover, there are rockeries and ponds, numerous houses, and 9 winding corridors. It is said to be a residence, but it is more like a palace. But these have nothing to do with Qi Lu. After all, there are many members of the Oka family. Except for those tribesmen who were assigned to take care of things after they reached adulthood, and those who went out for training, the other tribesmen basically lived in this mansion. So there is no problem if the area is larger and there are more houses. In the Oka family's mansion, there is also a large martial arts field, which is used for the clan members to practice martial arts. The A's Empire advocates martial arts, and the Valen Empire, which is dependent on the A's Empire, is no exception. This martial arts arena can be said to be the basic configuration of a qualified family. Even at this moment, there are many clan members practicing martial arts in the martial arts field. Although welcoming the dragon-slaying sword master is a big deal, not every clan member is qualified to see the dragon-slaying sword master. This is also what Olan is considering. If the dragon-slaying sword master doesn't like the excitement, wouldn't it offend the dragon-slaying sword master? A sword master who likes to live in seclusion must like to be pure. Therefore, those clansmen who were not qualified to meet the dragon-slaying sword master stayed in the mansion. Most of them gathered in this martial arts arena. Martial arts must be practiced more and more, and then one can reach the point where practice makes perfect and perfect. However, in Qi Li's view, the martial arts skills practiced by the Oka family members were full of flaws. Even if you reach the point of perfection, I'm afraid it's just like that. After all, the truly powerful martial arts are in the hands of those sword masters. This is the monopoly effect brought about by cherishing the broom. As long as those sword masters do not let go, it is basically impossible to have powerful martial arts among the martial arts that have been passed down. If you want to create powerful martial arts with the cultivation level of a great swordsman, then you are a true genius. Is this the world those gods want to see? It's so pitiful. Sheila couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Gods don't need powerful followers. So it doesn't matter what these believers do, as long as they still believe in themselves and provide themselves with the power of faith. What's more, the weaker these believers are, the easier it is to control them. As long as a little miracle is performed, they can be convinced. And this concept is completely opposite to those ancient powers in the Sifang realm. Rather than a group of captive believers, Qi Lu wants to see a world where everyone is like a dragon. Because true faith is never obtained by relying on strong power. Lord Dragon-slaying Sword Master, do you think their martial arts are worthy of your guidance? Aolan also noticed Qi Li's movements and actually took another look at the martial arts arena, so he subconsciously asked. To be honest, Olan felt like smoke was rising from his ancestral grave when his daughter Pesha was able to become a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. Because of the prestigious presence of the dragon-slaying sword master, the Oka family is undoubtedly the strongest family in the Barren Empire. And there is still a chance to enter the A's Empire. You know, the area with the most prosperous martial arts in this world is in the A's Empire. That is the holy land in the hearts of all warriors. It is also the place with the most sword masters. Therefore, it would be a great blessing if the dragon-slaying sword master is willing to teach the martial arts of the younger members of the clan. After all, if you want to enter the A's Empire, you cannot just be a nominal sword master. The assessment of the family's overall combat effectiveness is equally important. Guide? Sheila glanced at Oren. That's fine. Anyway, we are all about collecting the power of faith, so let's start with the Oka family. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. This can be considered a good start. Pesha, come here, I will teach you the first thing today. Since it was a pointer, Qi Lu would certainly not forget his cheap apprentice and would definitely take him with him. Yes, master. Pesha followed quickly. As Qi Lu, Pesha, and Olan walked into the martial arts arena, the members of the Oka family who were practicing martial arts also stopped what they were doing. Then he said hello to Oren and Pesha, and then looked at the masked man next to the head of the house with a puzzled look. Because they don't know who this masked man is. Dear tribesmen, this person is the dragon-slaying sword saint who came to the tribe today. Oren didn't leave them wondering for long before he introduced Qi Lu's identity. Dragon-slaying sword master. He is actually the dragon-slaying sword master. The clansmen in the martial arts field were in an uproar, and their eyes looking at the masked man became fanatical. This is exactly how ordinary people look when they see their idols. For any swordsman, the sword master is the goal he pursues. Now, Master Dragon-slaying Sword Master is willing to teach you how to practice martial arts, so give me your spirit. Olan directly ignited everyone's emotions with just one sentence. Did I hear you right? Lord Dragon Slayer Sword Master is actually willing to teach us our martial arts skills. Is it true? It must be true. It's great that I can get guidance from the Sword Master during my lifetime. Yes, you heard it right, we are so lucky, this is the dragon-slaying sword master. I will definitely practice hard. Being able to get guidance from the sword master was something they had never dreamed of doing. Because in the Varan Empire, there is simply no strong man at the sword master level. And even if it is found, with the size of the Oka family, there is nothing the sword master can do. So at this moment, being able to get the guidance of the sword master is definitely the luckiest thing. Lord Dragonslaying Sword Saint, I'm sorry to trouble you. Orin took a step back and spoke out. It's just a little fighting skill, it doesn't matter. Qi Lu waved his hand and said politely. If you want to participate in the battle between the three major forces and have enough voice, you must make a name for yourself and let those high-level officials take notice. Qi Lu didn't want to cause any trouble and be plotted against by the gods again. A king-level powerhouse is not an opponent that Qi Lu can deal with now. So fishing in troubled waters is very important. To put it bluntly, it is actually because there are too many gods paying attention to this world. Once the noise caused is too big and attracts the attention of those gods, what Qi Lu will have to face is a joint attack from the three gods. This is the real reason why Qi Hui is so careful. Otherwise, wouldn't it be uncomfortable to go directly to the United Elements and sell elemental favor potions? But in this way, the power of the combined elements will definitely quickly crush the Ease Empire and the undead in a very short period of time. In this way, it would be difficult not to be noticed by those gods. After all, they have been in a stalemate for so many years, and suddenly there is a crushing trend, so there must be something wrong. Don't think those gods are fools. If you were really a fool, you wouldn't be able to reach that high position. Therefore, Qi Lu can only let the battle between the three major forces enter a fierce stage, and then profit from it. For example, one side sells the protection potion of the elements of the United Elements, and the other side sells the protection potion of the elements of the Ease Empire. Anyway, the dispute is about financial resources, and they will not be stingy with such a small amount of money. Qi Lu is now focusing on martial arts to deal with the Palace of the Dead. Because the elemental protection potion has no effect on the Hall of the Dead. So I can only work hard on martial arts. Undead magic is a very disgusting type of magic, evil and sinister. Using tyrannical martial arts to crush them is the best way. So, starting to teach martial arts from the Oka family is the first step in the plan. Sword skill, the most basic thing, is nothing more than 3 words. Quick, accurate and ruthless. Qi Lu came to the front of the martial arts arena, looked at the people of the Oka family below, and spoke slowly. Qi Lu has done a lot of giving tips on martial arts. At the very beginning, I even taught combat skills live in the store. But later on, as the number of masters proficient in combat skills gradually increased among the customers in the store, Qi Lu gave them the opportunity to lead broadcast. Most of the customers in the store can't learn particularly high-end fighting skills anyway. Just give a very simple example. Even a practitioner with extraordinary qualifications wants to have the same level of fighting skills as Qi Lu now. It would take at least thousands of years of hard training day and night. And there cannot be enough life and death battles missing. So later on, after Qi Li's combat skills reached a certain level, had decisively stopped live teaching. Because such high-end combat skills are meaningless to teach. All I can say is, if you can't learn it, don't read it. But now, it's just a matter of returning to the old business. Yudao is the world's martial arts. It can't be broken by any strong force, but it can't be broken by speed. Although this sentence is too absolute, it is not unreasonable. So the martial arts technique I want to teach you today is very simple. There is only one move, and that is the sword drawing stance. Qi Li's voice was still unhurried. To be honest, Qi Lu really couldn't do it if he was asked to teach these people the martial arts they were practicing. Because there are indeed too many flaws. Rather than correcting each flaw 1by1, it is better to learn a new martial art directly. That's why Qi Lu didn't mention a word about the martial arts they practiced. Of course, the members of the Oka family don't care either. If you can learn new martial arts skills from the sword master, what kind of bicycle do you need? Someone lend me a sword. Sheila said lightly. I use mine, dragon-slaying sword master, please use my sword. Go away, master dragon-slaying sword master, should use my sword. My sword is better than yours. You can continue to fight. The smart people have already delivered the sword to the hands of the dragon-slaying sword master. Damn it, someone actually got there first. Just to let the dragon-slaying sword master borrow his sword, these guys almost started fighting. It can be said that it is a great honor to have your idol touch your sword. Even Pesha wanted to send her sword over. But after thinking about it, he still didn't do it, but looked at the quarreling clansman with a proud look on his face. What he wants to say in his eyes is self-evident. Have you seen it? This is me master, you cannot envy him. After all, the dragon-slaying sword master is his master, so there is no need to argue over such trivial matters. You guys watch carefully. Sheila didn't pay attention to the quarrels of these people and just talked about himself. Anyway, the sword skills will only be demonstrated once, whether they see it or not is their own business. As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped moving instantly, and the entire martial arts field became silent, and you could hear a needle drop. The dragon-slaying sword master is about to demonstrate his sword skills. Who wants to argue? If you miss this, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Sword drawn, unsheathed. Chi Lo put one hand on the hilt of the sword and spoke slowly. Since it was a demonstration of martial arts, there was no need to show murderous intent. Drawing sword style, derived from drawing sword and slashing, is also an explosive martial skill. It's just that it's different from the draw sword style, which only attacks but doesn't defend. The draw sword style can be used both offensively and defensively, and after drawing the sword, it doesn't have to be sheathed, but can be connected to subsequent martial arts at will. Buzz. There was a sword cry, and then the sword light was like lightning. No one present could react and saw that the dragon-slaying sword master had drawn out his sword. Is it just a quick draw of the sword? Standing behind Chi Lu, Olin's eyes widened with astonishment on his face. What's the use if you just draw the sword quickly? The young people in the martial arts arena also looked confused, not knowing what just happened. If you just draw the sword quickly, it seems useless. However, at this moment, one of the people on the martial arts field suddenly let out a cry of pain. This cry of pain was like a switch. In an instant, cries of pain erupted in the martial arts arena. It was not until this moment that they discovered that the hundreds of people in this martial arts field had a knot too deep wound on their bodies, and blood was oozing out. Although it was just a skin injury with no impact. But this horrifying scene made everyone stunned after crying out in pain. Just one move. Just pull out the sword. It was actually able to injure hundreds of people in the martial arts arena. And no one could notice it. It wasn't until the wound appeared that they were shocked to realize that they were actually injured. What a terrifying sword skill this is. It wasn't until this moment that Orin understood what the word sword master meant. You know, when he demonstrated the sword drawing posture just now, the dragon-slaying sword master didn't use much strength at all. Otherwise, the clan members present would have suffered more than just superficial injuries. In other words, the dragon-slaying sword master only used about the same power as them, but relied on this terrifying sword skill to instantly injure hundreds of people on the martial arts field. If this were a real life and death battle, these hundreds of people would probably have died. Is this a sword master level sword skill? How could he be so tyrannical, to such a terrifying degree? Master, is this really a sword skill? Me, can I learn too? Standing next to Chi Lu, Pesha's eyes widened in shock, looking at this scene with disbelief on her face. Of course, Pesha, the sword drawing style is just an advanced version of the basic sword skills. You still have a lot to learn. Qi glanced at Pesha and said tepidly. The sword drawing style is just a simple quick attack. But if you practice to the extreme, you can also exert extremely tyrannical power. After all, when fighting the Ocean Dragon King, Qi used a lot of sword drawing slashes. Master, I will definitely work hard, I will definitely work hard. Pesha said seriously. Opportunities are hard to come by, so how can we not cherish them? Qi watched Pesha express her stance without saying a word, but handed back the borrowed sword. The young man who was so excited that he took the sword turned red in the face and stammered for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. This is the sword that the sword master borrowed, so it might be better to offer it up for good luck. The sword drawing style is a move transformed from the most basic sword skills. Fighting is not a child's play. The best way is to use the simplest moves to cause maximum damage. After Qi demonstrated the drawing sword posture unsheathing, it became more convincing to say this again. Fighting is about life and death, so sword skills should also be killing skills. Making a good sword skill so flashy has no meaning, and it will be full of flaws. Instead of thinking about how to waste your energy, it's better to think about this one move to defeat the enemy. However, Qi didn't say much. After leaving these two words, he turned around and left. Although the sword drawing style unsheathing is a final sword skill, it is similar to the starting hand style. Various moves can be connected in the future. However, it is not easy to practice well. Therefore, Qi left this move behind, which was enough for the members of the Oka family to work hard for a long time. There is no need to teach so much at once, as you won't be able to finish it anyway. Besides, Qi is Pesha's master now, and he only appears here to give some guidance. If we really want to teach with heart, it won't be the turn of these people. You must practice hard and don't let the dragon-slaying sword master's hard work fail. When Alan saw the dragon-slaying sword master turning around and preparing to leave the martial arts arena, he quickly spoke out a lecture and then encouraged him. Being able to get the guidance of the sword master, even if it is just a simple move, will be of infinite benefit. Yes, head of the family. Thank you, Lord Dragon-slaying sword master, for your teaching. Everyone in the martial arts arena quickly bowed to thank him and watched the dragon-slaying sword master leave with awe on their faces. Then he soon began to train more arduously, and he must not be able to live up to the painstaking efforts of the Oren family master, and the kind guidance of the dragon-slaying sword master. Qi didn't care about the heated scene in the martial arts arena. As the eldest lady of the Oka family, Pesha naturally has other places to practice martial arts. Moreover, practicing sword skills cannot be rushed. Qi planned to see how Pesha's foundation was first, and then decide how to teach Pesha. After all, he is his first apprentice, so he can't just teach him randomly. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to one's reputation? What's more, Pesha can also practice the sword drawing posture taught before. It's the starting posture anyway, and then teach the subsequent moves. So the plan was settled, and Qi would naturally stay in the Oka family's mansion temporarily. As a result, Olan Oka, after obtaining Qi consent, began to promote the name of dragon-slaying sword master. Within 3 days, the news that the dragon-slaying sword master had arrived at the Oka family was spread throughout the Valen Empire. This news shocked the other families in the Valen Empire, to the point where they were all dizzy. The Oka family was originally one of the largest families in the Varen Empire. Now I am lucky enough to welcome the dragon-slaying sword master again. Is this the so-called smoke coming out of ancestral graves? With the protection of the dragon-slaying sword master, what else can they think of to surpass the Oka family? All of a sudden, even the royal family of the Varen Empire had to act based on the face of the Oka family. For a small empire, the deterrent power of the juggernaut is so huge. In addition, the title of dragon-slaying sword master is quite famous among the idle sword masters who have no affiliation yet. Therefore, after this announcement, even the surrounding forces, big and small, soon knew the news. Even the A's empire got the news. The sword masters among the big families were also a little surprised for a while. Because regardless of the strength of the dragon-slaying sword master, his reputation is big enough anyway. Especially in the circle of powerful sword masters, there are several people who have tried to recruit the dragon-slaying sword master. The most important reason is the origin of the name dragon-slaying swordmaster. Ordinary people may not know what dragon-slaying refers to. They only know that the dragon-slaying swordmaster once killed a giant dragon and brought back the dragon's skull. However, they had not thought about why the dragon-slaying swordmaster brought back the dragon's skull instead of its head. That's because what the dragon-slaying sword saint killed was a bone dragon summoned by someone from the Hall of the Dead. After destroying the bone dragon's hellfire, it was natural to bring back the bone dragon's skull. It was this incident that made the dragon-slaying sword master famous on the battlefield against the Temple of the Dead. So this time, the dragon-slaying sword master suddenly joined the Oka family and accepted the eldest lady of the Oka family, Pes Oka, as his first disciple, which really surprised the sword masters in the A's empire. However, the dragon-slaying sword master is withdrawn by nature, and even though he is also a sword master, he has no close friendship with them. Therefore, the sword masters of the A's empire also couldn't figure out what was going on. But one thing is no surprise. That is, the originally unknown Oka family has officially entered the sight of the major families in the A's empire. It is even more famous than the Varan Empire, where the Oka family is located. Just because of a dragon-slaying sword master. But Qi Lu doesn't even know about these things. Of course, even if he knew, Qi Lu probably wouldn't care. After all, what Olan Oka promoted was just the title of dragon-slaying swordmaster, and it had nothing to do with Qi Lu. If you get too involved in the drama, it will be difficult for the Golden Cicada to escape from its shell later. What's more, Qi Lu originally wanted to make the dragon-slaying swordmaster famous. In this way, we can better spread martial arts and collect the power of faith. He can also speak on the two largest battlefields. But this made Olan Oka feel a little frightened. Because the more indifferent Qi Lu was, the more Olan Oka felt that he owed Dragon Slayer Swordmaster a favor. There is no way, the Oka family's reputation is based on the name of dragon-slaying swordmaster. To put it bluntly, if the dragon-slaying swordmaster had not accepted Pesh as his disciple, I am afraid that in another 100 years, the A's empire would not have noticed the Oka family. So in this way, Olan Oka's attitude towards Qi Lu became more and more respectful. Did you see it? This is the magnanimity of the dragon-slaying swordmaster. Boom! In the hall, a teacup was smashed to pieces. An old man sitting on the main seat looked at the man kneeling under the hall with sinister eyes. Why is the dragon-slaying swordmaster still alive now? Didn't I ask you to send someone to deal with it? Here is the sphere of influence of the Palace of the Dead. The dragon-slaying swordmaster, as a strong man who became famous by slaying bone dragons on the battlefields of the A's empire and the Hall of the Dead, will naturally be remembered by the people in the Hall of the Dead. Especially when I learned that the dragon-slaying swordmaster liked to live in seclusion alone. The strong man who belonged to the Hall of the Dead could be said to be so excited that he almost jumped up. Although in terms of personal combat effectiveness, there are indeed not many strong men in the Hall of the Dead who can defeat the dragon-slaying swordmaster. However, you must know that the people in the Hall of the Dead are all unscrupulous people. The method of poisoning is simply a routine operation. As long as the poison is severe enough, it's impossible for a mere dragon-slaying swordmaster to escape. However, just a few days after the Highness of the Undead spent his money, took out the poison, and sent assassins to kill the dragon-slaying swordmaster, such news unexpectedly appeared. The dragon-slaying swordmaster appeared in the Oka family of the Varan Empire? So, the assassination attempt at the Hall of the Dead failed. Tang. Hall Master, my subordinates did send assassins there, but I didn't expect that this dragon-slaying sword master would be so strong. The man kneeling in the hall did not dare to look at the old man's face, nor did he dare to wipe the sweat on his face. Only those who belong to the palace of the dead know best what the palace of the dead does. If you really want to torture a person, you really can't live or die. How can a person who can defeat the bone dragon be weak? This dragon-slaying sword master is not at a high level of cultivation. He just has strong sword skills. As long as he uses poison to dissipate his physical strength, he can only be captured. Don't tell me that you don't even know such a thing. The old man known as the Hall Master snorted coldly. Poisoning and plotting are absolutely commonplace for the Temple of the Dead. If you can't even use this commonly used method well, then you are really unworthy of being a member of the Hall of the Dead. Of course my subordinates understand and let the assassins bring the death toxin. Logically speaking, there is no chance of a mistake. But this dragon-slaying sword master still survived, which is really incredible. The men in the hall were confused when they recalled this incident. A mere dragon-slaying sword master, even if he has strong sword skills and can defeat the bone dragon, will not have a chance to survive under the death toxin of the Temple of the Dead. What's more, the assassins sent there were not incompetent. However, things were so incredible, the dragon-slaying sword master survived. And it made such a big noise that it even alerted the Palace of the Dead. Although in terms of combat effectiveness, the dragon-slaying sword master isn't a serious problem in the Hall of the Dead. But the failure of this assassination was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Palace of the Dead, as if to say how incompetent the people in the Palace of the Dead were. Even though the dragon-slaying sword master lived in seclusion in the Warcraft forest, no one else knew about it. But as long as the dragon-slaying sword master is not eliminated, the Temple of the Dead will not feel comfortable. The death toxin was also used? The old man frowned slightly and said to himself, if even this fails to get rid of the dragon-slaying sword master, then his true strength may not be as simple as what he showed before. As for the true strength of the dragon-slaying sword master, the Palace of the Dead actually has no clue. Because on the battlefields of the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead, the dragon-slaying sword master was not a frequent visitor. He was more like a short-lived helping hand. After becoming famous in the first battle, he never appeared again. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to understand the strength of the dragon-slaying sword master as clearly as the A's Empire. Then it is normal to have such doubts. After all, the information on the top combat power among the hostile forces is top secret for the three major forces. Unless the two top combat powers personally confirmed the combat power information after the battle. Otherwise, the information obtained by inference alone will definitely not be completely accurate. Therefore, the dragon-slaying sword master's combat effectiveness was once again enhanced by the Hall of the Dead. It's a pity that the Hall of the Dead couldn't have guessed that the real dragon-slaying sword master had indeed been assassinated by them. And the dragon-slaying sword master who appeared as a substitute was not someone they could assassinate. After being assassinated, the dragon-slaying sword master, who had always liked to live in seclusion, actually came out and started accepting disciples, and he was so public. It seems like they are responding to what we have done. The old man frowned and thought slowly in his heart. Assassination of the top combat forces of hostile forces is not allowed according to the agreement of the three major forces. To be more precise, it should not be allowed to appear in public. Therefore, even if the Palace of the Dead acts unscrupulously, it will not openly violate the agreement, but will do it secretly. Of course, things like assassinations can only be carried out in secret, and there is no way to expose them. Once it is clear, it will be war. In the opinion of this old man who was affiliated with the Hall of the Dead, the fact that the dragon-slaying sword master would be born and take disciples and make such a big noise should be telling them, don't use such dirty methods as assassination anymore. Let's put this matter aside for now. If the dragon-slaying sword master just wants to make a name for himself in a battle, then let him go. If the dragon-slaying sword master still dares to come to the battlefield, then let him stay there forever. Thinking of this, the old man also made a decision. For top combat power, those who can assassinate can naturally assassinate. But if you can't assassinate someone, you don't have to force it. It doesn't hurt to try it slowly. Anyway, the conflict between the Hall of the Dead and the A's Empire will not end in a day or two. This is basically a problem that must be fought until one of the parties completely disappears, and there is no chance of coming back. So it's okay to take your time. Yes, Hall Master. The men in the hall immediately breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, arranging an assassination is risky. If he is really singled out, then he, the person who sent the assassin, may become the scapegoat of the Hall of the Dead. However, Qi Lu knew nothing about these things. Qi Lu now wears a mask all day long and wanders around the Oka family. It is impossible to take off the mask. The masks made by the system are of a quality and comfortable to wear. Qi Lu likes wearing masks. As for the Oka family members, after watching it for a few more days, they got used to it. Because according to rumors, the dragon-slaying sword master likes to wear a mask and never shows his true face. Now it seems that this is really not an ordinary love. But Qi Lu didn't care about these remarks. After all, they are talking about the dragon-slaying sword master. Does have anything to do with Qi Lu? Another thing is that after a few days of observation, Qi Lu also sorted out ideas on how to teach Pesha. From the perspective of basic skills, Pesha is still very solid. There is no way, Pesha's love for sword skills is not just talk, she just lacks the guidance of a famous teacher. Therefore, we can only start from the basic skills and practice continuously to make our foundation more solid. This is a surprise. The so-called tall buildings rise from the ground. No matter what kind of sword skill it is, it requires basic skills. Because no matter how the sword skills change, you can't escape the most basic moves: stab, point, collapse, strike, draw, bring, lift, block, stir, press, chop, intercept, hang, tease, chop, pick, wipe, cut, tie, circle. Now seeing that Pesha's basic skills are so solid, it saves Qi Lu a lot of work and makes it easier to teach. Moreover, Pesha's understanding of sword skills was indeed a bit beyond Qi Lu's expectations. It has to be said that the way those sword masters accepted disciples, because of their origins, did bury a lot of talents. Although Pesha's cultivation level is just that of a swordsman, she has not even reached the level of sword master, let alone the unreachable sword master. But Pesha's understanding of sword skills is unmatched by ordinary great swordsmen. If a famous teacher could lead the way in the early years, it is estimated that a new star would rise within a few years. The Oka family can also truly have a sword master sitting in charge. But it's not too late now. After all, Qi Li's sword skills are much stronger than those of ordinary sword masters. This is probably Pesha's luck. All I can say is that the word fate is truly wonderful. And on this day, when Qi Lu was teaching Pesha sword skills in the backyard of Pesha's room, there was a knock on the door. The door is unlocked. Qi Lu knew who was coming without even raising his head. The only person who could come to Pesha at this time, except for important matters, was Olan Oka. Lord Dragon-slaying Sword Saint, I have something important to discuss with you. Olan opened the door and came to the backyard, holding an invitation-like post in his hand. What's up? Qi Lu keenly felt that this matter should be related to Pesha. This is an invitation to the annual martial arts competition held by the A's Empire. Without hesitation, Olan directly gave the post in his hand to Qi Lu, and then introduced the matter of the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition is a competition organized by the A's Empire and is open to the younger generation within the influence of the entire A's Empire. It is held once a year and adopts a single elimination system, so the schedule is not too long. The main purpose is to select the younger generation with good talents, high qualifications, and strong strength for key training. With such a simple introduction, Qi Lu immediately understood the purpose of this martial arts competition. It is to cultivate new top combat power. Because the three major forces, the A's Empire, the United Elements, and the Hall of the Dead, represent the three gods competing for believers. Therefore, there will never be a day of reconciliation, and naturally new forces will be needed to supplement the existing combat power. Presumably not only in the A's Empire, but also in the United Elements and the Hall of the Dead, there may be similar selection methods. However, for this kind of martial arts competition, invitations will only be issued after the first round of evaluation. Otherwise, everyone from the younger generation would go and compete. Even if it is a single elimination system, the time required to complete the entire schedule may not be short. Therefore, those who can receive the invitation letter must have passed the first round of evaluation. Olan seemed to have seen Qi Li's thoughts, and after introducing the matter of obtaining the martial arts competition, he added another sentence. Every disciple of the sword master is eligible to participate in the martial arts competition, so this time, the Oka family will receive an invitation. I see. Qi Lu nodded, expressing understanding. It turns out that this invitation letter was sent to the dragon-slaying swordmaster that he played. This is not hard to imagine. In the A's Empire, the swordmaster is the real top combat power. Then there must be something redeeming about the disciples who are accepted by swordmaster, and they are even more reliable than the first round of evaluations. It is most suitable to be used to cultivate the top combat power of the new generation. Therefore, it is normal for the A's Empire to recruit almost all the swordmasters. Because as long as you recruit the swordmaster, you basically have a monopoly in the training channels for top combat power. This will ensure that the status of the A's Empire can never be overthrown. After all, it is impossible for these believers to know about the dispute between gods. The people of the A's Empire are just like the people of the Temple of the Dead and the United Elements. They only know that they cannot coexist with the pagans. But I don't understand why you have to fight to the death. But now, the reasons no longer matter. Because after so many years, even if there was no hatred at the beginning, it has become a feud now. There is simply no chance of resolution. Therefore, Qi Lu has no intention of resolving the hatred between these three major forces. Rather, the more fiercely these three major forces fight, the more opportunities Qi Lu will have to profit from them. You must know that whether it is martial arts, magic, or the products Qi Lu prepares to sell, they are almost all designed for fighting. If singing and dancing really bring peace, Qi Lu will be able to gather less power of faith. Therefore, since these guys are willing to continue fighting like this, Qi Lu's not prepared to stop them. Qi Lu is not a saint, so why bother doing such a thankless job? People have been fighting for generations, but if you go to break up the fight now, you will end up making a mess. It is better to watch the fire from the other side and fish in troubled waters. It is precisely because of this. While fighting against the United Elements and the Hall of the Dead, the A's Empire will also find ways to ensure its own status. And this martial arts competition is one of the most exciting methods. There is no other reason. Because the martial arts competition is aimed at the entire sphere of influence covered by the A's Empire. In other words, in martial arts competitions, the A's Empire will recruit most of the most talented people within its sphere of influence. Anyone who performs well in martial arts competitions will have the opportunity to become a disciple of the sword master. And these sword masters all belong to the major families of the A's Empire. So once you are accepted as a disciple by the sword master, you will naturally belong to the A's Empire. In this way, the strong will always be strong and the weak will become weaker. This is also the biggest reason why it is impossible for small empires, such as the Varan Empire, to have sword masters. To put it bluntly, if Pasha has not yet become a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master, then she is very likely to participate in this martial arts competition. However, without the title of sword master disciple, there is no way to get an invitation. Then Pasha needs to start from the audition. The so-called audition refers to successfully standing out among the many contestants who want to become the disciple of the sword master. And this level is also a test that the disciples of the sword master do not need to go through. Pasha once participated in an audition for a martial arts competition. Unfortunately, I was rejected during the audition. But this time it was different. Pasha received the invitation because she was a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. I understand, I'll leave the invitation first. Qi Lu naturally noticed the change in Pasha's expression, so he nodded towards Oren. The audition for a martial arts competition is not an easy matter. This is not only the pain of Pasha, but also the pain of the entire Oka family. So this time, it's time for Pasha to prove herself. Thank you, Lord Dragon Slayer Sword Master. When Olin saw this, he immediately bowed to Qi Lu and thanked him. You know, when the disciples of other sword masters participate in martial arts competitions, they are at least in the realm of sword masters. There are even sword master disciples in the realm of great sword masters who will compete despite age restrictions. Because sword masters are very concerned about their own face, if they allow their disciples to participate in the competition, they must naturally ensure their combat effectiveness. It doesn't mean you have to win the championship. After all, among the people participating in the martial arts competition, there are also many disciples of the sword master. Therefore, words like guaranteeing to win the championship are simply talking big words, and no one will say them. However, since you are a disciple of the sword master, you must at least ensure that you will not be defeated by the opponents who are sent to the field through auditions. What if the dignified sword master disciple was really defeated by those guys who came through the audition? Then this man's sword master was simply thrown into the family in disgrace. Therefore, even if many sword masters receive invitations to martial arts competitions, if their disciples are not strong enough in combat, they will not be allowed to compete. If there was an accident, it would be very embarrassing. However, I knew this was the case. Facing Pasha, who is just a swordsman, Dragon Slayer Sword Master, still Lethier play for a reason, and gave her a chance to prove herself. It has to be said that the dragon-slaying sword master's kindness to the Oka family is really too great. Because the higher the ranking in the martial arts competition, the more various resources the A's Empire will reward. So whether it's for various training resources, or for the opportunity to become a disciple of the sword master. The people who went to compete were like Christian carp crossing the river, countless. If a disciple of the sword master directly skips the audition and is admitted to the official competition, then it is already an opportunity to become famous. If Pasha can still get a good ranking, then it is no surprise that the Oka family can also become famous again. But if Pasha performs too poorly, it will be the dragon-slaying sword master who will be embarrassed. Those people would not say why Pasha's strength was so poor. They would only say that the dragon-slaying sword master's method of teaching his disciples was not good. Or maybe the dragon-slaying sword master was blind and chose such a discipline to embarrass himself. Therefore, the risks that Dragon Slayer Sword Master needs to bear are much greater than Pasha. You're welcome, Pasha is my disciple, I have confidence in her. Chila waved his hand and said nonchalantly. This open-minded attitude immediately made Olin Oka feel awe-inspiring and ashamed of himself. There are actually sword masters in the world who are willing to disregard their own face and let their disciples gain more combat experience. Not only are these powerful men unrivaled in strength, but their state of mind is also at an astonishing level. Master, thank you. Pasha also came over and thanked Sheila sincerely. The previous audition for the martial arts competition was not only a shame for Pesha, but it was definitely her nightmare. It also made Pesha understand what it means that there are people outside the world and there is a sky outside the world. Even if they are not disciples of the sword master, those with outstanding talents can still become self-taught. This kind of blow once caused Pesha's confidence to collapse, and she felt that she was not suitable for learning sword skills. Fortunately, everything came together. Pesha is now a genuine disciple of the sword master. If you really want to thank me, just practice your sword harder these days. Qilu glanced at the invitation. The official martial arts competition will be held in 10 days. During these 10 days, there are auditions for the martial arts competition. Likewise, it is also the time that Pesha can use to improve. Yes, master. I will do my best to perform well in the martial arts competition, and I will not embarrass you. Pesha spoke loudly and excitedly, with a serious expression, as if she was taking an oath. However, Qilu just raised his eyebrows and didn't really care about whether would be embarrassed. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Qilu whether he is embarrassed or not. Because Qilu's face has not been exposed until now. Qilu just felt that it would be a good thing to take the martial arts competition as an opportunity to visit the A's empire. It would be better if we could promote the elemental protection potion, by the way. If that doesn't work, it would be a good choice to make Pesha famous. Then you can take the opportunity to promote your sword skills. The moves don't have to be complicated, just pick a few simple and practical ones. You know, the martial arts competition gathers most of the young talents within the area covered by the power of the A's empire. Qilu would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. As long as these young talents can learn 1.5 moves from him, the spread of martial arts skills should not be too fast. Because these simple and practical martial arts are not secrets that are not passed down. So, just be taught by these guys. Then I believe it won't be long before it spreads among the less powerful swordsmen. The reason is simple. If these people who come to participate in the martial arts competition do not become the disciples of the sword master, they will definitely return to their families or countries. After returning, in order to improve the overall strength of the family, this kind of practical martial arts will definitely be taught. In this way, 1 will be passed on to 10, and 10 will be passed on to 100. It won't take long for it to spread throughout various regions. This is much better than Qilu showing off everywhere. And the power of faith comes quickly. You can also gain a good reputation. Simply delicious. Then, Pesha, you have to be mentally prepared. In the next 10 days, I will teach you the sword skills you need to challenge your level. You can't relax at all. Thinking of this, Qilu said solemnly. It is already impossible to catch up with Pesha's cultivation level in 10 days. At most, Pesha can be promoted from the realm of swordsman to the realm of swordsman. This is already the limit. If you want to elevate Pesha to the level of a great swordsman, even with Qilu's methods, it will take at least 3 months. So it's better to learn some more powerful sword skills. Anyway, one of Qilu's purposes is to teach some sword skills. Since there is no way to take advantage in the realm of cultivation, then you can only use sword skills to crush them. You know, there is indeed an insurmountable chasm between the realm of the great sword master and the sword saint. This can actually be seen from the title. In the realm of great swordsman, he is just a master. As for the sword master, he is in the realm of transcendence and sainthood. But there is a difference between the swordsman and the great swordsman. Although the gap is huge, it is not impossible to win. Qilu just needs to find a way to make Pesha's sword skills powerful enough to crush her peers. However, whether Pesha can do it is another matter. Qilu is only responsible for teaching. As for the final result, it can only depend on Pesha's efforts and understanding. Qilu had no way of predicting this. After all, the leapfrog challenge is too difficult. Not everyone is a genius and can make up for the gap in cultivation level through combat skills. You know, even Qi Lu, who can do this kind of thing, actually rarely does this kind of thing. Compared with the hardworking cross-level challenge, wouldn't it be comfortable to crush it with the realm of cultivation? Isn't there nothing Pasha can do? So, time passed by bit. Pasha has been training hard in the Oka family, and the martial arts competition in the A's Empire is also in full swing. Although the audition is only the first level of the martial arts competition, it is a ticket to enter the official competition. But it was still held with great grandeur, and young talents and heroes from all over the world gathered here. Because the martial arts competition is a competition to select the younger generation, there are requirements for the age of the contestants. There is no limit. If a child is truly a prodigy and has extraordinary aptitude, even a 7 or 8-year-old child is allowed to participate. The upper limit is 25 years old. This also ensures that the training time of each contestant will not differ too far. After all, we are selecting good talents from the younger generation, and it will be unfair if the age gap is too large. According to normal circumstances, from the age of 6, when the muscles and bones are first established, they begin to learn and practice tentatively, and then at the age of 12, they officially begin to hone martial arts and exercise their bodies. By the age of 25, the span in between is already very long. Most of the younger generation have been practicing for more than 10 years, and some of them have been practicing for about 10 years. If the upper limit of the age limit is raised further, and a warrior who has only practiced for a few years is allowed to fight against a warrior who has practiced for more than 20 years, nothing will really come of it. The training time, which is almost several times different, can completely widen the gap in combat effectiveness by a huge distance. Without strong enough qualifications, it would be impossible to make up for it. But even so, there is an endless stream of young people coming to participating martial arts competitions. The venue was crowded with people, and at a glance, there was no end in sight. Pasha, who was sitting in the carriage, looked at this familiar scene with twinkling eyes and some emotion in her heart. Once upon a time, she was one of them, in order to pass the audition of the martial arts competition and gain the qualification to become a disciple of the sword master. So I came here to fight with thousands of people who had the same goal. It's a pity that the competition field is like a battlefield, so Pasha didn't even pass the audition. Nowadays, times have changed. Pasha once again came to the martial arts competition in the A's Empire, but she used the name of a disciple of the sword master. With the invitation letter, you can directly skip the audition and participate in the official competition. And all of this is given by the person around you. Master, I will never embarrass you, Pasha said to Chila solemnly. The mask of the dragon-slaying sword master was still not taken off, but Pasha could feel the gentle eyes under the mask. Okay, then I'm looking forward to your performance, Chila said with a slight smile, not wanting to dampen Pasha's confidence. Although Pasha's current cultivation level has only reached the level of a swordsman through her own efforts. But in this martial arts competition, it should be enough. It's not so easy for such talented people to appear. Besides, almost every sword master knows how long it took for Pasha to become the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. As long as Pasha's ranking in the martial arts competition is not bad this time, she will be in the limelight. Even if he can't win the championship, he can definitely be regarded as having outstanding qualifications. No one will gossip. The formal competition of the martial arts competition will naturally not be held at the audition venue. But the competition stage for the official competition is not far away, in another large square, specially built. The folk customs of the A's Empire are martial arts, and this kind of martial arts competition that showcases the martial arts of the major forces is naturally very popular among the people. Therefore, every year's martial arts competition is the most lively period in the A's Empire. If people from the surrounding empires have time, they will come to the A's Empire to watch it live. Not to mention the natives of the A's Empire, almost all of them came in advance to seize the spot. Especially during official competitions, the level of attention is several notches higher than in auditions. For these reasons, the large squares used for official competitions are also built very huge. It is no exaggeration to say that it can easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. But it's not the time for the official competition yet, it will be tomorrow. Qi Lu just came over in advance with Pesha. Because the auditions for the martial arts competition will all end tonight. Then the order of battle will begin based on the promoted players and the disciples of the sword master. Therefore, contestants who have received the invitation letter need to arrive in advance to confirm their participation in order to list the battle list. After all, martial arts competitions are all one-on-one, and the loser is directly eliminated. The winner advances and then waits for his next opponent. So even if someone might get a bye, only one person will get a bye. Pesha, don't train any more tonight, just have a good rest. After Qi Lu took Pesha into the residence arranged by the competition team, he whispered to Pesha. Don't be nervous and don't put pressure on yourself. Even if you really don't get a good ranking, I won't blame you. It's the last night now, and there's no point in training anymore. It's better to recharge your batteries. I usually don't work hard and just improvise. This kind of behavior is just self-deception on the way to martial arts. Yes, master. Pesha responded obediently and then walked into her room. Qi Li's room is next to it, which is what he requested. Originally, according to the competition team, the residences here were all rooms arranged for the contestants. As the master of the contestants, the dragon-slaying sword master lived in another place. However, Qi Lu considered that the people in the other place were all swordmaster level experts. There might be an acquaintance of the dragon-slaying sword master among them. If this happened, wouldn't the secret be revealed? So after hearing the arrangement of the competition team, Qi Lu refused without saying a word and said he wanted to stay here. Of course, the competition team has nothing to say. The request made by the dragon-slaying sword master was not an excessive request. It can only be said that the dragon-slaying sword master is too doting on his new disciple. Even if he comes to participate in a martial arts competition, he must be guarded by his side to avoid any accidents. As soon as this news spread, other sword masters laughed, saying that this dragon-slaying sword master was too hypocritical. In fact, any juggernaut who makes this request will not be rejected by the tournament team. It's just that other sword masters maintain their own identities and will not live with their disciples. Therefore, Qi Li's behavior also made other contestants envious of Pesha's treatment. How lucky you are to meet such a good master. It would be great if I could have the opportunity to worship the dragon-slaying sword master in the future. However, Qi Lu didn't know anything about these sounds. His actions were just to conceal his identity. Who would have thought that it would be misinterpreted by others and mean so many things? The next day, the competition team of the martial arts competition sent out a notice early in the morning. The official competition starts at 9 a.m. and lasts until 6 p.m. A total of 10 competition stages have been set up in the large square, and 10 groups of competitions can be held at one time. This is also done to save time during the martial arts competition. Otherwise, if groups compete one by one, the duration of the entire martial arts competition may be delayed to more than half a month. Holding the event for such a long time is not a financial burden for the A's empire. It just feels like a waste. Because in the entire martial arts competition, there are actually not many truly exciting competitions. You must know that this is to select outstanding seedlings among the younger generation and focus on cultivating them. It's not a duel between martial arts masters. What's there to watch? Basically, they are battles between swordsmen and sword masters. Even great swordsmen are extremely rare. How could those sword masters, who came to select disciples, take a fancy to him? So it is better to speed up the process of the game and filter out all the mediocre battles. The players who stay behind are basically the outstanding young talents. Because of this, the further the formal competition of the martial arts competition goes, the more people come to watch. Even if you can't squeeze into the large square, you can still watch from a high platform outside, and the competition team will not stop it. Even in the last few games approaching the finals, the number of people who came to watch the games could reach millions. Once you win the championship, you will truly become famous. So Qi Lu didn't waste any time. After looking at the event schedule, he took Pesha to the competition venue. Along the way, there were also respectful greetings from the contestants. The reputation of the dragon-slaying sword master is still very resounding. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, the sword master is already an unattainable goal. Who cares about the dragon-slaying sword master's combat prowess and where I ranks among all the sword masters? So among the respectful greetings, even Pesha received a lot of envious and jealous looks. Why did the few idle sword masters accept Pesha as their disciples? This doesn't seem to be a very high qualification. But no one dared to say this in front of the Dragon Slayer sword master. If he said this, it would be a slap in the face of the dragon-slaying sword master, as if he was saying that the dragon-slaying sword master was blind and accepted such a thing as his disciple. However, who knows what is going on in his heart? However, Qi Lu didn't care. Instead, he sent Pesha to the competition stage No. 8 according to the serial number on the competition table. Generally speaking, the first round of official competitions in martial arts competitions basically pits the disciples of the sword master against the contestants who have been promoted through auditions. This can also improve the viewing experience of the game. Because these contestants who have been promoted through the audition have a preliminary understanding of the contestants who may become their opponents, and they must have prepared a plan to deal with them. However, they definitely didn't know anything about the disciples of the swordmaster. Therefore, the first round of the official competition is also the second round of testing for the contestants selected from the audition. After all, there is still a big gap between having the swordmaster's teachings and not having the swordmaster's teachings. No matter how talented you are, it is all useless without a famous teacher to guide you. That's not to say it's impossible to become talented. It's just that if there is no guide, if you want to become a talent, you must go through many more detours than if you have a guide. But it is precisely because of this that contestants who can pass this second round of tests will usually attract the attention of the swordmaster. But the defeated swordmaster disciples will probably be punished after their return. As a disciple of the swordmaster, it would be understandable if he were defeated by another disciple of the swordmaster. But you can't even beat a self-trained warrior, so what else is there to say? I haven't kicked you out of the school, I've already opened a wide range of things. It's okay, Pesha, don't be nervous. My master is the dragon-slaying sword master. I will definitely win. Pesha, who was standing on the competition stage, had no expression on her face, but she was constantly cheering herself up in her heart. Pesha, who was born in the Valen Empire and the Oka family, had passed her life like this. It is really difficult to get the favor of the swordmaster. So she was lucky enough to become a disciple of the dragon-slaying swordmaster. Pesha didn't want to embarrass her master, no matter what. Qi Lu was sitting in the spectator seats, quietly watching the situation on the competition stage. Every juggernaut's viewing seat is the best viewing position. After the game starts, sword masters who are familiar with each other will also exchange their opinions. Because the sword skills of these young people are too superficial for sword masters. So chatting can be regarded as fun for oneself. It's just that the dragon-slaying sword master has always been aloof, so noon came to Qi Lu this time. This also made Qi Lu feel a lot more relaxed. 9 in the morning. The official martial arts competition begins on time. There are 10 competition stages, with a total of 20 contestants, all standing on their respective stages. Then at the referee's signal, both sides bowed their hands and saluted. The rules of the martial arts competition are very simple. On the competition stage, any props other than weapons are not allowed, and no intentional killing is allowed. If one of the parties can no longer fight or admits defeat, the game ends. The extremely simple rules are designed to allow the contestants to exert their strongest strength without being constrained. Of course, Pesha also knows this. So after her first opponent stepped onto the competition stage, Pesha also took a deep breath. Finally, it begins. I heard that you are the first disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. It has been less than a month since you became the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your master by just coming to the official competition of the martial arts competition? Standing hand in hand with Pesha was a burly man. The weapon used is a heavy sword. The fighting style shown in the audition is biased toward open and close, and he is good at suppressing the enemy with powerful attacks to achieve victory. He is an opponent that cannot be underestimated. The audience in the square were also talking a lot at this moment. Is this a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master? It seems to be his first time participating in a martial arts competition. I heard that she only trained with the dragon-slaying sword master for less than 20 days. What? You dare to come to the martial arts competition in less than 20 days? Yes, I have never heard of such a person before. Why on earth would the dragon-slaying sword master accept her as his disciple? From what you said, the first disciple of the sword master to be eliminated in this martial arts competition is probably the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. It seems to be called Pesha. Pesha Oka, from the Oka family of the Varan Empire. Yeah. Because Pesha's experience is so unique, almost no one thinks highly of her. In every martial arts competition, there are always a few dark horses who can eliminate the disciples of the sword master. So this time, the people of the A's empire felt that Pesha must be the first to be eliminated. There is no other way. What's the use of just having the name of a disciple of the sword master? Pesha has been practicing with the dragon-slaying sword master for less than a month. What can she learn? And he hasn't used auditions to prove his strength. It's strange that someone would take good notice of it. You don't need to care whether I will embarrass master or not. I just know that you will be embarrassed soon. Pesha's face immediately darkened when she heard the burly man say this. Humph, that's quite a tone. Do you really think that just by being a disciple of the sword master, you can become so powerful? The burly man snorted and said disdainfully. Anyone who can pass the audition among hundreds of thousands of applicants isn't a proud and arrogant person. They were convinced of the sword master, otherwise they wouldn't have gone through all the hardships to become a disciple of the sword master. But they have no respect for the disciples of the sword master. In the eyes of these arrogant people, they just think, if these guys weren't from a better background, why would they be the disciples of these sword masters? Therefore, the burly man naturally has no good words for Pesha. Then come and try it. Pesha's eyes turned cold and she said indifferently. At this moment, the referee left the field and announced the start of the game. Okay, then let me show you how powerful you are. The burly man pulled out the heavy sword from behind with his backhand and slashed it hard at Pesha. What this sword requires is a fierce momentum to seize the initiative in this battle, thereby suppressing the enemy and winning. However, seeing the sword getting closer and closer, Pesha didn't make any move. This scene couldn't help but make the audience a little stunned. Are you scared to death? The disciple of the majestic dragon-slaying sword master was actually frightened out of his wits on the competition stage. This is really the most ridiculous thing in the world. Shame on you, really shame on you. Alas, the dragon-slaying sword master became famous in one battle, but was ruined at the hands of his disciples. If I can't even hold on to a formal competition, I'm afraid I will be kicked out of the division directly after the martial arts competition. In the audience, there was an overwhelming chorus of negative voices, all lamenting that the reputation of the dragon-slaying sword master was in jeopardy. But on the stage, Pesha had a strange look in her eyes. Sword drawing style, draw out the scabbard. The hand on the sword hilt moved suddenly. Pesha's sword was like a flash of lightning, passing across the competition stage. Then the next moment, everyone only saw Pesha standing on the competition stage, holding a sword. However, the burly man's heavy sword, stopped in midair and was not cut down for a long time. It's full of flaws. Pesha made a sound and then slowly sheathed her sword. A blood mark also appeared on the burly man's neck, and blood spilled out. Although it was a superficial wound, it also made the burly man understand that the sword, just now, could kill him instantly. It's just that Pesha showed mercy. Many, thank you. The burly man's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he could no longer hold the heavy sword in his hand. In this battle, he was killed instantly. Are the disciples of the sword master so scary? I surrender. The burly man was not someone who couldn't afford to lose. When he saw Pesha sheathing her sword, he raised his hand wisely and said. Then, he bowed to Pesha again and said, sorry, what I said before is my fault. You are very powerful and qualified to become a disciple of the sword master. The scene suddenly reversed, causing the audience to burst into uproar. It's completely unclear what happened. What is going on? What happened? Fake matches? Can even martial arts competitions be faked? Is it just because she is a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master that she can fake matches? Protest strongly, let the competition team speak out. The crowd in the audience was furious. Match fixing is definitely the most despised thing. The speed at which Pesha drew her sword just now was too fast, and these spectators, with little cultivation, could not see clearly at all. All she knew was that Pesha had just drawn her sword and her opponent had given up. Isn't this a fake match? And it's so blatantly fake that he doesn't even act. What fake match are you talking about? Open your eyes wide and look at the neck of the dragon-slaying sword master disciple's opponent. Did you see that blood stain clearly? Fortunately, the people of the A's empire are martial in nature, and there are many capable people among them. Someone soon noticed the blood marks on the burly man's neck and immediately deduced the course of the battle. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a closer look and took a deep breath. Kill instantly with one sword. Is this the power possessed by the disciples of the dragon-slaying sword master? No matter how weird the process was, the blood mark on the burly man's neck said it all. One strike with the sword, one move to seal the throat. The disciples of the sword master are so terrifying. The eyes of the sword masters, who also noticed this scene, lit up. Pesha Oka is from the Valen Empire, right? It seems that the dragon-slaying sword master has taken on a good disciple. Talented, qualified, very good. This martial arts competition should be a bit interesting. Even the sword master was in awe of Pesha's stunning sword. Whether it is the timing and angle of the sword, or the speed and power of the sword, it has reached an extremely high level. This kind of sword skill is quite surprising when displayed in the hands of a swordsman. It can only be said that the dragon-slaying sword master is also willing to spend his money. On the other hand, Chi Lu, who was sitting alone, had a strange expression on his face when he heard Pesha's words full of flaws. Isn't this what Pesha said most often during her rigorous training? How could she learn from it? Master, I didn't embarrass you, did I? At this time, Pesha also came down from the competition stage and came to Chila's side. Of course not, you behaved very well. Chila smiled and did not hesitate to praise him. The first round of the formal competition in the martial arts competition takes a long time to go through from beginning to end. Because not every battle can lead to an instant kill like Pasha did. So Pasha can rest for a long time after finishing the battle. This period of time is used for Pasha to observe her opponent. Most of the disciples of the sword master are not weak. After all, if they are too weak, they will not be allowed to participate in martial arts competitions. It is these people that Pasha needs to focus on. As for those contestants who have been promoted through auditions, just pay attention to those dark horses. And everyone else will basically be eliminated, regardless of whether they look at it or not. So after receiving praise from her master, Pasha looked towards the competition stage with a cheerful smile. Observe every contestant who may become your opponent. Analyze their fighting styles and the sword skills they use. Although the disciples of the sword master who can come to participate in the martial arts competition will definitely hide something. But it's better to watch it than not watch it at all. You can get more information and be more prepared to avoid being in a hurry when the time comes. This can be regarded as a small advantage that the contestants who end the game first can get. After all, the longer the battle lasts, the more information will be revealed. If you can fight quickly, you must fight quickly. However, although the disciples of the sword master are strong, the contestants who can pass the audition will not be that weak. There are very few people like Pasha who can end the battle instantly. Most of the winners would have an incredulous look on their faces when they saw Pasha sitting next to the dragon-slaying sword master after getting off the competition stage. But even if there are doubts in the mind, during the martial arts competition, contestants are not allowed to communicate in private. Therefore, the disciples of the sword master could only return to their masters. Those young talents who are lucky enough to defeat the Juggernaut's disciples can stay at the scene to watch the battle, or they can go back to the room arranged by the competition team. However, in such an important competition, no one would covet such a short rest. So not many contestants will leave the scene. Most of them stayed in the spectator seats, observing their potential opponents. Or maybe he was looking at Pasha from a distance, the person who ended the battle first. The other 9 groups of contestants competing at the same time as Pasha may not know the process of Pasha's victory. But those players who were queued at the back to compete, so they stayed in the player viewing area and were always ready to compete, could see clearly. To be honest, most of the contestants felt that they couldn't stop that stunning sword strike. This is not to boost others' ambitions and destroy one's own prestige, but to seek truth from facts. The strongest point of drawing sword unsheathing is speed. As long as the timing of drawing the sword is good, it is basically impossible to block it at the same level of cultivation. At least with the eyesight and sword skills of these contestants, they are not capable of this. However, while they were shocked, these contestants were secretly thankful. Such amazing sword skills, in their hands, can almost be used as a trump card. But the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master used it so easily, without hiding it at all, and used it directly in the first game. I really don't know whether to call it arrogance or confidence. Once something like a trump card is revealed, it cannot be called a trump card. Especially in martial arts competitions, even these contestants cannot handle it on their own. But don't forget, most of them are disciples of the sword master. My sword skills are not good enough, why can't I ask my master to help me? One night, even if counterattack is not possible, it is enough to break the attack. As for the contestants selected through the audition, it has nothing to do with these sword master disciples. To be honest, these sword master disciples wish that all the so-called young talents would be eliminated. Lest he accidentally be eliminated by one of the dark horses and then have to go back and be punished. This kind of thing is not what these sword master disciples want to see. Therefore, Pasha's appearance is a good thing. Of course, Pasha doesn't know and doesn't care what the other contestants are thinking. What Pasha is thinking about now is how to continue to win, get a good ranking, and not embarrass her master. Time passed slowly like this, until the first day's competition was all over, and Pasha didn't get her turn to play for the second time. There is no way, there are too many young people coming to A's empire to compete. The martial arts competition is such a good place to become famous. As long as he can pass the audition, he will be eliminated even in the first round of the official competition without being noticed by the juggernaut. But when you return to your own country, you will also receive unprecedented attention. After all, the audition for the martial arts competition is already a large-scale screening. Those who can successfully advance must have good qualifications and talents. It's just that he's still a little behind the real geniuses, so he was eliminated. But for those small empires and small forces, they cannot afford to support the real geniuses. The pool is too small to accommodate a real dragon. On the contrary, young talents with slightly less talent are their targets. That's why the A's Empire's annual martial arts competition is so lively, attracting countless young people to flock to it. How about it, Pasha? After watching it for a day, did you gain anything? Seeing that the last game of the first day was over, Chila raised his head and asked aloud. In fact, I just fell asleep, and after waking up, I used to find something to say. Because the swordsmanship of these contestants was, to Chi Lu, inferior to that of even a child fighting. So Chi Lu was not in the mood to observe the battle of these guys. Let Pasha look at it alone and summarize it casually. After all, observing opponents and summarizing useful information is also a very important ability. If a disciple wants to become a master, he cannot always rely on the mastered, he must learn to rely on his own strength. Chila did this, for Pasha's own good. Master, I always feel that their sword skills seem a bit rough. Pasha looked back and considered her words for a long time before she expressed her feelings. Yes, it's rough. As a killing skill, sword skills should have a purpose in every move. But Pasha watched for a whole day and found that most of the sword skills used by the contestants always included some useless moves. That's why there is this rough feeling. This is probably related to the sword skills Pasha learned. The sword drawing unsheathing move is simple and has extremely strict requirements on the timing of drawing the sword, focusing on defeating the enemy with one move. Pasha, who is used to quick battles, certainly doesn't like sword skills with complicated moves. Their swordsmanship is indeed rough, but don't you see any merit in it? Chila was silent for a while, then asked again. If Chila said this, there would be no problem. But now, after Pasha said it, it felt a little weird. Because no matter what, the sword skills of those sword master disciples were inherited from their respective masters, that is, the sword masters. For Chi Lu, in terms of sword skills, Chi Lu can indeed hold down those sword masters. But for Pasha, the sword master is still an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, even if the sword skills used by these sword master disciples were rough, they still had merits for Pasha. This is what the saying goes, removing the dross and extracting the essence. Because Chi Li's true strength lies in his unparalleled combat skills and combat awareness, not his sword skills. But combat skills and combat consciousness are things that Chi Li cannot teach Pasha. You know, these things are all honed by Chi Li bit by bit. Without experiencing a life-and-death bloody battle, you will never be able to sublimate your combat skills and awareness. So Chi Lu is now teaching Pasha this principle. Pasha was stunned by Chi Li's question. It seems like you still have a lot to learn. Chi Lu knew what Pasha was thinking when he saw her expression, but he just smiled. The master leads me in. Cultivation is personal. Some things just need to be mentioned, there is no need to talk about them all the time. I understand, master. Pasha is also a smart person. After thinking for a while, she understood what her master meant. There is no limit to learning, and there is no limit to martial arts. Arrogance is always the biggest inner demon of a warrior. Pesha is now a disciple of the sword master, like those contestants, but she has developed such contempt. There is no doubt that regardless of the result of the subsequent competition, Pesha is indeed arrogant now. So Qilu also took the opportunity to hammer it out. Lest Pesha harm herself in the future because of this kind of contempt. Now that you know, let's go back and rest. There is still a game tomorrow. Qilu nodded slightly when he heard the words. It is a good thing that a child can be taught. However, Qilu wanted to go back and rest, but someone didn't want Qilu to go back and rest so early. During the martial arts competition, contestants are indeed not allowed to contact each other privately. But there is no such requirement for the contestant's master. In fact, the competition team has nothing to do with these sword masters. So after Pesha left first, all the sword masters sitting in the special viewing seats also came over. Because the biggest enemies of the A's Empire are the United Elements and the Hall of the Dead. Therefore, the relationship between the sword masters who belong to the A's Empire is actually pretty good. After all, they are the top combat power of the A's Empire. Even if there is any hatred, they will be mediated in time to prevent outsiders from taking advantage of them. Unless there is a rift between the families you belong to and the relationship is at odds, you will not give him a good look. But there will never be a situation where they get into a fight if they disagree. Therefore, all sword masters can talk to each other. Even the idle sword master is no exception. However, the problem arises. Qilu didn't recognize any of these sword masters coming towards them. In view of the principle that talking more often makes mistakes, then the best way to deal with it is not to speak. So Qilu watched silently as these sword masters came to him, but did not say a word. Even if he said hello, Qilu was not prepared to say anything. Who knows if the secret will be revealed as soon as he opens his mouth. It's better to skip it. We haven't seen him for a few years, but the dragon-slaying sword master is still as indifferent as ever. Yes. Back then, on the battlefield, he killed the bone dragon alone and became famous in one battle. However, after the war, he disappeared without a trace. He even couldn't bear to leave his name. It's really rare. The dragon-slaying sword master is indifferent to fame and wealth, and while I admire him. It's just that this time the dragon-slaying sword master came out to recruit disciples. It was beyond our expectations. The sword masters came to Qilu and immediately stunned Qilu with one sentence. It turns out that these guys don't know what the dragon-slaying sword master is called. It turns out that none of us are acquaintances. That's okay. You guys are joking, it's just that the people from the Hall of the Dead disturbed my seclusion, so I had to go down the mountain. Now Qilu felt confident and began to deal with it half-truthfully. It is indeed true that the people from the Hall of the Dead went to look for the dragon-slaying sword master. But the real dragon-slaying sword master did not escape the assassination in the Hall of the Dead. But as long as Qilu doesn't talk about it, who will know? All the people present were cleaned up by Qilu, leaving no trace of what should be done, and all the corpses were buried. Even if people from the Hall of the Dead ran over, they probably wouldn't be able to restore the scene at that time. What's more, does the Hall of the Dead really care who the dragon-slaying sword master is? As long as it is a sword master, it is the top combat power of the A's Empire. Even if the assassin was not the dragon-slaying sword master, as long as it was a sword master, that would be fine. The purpose of the Hall of the Dead is only to weaken the A's Empire's top combat power, and it is not necessarily aimed at the dragon-slaying sword master. It's just that the dragon-slaying sword master likes to live in seclusion, so bumped into him just right. Have people from the Hall of the Dead looked for you? Is it an assassin? Damn the Hall of the Dead, this insidious assassination method again. When the sword masters heard this, they immediately figured out what was going on. In terms of frontal combat power, the Palace of the Dead cannot compare to Thei's empire. After all, what the sword master is best at is frontal combat. But when it comes to assassination, the Palace of the Dead is definitely the number one among the three major forces. It's because the poison in the Hall of the Dead is particularly powerful. Once contaminated, the outcome is basically doomed. But at this point, the sword masters looked at Qi Lu again. The dragon-slaying sword master was clearly assassinated by the Hall of the Dead, but he was still standing here. In other words, the assassins of the Hall of the Dead have been eliminated by the dragon-slaying sword master. In this way, the level of swordsmanship and cultivation of the dragon-slaying sword master were probably much better than they had guessed. No wonder the sword skills used by the disciples he taught are so amazing. You know, the dragon-slaying sword master is famous for his sword skills. Looking at it this way, the biggest dark horse in this year's martial arts competition may be the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. The dragon-slaying sword master's move can be regarded as destroying the prestige of the Hall of the Dead. The dragon-slaying sword master is willing to go out and recruit disciples, which is a good thing for the A's empire. It would be a great loss if no disciple passed down such amazing sword skills. After a while of greetings, all the sword masters also said their goodbyes. Pesha's performance on the competition stage was worthy of these sword masters coming over to chat and get to know her. But for the dragon-slaying sword master, they would not go so far as to flatter him. At most, they would just try to win him over with words. Because it is only the first official round of the martial arts competition. The sharp-edged Pesha is a good young talent, but she doesn't know how to restrain herself. From the beginning, I used the sword skills that were the best in the box. What should I do in the subsequent battles? So it was actually a great honor for these sword masters to come together and reminisce with the dragon-slaying sword master. If Pesha can really make it to the final rounds, then they will also reconsider the value of Dragon Slayer Sword Master. Finally sent them away. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. There is no need to come here to chat with you for the sake of your disciples. Fortunately, the dragon-slaying sword master was aloof, and there was no one he knew among the group of sword masters. It's been so many years now, so Qi Lu didn't reveal his secret, and no one found it strange. If this identity were changed to another sword master, Qi Lu would probably be exposed the next day. But then again, if the dragon-slaying sword master hadn't liked to live in seclusion alone, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Hall of the Dead. All I can say is that everything is fate. Nothing else happened that night. Every contestant who has entered the next round is preparing hard. Especially those who might face Pesha were thinking hard about how to deal with that rapid sword. If you can't think of a way, it's probably just a matter of swordsmanship. So don't dare to neglect. Only Pesha went back to her room to rest at Qi Li's request. Improving your situation will only increase the pressure out of thin air. It is really unnecessary. It is better to have a good sleep. As long as Pesha can exert her full fighting power, Qi Lu dares to say that most of the contestants in this martial arts competition will not be Pesha's opponents. So, in this tense atmosphere, the next day arrived. Compared with the first day, the number of contestants who could stay on the second day was reduced by half. Therefore, the schedule of the second round of the official competition was naturally shortened by half. However, the time required for each game is also much longer. After all, at this time of the martial arts competition, the selected contestants are all the best among the younger generation. The strength gap between most people is not big. Therefore, it is naturally much more difficult to determine the winner. It is also for this reason that starting from the second day, more and more people came to watch the game. Because when the strength of the two sides is not much different, if you want to stay, you can only look at your own cards. In this way, the trump cards of many contestants also appear in turn. The level of excitement is much higher than yesterday. As for Pesha, who had not yet played, she saw a lot of things she could learn from in the contestants' seats, and she suddenly understood more clearly what her master said yesterday. There is indeed a lot to learn. From this moment on, Pesha also put away her contempt. Among the disciples taught by the sword master, who doesn't have a few trump cards? Who doesn't have a killer trick or two? It's really ridiculous to feel complacent after learning just 1.5 moves from the dragon-slaying sword master. Contestant, Pesha Oka, get ready. Just as Pesha nodded silently in thought, someone from the competition team came over. I see. Pesha responded, then collected herself and stood up. The second time she stepped onto the competition stage, Pesha was in a much better mood than the first day. Neither humble nor arrogant, do your best. Standing opposite Pesha was a tall and thin man. On his waist was a long sword that matched his figure, probably for a quick attack. According to the referee's brief introduction, Pesha also knew that the opponent she was going to face this time was a disciple of another sword master. Of course, he is not a direct disciple or anything like that. In fact, it is rare for the sword master to accept only one disciple, like the dragon-slaying sword master. Anyway, teaching one person is still teaching, and teaching a group of people is also teaching, so why not teach a group of people? Although people with outstanding talents are rare, they are definitely not rarer than sword masters. Therefore, most sword masters have at least 3 or 4 disciples. There are even more than a dozen cases. Pesha's situation is actually a special case. Let me see how powerful the other disciples of the sword master are. Pesha took a deep breath and thought silently in her heart. The tall and thin man also bowed his hands and said nothing. Because before going to the competition field today, his master told him that he must be careful when facing Pesha Oka. The dragon-slaying sword master's sword skills are quite famous among the sword masters. After the game yesterday, many sword masters went to chat with each other, but they were also exploring the level of cultivation of the dragon-slaying sword master. And the result obtained is only 4 words: unfathomable. This is also an evaluation recognized by all the sword masters. So there was no room for him to be careless. However, the audience off the court is different. These people don't know the strength of the dragon-slaying sword master. They only know that the sword masters who belong to the major families in the A's empire are powerful and have accumulated prestige for a long time. The disciples they teach must not be weak. And this Pesha Oka has only been practicing under the dragon-slaying sword saint for less than a month. Of course there is no need to say more about which one is strong and which one is weak. Therefore, the voices cheering for the tall and thin man far outweighed the voices cheering for Pesha. As disciples of the same sword master, this fight will definitely be exciting. Naturally, a lot of people are paying attention. Game start. The referee made a sound and then left the field. Chong. The tall and thin man immediately pulled out his long sword, looked at Pesha, and said, "Please enlighten me. As a warrior, you can value your opponents, but you must not be afraid of them. A hearty duel is also what warriors pursue. Please." After her mood changed, Pesha also put her hand on the hilt of the sword. Seeing this scene, the tall and thin man knew that Pesha was ready to fight at any time. So he no longer hesitated, and with a sway, he rushed directly towards Pesha. The speed was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages on the competition field. What a speed! What is that? Is it an afterimage? This is too fast, I can't even see where he is. The audience in the audience even let out waves of exclamations. Just as Pesha had expected, this tall and thin man relied on his extremely strong offensive speed. Although they were both swordsmen, Pesha knew very well that there was no way she could keep up with the attack speed of this tall and thin man. As expected of a disciple of the sword master, the difference in strength between his strength and those of the contestants selected through the audition is really huge. Master is right. I'm not strong enough now. I have to do my best in every battle. Pesha's eyebrows frowned slightly, and her eyes focused. The opponent's attack speed is indeed very fast. but Pesha also has an advantage, that is, her shooting speed. However, in this case, it is particularly important to control the timing of action. A single move can determine the outcome. This is a real battle and a real quick attack. As long as there is any mistake in controlling the timing of the shot, the final result will be reversed in an instant. This is a showdown that makes your heart beat faster. Pesha looked at the afterimage on the competition stage and knew that her opponent was also looking for an opportunity to take action. Because the tall and thin man was also afraid of Pesha's sword skills, he formulated such a tactic after thinking about it last night. As long as you avoid that throat-sealing sword, the final victory will be ours. Come on, let me see how much of the essence of this sword skill you have learned from the dragon-slaying sword master. Sharp light appeared in the tall and thin man's eyes. As disciples of the sword master, no one would feel that they were inferior to others. Coming. Pesha also felt something. Sword drawing style, draw out the scabbard. The sword flashed and blood splattered everywhere. The tall and thin man, who was also about to take action, suddenly flew backwards and fell on the competition stage. After landing, everyone around him saw a blood stain on the tall and thin man's chest, stretching from his left shoulder to his upper right abdomen. The bright red blood stained the tall and thin man's clothes, which also determined the outcome of this battle. What just happened? One sword. Another sword. The disciples of the dragon-slaying sword master must be too strong, and they actually decided the winner with just one sword. Too strong. The winner is Pesha. Pesha Oka. Exciting showdown. After a period of astonishment, the audience in the arena suddenly began to cheer. The people of the A's Empire favor martial arts and have a natural respect for powerful warriors. Therefore, Pesha's performance has also been recognized by the people of Thiai's empire. Since they are also disciples of the sword master, there is no need to say whether they are exclusive or not, so just cheer along. Accepted. Pesha put away the gungold stabbing sword in her hand and nodded to the tall and thin man lying on the ground. This action actually means that he will take the initiative to admit defeat. In martial arts competitions, unless there are uncontrollable circumstances, in principle, death blows are not allowed. Therefore, when Pesha is sure that the sword has hit her opponent, she will withdraw 30% of her power to ensure that the injury is not fatal. And this exquisite control of power can also be felt by the tall and thin man. Reaching out and touching the wound on his chest that was still leaking blood, the tall and thin man sighed, then looked at Pesha and raised a hand. You are indeed very strong, I give up. If you are not good at learning, you have to admit it. On the competition stage, everyone can see who is strong and who is weak. If you mess around, you will lose the magnanimity of a warrior. After all, on the martial arts stage, it is just for 1 point, not for a life or death battle. If your strength is not good enough, then train again and improve yourself. If you really want to fight to the death, then it is better to go to the battlefield and make achievements. In the second game, Pesha won again with one sword. This also made the sword masters begin to pay attention to Pesha's sword skills. As the saying goes, one move is not as good as one move. This amazing sword skill, if he couldn't find a way to break it, would probably pose a great threat to his disciples. The sword skills taught by the dragon-slaying sword master are indeed unparalleled. You can't break through this sword technique just by relying on speed. It seems like we have to think of other ways. This little girl has great control over the timing of her attacks. If she can't avoid it, she can only consider taking it head-on. If it's a hard connection, you have to be able to catch it. In the special viewing seats, the sword masters were also talking to each other. For a sword master level expert, although Pesha's amazing sword is strong, it is still very easy to break through. But the problem now is that they have to let their disciples break through that sword skill. It has to be said that sword skills are indeed what the dragon-slaying swordmaster relies on to become famous. If the cultivation level of the dragon-slaying sword master hadn't been too low back then, the dragon-slaying sword master's current fame might have been twice as great. This is why the Temple of the Dead regards the dragon-slaying sword master as a thorn in its side, and after learning about the place where the dragon-slaying sword master lives in seclusion, it rushes to send assassins to kill the dragon-slaying sword master. His sword skills are amazing to begin with, but if the dragon-slaying sword master can raise his cultivation level, that would be great. So now, the disciples taught by the dragon-slaying sword master are surprisingly accomplished in sword skills. If Pesha is really allowed to succeed with one move, where will the dignity of sword masters like them go? The disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master won the championship in the martial arts competition with just one sword skill. Doesn't that mean that they, the sword masters, teach poorly and their disciples are incompetent? The martial arts competition is still going on. However, because Pesha ended the battle with an instant kill, she was able to rest early today. Of course, observing the opponent is definitely indispensable. After being taught a lesson by her master yesterday, Pesha also began to consciously look for the strong ones among the contestants. Because any winner may become Pesha's next opponent. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Although these contestants may have something to hide. However, it is impossible for Pesha to only know the sword skill. It will depend on who has more trump cards at that time. There were a lot of games in the second round of the official competition, so at the end of the day, Pesha still didn't get her turn to play for the second time. As for Qi Lu, the road was finally not blocked by the group of sword masters today. Because the group of sword masters were all thinking about how to let their disciples crack Pesha's sword skills. So there was no time to come and greet Qi Lu. This is a good thing. After all, Qi Lu didn't want to make excuses with those guys. We are not very close to each other, and we are just trying to win over each other without actually doing anything, so we might as well avoid it. However, Qi Lu also knows that he is just borrowing the identity of dragon-slaying sword master and has not yet truly demonstrated his value. In the eyes of those sword masters, although the dragon-slaying sword master was famous, he had disappeared for too long. Without knowing what the strength of the dragon-slaying sword master is, there is no need to go all out to win over him. Just make good friends appropriately. So Qi Lu is not in a hurry and will wait until the martial arts competition is over before making any plans. In fact, Qi Lu also knew that as long as he showed himself strong enough, so no one would care whether he is the dragon-slaying sword master or not. Because in this world, although there are many large and small forces, there are only three major forces that truly belong to them. Elemental magicians from various departments belong to the Elemental Union. A warrior who belongs to the A's Empire. Necromancer, affiliated to the Hall of the Dead. Therefore, as long as Qi Lu shows that he is a warrior, he will never be rejected by the A's Empire. Then the title of dragon-slaying sword master is dispensable. But before that, Qi Lu didn't know about this matter. That's why he chose to borrow the name of dragon-slaying sword master. But now, even after knowing this, Qi Lu actually has no intention of exposing his true identity. Because Qi Lu can be both a warrior and a magician. Wouldn't it be nice to open a few more vests and collect the power of faith among the three major forces? The dragon-slaying sword master's vest would be fine if it was placed in Thei's empire. After the things here are taken care of, just ask the system to do a favor and get a simulation robot that is good at martial arts to replace you, and then pretend to be the dragon-slaying sword master. As for Qi Lu himself, of course he would go to the Union of Elements or the Hall of the Dead to continue collecting the power of faith. Since those three gods want to start some kind of proxy war to compete for the believer's right to belong, Qi Lu wouldn't mind playing with them either. Pesha, keep up the good work. At least, I have to get a chance to speak on the podium. Qi Lu did not say the latter words directly. Because if you want to be on the podium in a martial arts competition, you must at least be in the top 4. This is a very difficult goal for Pesha, and if she says it now, she will be under a lot of pressure. You know, there are thousands of contestants entering the official martial arts competition. Even if it is a single elimination system, Pesha must win at least 8 games in a row if she wants to enter the top 4. This is no simple matter. Because after 2 consecutive games ended with Pesha's sword, many contestants have begun to focus on studying Pesha's sword skills. So in the next battle, it is obviously impossible for Pesha to win so easily. Do you really think that those sword masters are just for a living? So, there was nothing to say all night. By the 3rd day, the number of contestants was down to just over 200. The elimination rate of the single elimination system is astonishingly high. But now, the remaining contestants are basically not weak. The disciples of the sword master accounted for nearly half of the remaining contestants. It can be said that most of the sword master disciples have stayed, and only a handful have been eliminated. And those juggernaut disciples who were eliminated in the first or second round of competition must have gone back to be punished by now. There is no other way. If you are not strong enough, you can only redouble your efforts. Even if you are punished, it is a way of training. It's just that this kind of training will be more painful than normal training. In fact, in the eyes of those sword masters, if their disciples did not survive 3 rounds of formal competition, they would be punished. Because the 3rd round of official competition has ended, there are only more than 100 contestants left. There are only about 100 sword master disciples who came to compete. In other words, the duel between sword master disciples is normal regardless of victory or defeat. However, if you lose to those young talents selected from the audition, you are not good at learning and must be punished. Therefore, this approach also greatly inspired those sword master disciples, who did not want to lose no matter what. This is not just a matter of punishment, but more importantly, a matter of ace. When others win, you lose. What will others think of you? Therefore, this 3rd round of official competition is also the most critical one. Every juggernaut disciple dare not take it lightly. In such a comparison, Pesha seems much more relaxed. Because in this 3rd round of official competition, Pesha encountered another contestant who had been promoted through auditions. Then of course there is no need to say more about the result. Without the guidance of the sword master, it is still very difficult to crack the sword skills taught by Qi Lu. Unless you are a genius with extremely high talent for sword skills, there is only a slight possibility. It's a pity that Pesha's opponent in this match is indeed capable of making it the 3rd round of the official competition. But he is obviously not a genius. After a confrontation, Pesha was still taken down with a sword. At this moment, Pesha's fame was truly launched, and the audience cheered for Pesha enthusiastically. 1 game is luck, 2 games is coincidence. In those 3 games, all were killed instantly with 1 move, which must be due to his strength. Also after this game, Pesha's name was no longer the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master, but Pesha Oka. She is the eldest lady of the Oka family, from the Varan Empire. I really didn't expect that in just 3 games, I would become so famous. Qi Lu also had a little surprise on his face, but his expression was full of relief. The reason why Pesha became famous so quickly is because in these 3 battles, all of them were instant kills of her opponents, which had a huge impact on the audience. The strong should be respected, this is also the consensus of the people of the A's empire. Shouldn't such a powerful female swordsman be famous? So after the 3rd game, Pesha sheathed her sword, stood on the competition stage, and bowed in the direction of Qi Lu. If it weren't for master's cultivation, I wouldn't be where I am now. Pesha understands this. The dragon-slaying sword master fulfills his duties as a master. Even though it had only been less than a month since he had accepted him as disciple, he was still willing to let him participate in the martial arts competition. Be willing to give yourself a chance to become famous. Such kindness is unforgettable. In the subsequent showdown, I should work harder and do my best. Because in the official competition of the martial arts competition, after the third round of duel has been completed, sword master disciples accounted for more than half of the contestants who were able to stay, and everyone else also had their own cards in hand. In other words, the real battle only officially begins in the fourth round of the official competition. There are no weaklings and there are no chances. Although Pesha was very satisfied if she could reach this point. But for the sake of her master, Pesha would not take any chances and felt that it would be enough to stop here. Come on, next opponent. Pesha thought in her heart with high spirits. Time soon came to the fourth day. This is the opening of the fourth round of official competition, and every contestant who can reach this point is attracting much attention. Each of them is a young and strong person who is one in a million, and they are also the hope and future of the younger generation. Pesha also stood on the competition stage for the fourth time. The mood is also becoming more and more calm. Standing opposite Pesha was an ordinary-looking man. Disciple of the collapsing mountain sword master, Dilat. Collapsing mountain sword master. In fact, not every sword master can have a title prefix. The reason why the dragon-slaying sword master can be named dragon-slaying is because the dragon-slaying sword master killed a bone dragon. As for other sword masters, if they have not done anything similar to slaying a dragon that can be recognized by many strong men, they will only be called sword masters at most. That's why the dragon-slaying sword master's reputation is so famous. He was also called famous by many sword masters in one battle. That's why. The Bangshan sword master is known as Bangshan because he once shattered a mountain with one sword. The terrifying power directly destroyed the branch hall of the Dead on that mountain. There are also countless undead creatures. The strength is astonishing. Therefore, the reputation of the collapsing mountain sword master is actually no worse than that of the dragon-slaying sword master. So Dilat, who has been training with the Bangshan sword master for nearly 3 years, is naturally not less famous than Pesha. Pesha's fame was achieved with 3 swords in these 3 days. But Dilat's fame was built bit by bit with his own strength in the past 3 years. Which one is strong and which one is weak is naturally easy to distinguish. Similarly, in the eyes of many spectators in the arena, this showdown between Pesha and Dilator will definitely be a very exciting battle between dragons and tigers. The duel between these 2 long famous sword masters and their disciples. I regret not watching it. The disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master, Pesha Oka, fought 3 times in 3 days and only made 3 swords. Dilator looked at Pesha and spoke slowly and calmly. I have to say that this record is quite amazing. My master told me that the dragon-slaying sword master is famous for his sword skills. As his disciple, you have indeed inherited his style. Your sword skills are indeed quite powerful. Dilat concluded. This is what the collapsing mountain sword master said to Dilator last night. Pesha Oka is a warrior with outstanding sword skills, and he trains under the dragon-slaying sword master. 3 days and 3 battles, with only 3 swords, he gained such a huge reputation. For anyone, this is a record worth bragging about. Therefore, even though Dilator studied under the sword master of the collapsed mountain, he did not dare to take it lightly when facing Pesha. Thank you for the compliment, Dilat. I've heard of the name Bangshan sword master, and I've also watched your matches. Collapse Mountain sword master is famous for his powerful strength, and he also saw this during your game. Pesha also expressed the greatest respect for her opponent. Among all the disciples of the sword master, those who have their own exclusive titles and their disciples are the opponents who need the most attention in martial arts competitions. Disciples of the Bangshan sword master are naturally among them. Dilat, of course, will be among the targets of Pesha's observation. In that case, there's no need to say more. Pasha Oka, let's fight. Since both parties have known each other's details, Dilator will not say anything more. He prefers to meet with his subordinates to talk before the game. I think so too. Pasha didn't hesitate, her eyes had already been fixed on Dilat. Collapsing Mountain Sword Master is known for his powerful strength, speed is naturally not his strong point. Therefore, as a disciple of Collapsing Mountain Sword Master, Dilator would certainly not make much achievements in terms of attack speed. At best, it's mediocre. However, the weapons Dilat used were a bit difficult for Pasha to handle. Two-handed heavy sword. This is the weapon that Pasha saw when Dilator came on the court. When Dilator pulled out the two-handed heavy sword from behind, Pasha could clearly see how big the weapon was. It might be inappropriate to call it a two-handed heavy sword, because this thing is enough to cover most of Dilat's body. I'm afraid most shields are not as big as this two-handed heavy sword. However, such a huge weapon can still be wielded freely in Dilat's hands. It has to be said that the disciples of the Collapsing Mountain Sword Master have also inherited the characteristics of his master in terms of strength, a terrifying power. Pasha didn't need to think about it, if she was really touched by this two-handed heavy sword. It's not even said that it was hit by a chop, as long as it was simply brushed. That would probably result in losing combat effectiveness on the spot. There is absolutely no doubt about the incredible destructive power that will erupt under that terrifying strange power. So Pasha also knew that this battle was not as simple as a quick victory. But in order to take action, the battle must be resolved. Because the area of the competition arena is so large. Pasha would obviously suffer a loss when fighting Dilat in a place like this. Game start. After the referee said this, he hurriedly ran down the stage. The duel between the disciples of the dragon-slaying sword master and the disciples of the collapsing mountain sword master was too dangerous. It's better to leave early. The audience in the competition stage were also talking a lot as always. In fact, the audience watching this showdown can only discuss so many issues. For example, can Pasha Oka continue to end the battle with one sword? Or in other words, who will be the winner in this game? Issues like this will cause some minor disputes before the results are announced. After all, you can't expect every audience to support the same contestant, this is unrealistic. When the A's Empire held a martial arts competition, it apparently did not support opening betting. But secretly, those small bookmakers will still open small markets to attract people who are paying attention to the results of the game to place bets. Of course, this is just a way to have fun after watching the game. And in the first 3 official rounds of competition, because there are too many duels, these small bookmakers will not open the market. It wasn't until the 4th round of official competition, when the number of games dropped sharply, that they would come out to do some small business. Based on the dispute over the result of the game, this kind of direct betting support can also attract more viewers. Therefore, as long as the essence of the martial arts competition does not change and it can create some additional economic income, the A's Empire will acquiesce. Because practicing requires a lot of resources, it naturally requires huge financial resources. However, the quarrels and comments from the audience could not affect the duel on the fighting stage. After the referee left the field, Pasha and Dilator had entered a state of concentrated fighting. The external situation will naturally be isolated subconsciously. Take action, Pasha Oka, let me see if you can continue to end this duel with one sword. Dilator held the heavy sword, arched his body slightly, and spoke slowly. Offensive speed is not Dilat's strong point, so he naturally won't rush to take the first shot. In fact, what the collapsing mountain sword master is best at is fighting from behind, rather than attacking first. However, due to the tyrannical and destructive power possessed by the collapsing mountain sword saint, the world selectively ignored the weakness of the collapsing mountain sword saint in terms of offense. But Pasha, who practices with Qi Lu, will not ignore this. Dilat, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Pasha looked for an opportunity and whispered back. Then he moved his wrist and the sword light flashed. Sword drawing style, draw out the scabbard. Well done. Clang. Under the sword light, only the sound of gold and iron was heard. Pasha's gungold stabbing sword and Dilat's double-handed heavy sword collided violently, and the offensive was instantly resolved. This sword was caught by Dilator. Pasha Oka draws his sword. Blocked. Dilator actually blocked this sword. As expected of a disciple of the Bangshan sword master, his strength is indeed extraordinary. He actually caught Pasha's throat-sealing sword. Pasha has only been under the dragon-slaying sword master's sect for less than a month. It's already amazing that she has reached this point. It seems like the outcome has been decided. Oh, what a pity. The audience in the competition arena immediately exclaimed when they saw this scene. Pasha became famous in 3 battles, because she won all 3 battles with one sword. That stunning sword strike was simply divine. Only the light of the sword was visible, but no movement. When he stood with the sword in hand, his opponent was already defeated. Therefore, everyone has also speculated whether Pasha only learned this sword skill under the dragon-slaying sword master. Therefore, every time it is a quick battle, with just one sword strike, the winner must be determined. However, at this moment, Pasha drew her sword, but was blocked by Dilat. If the successor is powerless, Pasha will definitely lose in front of Dilat's two-handed épée. So while they were amazed, those people who were optimistic about Pasha calmed help but express regret. You must know that there are no regulations in martial arts competitions, and contestants can only participate in the competition once in their lifetime. As long as you don't exceed the upper age limit, it doesn't matter if you participate in every martial arts competition. Therefore, in every martial arts competition, there will be contestants from the previous one, or even previous ones. Therefore, those powerful contestants also gathered many supporters. In Qi Li's opinion, this is actually a bit like a fan club. The contestants in martial arts competitions are like stars who want to debut. But unlike celebrities, the A's empire is a martial artist. If they want to be favored by the people, they must show their tyrannical strength to prove that they are qualified. Young people, who doesn't want to be famous all over the world? Who doesn't want fame and fortune? If you are just thinking about hard training, then why do you come to participate in this martial arts competition? However, Qi Li didn't think there was anything wrong with this situation. For something like fame, of course the bigger the better. Otherwise, where would Qi Li go to collect the power of faith? And Pasha was able to gather so many supporters in such a short period of time. It has to be said that this is indeed a very rare situation. Although he is famous as the dragon-slaying sword master, this is inseparable from Pasha's performance. But at this moment, all the sounds of exclamation turned into regret. Dilat's strength is obvious to all. In the last martial arts competition, Dilator was among the top 8 strongmen. There is no doubt about his strength. So even those people who are optimistic about Pasha can only sigh with regret at this moment. If she hadn't met Dilat so early, with Pasha's strength, she might have been able to reach the top 16. Unfortunately, in martial arts competitions, although strength is very important, luck is also very important. Your trump card was blocked by me, Pasha Oka. Being proficient in only one sword skill may help you become famous, but it will never let you go too far. Dilat's eyes appeared from behind the blade of the two-handed heavy sword, and he said as if he was sneering. If among the many contestants, who is least afraid of Pasha, then there must be a place for Dilat. Pasha's shooting speed is indeed astonishing. But when Dilat holds the heavy sword, his defensive power is also unparalleled. At least among those with the same level of cultivation, there are very few people who can break through Dilat's defense. This is also Dilat's proud capital. As long as he has the épée in his hand, he is unrivaled in attack and unparalleled in defense. Now that you have taken action, now it's time for me to attack. Dailat shouted, and his arms suddenly exploded with great force. In an instant, the heavy sword in both hands moved like thunder. The momentum was as strong as thunder roaring. Such a tyrannical attack might only scratch the surface, but it would also cause the skin to be torn, the tendons to be broken, and the bones to be broken. With Pesha's body, if she didn't dodge, she would at least be seriously injured and critically injured. Even death on the spot is not impossible. However, how could Pesha sit still and wait for death? Dailat, do you think that, since I only use one sword, I only know the sword's kill? That's too naive. Pesha looked at the two-handed heavy sword sweeping over and said softly. The roaring wind even hit Pesha's face, but she didn't move at all. What did you say? Could it be? When Dailat heard Pesha's words, an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. But the sword has been swung out, and it is not that easy to withdraw the move. I only use one sword, just because those people are not worthy of my second sword, not because I can only use one sword. Dailat, watch it. Sword drawing style, swift. As Pesha spoke, the sword light flashed suddenly, and she had already made a move. According to legend, swifts are the fastest birds and can even fly in heavy rain without getting any rain on them. The second sword skill Chila taught Pesha was based on swift speed. The extreme speed drove the sword light, like thunder piercing the sky. In an instant, he jumped hundreds of times on the competition ground. Every beat of the sword light represents an attack. At this terrifying speed, any flaw exposed by the enemy will become the direction of attack. It's just that when this sword-drawing style Yuan moves, all the power must be exploded to reach the maximum speed. After using it up, Pesha needed at least 3 minutes to adjust her breathing before she could barely regain her fighting strength. Therefore, Pesha would not use it easily unless absolutely necessary. And now is the best time. When Dailat draws his sword, he only attacks, but does not defend. It is absolutely impossible to block Yuan's offensive. In an instant, only after images could be seen on the competition stage, with sword lights flying in all directions. The audience who were still sighing in the arena before were now dumbfounded. What's going on? What happened on the stage? Didn't Pesha Oka only know that sword skill? What are you thinking? Pesha is the favorite disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. How could it be possible that she only learned one sword skill? The dragon-slaying sword master is known for his powerful sword skills. Isn't it a shame that his disciple only knows one sword skill? Listening to what you said, it seems to make sense. However, these viewers were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. The contestants in the spectator seats who had not yet entered the competition were also dumbfounded, with astonishment on their faces. No, that's not true. Pesha Oka actually has such powerful sword skills. Is this the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master? He is too strong. No, why can't I learn such strong sword skills? I thought I just needed to catch Pesha's first sword, but now tell me, she is so strong. What is all this? Who can resist this move? The remaining contestants were talking a lot. The shock that sword-drawing style, Swift, brought to them was really too great. Sword light flashed all over the sky, covering the entire competition arena. It was all-pervasive and unavoidable. Only now do these contestants understand. It turned out that Pesha's first sword was just to test whether they were qualified to let her use the second sword. So how can we fight here? Even if the first sword blocked it, what about the second sword? How to block it? However, compared to these astonished contestants, the sword masters sitting in the special viewing seats had a look of shock in their eyes. Because sword drawing style, Swift is definitely a rare and powerful sword skill. And unlike the sword drawing posture unsheathing, it does not have high requirements on the practitioner's own strength, but only attaches great importance to the timing of the attack. Therefore, the upper limit of drawing sword unsheathing is quite limited. But what the sword drawing style, swift, requires is to explode all the power instantly to form a terrifying attack speed to cause a devastating blow to the target. If the strength is strong enough, even if it takes tens of thousands of shots in an instant, it will be a piece of cake. Moreover, it is self-evident that its destructive power is strong when attacking its flaws. Even sword masters, like them, are a little wary of such powerful sword skills. Of course, this was not a fear of Pasha, but a fear of the dragon-slaying sword master. However, there is a saying that Qi Lu would not use such fancy moves during a battle. Not to mention it is a waste of physical strength, but for a truly powerful swordsman, it is not a particularly powerful sword skill. If Qi Lu hadn't known that the competition arena was so big, he wouldn't have planned to teach Pasha this move. And Pasha's timing wasn't quite right either. However, Qi Lu also didn't want to think about how much better his fighting skills were compared to those of those sword masters. That is completely a crushing of realms, and there is no reason at all. But as shocking as it is, the game must continue. The sword light on the competition stage was like a pouring rain, and Dailat, who was struggling to hold on in it, was like a leaf of duckweed in the pouring rain, which might be knocked into the water by raindrops at any time. Traces of blood continued to appear on Dailat's body, and then blood beads spattered outward. And this is already the result of Pasha's mercy. Although there were many bloodstains, they were basically superficial injuries. Only then did Dailat realize how big the gap was between him and Pasha. It is no exaggeration to say that his slow fighting method, which relies on strength to crush, has no power to fight back in front of Pasha. As long as he couldn't keep up with Pasha's speed, he would be consumed to death. The sword skills taught by the dragon-slaying sword master are really more powerful than I imagined. I learned the lesson. Dailat looked at the sword light flying in the sky, which was already mixed with his blood. The light in the sky was also dyed with a hint of bright red. So there is no need to say more about the outcome of this battle. Although Dailat's expression was extremely bitter and his heart was full of unwillingness, he could still see the facts clearly. I surrender. After the words fell, Pasha sheathed her sword and stood up, and the sword light in the sky disappeared from the competition stage. Dailat's face was also filled with disappointment. The top 8 players in the last martial arts competition were eliminated so early. If you say you are not disappointed, that is definitely a lie. However, if the skills are not as good as others, what can be done? Accepted. Pasha returned the favor without being humble or condescending. The bloodstains on Dailat's body, although they looked terrifying, were all superficial injuries. Go back and apply some ointment, bandage it, and rest for 3 to 5 days and it will be fine. You are much stronger than I thought. I hope I can see you on the podium this time. Dailat sighed and bowed his hand to Pasha. Losing is not terrible. The scary thing is just that you can't afford to lose. So Dailator didn't hesitate too much. After saying this, he walked off the competition stage. Pasha's strength is obvious to all, and Dailator did not lose unfairly. Even the collapsing mountain sword master wouldn't say anything. However, Dailator was not convinced. Next year, he must get his place back. Congratulations to Pasha Oka player on your victory. The referee came up at the right time and announced the result of the game. The audience in the arena immediately cheered and shouted Pasha's name loudly. The battle with the disciples of Bangshan sword master allowed Pasha to completely conquer the audience and left a deep impression on them. The powerful sword skills will surely make Pasha famous. After this battle, as long as Pasha's luck is not too bad, it can basically be said that she is locked in the top 8. Because Dailat's ranking in the top 8 was not achieved by luck, but by strength. Since Pasha's strength is higher than that of Dailat, getting to the top 80's not a problem at all. Fortunately, Pasha held on. Off the court, only Qi Lu could see it. The current Pesha is actually just at the end of her battle. If Dilat can hold on a little longer, Pesha will be the loser. After all, Pesha is still only at the level of a swordsman. If she wants to perform this sword-drawing style, swift, without using all her strength, it is impossible. So the moment Pesha stopped, she was actually exhausted. It's just that Dilat has given in, so Pesha wins. However, if Dilator could hold on just a little longer, Pesha would basically declare a failure. Because sword-drawing style, swift, is not a continuous sword skill. Even if it is used, it will continue to consume physical strength. If you want to keep attacking, you must ensure that your own strength can sustain it. And with Pesha's current strength, it is already very good to be able to ensure that the sword-drawing style, swift, lasts for such a long time. Fortunately, no one else except Qi Lu can see this. Even though sword masters only vaguely feel this way. Therefore, Dilator did not dare to gamble and had no choice but to admit defeat. Master, my disciple did it. Pesha forced her body, which was almost exhausted, to sit next to Qi Lu. Even if you adjust your breath for a few minutes afterwards, it is not easy to recover. However, after the battle, some physical strength can be restored to some extent, so Pesha's condition has not been known to others for the time being. I saw it, but it's better to use this trick sparingly in the future. Qi Lu glanced at Pesha, and then gave a warning. Sword drawing style, swift, is originally a sword skill that can lead to success if one move fails. Qi Lu taught Pesha just to let her give it a try as a last resort and use it as a trump card. Who knew it would be used so early? This is only the fourth official round of competition. Even this time, the sword masters did not see the side effects of sword drawing style, swift, but what about next time? As long as you know this trick, Pesha will enter a period of exhaustion after using it. Then in the subsequent games, opponents will not be so afraid of Pesha. If you fight tooth and nail to survive, you will be sure of victory. Well, what my disciple knows is that this time's opponent is indeed too strong. Pesha nodded quickly in response. The trump card is to hide it and save it until the last moment to use it. If it is used so early now, it will definitely be targeted. Forget it, the next few opponents should not be so strong. Then take advantage of these few days to practice the sword skills you are not yet proficient in. Qi Lu waved his hand, not intending to dwell on this matter. Anyway, I have used it, what else can I say? Yes, master. Pesha responded respectfully. As there are fewer and fewer contestants, there are also fewer opponents to pay attention to. With Pesha's current fighting ability, there are really not many contestants who can pose a threat to her. So Pesha also set aside some observation time to intensify her training. Sword drawing style, swift, cannot be used indiscriminately, then you can only practice other sword skills. Although there are not many moves that Qi Lu teaches Pesha, he can ensure that every one of them can be used. As long as the moves are well matched, it shouldn't be a problem to hit the top 4. Of course, Pesha was just thinking about these words in her heart. She is not arrogant enough to say that she will definitely get the top 4 rankings. However, the group of sword masters sitting in the special viewing seats were still thinking about Pesha's performance just now. The next generation is to be feared. The next generation is really to be feared. Dragon-slaying sword master is really doing nothing but making a sound. He is a blockbuster. I have been living in seclusion for many years, and now I am able to teach a disciple like him as soon as I come out of the mountain. The strength of the dragon-slaying sword master is really unfathomable. It is indeed a great blessing for the A's empire to have the dragon-slaying sword master. At the end of the day, the topic returned to the dragon-slaying sword master. Because Pesha is a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master, her current achievements are naturally inseparable from the dragon-slaying sword master. So at this moment, everyone was trying their best to win over him. In the A's empire, Although these sword masters get along well with each other, they are also divided into family factions. When working together to fight against the Temple of the Dead and the Elemental Alliance, everyone will not show any discord for the time being. But, then again, cultivation requires resources. And creating a sword master requires extremely huge resources. Therefore, these sword masters seem to be in harmony, but they still fight against each other when it comes to competing for training resources. It's just that the methods are not so barbaric. For example, the current martial arts competition. In addition to selecting good talents from the younger generation, it also plays a role in allocating resources. Otherwise, why send invitation letters to the disciples of the sword master? Not just because every sword master is qualified to participate in the allocation of resources. However, in the A's Empire, private fights between sword master level experts are absolutely prohibited. So we simply used the ranking of the sword master disciples to determine the allocation of resources. The higher the ranking, the higher the proportion allocated. Of course, in addition to the sword master disciples, other contestants can also receive corresponding allocation of training resources if they can obtain rankings. However, such a large amount of training resources are usually distributed to families or empires to which the contestants belong. And if one becomes a disciple of a certain sword master on the spot, then these training resources will be allocated to that sword master. In short, in one sentence, the essence of the martial arts competition is good, but the interests involved are not small. Now that Pesha has shown such strong potential, the dragon-slaying swordmaster, as Pesha's master, will naturally be attracted to her. Not only because the dragon-slaying swordmaster is strong enough, but also because the benefits are huge enough. The competition system of the martial arts competition is fair, and under the supervision of the A's Empire competition team, no one will cheat. The situation of match fixing is even less likely to exist. Therefore, if you want to obtain more cultivation resources and win over strong people, it has become a necessary means. So Qi Lu, who had finally been clean for 2 days, had a good chat with the sword masters after today's game. Although there is work to be done to win over him, all the sword masters are eyeing the dragon-slaying sword master. So even if you have an idea, it's not easy to explain it clearly. Otherwise, if you rob someone in public, wouldn't it give the dragon-slaying sword master the capital to raise the price? But what kind of mind does Qi Lu have? Although he disdains hypocrisy and compromise, he can still understand what should be understood. These sword masters hurriedly came to have a chat, and it didn't take long for their intention to make friends and win over them to be fully revealed. Because the allocation of training resources is not only based on the rankings in martial arts competitions. The strength of each sword master and the number of sword masters each force has are weighted. And on this basis, there are also a large number of cultivation resources that need to be allocated to other small empires. It's impossible to really put all the training resources on the sword master shed. So within the scope of the power of the A's Empire, are other large and small forces still alive? When Qi Lu learned about these things, to be honest, he was a little stunned. Because Qi Lu really didn't expect that a martial arts competition would involve so many things. No wonder the annual martial arts competition is the most grand and lively festival in the A's Empire. It turns out that it is related to the allocation of cultivation resources for the next year within the entire A's Empire's sphere of influence. If you put it this way, it's not surprising that there is such a big movement. However, even if Qi Lu knew the meaning of these sword masters, he had no intention of joining a certain family or force. In that case, even if there were some benefits, the restrictions would be too much, and the gains would not be worth the losses. Qi Leke couldn't stand some guys telling her what to do. There is no way, I am used to being a store manager in a store, and I always speak for myself. Now someone actually wants to put pressure on me, that is definitely impossible. But if you refuse directly, the sword masters who come to win over you will definitely face trouble. So Qi Lu was also very tactful in being vague with these guys, thinking about what was left and right. In short, it is mainly perfunctory, supplemented by excuses and thinking about it later, and deal with it first before talking about it. After all, we are on someone else's territory, so it feels a little inappropriate to fall out on the spot. Fortunately, everyone is a swordsman and knows what is enough, so we don't get too entangled. Anyway, the idea has been conveyed, whether to join or not still depends on the dragon-slaying sword master's own thoughts. Although the A's empire doesn't care how the sword masters are distributed among the many forces. However, battles between sword masters and strong men can only occur on the battlefield between the A's empire and the Hall of the Dead, or on the battlefield with the Elemental Alliance, and they can never take place within the A's empire. This is the most basic bottom line. So coercion is definitely impossible. It's just that if this face is refuted, if there is a chance later, he will definitely be put in the shoes. But does Qi Lu care? Don't care. After Pasha got her ranking and got on the podium, Qi Lu showed off her sword skills again. In 2 days, Qi Lu will go to another big force to collect the power of faith. How can he let these sword masters be fooled? The only unpleasant thing is that these sword masters are really annoying. Because Qi Lu is not a sociable person, and he doesn't like to show off. So it's strange that I agreed. The dragon-slaying sword master seems to have never thought about agreeing to her invitation. There is no one who can reach the realm of sword master who is not a human being. How could they not hear that dragon-slaying sword master is making excuses with them? It's just that it's hard to say it in person, so we can only discuss this issue after bidding farewell to the dragon-slaying sword master. Although the sword masters have their own power affiliations. But when facing the idle sword master, they still choose to stand together. Wouldn't it be better not to agree? The balance we have managed to maintain does not need an outsider to break it. If the dragon-slaying sword master really agrees, it will be difficult for us to handle it. Now that the issue of the dragon-slaying sword master is brought up, the opinions of all the sword masters will certainly not be unanimous. The many forces in the A's empire have long been maintained in a balanced state after so many years of management. The sword masters also have their own affiliations, and in terms of overall strength, they are basically at the same level. But if another dragon-slaying sword master is added, it will be different. No matter which force the dragon-slaying sword master joins, the overall combat effectiveness of that force will be greatly increased. A dignified sword master, and a sword master known for his powerful sword skills. It is too easy to break this fragile balance. Therefore, the sword masters who want to continue to maintain the balance do not want the dragon-slaying sword master to get involved. However, there are only a few sword masters who have such thoughts. Most sword masters are thinking about how to enhance the power of the forces they belong to obtain more training resources. In this way, the talent becomes stronger and stronger, instead of maintaining this false balance here. So at the end of the discussion, the opinions of the sword masters were not unified. However, they also understand that the decision that can determine whether this balance can be maintained is the decision made by the dragon-slaying sword master. No matter how much you say now, it won't help. Forget it, let's not talk about the dragon-slaying sword master. It's you, collapsing mountain sword master, you probably never thought that your disciple Dailat would lose to Pesha. After confirming that there was no answer for the time being regarding the dragon-slaying sword master, another sword master mentioned this matter. Dailat was the favorite disciple of the collapsing mountain sword master. Who would have thought that he would fall outside the top 100? Although the collapsing mountain sword master has more than one disciple. Moreover, among the disciples of the Bangshan sword master, Dailat was not the only one to participate in this martial arts competition. However, the difference in the amount of cultivation resources allocated between the top 8 and the top 100 is more than dozens of times. After losing so much all at once, even the long-famous sword master Ben Shanwold not look too good-looking. Now that this matter was brought up again, collapsing mountain sword master immediately punched the table with his fist and said in a deep voice, "That's because Dilla's stunts are not as good as others. There is nothing to say. The disciples of the dragon-slaying sword master are indeed powerful, and their sword skills are unparalleled. Presumably if your disciple encounters him, his fate will not be worse than Dilat's." Although he was angry in his heart, the collapsing mountain sword master had to admit that Pesha's sword skills were truly astonishing. Otherwise, they would not attach so much importance to the dragon-slaying sword master. Perhaps you are right, our disciples may also be no match for Pesa Oka. But no matter what, we are still among the top 100. It's just that Dilator is really a pity. I didn't expect that Pasha Oka would still have such a hand. After Bangshan sword master retorted, the other sword masters also fell silent for some unknown reason. Where did the dragon-slaying sword master find this Pesa Oka? The Oka family of the Varan Empire. I have never heard of this family before. If Pesa Oka's qualifications are not yet at the level of a genius, then just practicing with the dragon-slaying sword master for such a short period of time can elevate his strength to this level. Doesn't it further illustrate that the combat power of the dragon-slaying sword master is simply too high to a terrifying level? Could it be that when he fought against the bone dragon on the battlefield, the dragon-slaying sword master was still hiding his clumsiness? If this guess is true, then the strength of the dragon-slaying sword master is too terrifying. After Chila left, he didn't care what the sword masters were talking about. But if Chila knew what these sword masters were guessing, he would probably laugh out loud. There is a saying that the original dragon-slaying sword master really had no hidden clumsiness. When fighting the bone dragon, he definitely exerted 120% of his fighting power, so that he could become famous in one battle and make his own name. However, even so, the gap between the real dragon-slaying sword master and Qi Lu is still too big. This is the gap between the heroic realm and the peak realm of the strong. It is an absolutely insurmountable chasm. However, this group of sword masters who did not know the truth were wildly guessing about the true strength of the dragon-slaying sword master. If they could really guess it, Qi Lu would have to praise them. But there is another thing that Qi Lu still needs to prepare for. That's Pesha's training. Among the younger generation of the A's Empire, there are still some people with profound sword skills and powerful strength. The further the formal competition of the martial arts competition progresses, the greater the challenge Pesha will face. With Pesha's current strength alone, it would be a bit reluctant to get on the podium. So Qi Lu doesn't talk about the balance between work and rest. Now that all the sword masters are here, Pesha probably won't have a chance to participate in the next martial arts competition. In this case, it is guaranteed that Pesha will be able to break into the top 4 in this martial arts competition. Qi Lu is still a little confident about this kind of thing. On the other hand, the martial arts competition has been going on so far, and the number of competitions in each round has become less and less. Therefore, the 10 competition stages in the square will gradually decrease. Until the top 16 competition, it will be reduced to only 1 competition stage. Because in such a high-intensity battle, there will definitely be no weaklings among those who can steadily advance into the top 16. After all, no matter how good your luck is, it will eventually come to an end. There were thousands of contestants from the auditions, plus sword master disciples, who came to the official competition of the martial arts competition. If 16 strong men are still not found, it will be a great irony for Thiai's empire. How can a contestant who can win 6 games in a row and reach the top 16 be mediocre? There are only 8 groups of matches in total, from the top 16 to the quarterfinals. None of these 16 people is weak. So every game is also a highlight and must be exciting. In this case, every game is worth watching carefully, and naturally other games will not be allowed to interfere. The sudden mention of this matter is because Pasha also won the 5th and 6th rounds of the official competition without any danger, and successfully won a place in the top 16. In this regard, the people of the A's empire are increasingly calling for Pasha. Frankly speaking, the biggest dark horse in this martial arts competition is Pasha, the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. He had only trained with the dragon-slaying sword master for less than a month, but he had shown such amazing fighting power and made it into the top 16. It is stronger than those contestants who have been under the sword master for several years. Suddenly, Pasha Oka and dragon-slaying sword master were unparalleled in the limelight. It can be said that during this period of time, when asked about the warriors who want to join the sword master's sect, which sword master they are most optimistic about, most people will choose the dragon-slaying sword master. It's because of Pasha's precedent. After being silent for such a long time, it finally came out and gave the world such a big surprise. When it comes to cultivation level, Pasha is not ranked among the many contestants. But Pasha is able to make up for the gap in cultivation level with the help of terrifying sword skills. And where did Pasha learn the sword skill she used? Do you still need to ask? No one really thinks that this is a sword skill created by Pasha herself. Aren't they all taught by the dragon-slaying sword saint? Therefore, if you can become the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword saint, even if you just learn 1.5 moves, you might be able to become famous all over the world like Pasha. Of course, Pasha's current fame is not yet world famous. However, Pasha's reputation is definitely loud enough among the people of Thei's empire. After all, it's been a long time since there has been such a fierce dark horsey in a martial arts competition, and he can win the top 16 spot as soon as comes. If this wasn't the dragon-slaying sword master's teachings, what else could Beta reason? So after Pasha successfully entered the top 16, Qi Lu was also found by the competition team and did a simple interview. When he learned that countless warriors wanted to worship the dragon-slaying sword master as their master, Qi Lu also couldn't laugh or cry. Fortunately, with the mask behind him, no one knew what Qi Lu was thinking. But this also told Qi Lu how popular the reputation of the dragon-slaying sword master is now. I want to become my disciple. Let's wait until the martial arts competition is over. I will give you the answer you want. Qi Lu pretended to think and gave this answer after a moment. Anyway, what we are looking for is the dragon-slaying sword master. What does it have to do with Qi Lu? However, the competition team misunderstood Qi Li's meaning. I thought that the dragon-slaying sword master would open his gates and recruit disciples after the martial arts competition. Therefore, as soon as this interview report came out, countless warriors immediately rejoiced and thought that they must become the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. Then, after learning the news, Qi Lu almost rushed out and smashed the heads off the competition team. Neuropathy. Is this how you all write manuscripts? Really shameless. Can you respect the objective facts, even if you put the original words? It's better now. I can't take it out of context, so I just started writing it randomly. Who wants to recruit many disciples? With Pasha as his apprentice, Qi Lu can't even take care of her. If it weren't for the fact that Pasha came at the right time and was destined, Qi Lu wouldn't have done such a thing. But after calming down, Qi Lu didn't bother to vent his anger with them. At worst, just change the vest and start over. So, amid all these disturbances, the competition from the top 16 to the top 8 was about to begin. The grandeur of the quarterfinals is by no means comparable to previous games. The number of spectators in the large square has also increased visibly to the naked eye. There are huge crowds of people, rubbing shoulders and heels. The gongs and drums are noisy, firecrackers are blasting, and the red flag is waving. Well, there were no gongs, drums, firecrackers, or red flags waving, but the number of spectators was indeed only a lot larger. In the entire large square, except for the competition stage and a nearby area, there was no one there. In other places, there is simply no gap to be found. The large square, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people to sit down and watch the game, is now full of people standing. And there are so many of them that they are so densely packed that you can't even squeeze them in. If it weren't for the fact that Juggernaut's special viewing seat was not in a large square, Sheila wouldn't have even thought of coming here. It is now that the competition stage of the martial arts competition is truly the center of attention. The only remaining competition stage will accommodate the attention of all spectators. Each time the two contestants take the field, they also get all the shouts. The real battle officially begins now. But before the game begins, there's one more thing to do. That is to once again introduce the contestants who have entered the top 16 to the audience and give them the glory they deserve. At this point, the names of these 16 people have long been familiar to the audience. They have also gained a large number of supporters. Among them, Pesha received cheers and support, although not the most, but definitely the loudest. Because she became a dark horse that no one expected and broke into the top 16. It can be said that among these 16 people, Pesha's cultivation level is considered to be the lowest. Pesha, who had just been promoted to the realm of swordsman, was a bit conspicuous compared to the 15 people around her. You must know that the 15 people except Pesha are at least at the level of late sword masters. There are even 2 people who have already reached the level of great swordsman. There are several others who may break through to the realm of great swordsman at any time. So when they saw Pesha standing among the top 16, their faces would inevitably look a little strange. However, compared to those contestants who were eliminated by Pesha, these people's faces were pretty good. After all, when Dilat saw Pesha standing among the top 16, his expression almost twisted into a ball. That position should belong to you. But now, it was taken away by Pesha. Although the collapsing mountain sword master did not say that he would punish Dilat. But to be honest, Dilator would rather be punished, so that he would feel better. But the audience doesn't care about these things. They only know that Pesa Oka is very strong and the disciples of the dragon-slaying sword master are very strong. That'll be fine. And among the top 16, it is the same as in every martial arts competition. Everyone is a disciple of the sword master. The contestants selected through the auditions certainly have their strengths. But compared with the disciples of the sword master, without a famous teacher to guide them, the difference between them is not just in sword skills. The various cultivation resources are also very different. It can be said that when they come to the martial arts competition, as long as they break into the top 100, they will be proud. Otherwise, why would every warrior want to become a disciple of the swordmaster? It's because of the differences in all aspects. So Pesha is lucky. Even if Pesha stops at the top 16, no one will think that Pesha is weak, let alone the Dragon Slayer swordmaster. All I can say is that Pesha doesn't have enough time to practice. If she is given another year, she will definitely get a higher ranking. After the initial introduction, the competition from the top 16 to the top 8 officially began. There is only one competition stage. So except for the contestants in the first group of duels, everyone else will be waiting in the audience. This is also the reason why there are no spectators near the competition stage. Because here is where the contestants are. It is also the best viewing area. Pesha is one of the contestants in the first group of duels. Because Pesha's cultivation level is the lowest, from the perspective of the competition team, this should be the easiest battle to determine the winner. It is most suitable to be used as the opening of the quarterfinals. The subsequent games will definitely be more exciting than the last. This time, the referee was also replaced by a strong man in the realm of great swordsmen. Of course, there are actually very few things that referees in martial arts competitions need to do. After all, the rules are too simple. The referee only needs to prevent contestants from deliberately killing people. However, under the gaze of so many sword masters, contestants who can deliberately kill people probably don't have very good brains either. So the referee's role is basically to shout, "Game begins," and then announce the winner. As for the rest, just leave it to the contestants to do whatever they want. Even starting from this round of official competition, even the initial introduction session can actually be omitted. It's just out of respect for the contestants and the standard process of martial arts competitions. Even if the audience is familiar with the top 16 players, there is still a lot of process to go through. The top 16 advance to the quarterfinals. The first game. Pasha Oka from the Varan Empire will fight against Brona from the Ezer Empire. The referee introduced the two contestants in this game loudly. Pasha Oka studied under the Dragon Slayer Sword Master. Brona studied under the Swift Wind Sword Master. Following the referee's voice, Pasha and Brona came to the middle of the competition arena and stood facing each other, bowing their hands in a salute. Brona is a somewhat thin woman, but overall, she does not look petite at all, but rather looks quite strong. The weapon used is somewhat similar to the Gingjin stabbing sword in Pasha's hand. It is a rather slender sword. While Pasha was sizing up Brona, Brona was also sizing up Pasha. In less than a month after becoming the disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master, he became the biggest dark horse in this martial arts competition and directly entered the top 16. To say that Brona wasn't interested in Pasha would be a lie. Due to limitations in physical strength and other factors, the number of male swordsmen is much smaller than that of male swordsmen. So Brona admires Pasha, who is also a woman, for being able to come this far. But appreciation is appreciation. Once the competition begins, Brona will not show mercy. "Pasha, I hope there will be a wonderful showdown between us." "Yes, and I will win." Pasha looked at Brona and returned unceremoniously. "Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it." When Brona heard this, she couldn't help but chuckle. The joking expression was like hearing a joke. The Swift Sword Master is famous for his extreme speed, known as the sharp blade of the wind, and is good at quick attacks. He once had an astonishing record of quickly killing 7 magicians of the Elemental Union, thus earning the title, Blast. By the way, a magister is a powerful person on the same level as a swordmaster. In the Union of Elements, the ranks from low to high are Apprentice, Magician, Magician, Great Magician, and Magister. Corresponding to the realm of the A's Empire, there are also 5 levels. Such an astonishing record also proves how powerful the Gale Sword Master is. Among the sword masters in the A's Empire, the strength of the Gale Sword Master can definitely be ranked among the top 5. Therefore, even though Pasha's record in this martial arts competition is very good, Brona, who studied under the Swift Wind Sword Master, does not think that Pasha will be her opponent. Even if Pasha's master, the dragon-slaying sword master, is a sword master known for his powerful sword skills, it is the same. Because Pasha's training time with the sword master was too short. You know, it has been 8 years since Brona became a disciple of the Gale Sword Master. The realm of cultivation is only one step away from the Great Sword Master. And it wasn't that Brona couldn't be promoted, but that she took the initiative to suppress it in order to hone her sword skills. It can be said that Brona is the favorite to win this martial arts competition. It's different from a dark horse like Pasha, who breaks out in a flash. This can be seen from the number of supporters. The number of supporters of Pasha and Brona is not on the same level. A candidate who has made it to the top 16 in 4 consecutive martial arts competitions, and even the best one, he got a good ranking like runner-up. The supporters accumulated over 4 years are not something Pasha can match in these few games. But Pasha won't be afraid of such a small thing. Even though she is the favorite to win the championship, Pasha is confident of fighting. Brona, your expectations will not be disappointed. Now, let's fight. Pasha put her hand on the hilt of the sword and spoke loudly. Pesha, since you said so, I won't be polite. Brona knew that Pesha would not draw her sword before the battle began, so she put her hand on the hilt of the sword, which was considered to be ready. So he no longer hesitated and directly drew out the thin sword from his waist. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. The fast attack sword skills inherited from the Gale sword master are most vividly reflected in Brona. Before she finished speaking, Brona's figure disappeared on the competition stage. This is because Brona's attack speed has exceeded the limit of capturing images with the naked eye. To ordinary people, this looks like it suddenly disappeared. It's as fast as the wind, it's true. Pesha seemed to have expected this situation, and there was no trace of panic on her face. This kind of popular candidate to win the championship is Pesha's focus. Even if you don't know the killer move, you should be familiar with the fighting style. In fact, every contestant who has entered the top 16 has a detailed understanding of the other 15. After all, no matter how competent they are and how confident they are in their own strength, they will not be willing to capsize in this kind of fodder. Because you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight without danger. In previous martial arts competitions, there were many people who capsized in the last few matches. On the contrary, there are many people who suddenly fall down in inexplicable places. Therefore, in recent years, contestants who can reach the top 16 have become more and more cautious. Because the closer we get to the last few games, the more we have to compete with each other for the trump cards in our hands and the trump cards that we haven't used yet. However, these trump cards would almost never be used in the previous games unless they were forced into a desperate situation. Therefore, no one can guarantee the final outcome until the last minute. As for Brona's rapid attack, Pesha was familiar with it. He even specially invited his master to help simulate how to deal with the battle. The answer is also very simple. Since the naked eye cannot see clearly, let's use another method, perception. This is also a reconnaissance method that Qi Lu, as Pesha's master, intentionally mentioned to her. It is quite useful both in and out of combat. It's just that things like perception require relatively high mental strength. For Pesha, who is still only in the realm of swordsman, it is still difficult to release her mental power, condense her perception, and use it in battle. Moreover, Qi Lu also learned that in the A's Empire, there is also the concept of perception. But if you want to be exposed to the practice of perception, you must at least reach the realm of a great swordsman. So when Pesha heard that her master asked her to practice how to use her perception, she was shocked for a long time. Because it is indeed a bit unrealistic to start condensing perception in the realm of sword master. But who is Qi Lu? Dragon-slaying sword master is just an identity Qi Lu borrowed, and his own abilities have not changed much. Although it is indeed a bit difficult for Pesha to learn how to use her perception, it is not impossible. What's more, Qi Li's requirement for Pesha is not that the entire battle must be covered with perception. It's just a matter of using perception to confirm the opponent's position when necessary. For example, now. Sword drawing style, draw out the scabbard. Facing Brona's quick attack, Pesha used her first sword skill, as always. The sword light flashed like thunder across the sky, piercing the sky. Clang! In an instant, a crisp sound suddenly came out. Brona's offensive suddenly stalled, and her figure appeared from mid-air. The sudden scene also caused many spectators in the competition stage to let out a burst of exclamations of surprise. A quick attack that couldn't even be caught by the naked eye was actually blocked? That's good luck. However, those who can understand the situation on the competition stage know that this is definitely not luck. Especially the sword masters sitting in the special viewing seats had a gleam of surprise in their eyes. That was perception? He's just a swordsman, but he can actually condense his perception. What kind of trump card does the dragon-slaying sword master have yet to bring to the table, to be able to allow his disciples to master perception so quickly? Among them, the most surprising one is probably the Gale Sword Master. Although the Gale Sword Master himself is not afraid of the enemy's perception lock. Because for the Gale Sword Master, it is still unknown whether the enemy can use perception to lock him. But for Brona, a disciple who was still honing her sword skills, it was different. Perception is almost half a nemesis. Therefore, if we are not careful in this battle, it is very likely that we will overturn. Can you find me? Brona looked at Pesha in disbelief. If the person who felt Pesha's sword the most deeply, it must be Brona who caught the sword. Without any intention of testing or hesitation, he swung directly towards her, interrupting her attacking rhythm in just a moment. This was by no means a matter of luck, but rather seeing the direction of her attack. Once the offensive rhythm is interrupted, the effect of quick attack will be greatly reduced. Of course I can find you, and it's clear. Pesha held the sword in her right hand and pointed it diagonally at Brona. I have to say, perception is really useful. If Pesha hadn't learned to use perception before this battle, it is estimated that Brona was killed just now under Brona's quick attack. Of course, there is no need to say much about the victory or defeat. But now, there's no telling. Well, Master is right. The disciples of the dragon-slaying sword master should not be underestimated. Brona was worthy of being someone who had trained under the sword master for 8 years. After being surprised at the beginning, she quickly recovered. You can actually use the perception that can only be practiced in the realm of a great swordsman. Is this your trump card? If it's just this level, if you want to beat me, it's not enough. Quick attack is just Brona's fighting style. If you only have perception but no corresponding strength, it will not be easy to defeat Brona. Then let's fight again. Pesha just replied quietly. The sword-drawing style unsheathing has been used now, and it has long lost its original deterrent effect. There is no way that a contestant who can reach the top 16 cannot stop Pesha's first sword. Even some of the top 16 contestants can catch it easily. So the way Pesha uses this trick now is just a habit. Don't ask for a sword to end the game. As long as it can be used to interrupt the opponent's offensive, then the mission has been completed. Okay, let me show you where the gap is between us. Naturally, Brona would not show weakness. The first round of quick attacks was interrupted, and there was no denying the fact that her attack speed was indeed very fast. After Pesha drew her sword, it was a real head-on confrontation. But in this aspect, Pesha is not weak either. You must know that the sword-drawing style, swift, is also about attacking quickly and constantly looking for flaws in the target. So in terms of speed, Pesha is actually not inferior to Brona when she explodes with all her strength. Even when the speed of sword-drawing style, swift, reaches its limit, Pesha can still slightly overwhelm Brona. Just like this, Pesha and Brona fought together again after the first round off trial. The competition stage was suddenly obscured by countless afterimages. Most of the spectators in the spectator seats could only see 2 black figures constantly colliding with each other. Then streaks of sword light erupted from the collision point, like thunderclouds colliding in the sky, emitting thunder. The crisp sound of gold and iron can be heard endlessly. In an instant, the two of them fought thousands of times. It was a terrifying scene that even made other contestants in the arena widen their eyes. It was said to be the least exciting opening, so why did it turn out like this? The duel between 2 fast-attacking swordsmen was not a pleasant one to watch. But the momentum displayed was so shocking. The audience were dumbfounded. The residents of the A's Empire may never have the chance to see the power of the sword master in their lifetime. So the scene before them was almost the most shocking scene they had ever seen. Only the light of the sword is seen, but no one is seen. Only the afterimages were flying past and colliding, and their specific battle process could not be seen at all. But that's enough. These afterimages perfectly illustrate the danger of this duel. If either Pesha or Brona is slightly negligent and fails to keep up with the other's movements, they will be eliminated in the next second. By this time it had turned from a quick battle at the beginning into a physical competition. In terms of cultivation level, Brona really suppressed Pesha. But in terms of sword skills, Pesha is definitely better than Brona. And it's not even remotely strong. There is no other way. The Gale Sword Master wants to compete with Qi Lu In's sword skills, which is obviously unrealistic. What's more, in order to rush for time, Qi Lu taught Pesha all targeted sword skills. Of course, it was worth it against Brona. So now that the battle has come to an end, it's not just the spectators in the arena who are stunned. The sword masters in the special viewing seats were equally shocked. What's going on? Pesha Oka can actually fight Brona to such an extent. I really made a mistake. Pesha Oka's combat effectiveness is obviously stronger than we imagined. Quick attack versus quick attack, it's really exciting. The future life is terrible. You know, Pesha's accomplishments in sword skills are not something that can only be achieved by having a good master. There is no doubt that Pesha's talent in sword skills is absolutely outstanding. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be on par with Brona with his first-time swordsman cultivation level. Sword skills played an indispensable role in this. Unfortunately, no matter how strong your sword skills are, there is only element to what you can make up for it. Because Pesha's training time with the dragon-slaying sword master was too short. Therefore, as the sword masters watched the fight on the competition stage, the shock in their eyes slowly turned into regret and naturalness. The victory has been decided. Pesha Oka lost. Brona is still a disciple of the Gale Sword Master, after all, and she is as strong as ever. Seeing now, in the eyes of these sword masters, there is no suspense about the outcome of this battle. Sword skills may be developed in a short period of time. However, physical strength cannot be improved in a short period of time. From the moment the battle between Pesha and Brona turned into a competition of physical strength, they no longer had the upper hand. In any case, Brona has been training with the Gale Sword Master for 8 years. In terms of physical strength, she will definitely surpass Pesha. Even though Pesha is a genius, she can defeat Brona with her sword skills under the short-term instruction of the dragon-slaying sword master. But it is still too difficult to win. The winner has been decided. Qi Lu, who was sitting in a special viewing seat, suddenly said this. But unlike the regrets and natural expressions of those sword masters, there was a faint smile in Qi Li's eyes. But at this time, no one noticed Qi Li's expression. Because the duel on the competition stage has reached the last minute. Boom! The two swords collided, followed by a muffled sound. In everyone's surprised eyes, the two black figures on the competition stage showed their original figures. Pesha fell directly from the air and hit the competition stage hard. Brona naturally followed closely behind, came to Pesha, and put the thin sword in her hand on her neck. Pesha, you lose. Brona, who looked a little tired, spoke slowly. Although this battle was more difficult than Brona had ever imagined, and she almost failed to hold on. But fortunately, in the end, I still won. The audience in the competition stage also had an expected expression on their faces. After all, Brona is the favorite to win this martial arts competition and is a disciple of the Gale Sword Master. Although Pesha showed quite strong competitiveness, she still fell short in the end. But even so, Pesha's supporters are very satisfied. Because it was only Pesha's first time participating in a martial arts competition. Being able to break into the top 16 directly is already a very good result. What more could you ask for? However, just when everyone felt that the winner of this duel had been decided, Pesha, who was lying on the competition stage, suddenly laughed. Brona, do you really think you have won? Pesha stared into Brona's eyes and said with a half-smile. Is not it? Or do you think you have any chance of making a comeback? Brona raised her eyebrows, a little annoyed at Pasha's unwillingness to admit defeat. Why can't you see your situation clearly? A comeback? No, this is not a comeback. Brona, you see clearly, my sword is still in my hand, and your sword. The smile on Pasha's lips grew wider and wider. When she said this, she paused for a moment before continuing. Broken sword style, broken blade. Chong. As Pasha's voice fell, an incredible scene appeared in front of Brona's eyes. Because the rapier held by Brona instantly shattered into a pile of fragments, flying everywhere. All that was left in Brona's hand was a sword hilt. How is this possible? Brona's pupils shrank, and she felt that her heartbeat had slowed down by half a beat. His sword actually broke. If a swordsman's sword is broken, the combat effectiveness that can be exerted will definitely be reduced by more than 90%. A swordsman is different from a warrior in that all sword skills are on the sword. Only then did Brona realize. No wonder Pasha didn't show any panic even when she held a sword to her neck. It turned out that it was because she had known for a long time that her sword would be broken, and it was broken by her own hands. When exactly was this done? Was it during the previous fight? Unfortunately, at this time, Pasha didn't want to give Brona time to think. Brona's fighting spirit was shattered the moment her sword was shattered. How could Brona be Pasha's opponent without a sword in hand? Accepted. Pasha stood up from the ground and said with her hands in hand. Broken sword style, broken blade was a sword skill that Chi Lazai decided taught each Pasha after thinking about it for a long time. It is a sword skill formed by taking advantage of the armor-breaking effect of the Gingjin Thorn sword and further improving its usage. The armor-breaking effect can not only act on armor, but can also act on weapons. However, the power of breaking sword style, broken blade, can only cut off some slender swords. Moreover, it is necessary to continuously accumulate strength under a large number of collisions in order to break the enemy's weapons. Therefore, the broken sword style, broken blade is destined to be used only as a means of winning by surprise. And it's very restrictive. For example, there is no way to cut off the two-handed heavy sword used by Dilat. So Pasha didn't use this move against Dilat. However, when fighting against Brona, it was just right. The combination of quick attack and rapier is simply specially designed for the broken sword style, broken blade. Brona must have never imagined that her sword would be chopped into pieces by Pasha. The instant reversal of victory and defeat made everyone present dumbfounded. Except for Qi Lu, who had known the situation for a long time, everyone else looked at the disbelieving Brona on the competition stage, as well as the fragments of the rapier scattered on the ground. I actually lost. Brona actually lost? How is this possible? Even the sword was broken. How did you do it? Pasha Oka actually kept such a hand. No, you will know if you look carefully, Brona's sword was not broken in an instant. Could it be that? That's right, it was the previous fight. Pasha Oka has been swinging his sword with purpose. Although the effect of broken sword style, broken blade is quite astonishing, the sword master's vision is not just a matter of boasting. Especially under the noses of so many sword masters, it was naturally impossible to hide it. During the fight with Brona, Pasha was indeed consciously destroying Therapier in Brona's hand. Until such small damage accumulates to a certain extent, Brona's weapon can be broken instantly. To put it simply, as long as the strength of the weapon is high enough, or the number of fights is not enough, then the broken sword style, broken blade has no use at all. It's just that trump cards can only be used once. It was enough for Pasha to use this move to win this time. Therefore, the Gale Sword Master had to accept the fact that his disciple, Brona, was only ranked among the top 16. You win. Brona on the competition stage also had a bitter look on her face. Because the moment the sword broke, the outcome was already clear. With Pesha's sword skills, it was impossible for Brona to defeat her with her bare hands. So no matter how proud and unbelievable Brona was, she had to admit that she lost. But next time, I won't lose again. Although she couldn't hide the bitterness on her face, Brona was a disciple of the sword master, after all. It was impossible to be depressed because of this failure, but instead burst out with high fighting spirit. If you think you can do it, I'll wait for you. Pesha heard this and replied with a smile. Since he can defeat Brona once now, he can defeat Brona a second time and a third time. Because Pesha didn't think that the Gale sword master would be better than her master. Otherwise, why would Brona, who had been training with the Gale sword master for 8 full years, still be defeated by her own hands? Even if there is a surprising reason for this, it is what it is. The referee also came up at this time. To be honest, even the referee couldn't believe this result. But the facts are right in front of us, and no matter how unexpected the result is, it must be announced. The winner is Pesha Oka. Pesha Oka. The audience who supported Pesha also cheered at this moment. Such a sudden victory was definitely the biggest surprise for them. Unexpectedly, Pesha Oka actually defeated Brona, the favorite to win the martial arts competition. Such an incredible thing actually happened. What else could they be dissatisfied with? Even those sword masters had to accept this with a wry smile. Then there was a moment of silence for the Gale sword master. The disciples taught by the dragon-slaying sword master once again exceeded their expectations. The first time I participated in the martial arts competition, I had already successfully entered the top 8. It would be better if I participated a few more times. Although the existence of such a talented junior is a good thing for the A's empire. But for these sword masters, it's not a good thing. Because Pesha Oka is not a disciple of any of them. And the dragon-slaying sword master is not under control either. This is definitely a huge blow to the sword masters who are accustomed to receiving most of their training resources. It's as if one's own interests have been violated, and no one can be happy. However, the martial arts competition is monitored by the competition team, so it is impossible to do anything. So I can only watch helplessly. Fortunately, the next 7 duels were all satisfactory, and there were Nausicaa incredible reversal scenes again. This also made the sword masters breathe a sigh of relief, sighing that monsters are monsters after all, and they cannot be everywhere. Geniuses are rare after all, and Pesha is already very rare. If there were a few more, their hearts might not be able to bear it. After all, among the contestants who made it to the top 16, except for Pesha, a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master, who is not very familiar to the sword masters, the other contestants basically know the ins and outs. So after eliminating the uncertain factor of Pesha, all the sword masters actually know the rough ranking. But the question now is where Pesha can go and what ranking she can get. And this question depends on how many trump cards Pesha still has. However, after removing her trump card, Pesha could still stand up to Brona for so long without losing based on her own strength. Then Pesha's true combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Especially Pesha, who is only in the realm of swordsman, can actually use perception. This is of great help to the battle, and it is almost impossible to plot against him. Looking at it this way, the final ranking is difficult to predict. However, what the sword masters don't know is this. After today's competition was over, Chila specifically talked to Pesha about the competition. Broken sword style, broken blade is a sword skill that can win by surprise. Once it is used for the first time, it is basically impossible to use it a second time. So Chila knew very well that Pesha's journey in this martial arts competition was almost coming to an end. Winning the championship is just a luxury wish for Pesha now. Not to mention that there is a big gap between Pesha and the remaining contestants in terms of cultivation level. Even Pesha's most advantageous sword skill is not something worth bragging about for a contestant who can reach the top 8, let alone a sufficient means to win. After all, Pesha is not Qi Lu, so it is impossible for her to use sword skills to completely make up for the gap in cultivation level. Furthermore, Pesha was able to advance from failing the last audition to be in the top 8 in just 20 days, which is already very remarkable. How big the gap is, I'm afraid it's hard to believe even if you tell it. But reaching this point is probably the limit. Unless Pesha can continue to practice with Qi Lu for another year, there might be some chance. However, Qi Lu cannot stay in this world for another year. What's more, Qi Lu is actually very satisfied with this result. After all, a big tree attracts the wind. Even if Pesha wins the championship by chance, the benefits will not be as great as imagined. Although you can gain a large number of supporters and a large amount of practice resources, you will also be hated by others. If Pesha really has the strength to win the championship, she won't be afraid of being hated by others. But the key is that Pesha now relies more on targeted sword skills. That is to say, to catch someone by surprise and attack them unprepared. If the opponent is prepared, Pesha's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. So really speaking, Pesha's overall combat effectiveness is not strong enough to win the championship. So, to be able to get to this point is already very good. Next, it's just a matter of doing your best. I know that when you fought against Brona, you were already very reluctant, so there is no need to force yourself. You still have a lot of time, don't waste it on this one time. After Qi Lu said this, he patted Pesha's shoulder seriously. Rather than working hard on the martial arts stage now, it is better to go back and improve your cultivation level before participating in the martial arts competition. You must know that the only two great swordsmen in this martial arts competition are both the proud disciples of the sword master. He definitely has a lot of trump cards in his hand, and his sword skills are definitely not weak. It would be almost impossible for the current Pesha to fight them and win. Disciple understands, I will try my best to get it, but I won't force it. Pesha quickly understood what Qi Lu meant. Other sword masters hope that their disciples can improve their rankings as shy as possible, but the dragon-slaying sword master has no such idea. Just let your disciples do what they can, without forcing yourself. These words immediately moved Pesha beyond her control. No way, willpower cannot quickly improve combat effectiveness. Cultivation realm and sword skill level both take time to accumulate. But for Pesha, time for practice is the most scarce thing. At least in this martial arts competition, it is no longer possible to make a big improvement. So Pesha was very grateful to her master for saying such words to her, which also confirmed her thoughts. Being able to worship under the dragon-slaying sword master is indeed the greatest luck in my life. However, if other sword masters heard this conversation, they would probably vomit blood. They were discussing over there how to deal with the uncertainty of Pesha, and they were very worried. As a result, the dragon-slaying sword master simply asked Pesha to do what she could. Is this what people say? It's a pity that Qi Lu will never know the thoughts of these sword masters. Because for Qi Lu, these training resources are completely useless, and of course, there is no need to compete for the championship position. What Qi Lu wants is to gain a reputation so that his sword skills can be spread. In this way, as long as someone learns these sword skills, the power of faith will be continuously sent to them. After all, to the system, martial arts is considered a commodity, and of course it can be sold. Otherwise, why can skill books be revealed in the New World mode? And Pesha has done this very well. In this martial arts competition, Pesha perfectly made her name known. At the same time, the sword skills she used were displayed in front of all the audience, proving the power of these sword skills. In this way, as long as Pesha is willing to teach it publicly, these sword skills will surely be spread to all parts of the A's empire. And this matter was also Qi Li's real purpose in bringing Pesha here. As long as you understand, there is still a task that needs to be given to Youyu as a teacher. The next day, the martial arts competition started as usual. The 8 contestants who successfully ranked in the top 8 also stood on the competition stage and accepted the cheers of the crowd. The referee also served as the host. On the competition stage, he once again introduced the names and identities of the 8 contestants. Every time one is introduced, it will cause a burst of cheers and shouts from the audience, until all 8 contestants have been introduced. The sound waves erupting from the arena could almost disperse the clouds in the sky. The 8 people standing on the competition stage also nodded to the audience and enjoyed their cheers and shouts. This is the glory they deserve, and they have achieved it step by step with their own strength. Although the duration of the martial arts competition is not long, only the participants themselves know how dangerous it is. The single elimination system means that any small oversight may cause the contestants to stop in the martial arts competition. Therefore, every contestant must do their best to get to where they are now. Quarterfinals, easier said than done. But this is a position that requires winning 7 games in a row among many young talents. Therefore, those who can stand on this competition stage either have superior fighting ability or have many trump cards. At this point, regardless of victory or defeat, the audience will not be surprised, nor will they laugh or abuse. Because no matter what, the contestants who can remain until now are the hope and future of the younger generation. They are all objects that the A's empire will definitely focus on cultivating. When it comes to ridicule, these audiences are not qualified to laugh. According to the procedure of a martial arts competition, after the collective appearance and introduction, the first match will begin immediately. The competition team probably learned from yesterday's lesson, and arranged Pasha in the second game of the quarterfinals to advance to the semifinals. But this makes no difference, because there are only so many sword skills that Pasha has learned from Qi Lu. After all, in just 20 days, how many powerful sword skills can a swordsman be expected to learn? This is not a game. If you want to learn any sword skills, you can use them perfectly just by looking at the skill points. If Pasha wants to learn any sword skill, it must be fully mastered through continuous practice and actual combat. Being able to learn 3 in such a short period of time is already considered the limit based on Pasha's qualifications. So in the battle with Brona, Pasha actually used all her cards. So, in the game where the top 8 advance to the semifinals, the result was naturally as Qi Lu expected. After an arduous battle, Pasha was still defeated by her opponent. She exhausted her sword skills and was defeated on the spot. This result also made many spectators in the arena express regret. But no one felt disappointed. On the contrary, they all thought that Pasha had done a good enough job. Able to break into the top 8 in the martial arts competition with his first-time cultivation as a swordsman. It is no exaggeration to say that this kind of thing is unprecedented, so what else can there be to be dissatisfied about? On the contrary, more people are looking forward to Pasha's performance in the coming year and believe that she will be better than she is now. The sword masters sitting in the special viewing seats also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the scene. Finally sent Pasha Oka away. It's just a top 8 position, which is acceptable. If Pasha really makes it to the finals, then the faces of these sword masters will be completely humiliated. Defeating the weak with the strong is nothing to brag about, but defeating the strong with the weak is something that people talk about. Isn't this the case with Pasha now? And it was their disciples who contrasted with Pasha. Fortunately, it has finally been eliminated, so there is no need to worry about it anymore. However, the next second after Pasha raised her hands and admitted defeat, the hearts of all the sword masters started to rise again. I'm sorry, I want to use this competition platform to say a few words to everyone, is that okay? On the competition stage, Pasha suddenly looked at the referee. This? The referee was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the talker and the competition team. After receiving the instructions, he looked at Pasha's opponent. Because although the result of this game has come out, it has not been announced yet. I have no opinion. Pasha's opponent spread his hands. Those who can come to participate in the martial arts competition are not small-minded people. It's just a few words, and it won't affect the outcome of the game, so why refuse? So the referee nodded and said to Pasha, "Okay, but please hurry up." It's not like the competition team has never encountered this kind of situation before. Most of them are prepared to make some bold words before stepping down. Therefore, the competition team will not block Pasha's request. The key is how the players in the stands choose. "Thank you." Pasha thanked her, and then slowly put the gungold stabbing sword into its scabbard. Then, Pasha turned and looked down at the competition stage. His eyes swept over the remaining contestants and the more peripheral spectators. Everyone should know that the reason why I have been able to reach this point in the martial arts competition is because of my sword skills. So, here, I sincerely thank my master. It is because of his cultivation that I am what I am today. Thank you. As she spoke, Pasha bowed in the direction of Qi Lu. And everyone's eyes followed Pasha's movements and fell on the dragon-slaying sword master. Qi Lu, who was wearing a mask, also nodded towards Pasha, indicating that he accepted Pasha's gift. Soon, Pasha straightened up and continued. And today, although I lost, it was not master's fault, but my own lack of skill. The sword skills my master taught me are stronger than I imagined. So, in order to prove this, after obtaining master's consent, I am willing to taught each one of my sword skills here so that everyone who is interested can learn it. At this point, Pasha's voice suddenly paused. In fact, this is also giving everyone time to react. Because the sword skills possessed by each sword master are considered secrets that are not passed down and will only be taught to his disciples. It is simply impossible for someone like the dragon-slaying sword master to teach it carelessly. You know, after Pasha heard about her master's idea last night, she was stunned on the spot. It took a long time before I finally reacted and even wanted to dissuade him. However, the dragon-slaying sword master had made up his mind, so Pasha had no choice but to do as he was told. So now, after Pasha told the news, the scene of the martial arts competition suddenly fell into silence. It took a long time before everyone present realized what was going on, and there was an uproar. All of them had faces full of disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Is the dragon-slaying sword master really willing to teach his sword skills to others? No way, teaching sword skills? Did I hear wrongly? This is the sword skill of the dragon-slaying sword master. Yes, I heard it very clearly. Pasha Oka just wants to teach us a sword skill. Oh my god, can we also learn the sword skills of the dragon-slaying sword master? This must be so lucky. It's great. I came here specially to watch the official competition of the martial arts competition. I really came to the right place. As Pasha nodded again to confirm, the scene of the martial arts competition instantly burst into cheers. Everyone's faces were full of surprise. You only need to look at Pasha's performance in the martial arts competition to know how strong the dragon-slaying sword master's sword skills are. There is no doubt that it is definitely stronger than imagined, and much stronger. The first 3 battles and 3 swords are still fresh in the memory of the audience who have seen it with their own eyes. Compared with the sword drawing style, swift and breaking sword style, broken blade, the sword drawing style, unsheathing, is obviously simpler and more practical. Who doesn't want to try the feeling of sealing the throat with a sword? So at this moment, many spectators, and even the contestants off the field, were eagerly looking at Pasha on the competition stage. Even the sword masters sitting in the special viewing seats are no exception at this moment. First, he was shocked by the generosity of the dragon-slaying sword master, who was actually willing to teach his sword skills to everyone. Secondly, I also wanted to see how strong the dragon-slaying sword master's sword skills were. It actually allowed Pasha to break into the top 8. Because time is limited, I will only teach it once. Everyone, please be sure to look carefully. This sword skill is called sword drawing unsheathing. As she spoke, Pesha's right hand rested on the hilt of the sword again. As a teaching demonstration, Pesha's sword draw this time will naturally not be the same as when fighting. The faster, the better. However, even if Pesha deliberately slows down the speed of drawing the sword, the core of drawing the sword unsheathing is to draw the sword as quickly as possible and then kill the target. So when the sword light flashed and Pesha was standing with the sword, some people still didn't react. What just happened? What does this mean? Have you finished teaching? What? Already finished teaching? So fast. I haven't even seen it clearly yet. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to see clearly the speed at which Pesha draws her sword. So when they saw that Pesha was ready to step down, they realized that the teaching was over. They immediately looked at each other with confusion on their faces. However, even if they didn't see it clearly, Pesha didn't intend to demonstrate it again. Because the target of teaching sword drawing unsheathing is not these ordinary people at all, but the young talents. As long as they learn this sword skill. After the martial arts competition was over, they returned to their respective forces. Drawing the sword unsheathing will definitely spread throughout the entire Empire's sphere of influence as quickly as possible. As for those ordinary people, if they can learn it, they can learn it. If they can't learn it, they have no luck, so forget it. However, the sword masters who carefully watched Pesha's demonstration of sword skills narrowed their eyes slightly. The rapid slash seems to be just a hand move. It can defeat the enemy with one move, and can also be connected with other moves later. It is really powerful. The dragon-slaying sword master's sword skills are even better than when he was on the battlefield. That's right, even I can benefit from this sword drawing pose unsheathing. The dragon-slaying sword master is getting stronger and stronger. It has to be said that an exquisite sword skill can bring huge repercussions. When Qilu asked Pesha to teach this sword skill on the competition stage, it was not only paving the way for gathering the power of faith. In fact, it also has the intention of making those sword masters afraid. The meaning is actually very simple, that is, if you think you are strong enough, give it a try. Because the level of swordsmanship, to a certain extent, also represents the level of combat effectiveness. Although the sword drawing unsheathing move is simple and easy to learn, the offensive concept contained in it is not weak. It is a typical sword skill that is easy to learn, but difficult to master. Even a sword master cannot master this sword skill in a short period of time. However, the dragon-slaying sword master taught such a powerful sword skill so generously without any concealment. What does that mean? There must be other more powerful sword skills in the hands of the dragon-slaying sword master. After all, no matter how generous a person is, he cannot easily give away the things he has packed at the bottom of the box. The reason why the dragon-slaying sword master is so generous is simply that the sword skill of drawing sword unsheathing is not important to the dragon-slaying sword master, so he would give it out to gain a good reputation. By the way, Pesha Oka will also follow her to make her famous. In this way, the dragon-slaying sword master also showed his strength invisibly. If those sword masters want to cause trouble in the future, they have to weigh their own weight and see if they are qualified. But then again, since these sword masters can also benefit from the sword skill of drawing sword unsheathing. So any sword master who is promoted as a result can be regarded as inheriting the love of the dragon-slaying sword master. If I want to do something small in the future, I will probably think about this first. Sword masters are all about face, and they generally cannot do things like repaying kindness with enmity. In the absence of deep hatred, some things will pass by turning a blind eye. Anyway, the purpose of taking practice resources is to improve your strength. Now that the goal is achieved, the process is not important. Qi Li's approach can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Collect the power of faith, win people's hearts, and pave the way for Pesha. All that was required was a sword skill that Qi Lu could easily create. Okay, Pesha, don't be so sad, you've done a great job. Compared with them, you still have a lot of room for growth. Don't get depressed just because of this failure. Qi Lu waited for the matter to ferment, and comforted Pesha, by the way. Experiencing a few more failures is not a bad thing for Pesha, but it is a kind of experience. You know, Qi Lu himself has experienced quite a few failures, but these failures all occurred in the trial space opened up in the trial room. So to outsiders, Qi Lu seems to have never failed. Only Qi Lu himself knows what kind of training he has gone through to get to here he is today. No one's strength comes out of thin air. If you don't experience wind and rain, how can you see a rainbow? Don't worry, Master, I won't be sad. After I go back, I will train harder and I will definitely get a better ranking in the next martial arts competition. Pesha clenched her fists, looked serious, and spoke in a serious tone. As long as you can figure it out. Qi Lu smiled. It is obviously better to have an apprentice with an optimistic attitude than an apprentice who is arrogant. Only those who can withstand blows will have the perseverance to become stronger and will not give up so easily. It is obvious that Pesha, who is willing to study sword skills alone for 12 years even without the guidance of a famous teacher, has a good mentality. So even if Pesha lost in the semifinals, she was not too disappointed. Since we lost this time, it would be nice to come back next time. After all, even Brona, the favorite to win the championship, was defeated by her, so what else could Pesha be dissatisfied with? The top 8 spots are at least more valuable than those of the top 16. So at this time, Pesha was able to relax and watch the next game seriously. Because there is no pressure of the game, there is no need to continue to watch the game with the perspective of studying the opponent. There is still a full year until the next martial arts competition is held. To say that the opponent will not become stronger during this whole year, Pesha doesn't believe it anyway. So it is obviously meaningless to start studying the opponent now. So why not enjoy the rest of the game? The semifinals of the semifinals and the finals were the most exciting matches. Participants in the competition must show all their cards, and it will definitely be exciting. Even though Pesha has been practicing with Qi Lu for a while, she has benefited a lot from watching the game. Because the combat skills and combat experience possessed by these swordmaster disciples are something Pesha does not have. As for combat experience, you can't accumulate it just through daily training. If you want to have rich combat experience, you must fight. And this battle does not refer to ordinary sparring, but a real life and death battle. This is exactly what Pesha lacks. After all, Pesha was just a little swordsman before, so where was the chance for a life and death battle? If Pesha wanted to experience a life and death battle, she would probably have no choice but to run into the Warcraft forest. But how can the battle with Warcraft be compared to these swordmaster disciples? You must know that the combat effectiveness of Warcraft is inseparable from the cultivation level of Warcraft. The more powerful a monster is, the stronger its fighting instinct is. As for a weak monster, no matter how strong its fighting instinct is, how strong can it be? Unless it is those monsters with noble bloodline, the abilities and combat skills passed down from the bloodline of their elders. But are these powerful monsters something Pesha can touch? So far, Pesha's combat experience is actually very lacking. It is not difficult to understand why Pesha is so concerned about every match in the martial arts competition. However, to be honest, if you really want to accumulate combat experience, going to the battlefield is actually the best way. Because the opponents that the sword masters of the A's Empire have to face are not their own. It's the other 2-3 pillars, the Hall of the Dead and the United Elements. So in the end, the opponents that the disciples of the sword master will face will also be those from the Hall of the Dead and the Elements. Then going to the battlefield to accumulate combat experience is the best choice, bar none. What's the point in fighting one's own people? In fact, as long as these disciples of the sword master can stabilize their cultivation level in the realm of the sword master, they will be taken to the battlefield by their master to experience it. If you can stabilize in the realm of the great swordsman, you will definitely go to the battlefield to fight for a while. During the period of fighting, even their sword master would not protect them. That is the real fate of life and death, and wealth is in the sky. Only when they can walk off the battlefield alive can these sword masters decide whether to teach them their unique skills. This can be regarded as a test for their respective disciples from the sword masters. Similarly, this is also the biggest reason why Qi Lu concluded that Pesha will never win the championship. If you have not personally experienced a life and death battle, you cannot truly understand how cruel a life and death battle is. Compared to the two sword master disciples who came down from the battlefield, Pesha is still a little too young. But it doesn't matter, because Pesha is still young and still has time. Qi Lu was also thinking about when to take Pesha to see the battlefield. Of course, unlike other sword masters, Qi Lu, a disciple like Pesha, must be protected. Other sword masters let their disciples live and die, and be rich and noble in heaven. That's because they have many disciples, so even if one or two of them die, they won't feel so distressed. After all, war is cruel, accidents can happen at any time, how can it not kill people? The fact that he was unable to walk away from the battlefield alive only meant that he was not very capable and not lucky enough. But what does this have to do with Qi Lu? We are just a disciple. If we don't feel sorry for ourselves, who will? Yu Dao is a teacher for a day and a father for a lifetime. If parents don't feel sorry for their children, then that's okay. Lord Dragon-slaying Sword Master, I wonder if you have time. Lord Mingwu would like to invite you to come over and meet. After the day's competition, Qi Lu was just about to go back to his residency to rest when someone from the competition team came over. He explained the purpose of his visit with a very respectful attitude. The Lord of Mingwu Kingdom? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, and an interesting look appeared in his eyes. There is a royal family in the A's Empire, and the leader of the royal family is the A's family who established this country. Time passed by, and the position of the king was passed down from generation to generation in the A's family. Passed down to this generation, the name of the king is Mingwu A's. Qi Lu also learned about these things intermittently when he was in the Barren Empire. It is expressly forbidden to allow private fights between sword masters. This is also the order given by the A's family. And people from the A's family will monitor the sword masters to prevent internal conflicts. From this point of view, the royal family of the A's Empire, that is, the A's family, must be superior to the major families in the A's Empire in terms of power and status. This is also a good thing. Only by having a supreme ruler suppressing it can the unity and stability of the A's Empire be maintained. Otherwise, the major families would be dissatisfied with each other, and the A's Empire might have disappeared long ago. After all, the tempers of all the sword masters cannot be so gentle. Just kidding, a sword master who is good at frontal combat and is always ready to go into battle to kill the enemy, could he be a humble gentleman? It's no exaggeration to say that the blood stained on these guys' hands is almost gathering into ponds and lakes. If there is a dispute, after several discussions, but there is no result, it is normal to draw swords and meet each other. The people who will suffer at that time will still be the people of the A's Empire. But now, there is a royal family of the A's Empire weighing on him. Even if these sword masters quarrel fiercely, they still have to maintain a semblance of peace. So from this point of view, Qi Lu feels that the A's family still has contributions. So facing the invitation from the leader of the Mingwu Kingdom, Qi Lu was also very interested in meeting the real leader of the A's Empire. Pesha, please go back first. Master Mingwu has invited me, so I will naturally go and see you. Qi Lu arranged Pesha first, then looked at the people in the competition team and said, then I'll ask you to lead the way. Yes, please come this way, Lord Dragonslaying Sword Saint. The people in the competition group nodded, and then walked in front to lead the way with a respectful expression. This is not to fear the strength of the dragon-slaying sword master. In fact, most of the people in the competition group are from the A's family and are not very afraid of the sword master. But the dragon-slaying sword master is different. He is willing to teach his sword skills to everyone without any requirements. Such a broad mind is worthy of respect. Therefore, even the members of the A's family still retain respect for the dragon-slaying sword master. The scene of the martial arts competition was only a short distance away from the palace of the A's empire. Under the leadership of the competition team, they walked not long before arriving at the side hall next to the palace's reception hall. This is the place where the leader of the A's empire entertains guests privately. The reception hall next to it is a place where guests are publicly received. But judging from the newness of the reception hall, it probably hasn't been used for a long time. Lord Dragonslaying Sword Master, the place has arrived. Your Majesty is waiting in the side hall. The people from the competition group arrived outside the gate of the side hall and stopped moving forward. This is a rule. Not everyone can enter the place where the king entertains guests. Okay, please. Sheila nodded and walked in. Minggui's is a handsome middle-aged man. Although his figure is strong, he does not feel too oppressive. And unlike those tall, burly, and terrifying guys, Minggui's looks more like a cheetah ready to attack at any time, and he looks extremely strong. Dragon-slaying sword master, I heard about you. I didn't expect you to be willing to teach your sword skills to the people of the A's empire. It's really beyond my expectation. Minggui's looked at the dragon-slaying sword master who walked into the side hall, and spoke in a gentle yet dignified tone. To be honest, this tone, to Qi Li's ears, is very consistent with the identity of the leader of the Minggui's kingdom. But what shocked Qi Li even more was Minggui's cultivation level. There is no false strong level realm. No wonder the royal family of the A's empire was able to suppress those sword masters. It turned out that they relied not on power, but on force. Minggui's is much stronger than those sword masters. But only with enough force can we control those sword masters. Master Minggu, there is no need to talk about these trivial matters. I don't know why you came to me suddenly. Do you have something to say? Although Qi Lu was surprised by Minggui's cultivation level, he didn't find it strange. In fact, Qi Lu had this guess when he knew that the three major forces in the world represented the three gods. How can a proxy war be a small fight? If there is no leader who can fully mobilize the entire force, let these believers fight on their own. The only consequence is probably that the other two major forces will continue to occupy the territory until all the believers are eliminated in this proxy war. This situation is naturally not what the gods want to see. Therefore, among these three major forces, there will definitely be spokespersons for gods. That is to say, the messenger of the gods. To be honest, Qi Lu had seen this kind of guy when he was in the northern mountains, the spokesperson of the god of war. Although those guys were all wiped out in the northern mountains, their strength cannot be denied. Each one of them is a master in the strong realm. Then, the appearance of Minggui's is not surprising. To be precise, I am afraid that every king in the royal family of the A's empire has a strong level cultivation level. Otherwise, how could they suppress the families and sword masters in the A's empire? Moreover, since there are strong-level powerful beings in the A's empire, then in the Hall of the Dead and the Union of Elements, there should also be strong-level powerful beings. It's just that these guys rarely take action and basically perform the duties of supervisors. This is probably what those gods meant. The powerful person acts as the supervisor, takes good care of the chessboard, and lets the people under his control act as chess pieces to play the game. Whoever wins will have the believers in this world. Simple and clear idea. but for the creatures in this world, it is cruel. Because they don't know that their destiny is under the control of the gods they believe in. You can only participate in this game as a chess piece. If you don't win, you will be completely destroyed. Even the most powerful person as a regulator may not be spared. After all, there have been more than a dozen kings of the A's empire passed down to this day. So where have the previous kings gone? Could it be that he was taken back by the gods? How can it be? Of course, he was sacrificed in this game, or was replaced as an exchange piece. Therefore, Minggui's must know this and what his destiny is, so he will naturally want to win. The lifespan of a god is unlimited as long as the supreme throne is not broken. It is impossible for a powerful person to compete with gods in terms of lifespan. Then you can only try your best to win this game. Moreover, Minggui's is not the only one who thinks so. The supervisors of the Union of Elements and the Hall of the Dead, those powerful men, probably think so too. Thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly understood Minggui's intention of finding him. Dragon-slaying sword master, you are willing to teach your sword skills to Mani people. This is no small thing. The A's empire relies on you to become truly strong. As expected by Qi Lu, Minggui's did mention this matter. Many sword masters cherish their broomsticks and are unwilling to reveal their sword skills at will. Minggui's has no way to control it. Of course, it can't be so broad. Because private fights between sword masters are explicitly prohibited, which is already very troublesome. After all, many sword masters have bad tempers, and it is common for them to have their own grudges against each other. But with the royal family of the A's empire suppressing them, the hatred between the sword masters couldn't be vented, they could only be suppressed. If they were forced to hand over their sword skills again, they would probably bottom out and explode. This is definitely not something Minggui's wants to see. And more importantly, gods will not interfere in the fights between believers. If these sword masters burst out their resentment, that would probably be what the Elemental Union and the Hall of the Dead want to see most. By then, the A's empire will probably be attacked from both sides and become the first major force to be eliminated. Therefore, the appearance of the dragon-slaying sword master is definitely a turning point for the A's empire. This is also the main reason why Minggui's summoned the dragon-slaying sword master. Only by making all the people of the A's empire stronger can the A's empire's chances of winning in this game be maximized. Rely on us? Qi Lu understood what Minggui's meant, but had no intention of answering. Because Qi Lu will teach sword skills just for the power of faith. Who is willing to do something that is not beneficial? However, when it comes to this matter, Qi Lu has a new idea and is ready to change his plan. You know, not everyone can learn sword skills. Ordinary people without talent may not be able to learn the essence even if they study for a lifetime. Therefore, spreading sword skills is only the first step in Qi Lu's plan. The second step, of course, is to start with products that everyone can use. Only by opening automatic vending points can the power of faith be collected most effectively and quickly. Rather than the ineffective little fuss like now. So now, the leader of Minggu Kingdom, who is the most effective in speaking in the A's empire, is standing in front of Qi Lu. Wouldn't it be the best opportunity? Master Minggu, if you rely solely on me to promote sword skills, it will be too difficult in a short period of time. So Qi Lu first rejected Minggui's proposal. Then before Minggui's expression changed, Qi Lu changed the topic again and continued. However, Lord Minggu, do you know why I have been living in seclusion in the Warcraft forest for the past few years? Aren't you studying sword skills? Minggui's was still very clear about the dragon-slaying sword master seclusion. After all, there are only one or two sword masters who like to live in seclusion and not care about worldly affairs. The dragon-slaying sword masteress considered famous. Of course not. Qi Lu shook his head. What's that for? Minggui's frowned slightly and suddenly became curious. Actually, I am researching a potion that can resist the combination of elements. Qila didn't show off, and said it directly. But it made Mingui slightly startled and repeated Qi Li's words, a potion that can resist the union of elements? That's right, I named this potion the Elemental Protection Potion. Qila nodded, not even planning to change his name. Potions are not widely used within the A's Empire's sphere of influence. On the contrary, it is developing rapidly in the union of elements. Therefore, it is natural for Minggui's to be surprised. What is the effect of this elemental protection potion? Minggui's asked with some suspicion. Since the dragon-slaying sword master has lived in seclusion for so many years, the things he has researched with great concentration should not be too bad. However, the extent of the development of pharmaceuticals in the A's Empire should not be mentioned. The effect is very simple. It allows the user to develop magic resistance. Qila took this good opportunity to introduce the elemental protection potion. There is no doubt that this is definitely the best potion to use against any elemental magician, clearly increasing magic resistance. After listening to the introduction, Minggui's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Qilu in disbelief. Dragon-slaying sword master, are everything you said true? There are no lies. Qila nodded heavily. It was not easy to meet the leader of the A's Empire. Such a great opportunity. If we don't promote the elemental protection potion, we don't know when we will have this opportunity in the future. This is really great. With the elemental protection potion, the soldiers on the battlefield will definitely be able to suppress the guys from the Elemental Alliance. Minggui's face also blushed slightly due to excitement. There is no way. The three major forces have been fighting for so many years, and they have formed a three-legged confrontation that no one can break. Because this is the condition set by the three gods from the beginning. The comprehensive strength of the three major forces will be at the same level at the beginning. This is a fair game. Then among these three major forces, there will be a powerful person as a regulator to start this proxy war. No matter what happens next, the three gods will not interfere. Until the final result comes out, this result will be used to determine the belonging of believers in this world. However, this seemingly simple chess game has turned into a stalemate from the beginning of the three-legged confrontation to the present. The A's Empire, the United Elements, the Hall of the Dead, no one can do anything to anyone. After all, the three powerful men are not fools. Once out, even if he is lucky enough to survive, the god who has lost so many believers will not let him go. Therefore, the confrontation between the three major forces looks calm on the surface, but in fact it is an undercurrent. No one wants to die. Even if you waste your whole life in this world, it is better than being eliminated. Then use all your strength to either win or stay the same. Hundreds of years have passed since then. Now, the elemental protection potion mentioned by the dragon-slaying swordmaster can end this three-legged stalemate. How could Minggui's not be excited? As long as the A's Empire can win, it doesn't matter if Minggui's gives up his position as the leader of the country to the dragon-slaying sword master. Anyway, as a messenger of the gods, Minggui's can return to the gods as long as he wins this game. To leave the position of the head of the country, it is natural to need someone to inherit it. As for whether the dragon-slaying sword master can keep his position as the leader of the country, it depends on his own ability. Dragon-slaying sword master, how much of this elemental protection potion do you still have in your hand? Are the required materials precious? Are they easy to prepare? Minggui's, who finally calmed down his excitement, immediately asked the three most critical questions. The effect of elemental protection potions is indeed strong, but equally, the demand is also high. It doesn't make much sense at all if it can't be mass-produced. There are tens of thousands of warriors on the front line, and even just raising the magic resistance of the high-end combat power among them is not an easy task. The elemental protection potion needed is not a small amount. Therefore, questions about production capacity must be asked clearly. Master Mingwu, please don't worry about this. The production of elemental protection potions is sufficient and can definitely meet the needs of the A's Empire. However, I can provide the elemental protection potion, and I also have some requirements here. When Qi Lu heard this, he just smiled lightly, and then said it in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Because the elemental protection potion was not prepared by Qi Lu, even if Mingwu was told, he would not be able to copy it. Anyway, the production side of the system is sufficient, so you can have as much as you want. Any request? As long as it doesn't harm the foundation of the A's Empire, I agree to it. When Mingwu heard Qi Lu say that the production of elemental protection potions was sufficient, his face suddenly became happy. Qi Lu would naturally not refuse the request he was about to make as long as it was not too excessive. Don't worry, Lord Mingwu. I just want to say that I researched and prepared the elemental protection potion. I hope Lord Mingwu can let me take full responsibility for this matter. I can guarantee the production, so I hope that no one else will interfere with the elemental protection potion. Qi Lu made this request very seriously. Of course, this is just a cover-up. After all, the elemental protection potions all come from the system, so there is no way to prepare them. But no one else knew about this. They only knew that the dragon-slaying swordmaster had produced an extremely precious potion. This good thing called elemental protection potion is a treasure used to deal with the combination of elements. As long as it is put up for sale, demand will surely exceed supply. Therefore, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. How huge are the interests in the industrial chain of elemental protection potions? If the production of elemental protection potions is monopolized by a certain person, it is no exaggeration to say that it will not take long for this person's net worth to reach the level of wealth that rivals the country. Even more so. Is it possible for others not to be jealous of this situation? To put it bluntly, if the big families in the A's Empire knew about this, they would probably take action immediately. So what if he faces the dragon-slaying sword master because of this? Do you really think that the sword masters in these big families are just living for a living? You know, there is a saying that people will die for money, and this is not a joke. Even if Qi Lu is not afraid, it will be annoying. So let's just let Mingwu take action and solve this problem from the root. Dragon-slaying sword master, if that's all you're talking about, then I agree. You are solely responsible for the elemental protection potion. If anyone else has any objections, I will block them all for you. When Mingwu heard this, he nodded in agreement without thinking too much. Anyway, the elemental protection potion targets only the union of elements. After all, no matter how high the magic resistance is, can it still prevent the swordsman from slashing? Therefore, the formula of elemental protection potion is not important at all to Mingwu. All he needs is the finished product. As for whether the dragon-slaying sword master wants to contribute free of charge or sell it, it is the same to Mingwu. What Mingwu wants is to win this game, so that the A's Empire can defeat the Temple of the Dead and the United Elements. The process is actually not very important. Then thank you very much, Lord Mingwu. Qi Lu cupped his hands and thanked him. It would be much easier for Qi Lu to have Mingwu help deal with the trouble. The prestige of the leader of the A's Empire is much greater than that of the dragon-slaying sword master. It has accumulated power for a long time and can completely suppress those sword masters from making any moves. You're welcome. Your contribution to the A's Empire is immeasurable. What I did was just to help you eliminate your worries. Mingwu shook his head and said it very seriously. Originally, I only wanted to find the dragon-slaying sword master to talk about spreading sword skills. I didn't expect to get such an unexpected surprise, a surprise that could break the balance of the entire world. So after a detailed discussion, Qi Lu left a small amount of elemental protection potion for Minggui's to verify the effect. Then he left from the palace. For everyone, this is just a small episode. It was simply that the dragon-slaying sword master was summoned by the lord of the Minggu kingdom, probably because he taught him sword skills. But as of now, there are no people who know what Minggui's and the dragon-slaying sword master talked about. Because the elemental protection potion will be transported directly to the front line to fight against the enemies of the United Elements. So not many people know about this yet. But it shouldn't be a secret in the future. And more importantly, in Minggui's plan, the elemental protection potions will not only be supplied to the soldiers on the front lines of the A's empire. They will also look for opportunities to sell to people in the Hall of the Dead. Only in this way will the Palace of the Dead join forces with the A's Emperito eliminate the United Elements first. Because things like magic resistance are used to deal with elemental unions. For the Hall of the Dead and the Ezer Empire, magic resistance is of little significance. Therefore, after having such a good thing, the threat of the elemental union has been weakened to the lowest point. In this way, the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead can jointly eliminate the elements without any worries. The two then come back to duke it out. But then again, some people may say that after the A's Empire has the elemental protection potion, why should it join forces with the Hall of the Dead when it can obviously solve the elemental alliance on its own? I have to say this question is a very good one. The reason why Minggui's chose to unite with the Hall of the Dead is actually very simple. The elemental protection potion can reduce the threat of the elemental union, but it has no effect on the Hall of the Dead. If the A's Empire does not unite with the Palace of the Dead first, the elemental union will definitely choose to join forces with the Palace of the Dead under pressure. At that time, it will become a 1 versus 2 situation for the A's Empire. This is obviously not what Minggui's wants to see. So we might as well strike first and force the United Elements into a desperate situation. Moreover, Minggui's is also confident that the Palace of the Dead will not refuse such an attractive proposal. Because the tripartite confrontation can be regarded as the strongest confrontation relationship. There is a chance to break this relationship now, but when? The Hall of the Dead has never felt that its strength is worse than that of the A's Empire, but no one of the three major forces dares to take action first. So now that there is an opportunity to eliminate the United Elements first, how could the Temple of the Dead refuse it? You must know that the greatest advantage of the Hall of the Dead on the battlefield is that undead magic can continuously replenish combat power. A powerful necromancer can summon hundreds or thousands of undead creatures by himself to help in the battle. Even though the individual combat effectiveness of these undead creatures isn't strong. But in the face of terrible numbers, these are not problems. And it is precisely this that makes the people in the Hall of the Dead very fearful of the strong men from the Elemental Union. Because the swordsmen of the A's Empire are good at fighting alone, they are not very good in front of the undead creatures like the tide. But the elemental magicians of the Elemental Union are good at mowing large areas of grass with large-scale magic. And elemental magic also has a certain restraint effect on undead creatures. Therefore, from the perspective of the Temple of the Dead, the chance of winning against the A's Empire in a one-on-one situation is obviously much greater than that against the United Elements. Since everything is said so clearly, there is no need to say so many words. Even Minggui's didn't need to send someone to the Palace of the Dead to discuss the matter with the Palace Master. All you need to do is take a bottle of elemental protection potion and let the Master of the Hall of the Dead know that there is such a treasure. Minggui's probably didn't need to say anything about what happened next. The Master of the Hall of the Dead knew exactly what to do. This is the tacit understanding between smart people. Will the battle between the three gods finally be decided at this moment? Determine the winner? If you decide the winner, how can I collect the power of faith? After Qi Lu came out of the palace, he couldn't help but cursed in his stomach. Qi Lu could clearly see Mingguo's plan. It has to be said that to be able to become the leader of the A's empire, Mingguo is still very good at strategy. This time, on the surface, they are joining forces with the Hall of the Dead to deal with the Elemental Alliance. But secretly, Mingguo was thinking of sending people and elements to jointly contact. Using the Elemental Protection Potion as a means of negotiation, he threatened the Elemental Alliance and the Ezer Empire to join forces to deal with the Temple of the Dead. In this way, the Temple of the Dead and the United Elements can take the lead, while the E's Empire can just follow behind and reap the benefits. When the Temple of the Dead and the United Elements came to their senses and wanted to attack the A's Empire, it was already too late. The strength of the Temple of the Dead and the United Elements may no longer be able to keep up. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the A's empire grew bigger, and then eroded them step by step. But I was powerless. But can Qi Lu let this happen? Of course it's impossible. If this world is ruled by the E's empire, how can Qi Lu collect the power of faith? Just relying on the spread of sword skills, how much power of faith can be gathered? Compared with selling elemental protection potions, the power of faith gained from spreading sword skills is just a fraction. The real big deal still depends on the income from selling goods. Therefore, the balance between these three major forces cannot be broken yet. But on the frontal battlefield, you can definitely fight more fiercely. In order to achieve this goal, Qi Lu has already thought about going to the Elemental Union in a few days to sell the Elemental Blessing Potion. But now, Qi Lu still has to stay in the A's empire. Because the transaction about the Elemental Protection Potion happened in the past few days. So Qi Lu planned to build a warehouse outside the World of Warcraft forest, and then just ask Mingguo to send someone to pick up the goods on time. As for before and after picking up the goods, no monitors are allowed next to the warehouse. No one is allowed to explore the secrets of this warehouse. Of course, Qi Lu doesn't need to worry about this matter. Mingguo will issue an order to notify every family and force that may take action that no small actions are allowed. You can imagine what will happen to those who disobey without further explanation. In the A's empire, Mingguo is a unique existence. Although in order to maintain the balance of the three major forces, the feelings of those sword masters will be taken into consideration, so they rarely take action. But as a messenger of gods, how could Mingguo not have any temper at all? Especially on something so important. This is a major matter of whether the god you believe in can win. There is absolutely no way Mingguo would give in at all. Basically, whoever blocks him will die, and whoever commits the crime will be punished. So Qi Lu was still very relaxed, quietly watching the martial arts competition end, and it was not too late to make plans. Since Pesha came to participate in the martial arts competition, she would naturally stay until the competition was over. Qi Lu wouldn't do anything so disappointing, and he wasn't in a hurry anyway. What's more, sword skills also need time to ferment before you can see the results. Don't think that Qi Li's teaching of sword skills is of no use. It should be understood that elemental protection potions can only be used to deal with elemental alliances. So what to do with the remaining Temple of the Dead? It's not all about sword skills. So what Qi Lu did was just to allow the A's empire to have the means to suppress the other two major forces. After all, sword skills not only take time to teach and spread. It also takes a lot of time to learn and become proficient. So, there is no rush. So the martial arts competition continued, the semifinals and the finals were the three most exciting games. The two contestants who finally competed for the championship were also the two great swordsmen. People who have experienced life and death fights have different auras when fighting. These 3 games also taught Pasha a lot. The biggest gain is that I know that I can't study blindly, I have to go through a life and death battle. So after the martial arts competition, Pasha specifically asked Qi Lu if there was any real fighting she could try. A real fight? Qi Lu looked at Pasha with some humor. Of course Qi Lu knows what Pasha thinks. People who love sword skills will never be afraid of challenges in order to become stronger. But with Pasha's current strength, if she were thrown into the battlefield, her chances of survival would probably be low. Because the sword skills Pasha is learning now are not suitable for use on the battlefield at all. Moreover, Pasha has never experienced a real war. Seeing such a cruel scene all of a sudden, I probably couldn't bear it for a while. Pasha, real fighting is not a child's play. If you are not determined to die, it is better to train more. Qi Lu gave a serious advice, and then said, however, you can practice using Warcraft now. After we go back, let's go to the Warcraft forest. The battlefield is in chaos. If a fight breaks out, who knows what accidents will happen. It's better to practice your skills in the Warcraft forest first and experience what real combat feels like. It happened to be trading elemental protection potions, and a warehouse was built in the Warcraft forest. Just asking Pasha to look after the door is a good choice. And after returning this time, Qi Lu is preparing to go to the United Elements. At that time, the dragon-slaying sword master who remains in the A's empire will be replaced by a simulation robot. Although his strength is not bad and his sword skills are not weak, compared with Qi Lu, he is still a little behind. So on the battlefield, let's let it go first. Oh, I understand, master. Pasha wasn't surprised either, she just pouted unhappily. Even though Pasha knew that this was master doing it for her own good. The scope of the Warcraft forest in this world is quite interesting. With an awkward triangle, the coverage areas of the 3 major forces were separated impartially. In other words, the Ease Empire, the United Elements, and the Hall of the Dead, these 3 major forces were built around the world of Warcraft forest. With the 3 corners of the Warcraft forest as the boundary lines, many large and small forces emerged in the cracks between the 3 major forces. There are many ways to form these forces. For example, a small empire, or a city-state, a village, a trade union, a family, etc. Forces large and small each occupied a territory, then began to multiply and develop, and tried to expand outward. However, no matter how much it expands, in the eyes of the 3 major forces, it just doesn't pose a threat at all. So no one cares about these little things. However, today, things are about to change among the large and small forces that are attached to the A's empire. Because Dragon Slayer Sword Master and Pasha Oka are back. Pasha Oka, who was born in the Valen Empire and the Oka family, participated in the martial arts competition and won the top 8. This matter has long been spread within the sphere of influence of the A's empire. Countless people were amazed that the Varen Empire was about to rise. What is the concept of being a top 8 candidate in a martial arts competition? It is no exaggeration to say that even those high-ranking sword masters, 1v1, are very willing to accept such a genius as a disciple and pass on their own mantle. And Pasha Oka had already become a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master. This time, he made his name famous. It can be said that the Varen Empire and the Oka family became popular all of a sudden. The surrounding small forces expressed their goodwill one after another, and those forces that had a history of enmity with the Varen Empire were even more frightened into fighting. The envoys sent to apologize and be willing to reconcile were all lined up outside the gate of the Varen Empire Foreign Affairs Office. They are all willing to pay a huge price, just asking the Varen Empire not to take action against them. The Wala Empire royal family's overtures to the Oka family were even more undisguised. The Oka family was originally one of the largest families in the Varen Empire. And not long ago, the dragon-slaying sword master accepted Pasha Oka as his disciple and temporarily lived in the Oka family. The Oka family has become the well-deserved first family in the Varan Empire. And now, with the return of dragon-slaying sword master and Pasha, the prestige and reputation of the Oka family in the Varan Empire can be said to have completely surpassed that of the Varan Empire royal family. It is even said that if the Oka family wants to replace them, the Varan Empire may change hands immediately. This is no joke, the Oka family now has such prestige in the Varan Empire. It's just that Olan Oka doesn't have such an idea at the moment. It may be easy to replace it, but what about the follow-up matters? After all, the dragon-slaying sword master does not belong to the Oka family, he only has a slight connection with the Oka family because of Pasha. Olan Oka understands this truth and knows that every favor is worth its weight in gold. If the Oka family took advantage of the reputation and power of the dragon-slaying sword master to seize the Valan Empire, it would be a harm to Pasha. So it's good to keep things as they are. On the surface, he is a family of the Varan Empire, but in fact, he is throne-crowned king of the Varan Empire. What's not to like about Olan Oka? Unless Pasha can become a disciple of the dragon-slaying sword master and become a sword master herself. In that way, it can be regarded as the power that truly belongs to the Oka family. If you rely on it, you will not have any psychological burden. And when the dragon-slaying sword master and Pasha truly return to the Valan Empire, the whole country will truly be celebrating. Every citizen of the Varan Empire is proud that a genius like Pasha can appear in the Varan Empire. The royal family of the Varan Empire even held a grand banquet of a national nature, which was regarded as a national celebration. Countless people lined the streets to welcome him, cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Such a passionate scene made Qi Lu a little confused. Is the dragon-slaying sword master so famous? Why haven't I discovered it before? No, master, they seem to be welcoming the two of us. Pasha was also a little confused by this heated scene. Why are banquets suddenly started? I haven't heard of any major festivals in the Varan Empire in the recent period. Really? Then this banquet should be held for you. Qi Lu thought about it for a moment, and then a light smile appeared on his face. The survival and development of small forces always seems so difficult, and they need to find opportunities in the cracks. Although Pasha's talent is rare in the Ezzer Empire, it is definitely not unique. But in the Varan Empire, it is a rare occurrence in a century to have a player who ranks among the top 8 in the martial arts competition. It can even be said that since the establishment of the Valan Empire, in the hundreds of years of history, there has never been a player who can break into the top 8 in a martial arts competition. Therefore, it is not incomprehensible that Pasha's results caused such a big sensation as soon as they were reported back. Because this is a symbol of national strength. Although, for the Az Empire, just one of the top 8 is nothing. Or to be more precise, even the top 16 contestants are basically from Thei's empire. And it is like this almost every year. Even if a few dark horses appear occasionally, it is difficult to compare with those juggernaut disciples. Therefore, it is reasonable for the Varan Empire to value Pasha so much. After all, for small forces, as long as a genius appears, it is their hope for rise. Since it cannot compare with the talented Az Empire, it can only compete with the surrounding forces at the same level. Pasha, you should take a good rest these days. You just finished participating in the martial arts competition, you also need time to settle down. Qi Lu is now the dragon-slaying sword master, how can he attend the banquet so casually? The image that was created with so much effort suddenly collapsed. So we can only let Pasha go back and rest for a few days. Because the dragon-slaying sword master can refuse invitations to such banquets at will, and no one will dare to say anything. They would only say that the dragon-slaying sword master had a cold personality and was indifferent to fame and wealth, so he was unwilling to attend the banquet. But if Pesha explicitly refused, she would probably be considered too arrogant. And just in time, Qi Lu can use these few days to go to the World of Warcraft forest to make arrangements, build the warehouse, and adjust the character settings of the simulated robot. It took a lot of effort to create the image of the dragon-slaying swordmaster, but we couldn't let the simulated robot get into trouble. So the itinerary was decided. Pesha went back to attend the banquet first, and then went to the World of Warcraft forest to find the dragon-slaying swordmaster. It just so happened that Qi Lu also planned to arrange Pesha's subsequent training in the World of Warcraft forest. Let Pesha fight the World of Warcraft to experience the feeling of actual combat first. As for going to the battlefield to accumulate combat experience, let's talk about it later. Qi Lu doesn't have much time to spend in the A's Empire now. In 2 days, he will go to the United Elements. Otherwise, once the three-legged situation is broken, it will not be an easy thing to recover. Anyway, the teaching ability of the simulation robot is not bad, and it is impossible to encounter danger outside the World of Warcraft forest. So after some arrangements, Qi Lu left here very relieved. After identifying the direction, we went in the direction of the Union of Elements. According to the orientation, the Ezer Empire is in the east and the Elemental Union is in the north. Based on Qi Lu's current location, if he wanted to get over to the United Elements, he would have to cross at least half of the A's Empire, and the journey would not be short. So it's not okay not to start early. Otherwise, there will be delays on the way. Maybe by the time Qi Lu arrives, the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead will start to join forces to attack the United Elements. But then again, if the first batch of elemental protection potions haven't been shipped yet, it shouldn't be possible. After all, Qi Lu had just built the warehouse in the Warcraft forest not long ago. Only a simulated robot was left to replace him, continuing to take over the identity of the dragon-slaying sword master and helping with shipments. With Minggui's speed, no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than Qi Lu, who has already set off. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Qi Lu walked in circles and finally reached the sphere of influence of the United Elements. Speaking of which, Qi Lu spent most of his time finding and asking for directions rather than rushing. Otherwise, this speed could be even faster by another day and a half. But it's not too late now. The sphere of influence of the Union of Elements and the distribution of large and small forces are different from those of the Ezer Empire. In the Elemental Union, the largest force is the Elemental Guild. As long as they are elemental magicians within the scope of the Elemental Union, they need to register their identity with the Elemental Guild. Otherwise, you will be considered an illegal intruder and may be arrested at any time. But ordinary people don't have such trouble, and the Elemental Guild doesn't care. Because unlike the martial arts of the A's Empire, sword skills can be practiced regardless of talent. But when it comes to magic, if a practitioner doesn't have enough elemental affinity and doesn't have magic talent, then even if he practices to death, he may not be able to master even half of magic. Therefore, the Elemental Union's control over elemental magicians is still very strict. But there is another point to say: as long as you can pass the registration test of the Elemental Guild and successfully get the identity badge within the sphere of influence of the Alliance of Elements, one can live a prosperous life. There is no way any elemental magician with an identity badge has a higher status than ordinary people. Moreover, depending on the quality of the identity badge, the status obtained and the benefits enjoyed are different. Therefore, it is almost impossible for an elemental magician not to register with the Elemental Guild. It is precisely because of this that the distribution of forces in the United Elements is not as complicated as the A's Empire. On the contrary, it seems quite simple using identity badges to judge identity and status. Because in the Union of Elements, identity badges are actually divided into 2 categories. One type is the magician identity badge mentioned before. The other category is the aristocratic status badges used by ordinary people. After all, although elemental magicians have a high status, they generally don't care much about things. For elemental magicians, immersing themselves in the ocean of magic and constantly studying magic is the greatest pleasure. Therefore, this other set of identity badges came into being. Nobles govern ordinary people, while magicians are aloof from the world. Speaking of which, I have to mention the texture level of identity badges. From low to high, they are bronze texture, silver texture, gold texture, dark steel texture, and starstone texture. Corresponding to magician apprentice, magician, magician, great magician, and magister. The texture levels of noble status badges and magician status badges are the same. Only the pattern on it is different. In addition, the magician status badge is always half a level higher than the noble status badge of the same level. Of course, it's only half a level above. Therefore, in theory, high-level nobles can order low-level elemental magicians. It's just an unreasonable request that a low-level elemental magician can refuse. So that's it. It seems that the United Elements side is much more convenient than the A's Empire side. After Qi Lu learned about these situations, he understood why a small number of the people he met on the road had an exquisite badge on their chest. It turns out to be something used to identify one's identity. This is quite convenient. Each level is well organized, and there will be no chaos that offends anyone. After all, whether you can afford to offend the person opposite, you only need to look at the identity badge on your chest. However, Qi Lu was still curious about what kind of identity badge the president of the Elements Guild would wear. Because the identity badge made of star stone only represents the magister. He is on the same level as the sword master, that is, a hero-level powerhouse. But the president of the Elemental Guild should be the supervisor of the Elemental Union. Qi Lu is really curious about what kind of identity badges a powerful person would use. The reason why I think so is because the 5 materials used in these 5 identity badges of different textures are actually good conductors of magic power and are also very excellent magic materials. Bronze, silver, gold, of course, needless to say. Dark steel and star stones are quite precious magic materials, and they are definitely not commercial goods. Star stone, in particular, is a beautiful crystal containing pure magical elements and is extremely rare. Because it looks like stars shining, it is called a star stone. And there are probably only a few magic materials that are more precious than star stones. Of course, what is mentioned here is only magic materials, and does not include various heavenly materials, earthly treasures or finished treasures. Otherwise, the Elemental Guild would not have been so generous in taking out the star stones and making them into identity badges. You know, the material used for the noble status badge is the same as the material used for the magician status badge. There may not be many magisters, but there are a few nobles of the highest rank. In that case, just do as the Romans do. I'll also go to the Elements Guild to register an identity first. Qi Lu was quite curious about this kind of thing, and was also interested in going over to take a look. Anyway, the vest used by the A's Empire is the dragon-slaying sword master. There is nothing wrong with changing the vest when you get to the United Elements. The Elemental Guild is the most powerful force in the Elemental Union. It can be said that the identity registration point of the Elemental Guild can be found in any area of the Elemental Union. The area referred to here is naturally the territory managed by the nobles who have received status badges in the Union of Elements. In the Union of Elements, those who have received the badge of noble status are collectively called lords. However, before the lord, the texture level of the noble status badge will be d. That is, bronze lord, silver lord, gold lord, and so on. If it is more detailed, you can also add a little more description at the front. For example, the name of the lord, or the symbol of the territory, specialties and other words. The area where Qi Lu is now is the territory of a golden lord. Without any other prefixes, it is probably not very famous. But there is one thing to say, the territory managed by the Golden Lord and the Elemental Guild Identity Registration Point built are quite gorgeous. The tall buildings and halls are decorated with golden bricks and green tiles. At a glance, they look magnificent. There is also an endless stream of people going to register their identities. Because you only need to have a little bit of magic qualifications and condense array of magic power to get the title of Magician Apprentice. You can also come to the identity registration point to receive a bronze badge symbolizing your identity. So there are always people who want to give it a try. Interesting. Qi Lu, wearing a magician's robe and hiding his face under a hood, stared at the registration hall for a long time. There were a lot of people queuing up, so Qi Lu was not in a hurry and just followed the long queue and moved forward slowly. The registration of magician status and the registration of noble status are not in the same place. Those who come here are naturally those who want to obtain the magician status badge. However, the number of people who can successfully register is only 10% at most, and no more. Most of them come here to try their luck. At the very end of the registration hall, there is a magic crystal ball the size of a basketball and a stone tablet nearly 3 meters high. The magic crystal ball is used to test magic aptitude. The user only needs to put their hands on it and concentrate on it. As long as the magic crystal ball can emit light, it proves that the tester has magic qualifications. The color of the bright light represents the tester's affinity for magical elements and what his tendency is. Red fire element, blue water element, purple thunder element. The brightness of the light represents the qualifications of the tester. The higher the magic qualification, the brighter the light. Vice versa. As for the nearly 3-meter-high stone tablet next to it, it was used to test the strength of the magic power. To put it simply, the steel is for elemental magicians, not for these lucky guys. The magic stone will be used only when the elemental magician is ready to upgrade the texture level of the identity badge. And now, don't look at the long queues in the registration hall. In fact, they all go for the magic crystal ball. Because if you want to use the magic stone tablet, just queue up in another queue. It's a pity that not many people want to go there. Well, a group of self-aware guys. In this situation, what else could Qi Lu say? Hey, buddy, are you here to give it a try and see if you have any magic aptitude? Just as Qi Lu was slowly following the team, a young man standing behind Qi Lu suddenly reached out and patted Qi Lu on the shoulder and said something very familiar. Probably because it was too boring. The identity registration point does have the function of determining magic qualifications. But can't these guys have some self-awareness? Can anyone be a magician? So Qi Lu looked back at the young man, shook his head and said, "No, I just went wrong." Wrong way? The young man was a little dazed. Yes, I went to the wrong team. Qi Lu shrugged, then stepped out and walked straight to the magic stone tablet. Qi Lu originally came to the identity registration hall to register as an elemental magician. It's just that I didn't understand what was going on at first, so I just lined up with a random team and took a look at the situation. Who knew that the longest queue was almost all here to try their luck? So Qi Lu was too lazy to continue lining up. "Hello, sir, are you here to upgrade the status badge?" Just when Qi Lu reached the front of the magic stone tablet, the staff in the registration hall stopped Qi Lu. "What's wrong? Isn't it obvious?" Qi Lu glanced at the staff and asked back. "I'm sorry, sir, because you want to upgrade the level of your identity badge, you need to bring your previous identity badge so that we can replace it. So, I don't know what level of identity badge you had before, sir. We should be prepared here." The staff said it very politely. Those who can go directly to the magic stone tablet are all elemental magicians. He is not a person that a small staff member like him can afford to offend. Is there still this matter? Qilu had no idea that there was such a rule, and a look of embarrassment suddenly flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, no one can see it because of the hood. Well, I haven't registered an identity before, so I don't have an identity badge yet. Qilu can only tell the truth, he can't fake it on the spot. I'm sorry, if you don't have an identity badge, you need to have your magic qualifications tested first. The staff was also stunned for a moment, before speaking out. But the tone is not as good as before. Because in the eyes of the staff, this guy in the magician's robe was just pretending. It's not that easy to use the magic stone tablet without even having a bronze badge. You know, the Elemental Guild requires elemental magicians to register their identities, which is not just about registering an identity. More importantly, master the qualifications, talents, magic attributes and other information of each elemental magician in the Elemental Union. In order to better arrange and coordinate these elemental magicians. So no matter how strong the person who comes to register is, they must start with the magic crystal ball. Of course, if an elemental magician with an identity badge comes over, he can use the magic stone tablet directly. Pfft. At this moment, the young man who was talking to Qilu burst out laughing. I thought I met a powerful magician, but I didn't expect you to be pretending. You don't even know the rules that you must use a magic crystal ball to register your identity. You even said you went to the wrong place. You can pretend to be more like me. I was almost deceived by you. The young man's words immediately caused the people around him to laugh. Most of the people lining up here are here to test their magic qualifications. So the rules are quite clear. I didn't expect to see such a funny scene now, and of course I won't let it go. Hey, buddy, I think you're quite pitiful. Otherwise, you might as well get in front of me. There aren't many people left. After he finished laughing, the young man continued. Seeing this guy fail in his pretense brought him so much joy that it would be to let him come back. The people in line behind the young man actually saw what happened, so they didn't say anything. We people have finished laughing, so we can't really let others queue up all over again. Looking back at the length of this line, it was really devastating. Anyway, it's just to get him back to his original position, that is, their ice on more person, so it won't take long. Okay. To be honest, Qilu is quite embarrassed now. He didn't really want to show off, the main reason was that he really made a mistake before. Who knew it would turn out like this? Brother, if nothing else, I will give you this evaluation just because of your courage. The familiar young man smiled and extended his thumb to Qilu. People who come to the registration hall to test their magic qualifications all have the same purpose, so naturally, there is no conflict. This kind of thing will be over with a smile, and there is no need to say sarcastic words. But a bit of joking is definitely indispensable. So Qilu walked back to the team, and the people around him also started talking. It's okay, we are all the same, we are all here to test our magic qualifications. Actually, I have thought before that after I become an elemental magician, I will definitely be able to go directly to the magic stone tablet to test in the future, but I am going now because you are the best. Okay, everyone, stop talking. Isn't it normal to not know the rules? Did you know it from the beginning? That's true. I only found out after someone else told me. Maybe they came from some small territory. Okay, it's almost our turn. Obviously, these guys also regard Qilu as someone who is here to try their luck just like them. This is not shameful, because everyone in the United Elements will test their magic qualifications. It's just a matter of time. Because this is the easiest opportunity to change your destiny before you. Once you become an elemental magician, you will have a transcendent status in the Elemental Union. Even if he is just a magician apprentice, his status is higher than that of a bronze lord. So who would want to give up before the result is certain? Sheila didn't want to argue with these people. We are all ordinary people, not inherently bad. When something like this happens, it is normal to joke about it. What's more, even the Q position was kindly given back. What else could Chilu say? Next, come up quickly. What's your name? The team moved forward slowly, and soon it was Chilu's turn. The staff member in charge of registration raised his head and glanced at Chilu, but didn't care that Chilu didn't show his face. In the Union of Elements, the ability of disguise is not uncommon, so registering one's appearance is of little use. Anyone who comes to the identity registration point will test their magic qualifications on the magic crystal ball. And this magic crystal ball also has the function of recording magic breath. This is much more reliable than something that changes like appearance. The magical aura will accompany an elemental magician throughout his life, and it will not change even if he is promoted to a magister. The only difference is the intensity of the magic aura. Therefore, when an elemental magician registers his identity, he is forced to toss a magic crystal ball first. Name, just call me Fire Emperor. Chilu pondered for a while, before speaking slowly. By the way, he muttered something silently in his mind. I'm sorry, Ling Ao, please lend me your identity temporarily. In order to spread his best everywhere, Chilu didn't even plan to show his face, and of course he wouldn't keep his real name. But a name is just a code name, you just need to know how to call it. Fire Emperor? Your tone is quite serious. The staff member who was about to record the name sneered. When an elemental magician registers his identity, he can indeed choose a name at will. Anyway, everyone's magic aura will not change, as long as it can match the name. However, anyone who dares to take a hateful name like Fire King is either a powerful and powerful person, or a psychopath. Because if he insists on taking a name like Fire Emperor, his strength isn't worthy of this title. Then there are definitely more people coming here to cause trouble than imagined. I said, man, you can't be serious. The young man following Chilu was also startled, and there was a strange emotion in his eyes when he looked at Chilu. Is this guy really a psychopath? Yeah, little brother, don't be too impulsive, think about it again. The name Fire Emperor sounds domineering, but it's not necessarily a good thing for you to be called this name. Brother, we are really not laughing at you, but you really have to have ascertained temper when joking. Yes, harming yourself because of impulse is not a wise choice. The people further behind couldn't help but voice their advice. If he is really a powerful fire element magician and chooses such a name, there will be absolutely no problem. Not only will he not be troubled by others, but he will also be able to make the two Fire Emperors resound throughout the entire Union of Elements. However, the guy in front of him doesn't look like a powerful fire element magician. Even before, I didn't even know the rules for registering my identity. What kind of strong man can he be? What's wrong? I can't call you by this name? Chilu knew that these people meant well, so he didn't reply. Instead, he asked the staff another question. There is no duplicate name, you can call it this name. I hope you can pass the magic crystal ball test later, otherwise you will be a joke. The registration staff checked the recorded titles and then wrote down the two words Fire Emperor. It's not that duplication of names is not allowed, it's mainly that for titles, it's best to have different names. Otherwise, if another Fire King finds out, there will be a battle between the two of them. However, since the guy in front of him insisted on this, the staff would not say anything more. Because they are all waiting to see the joke. When you come to the identity registration point to register your identity, your name will be asked first. However, you must pass the magic crystal ball test and confirm that you have magic qualifications before your name will be recorded. So facing such an arrogant guy, it's better to let reality teach him a lesson. Come here, just put your hand on the magic crystal ball. Naturally, there were other staff members leading Chilu over to the magic crystal ball. I have to say that the tools used to test magic qualifications in the union of elements are really convenient. But it is simple because of convenience. With Qi Li's level of cultivation, it is too easy to hide his power. Since he took the name Fire King, what Qi Li needs to show must naturally meet the magical qualifications of a fire element magician. So, the moment Qi Li put his hand on the magic crystal ball, a dazzling fiery red flame suddenly emerged from the magic crystal ball. The sudden dazzling light suddenly blinded the onlookers, and they quickly covered their eyes. Some people who moved too slowly even screamed, and tears kept pouring out off their eyes. This strong light is so dazzling even in broad daylight. What it represents is self-evident. This is a fire magic qualification that is so powerful that it can be called terrifying. I'm afraid it won't be long before another fire mage will be born. No, it can't be. This bright light has blinded my eyes. What a high level of magic qualification this must be. It turns out that what this gentleman said before was true, and he really went wrong. Then he won't take into account what we said before. People who came over to try their luck had looks of surprise and panic on their faces. There is no doubt that such terrifying magical qualifications will definitely be cultivated by the elements united as a key figure. Maybe after a while, this person who once appeared with them at the identity registration point will transform into a leader of the younger generation. Although they are honored to be associated with such a mission. But as I said before, if such a big shot starts to care about something, something will happen. The expressions on the faces of the staff in the identity registration hall were even more exciting. Before, they thought that the young man in front of them was arrogant for daring to take the name Fire Emperor. But now that the test results of the magic crystal ball come out, they know. It turns out that this is not arrogance, but real confidence. With top fire magic qualifications, he can be called a genius. There are not many such terrifyingly powerful magical qualifications in the entire elemental union. If this young man grows up and wants to take revenge on them, who of them can escape? However, these guys are completely overthinking this matter. When did Qi Li become so petty? As long as it doesn't infringe on Qi Li's interests, what's the point of letting others say a few words of praise? He would get into a fight if he didn't agree, and he would massacre a whole family at every turn. What kind of thing could that be? The ultimate bully or the devil of the abyss? Therefore, these people's worries are completely unnecessary. What's more, what Qi Li is showing now is only a small part of his power. If all the power was really unleashed, this magic crystal ball would probably shatter on the spot. Here, sir, do you need any help from us? The staff member standing aside swallowed hard and spoke tremblingly. The disdain and contempt in his tone had already turned into respect and panic. Even Qi Li's title changed back to adult. This is the awe and fear of elemental magicians. Ordinary people, even if they become nobles, cannot overwhelm elemental magicians. Because here is the union of elements. Now I can use the magic stone tablet over there. Qi Li smiled, not caring at all. Yes, of course. The staff nodded hurriedly, and then hurriedly opened the way. This time everyone's eyes turned to awe, and when they looked at Qi Li, they were even more respectful. The site of the magic stone monument was originally empty, with few people passing by. After seeing Qi Li's magical qualifications, no one would stand in the way at this time. So Qi Li quickly followed the staff's instructions and put his hand on the magic stone tablet. On the magic stone tablet, a crystal column from bottom to top is inlaid. It will gradually light up according to the tester's magic power. The longer the crystal cylinder lights up, the higher the tester's magic power and the higher his cultivation level. A very simple and clear test prop. After Qi Li listened to the introduction, he immediately controlled the intensity of his magical power to the level of a hero. There is no way, if the power of the strong level accidentally breaks out, who knows whether the magic stone tablet will be shattered. Then you can play Dafa. Such a big movement will definitely be watched by the president of the Elements Guild. Because according to the agreement of the gods, except for the regulators, there will be no strong people in this world. Therefore, once caught by the regulator, there is a high probability that it will be reported to the gods. This is why Qi Lu has always shown himself as the dragon-slaying sword master in the A's empire. He will never burst out with power beyond the heroic level. After all, doing that would only cause trouble for yourself. Buzz. With a slight buzzing sound, the crystal cylinder on the magic stone tablet suddenly lit up. Starting from the bottom, the fiery red flames continued to rise and went straight up. It wasn't until it was almost near the top that it suddenly stopped. This is because Qi Lu controlled his burst of power in time, otherwise it will be easy to light up an entire crystal cylinder in an instant. However, even this was enough to shock the people in the identity registration hall. Because anyone with a little common sense can see that the crystal cylinder on the magic stone tablet is so bright. Then, the tester's cultivation level can be determined, and he is definitely a magician. It turns out that the adult in front of me, named Fire Emperor, is not as simple as having absolute confidence at all. But it is stating a fact. There is no problem in naming the Fire Mage Fire King. Who dares to dissent? But why has such a strong man never registered an identity before? Did he run out of some deep mountain forest? No one knew about this, and no one dared to ask. All they know now is that the man in front of them is a genuine fire mage. They are definitely not big shots that people like them can afford to offend. It is no exaggeration to say that for an elemental magician of this level, as long as there is a legitimate reason, even if he wants to destroy the territory of a golden lord, it is just like playing. And afterward, you only need to submit a report to the Elements Guild explaining what happened, and no one will be held accountable. What a noble position this is. For a moment, no one even dared to speak aloud, and even their breathing speed was trying their best to slow down. There was dead silence in the entire identity registration hall. Everyone just stared blankly at the crystal cylinder that lit up on the magic stone tablet, not daring to make any sound. Ahem. If there is no problem, you should be able to send me the ID badge. After waiting for a while, Qi Lu saw that Qi Lu was still silent, and finally called help, but give a reminder. There was no way, if Qi Lu didn't speak first, the others would not dare to speak out at all. This is the Magister. There are not many Magisters in the entire Elemental Union. If he accidentally offended someone, he would be in serious trouble without even having to say anything from the Fire King. No problem at all. However, Lord Fire Emperor, there is no small identity registration point like ours for the Star Stone badge, so we must register it. The staff member responded quickly, and then, after being slightly startled, explained in a sweaty voice. You know, the Star Stone badge is the highest level status badge. Whether it is a noble status badge or a magician status badge, if you can use a Star Stone, it will cost a lot of money. Moreover, the identity and status of the representative are even more noble. In the territory of a gold lord, there will naturally be no identity badges off this level. In fact, in the territory of the Golden Lord, the highest level identity badge that can appear is only the gold badge, not even the black steel badge. That's not to mention the higher level Star Stone badge. How long it takes? After listening to this explanation, Qi Lu expressed that he understood. After all, the gold badge cannot control the black steel badge, so it is naturally not qualified to issue black steel badges. You know, even if a gold badge is issued, for the Gold Lord, it is on the same level. If the Magician gold badge is issued, it will be reduced by half a level. Therefore, important matters such as the Star Stone badge can only be reported to the police. At most 3 days, no, 1.5 days, it only takes 1.5 days, and we can help you deliver the Star Stone badge." The staff quickly patted their chests and promised. I was secretly glad that this Lord Fire Emperor was not an unreasonable person. The people around him were also relieved, at least their safety was guaranteed, and the Fire Emperor would not take random actions. "Okay, then just a day and a half. I will stay in this territory for the next 2 days. When the Star Stone badge arrives, you can just come to me directly." Sheila nodded and spoke out. "Definitely, thank you Lord Fire Emperor for being willing to wait." Upon hearing this, the staff quickly bowed and thanked him. Because the meaning of Lord Fire Emperor's words is that during these 2 days, they are allowed to find their own position. You know, this kind of behavior similar to surveillance is definitely taboo behavior for a magister. No one wants to let others monitor them, especially the respected magister. That's why the staff are so grateful. "It doesn't matter, I'll leave first then." Qi Lu waved his hand. "Since the purpose of coming here has been accomplished, there is no need to stay any longer. It just so happens that I will stay in this territory for the past 2 days to collect information about the Union of Elements." "Yes, Lord Fire Emperor, please go slowly." There is no need for Qi Lu to worry about the follow-up matters. Because the appearance of every magister is a great thing for the Elemental Guild. As long as the information is confirmed to be correct, it is impossible for anyone to deliberately embarrass you. On the contrary, it will speed up the processing and ensure that every magician can enjoy the best service and optimal treatment. So in 1.5 days, everything can be handled. And this is also because in the battle between the 3 major forces, the top combat power of the A's Empire is the Sword Masters. The top combat power of the Elemental Union is the Magisters. If they can't even handle the matter of top combat power, how can the United Elements compete with the Ease Empire and the Temple of the Dead? Speaking of which, there is also a relationship of mutual restraint between these 3 major forces. The Elemental Magician is restrained by the agile attacking Juggernaut. The undead army that the Necromancer is best at summoning is restrained by the Elemental Mage. The Sword Master, however, was restrained by the undead army of the Necromancer. Therefore, the 3-legged situation has never been broken. Because as long as one of the links is broken, the outcome will be easy to determine. In this situation, no one dares to use all their strength first, otherwise they will definitely be the next one to be eliminated. It is precisely for this reason that Mingua's is so sure that the Palace of the Dead will definitely join forces with the A's Empire. Who doesn't want to kill the enemy who restrains himself first? Of course, this restraint relationship is not absolute. It's just relatively weak. If you really have to fight with all your strength, even if they're ice restraint, the winning side will only win miserably. It is impossible to win unscathed. Even if the Dragon Clan attacks the United Elements, it is impossible for them to remain unscathed. Not to mention that these are just magic resistance built up by the protection potions of the elements. But these things have nothing to do with Qi Lu. As long as these guys come and buy his wares, that's enough. Speaking of which, in just a few days, the warehouse over in the Warcraft Forest has already shipped 2 batches of goods. Mingua's was also discussing specific matters of cooperation with the Master of the Hall of the Dead, and in order to show his sincerity, he also brought a lot of elemental protection potions. But it will take some time to really confirm cooperation and start an all-out attack on the Elemental Union. After all, this is the final battle that will break the balance of the 3 major forces and determine the final winner. Even if victory is certain, it is impossible to make a hasty decision. Then there's Pesha's case. Speaking of which, as the first apprentice Qi Lu accepted, Pesha's performance was pretty good. However, I don't know if the personality of the simulated robot has been adjusted too much, or if Pesha didn't think about it at all. In short, Pesha, who has now started training in the World of Warcraft Forest, did not realize that her master had been replaced. Although this is not a bad thing. but Qilu always felt weird. Forget it, it's a good thing that we didn't find out, otherwise it would be another bad fate. But Qilu quickly enlightened himself. At this time, it is better to do less than to do more. We are just traders from another world. The more relationships we have, the more trouble we will get. While Qilu was learning about the union of elements, a day and a half passed quickly. While Qilu was sitting in a small private room of the hotel eating, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who? Waiter? Qilu took the time to ask while eating. The dishes that combine elements cannot be said to be very delicious, but they have one characteristic, that is, they have distinct flavors. Sweet, sour, spicy, and salty, you can definitely taste it in one bite, even if mixed together. So Qilu is still very interested. Lord Fire Emperor, I, Kosa, am honored to serve as the lord of this territory. Your Starstone badge has been sent over, so I took the liberty of coming to distribute. I hope you don't mind. A respectful voice soon came from outside the door. It turns out to be Lord Kosa, come in. Qilu did not expect that the lord of this territory would personally deliver the Starstone badge. I'm sorry to disturb your meal, Lord Fire Emperor. Kosa is a middle-aged man with a loyal appearance. He carefully opened the door of the small private room, and after saluting, he walked in quietly. Don't be so formal, I've almost eaten. Qilu put down the bowl and chopsticks and said with a faint smile. It has to be said that people with honest looks are always easy to like, not to mention Kosa's attitude is also very respectful. Of course, after getting to know each other over the past 2 days, Qilu also knew why Kosa was so respectful. Very simple, because of benefits. Unlike the magician status badge, it is much more difficult to upgrade the noble status badge. If an elemental magician wants to improve the level of his identity badge, Hudson modify it as long as his cultivation level is reached. But the owners of noble status badges are ordinary people. They are only responsible for managing the territories under their names. They may seem majestic, but in front of the elemental magicians, they are just ordinary people with greater power. Therefore, if you want to improve the level of the noble status badge, you must achieve results. This achievement includes many aspects such as the development of the territory under his name, the living conditions of the people, and so on. The most important thing, which is also a rigid assessment standard, is the situation of the elemental magicians appearing in the territory. Give a simple example. If a Golden Lord wants to be promoted to a Black Steel Lord, then there must be at least one elemental magician at the level of a great magician in the territory under his name. And this appearance refers to the registration situation at the identity registration points in the territory during the tenure of the Golden Lord. Therefore, Qilu is now willing to register his identity in Kosa's territory, which is definitely a big gift to Kosa. With such a fire mage appearing in his territory, Kosa would be promoted to Lord Black Steel, let alone. If you are lucky, it is not impossible to be promoted to Starstone Lord. For such a huge kindness, Kosa could not be too respectful. After all, the process of improving the noble status badge is essentially linked to the magician status badge. As long as a magister is willing to provide protection and support an ordinary person to become a Starstone Lord, it is very easy. There is no way. The elemental union is essentially a powerful force that provides convenience for elemental magicians. Ordinary people are really not that important to elemental magicians. Because if the elemental union wants to defeat the Hall of the Dead and the Ezzer Empire, it can only rely on elemental magicians to go to the battlefield. There is really very little that ordinary people can do when facing those swordsmen or necromancers. Therefore, most nobles are still very self-aware. When facing an elemental magician, he would also consciously lower his head. And Kosa will come in person to deliver the Starstone badge this time, and he may not have the idea of getting close to each other. But Kosa also knew that the young man in front of him, who called himself the Fire King, was a genuine magician. Even if you want to get close, you can't say it directly, you can only do it slowly. If you accidentally make the Fire Emperor unhappy or annoyed, something big will happen. So after delivering the Star Stone badge here, Kosa just stood respectfully and didn't act like a smartass. The will of the Magister is not easy to change, and trying to get close to Hymus, not a matter of a few words. It would be better to wait quietly aside and look more lovable. Is this the Star Stone badge? It's a little prettier than I thought. Chi Lu casually took the Star Stone badge handed over by Kosa with both hands, looked at it casually, and put it in his pocket. If you want to show off your identity badge, you can pin it on your chest and display it at all times. But for the Magister, the Star Stone badge is more of a symbol. After all, there are only so many Magisters in the entire Elemental Union. As long as there is a magician with a name and a surname, it is basically impossible for no one to know him. Although Chi Lu is indeed not very famous now, it does not prevent him from being willing to put away the Star Stone badge. The matter of being in the public eye is not in line with Chi Li's current style. Okay, I received the things, you can go first. After thinking for a moment, Chi Lu waved Kosa to leave first. Yes, Lord Fire Emperor, I'll leave first. If you have anything to give me in the future, Lord Fire Emperor can contact me at any time. When Kosa heard this, he immediately bowed and left without saying anything else. If I have the chance, I will. Chi Lu said slowly. Kosa, who exited the small private room, looked happy and his attitude suddenly became more respectful. To be honest, for a person like Kosa, he is not afraid of powerful elemental magicians looking for him to do things, but he is afraid of being worthless. Because the owners of noble status badges are just ordinary people, if they didn't find a good backer, they won't be able to get far at all. And if you want to find a backer, you must show your own value. Many times, being able to be used is a happy thing. Unfortunately, now is not the time. Originally, Chi Lu was thinking about whether he could let Kosa try it and sell the elemental favor potion as an agent. However, when considering the status of ordinary people in front of elemental magicians in the Elemental Union, Chi Lu felt that this matter probably wouldn't work. Because the elemental care potion and the elemental protection potion have different meanings. For the Ezer Empire, even if it has the elemental protection potion, it isn't better against the Elemental Union. But for the Elemental Union, if they have the elemental favor potion, it will be equivalent to comprehensively improving the combat effectiveness of the elemental magician, which is of great significance. Moreover, there is an even more important point. That is the elemental blessing potion, which has the effect of increasing Theoser's affinity with magical elements. For some reason, this is almost equivalent to improving your magic qualifications. It can also help break through shackles. After this explanation, everyone should be very clear about the significance of the elemental favor potion for the union of elements. If Kosa is asked to help sell it, someone will probably find Chi Lu the next day. It should be easy to understand the saying that if a man is innocent, he will be guilty if he has a jade. Magisters can indeed run rampant in the union of elements. But let's be clear. That was only possible without meeting another magister. For something as important as the elemental blessing potion, other magisters in the Elemental Union will definitely take action to snatch it away. Even those magisters have to take care of their own face and will not act openly. But who knows what tricks they will do secretly. Then in the end, it wasn't Chi Lu who showed up. Then why bother with it now? The main reason for this is that the title Fire King used by Chi Lu is not famous. Even though Chi Lu has now transformed this identity into a mage. The problem is, not many people know about it. At most, only a small number of people in the Elemental Guild know about it. In the territory of a certain Golden Lord, a magician appeared, and he was also a magician who appeared suddenly. However, other than that, no one else knew about it. Even those who were in the same identity registration hall as Qi Lu before, waiting to register their identities, or try their luck, after the initial shock, they would only treat this matter as a conversation piece after dinner. Because the magister is too far away from their lives. What's more, Qi Lu didn't show his face, he just said his name. Moreover, it is a title given when registering one's identity. It would be strange if he could still recognize Qi Lu later. It is precisely because of this. A little-known magician does not pose a big threat to those veteran magicians. So if Qi Lu takes out the elemental blessing potion now, he will probably run into a lot of trouble. This matter will not stop until Qi Lu proves his strength. However, Qi Lu had no idea how tortuous this process would be. For these reasons, after careful consideration, Qi Lu felt that he still had to establish his reputation first. Only when others think you are not easy to mess with, they will not rashly attack you. So, what should you do if you want to show your strength? The first choice is naturally to go to the battlefield and prove oneself with military exploits. But during this period, the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead were making preparations. It was obviously a stormy atmosphere, but they couldn't start a fight. They were all waiting for the war to begin. But if a fight breaks out, it will be difficult to save him. Because once a war breaks out, the Elemental Alliance will be attacked from both sides. Even if Qi Lu goes to the battlefield to help, it is impossible to help the battlefields on both sides. Besides, if Qi Lu is willing to help a certain force, then why bother to sell products with so much effort? Qi Lu didn't come here to be a savior, he came here to gather the power of faith. Since we are collecting the power of faith, it is of course not convenient to directly intervene in the battle between these three major forces. You know, this world is different from the ones Qi Lu has been to before. There are at least 3 gods paying attention to this world. Under such circumstances, Qi Lu does not dare to mess around. Otherwise, according to the usual practice, Qi Lu would have already gone towards the goal of recasting the will of heaven and earth. As long as the will of heaven and earth is recast successfully, it will naturally be much more convenient to collect the power of faith. However, in this world, it is unlikely. After sending Kosa away, Qi Lu continued to think for a while, before walking out of the hotel. The kind of sight that was hidden not far away from him 2 days ago has now completely disappeared. It seems that Kosa is still very alert and knows that the Fire Emperor is willing to reveal his whereabouts before the Star Stone badge arrives. But after the Star Stone badge has been sent, those who monitored it should withdraw. Let me think about how else I can make a name for myself. Qi Lu was walking aimlessly on the street while thinking in his mind. In the United Elements, just like the Ease Empire, magisters are not allowed to discuss each other at will. Because as long as there is no turmoil within the union of elements, there will be no struggle between magisters. Therefore, this kind of discussion is completely meaningless, but will hurt the harmony. There is no way, there are no elemental magicians in the A's Empire and the royal territory. In particular, the fighting methods of swordsmen and necromancers are completely different from those of elemental magicians. Therefore, the battle experience gained from the competition between elemental magicians will not be effective at all when it comes to the frontal battlefield. Instead, it will drag down one's combat thinking. So Qi Lu wanted to start from this aspect and build his own reputation, so had directly declared bankruptcy. College tutor recruitment. While walking like this, Qi Lu suddenly saw a recruitment sheet. Academy, wait a minute, if you go to the academy to be a tutor, you should have a chance. The United Elements are not the same as the Ease Empire. The folk customs of the A's Empire are martial arts, and almost every resident can practice 1.5 moves. Because the warrior profession does not actually have high requirements for talent and qualifications, it only requires hard work. As long as you are determined to become a warrior, unless you are born with a weak constitution, you can basically do it. The only difference is that those warriors, with high talent and good qualifications, can go further. And those who have little talent or qualifications may just get in and get stuck in a bottleneck, unable to get any further. But magicians are different. If you don't have magic qualifications and can't perceive magic elements, then no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. Therefore, in the A's Empire, those who are talented and highly qualified are eager to join the disciples of a certain sword master. In the Union of Elements, magisters are vying for those with extremely high magical qualifications. There is no way, the gap between practicing martial arts and learning magic is so big. Everyone can practice martial arts. Everyone can learn sword skills. But if you say you can't learn magic, you really can't. Therefore, in the Union of Elements, there is a clear distinction between elemental magicians and ordinary people. The United Elements are not like the Ezzer Empire, where the people are martial, so almost everyone practices martial arts, learns swordsmanship, and respects those powerful warriors. Therefore, places like the Magic Academy came into being and appeared in the Union of Elements. In the A's Empire, everyone practices swordsmanship and the atmosphere for learning martial arts is good, so there is no need to build any academy. Anyway, those talented people have all joined the Sword Masters sect. However, in the Union of Elements, if a magic academy were not opened, I am afraid that many people with magic qualifications would be buried. Although when registering, the magic qualifications of everyone who comes to register will be tested. But there are also many people who clearly test to have magic aptitude. But because of his low magic qualifications and the inability to find a mentor, he gave up on this path. You know, there is a saying that goes well, martial arts can be practiced randomly, but magic must not be learned randomly. Elemental magicians are inherently weak, and if a spell is not used properly, it may die from the backlash. Who dares to mess around in such a situation where life is at risk at every turn? On the contrary, for those warriors, even if they practice incorrectly, they will only break their muscles and bones at most. At least it's not life-threatening. And the so-called obsessional situation has nothing to do with weak warriors. Without the guidance of a famous teacher and without sufficient strength, do you still want to go crazy? Not qualified at all. Therefore, in the Union of Elements, if you really want to learn magic, you will definitely enter a magic academy. Although the tuition is expensive, in order to train elemental magicians, the Elements United allocates a large sum of money every year to various magic academies to reward outstanding students. It is precisely because of this that exchange activities are often carried out between major magic schools. The purpose is probably similar to the martial arts competition in the A's Empire, which is to select outstanding young people. However, the scale was far from as grand as a martial arts competition, and instead seemed a bit shabby. There is no way. How can the joint activities between the colleges compare to the annual martial arts competition of the A's Empire? However, the small scale does not mean that these exchange activities are not important. In fact, it's just the opposite. The rankings between major colleges are determined through these exchange activities. A large part of the funds allocated by the Elements Guild are used to reward these outstanding students. In this way, these exchange activities are not only valued by major colleges. Later, the Elemental Guild paid more attention to them, and selected people with excellent talents and qualifications to focus on training. So Qi Lu suddenly saw the college tutor recruitment list and immediately had an idea in his mind. It seems that the method used once in the A's Empire will be used again in the Union of Elements. But the usage this time may be different. But no matter what, the purpose is the same. They all use the apprentices or students they teach to build their own reputation. Of course, these students will definitely benefit, and Qi Lu is not using them in vain. Then it's decided. In the next few days, let these students shine in the next exchange activity. Sheila looked at the address on the recruitment list and quickly walked over. Aiden Magic Academy is located in the territory of Kosa. To be honest, this introduction is definitely not a boastful one. Think about it carefully. Can a magic academy located in the territory of the Golden Lord be a good academy? You know, the Magic Academy counts towards the Lord's achievements in developing his territory. If Aiden Magic Academy was really a good magic academy, then Kosa wouldn't still be a Golden Lord now. But this is not a problem for Sheila. Because the worse a college is, the more attention it will get if it suddenly becomes stronger. Moreover, Aiden Magic Academy is located in the territory of Kosa, and the distance is close enough, which is one of the reasons why Chi Lu is interested in it. Time is urgent now. Chi Lu doesn't have much time to run around. Come as close as possible. Besides, Chi Lu doesn't mind what the student's level is. On the contrary, the student's level was too high, and it was not easy for Chi Lu to perform well. For example, a magic academy that was originally ranked in the top 10 suddenly entered the top 3. Is it strange? Not surprising at all. This kind of sudden explosion of seeds will happen more or less. But what if a magic academy ranked among the bottom 10 suddenly breaks into the top 3? Do you think other magic schools would be shocked? Are you wondering what the question is? And Chi Lu wants this effect. Otherwise, how can we show how powerful the elemental favor potion is? Therefore, Aiden Magic Academy can be said to be the best choice, a standard hot chick magic academy. I just don't know what the people at Aiden Magic Academy will think if they know Chi Li's thoughts. However, what Sheila never expected was the level of dilapidation of Aiden Magic Academy still exceeded his expectations. Even if the school gate is not built very high, it still looks like it has been smashed several times and then repaired. The overall area of the academy is not large, and the number of students in it is estimated to be only 1 or 200. Compared with those large magic academies with tens of thousands of students, this is a bit too shabby. No wonder the recruitment list for college tutors is posted at this time. I'm afraid all the previous mentors have run away. To be honest, Sheila didn't doubt his guess at all when he saw the appearance of Aiden Magic Academy. It's no wonder that a great magic academy is so unknown in the territory of the Golden Lord, Kosa. Just looking at this look, it must be too miserable. It's miserable, it's better to be miserable. It's so miserable that I have room to perform. After arriving here, Sheila suddenly began to comfort himself. Exchange activities between major magic academies are not an annual event. Because this kind of exchange activity, although important, is not held on a large scale. Therefore, magic schools usually contact each other and then agree on a time to hold the event. Roughly once a month, it may be longer or shorter. But overall, the intervals are not much different. Who are you? What are you doing at Aiden Magic Academy? Wearing a magician's robe, he doesn't look like a student. Just when Chi Lu was comforting himself silently, an old man poked his head out of the gate of Aiden Magic Academy. With this look, it's hard not to think that this old man is a doorman. Hello, old man, I'm here to apply for a job as a tutor in the college. Chi Lu looked at the old man, who looked like a doorman. Although he said tease in his mouth, he knew it clearly in his heart. This old man is an elemental magician at the level of a great magician, at least, with a black steel badge. From this point of view, Aiden Magic Academy is not as bad as I imagined. Actually, even a doorman is a great magician. Maybe these dilapidated college buildings are just because the Aiden Magic College is low-key. But in fact, it is a mess on the outside, but gold and jade inside. It may look inconspicuous on the surface, but its inner qualities are enough to put most magic schools to shame. Use a shabby appearance to cover up your deep inside, and hide in the city in a standard way. Are you here to apply for a job? That's great, come with me quickly. Hearing Qi Li's words, the old guard was obviously very happy and quickly opened the door. Seeing this enthusiasm, Qi Li had to confirm his guess again. All the instructors in Aiden Magic Academy must have run away. But what happened to the old guard? A majestic elemental magician at the level of a great magician has actually been reduced to guarding the gate of Aiden Magic Academy. Qi Li frowned, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Although I couldn't understand what was going on, I still followed him honestly. Regardless of what happened to the Aiden Magic Academy, Qi Li came here to apply for a tutor position at the academy. As long as Aiden Magic Academy is qualified to start exchange activities with other magic academies, it will be fine. Because Qi Li needs this kind of friendly discussion between colleges to make a name for himself. By the way, sell the elemental blessing potion. Of course, the premise is that Qi Li can become the mentor of the students. Young man, looking at your magician robe, you must be quite powerful. Why would you want to come to Aiden Magic Academy to apply to be a tutor at the academy? But I have to say, your decision is definitely the right one. Let me tell you, young man, you may not think that Aiden Magic Academy is very good now, but I guarantee that it won't be long before the name of Aiden Magic Academy will be heard throughout the United Elements. The old guard led Qi Li into the academy, chattering incessantly. Passed by a large playground filled with potholes, and then walked through a path full of fallen leaves. Finally, we came to a somewhat old 3-story building, which looked quite disrepaired. Is this here? Qi Li frowned and couldn't help but ask. Although I had already guessed it, I just couldn't believe it. This is the tutor's office building of Aiden Magic Academy. The dean's office is at the top. Come with me. The old guard said with a natural expression, not feeling embarrassed at all. Am I really not in the wrong place? Qi Li once again doubted his decision. Even the dean's office is in a place like this, so this Aiden Magic Academy may not be as low-key as it is. But, really poor. So, this old guard is actually just a bait? Under the current situation, Qi Li really couldn't help but think so. Because along the way, Qi Li not only didn't see half of the instructor, hadn't even see half of the students. From the beginning to the end, it was just me and the old guard who were traveling through the small Aiden Magic Academy. From the looks of it, this is probably not a black shop. No, it's a black academy. Young man, what are you still doing standing there? Come follow me quickly. Let me tell you, even though this place looks very shabby, it's actually not as simple as you think. Before, it was because the instructors had left and the students were on vacation, so they became lax. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten here so easily. The old guard seemed not to notice the change in Qi Li's expression at all, and was still talking to himself. He even urged me, by the way. The instructors are all gone. Qi Li was shocked by the accuracy of his guess. Why is this obviously expected situation so confusing? But it doesn't matter, boy. Since you are willing to come to Aiden Magic Academy to be a tutor, then I will definitely accept you. Having said this, the old guard suddenly turned his head and gave Qi Li a thumbs up. You? Qi Li's eyes suddenly jumped. Current Dean of Aiden Magic Academy, Kogabert, is this the old guard? Although Qi Li has not speculated on this possibility. But it has really come to the point where the dean has to come out to check the gate in person. The situation at Aiden Magic Academy is not optimistic either. What's wrong with me? What's that look in your eyes? Can't I be the dean? Or do I look like the dean of Aiden Magic Academy? They all walked to the door of the dean's office, and the old guard no longer hid his identity. That's right, the old guard showed his cards right, he is Kogabert. In Kosa territory, this name is still very famous. After all, Kosa is just a gold lord, while Kogabert is a great magician with a black steel badge. So when he saw this young man who came to apply for the job, Kogabert felt very proud. Have you seen it? This is the appeal of the great magician. No, it's nothing wrong. I'm just a little surprised. Qi Lu scratched his head and struggled for a long time before finally saying this. It's already here, then let's make peace with it now that it's here. Qi Li's requirements are not high, as long as there are students with not bad magic qualifications who can teach him. With the elemental care potion in hand, Qi Lu is not worried that those students will not do anything. What's more, look at what Aiden Magic Academy looks like now. If exchange activities were held with other magic academies, Qi Lu would definitely become the team mentor. So after thinking for a long time, Qi Lu found that it seemed good to stay here. But, Principal Cogobert, why are you the only one in the academy? However, staying is one thing, but Qi Lu feels that we must first inquire about the specific situation of Aiden Magic Academy. Otherwise, he would enter a black college and delay his plans, which would be terrible. This is all normal college competition, nothing. However, when Qi Lu asked about this matter, Cogobert's expression became a little lonely. To be honest, this is indeed the result of normal college competition. The previous instructors at Aiden Magic Academy have all reached the bottom because the academy's ranking has been declining year after year. As a result, the Elements Guild's allocations are getting smaller and smaller, and the number of students it can recruit is also getting smaller and smaller. As a result, they were poached by other magic academies, one after another. Speaking of which, in the Union of Elements, there are quite a few magic academies. But every year, there are even more magic academies that declare bankruptcy and are dissolved, because they are ranked at the bottom and have no students. Aiden Magic Academy is a clear example. If you rank at the bottom, you will get fewer resources from the Elemental Guild, and the reputation of the college will become worse. But in the Union of Elements, there are many magic academies, and there are only so many students in each class. Everyone wants to become stronger, so naturally they try their best to get into those top magic academies. Then they are assigned step by step. How many students who fall into the hands of these lower-ranked magic academies have good qualifications? And so the standard vicious cycle begins. With poor student resources and few resources, there is certainly no way to improve the ranking. So much so that the situation of the Magic Academy becomes worse as time goes by. There are no students, no resources, and the instructors in the academy have be poached by other magic academies. Slowly, after it develops to a certain extent, a magic academy can only declare bankruptcy and cancel its name. That's why Cogobot seems so lonely. In any case, Aiden Magic Academy has been Cogobert's half-life effort. Now that it is about to collapse in his own hands, Cogobert would definitely be lying if he said he was not sad. This is also the reason why a dignified dean actually came out to look at the gate himself. Because all the mentors have been poached, the students are also on vacation. In a few months, Aiden Magic Academy may officially declare bankruptcy. Therefore, Cogobot was forced to post a recruitment list for college tutors, hoping to struggle again in the end. There is no way, although the name of the great magician is resounding, but compared with the real magician, it is still far behind. And those truly powerful magic academies have at least one magician in charge. Even the top 3 top magic academies have at least 3 magicians resident there. This is also the reason why no one cares about the bottom-ranked magic schools like Aiden Magic School even if they go bankrupt. You know, in those top magic academies, the great magician may only serve as a special tutor. If you go up a little further, you'll probably be at the position of the dean at most. As for the dean and deputy dean, they are all magisters. So Cogobert was also helpless. The name of the great magician is of course very resounding in the territory of the Golden Lord. But if it were placed in the territory of Lord Blacksteel or even Lord Starstone, it would basically be silent. Because Cogobert's strength is not top-notch among the great magicians. It is even further away from the realm of the magister. Therefore, it is not without reason that Aiden Magic Academy is in such a miserable state. After listening to Kogabert's account, Qilu opened his mouth, but it was not easy to say anything. To be honest, this is caused by lack of strength. If Aiden Magic Academy could have a magician as the dean, would it still be like this? It's a pity that if nothing goes wrong, Aiden Magic Academy will eventually close down. It's no wonder that when Qilu came over, he saw that a dignified Magic Academy was so dilapidated. There is no way, there are no students, no resources, so poor. Although the status of elemental magicians in the Union of Elements is high. But after excluding ordinary people among elemental magicians, there are also 3, 6, or 9 levels of status. Even if a magic apprentice with low magic qualifications lives a better life than ordinary people, it won't be much better. Elemental magicians with real status must either have a high level of cultivation or have strong magical aptitude. If you don't have either, you're just using your identity badge to bluff people. That's the way it is, young man. I won't hide the situation at Aiden Magic Academy from you either. If you are willing to stay, then I will definitely give you the best treatment I can give you. If you are not willing, I won't blame you. When Kogabert said this, his tone was quite sad. But this is also what makes Qilu feel very good, that is, Kogabert is quite honest. I won't engage in any forced buying or selling. Anyway, I've made it clear. If you want to, you can stay. If you don't want to. If no more mentors can be recruited, then Kogabert can only declare the closure of Aiden Magic Academy. So after thinking carefully, Qilu finally decided to stay. The biggest reason is that with the departure of their instructors, there are now only more than 60 students in the Aiden Magic Academy. It's not impossible to squeeze in a little bit and merge into one class. In this way, it will be much easier to improve the ranking of Aiden Magic Academy. Because according to the rules of Magic Academy ranking, improving the ranking depends on the overall strength of the students, not the elites. This can be regarded as a little preferential treatment for those small magic academies. The smaller the number of students, the easier it is to improve the overall strength. As the college's ranking increases, the number of students it can recruit will begin to increase. Then the difficulty of improving the overall strength of the students will also increase. The higher the ranking, the more difficult it is to continue improving. In this way, the level of the teaching staff of a magic academy can be roughly determined by looking at the ranking of the academy. There are not enough teachers to teach so many students, and naturally, there is no way to continue to improve the ranking. And this is what Qilu had in mind. There are more than 60 students, and if I have a little bit of hard work, there should be no problem in teaching them. As long as this time, the ranking of Aiden Magic Academy can reach the top in one fell swoop. That will definitely attract the attention of those magisters. Then, just wait quietly for the magisters to come to you. In this way, Qilu can take the initiative and start promoting the elemental favor potion. You know, in the Union of Elements, if you want to ask where there are the most elemental magicians, it must be the major magic academies. As long as the elemental blessing potion can become popular among major colleges, the rest will be trivial. This is naturally the main reason why Qilu came over to be a mentor. Because the elemental favor potion was not originally designed for ordinary people. After all, no matter how high the affinity for magic elements is, it is useless without magic qualifications. This is a bit like the relationship between spell power and skill points. The affinity of a magic element is equivalent to the spell power. The higher the affinity, the higher the spell power. Magic qualifications are equivalent to the skill points needed to learn skills. So, no matter how many millions of spells you have, if you don't have a single skill, what's the use? Physical attacks don't require magic power. Unless it is a specialized martial skill that can attach magical elements to its attacks. But, learning martial arts in a place like the United Elements? I'm afraid it's because he didn't die quickly enough. So the topic comes back again. Since we want to promote elemental favor potions among elemental magicians, then the Magic Academy is the best way. Dean Cogobert, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I have no plans to leave. At least I don't plan to leave for the time being. Sheila shrugged and spoke slowly. It's hard to find an honest person, so just stay here for now. If it doesn't work, then implement the second plan and go directly to the deans of the magic schools to discuss them in detail one by one. I believe that no elemental magician can refuse the favor potion of the elements. Really, really? Cogobert was obviously surprised by this result. Because before this, it was not like no one applied for jobs at Aiden Magic Academy. But most of them chose to leave directly when they saw the dilapidated appearance of Aiden Magic Academy. The remaining few chose to leave without exception after listening to Cogobert's introduction. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to be a tutor in such a magic academy that is about to close down? It's better to find another place as soon as possible. So Chi-Luke chose to stay, which was definitely something Cogobot didn't expect. Of course, I hope Aiden Magic Academy will not disappoint me. Sheila nodded, and then continued, in addition, Dean Cogobert, I wonder when the students who are on vacation can come to the academy. The students are on vacation because they don't have a mentor. Now that we have a mentor, we can come back tomorrow at the latest. Cogobot answered without hesitation. In ordinary magic schools, there are no holidays. At most, after each exchange activity, you can rest for a few days to recuperate. And if Aiden Magic Academy can be forced to take a holiday, there is nothing that can be done about it. You can't let Cogobert also serve as your mentor. I occasionally make a guest appearance and give 2 lectures, so there is no problem. But the affairs of the dean and the affairs of the tutor are completely different. If we really continue to hold such concurrent positions, it will be impossible to teach the students well, and the final results will not all be the same. That's why Aiden Magic Academy became what it is now. Tomorrow, that's fine, I can make some preparations. Sheila nodded. There is still enough time. We will start teaching these students tomorrow and they should be able to catch up with this exchange event. By the way, young man, I still don't know your name? After Cogobert was excited for a while, he suddenly remembered this matter. I almost forgot the most important thing. Someone else came to apply to be a tutor, but I, the dean, didn't even know his name. This is too outrageous. The name is just a code name, Dean Cogobot, if you don't mind, just call me Fire Emperor. Of course, Chi-Lu would not tell Cogobert his real name. If you had anything to say, you could have said it early in the morning at the identity registration point. Fire Emperor? When Cogobot heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. No way, you are the Fire Emperor. The mage who suddenly appeared in his territory? Although the title Fire Emperor is not well known yet, it is definitely spread throughout Kosa's territory. As the Dean of Aiden Magic Academy, Cogobert couldn't have heard of this title even though he was extremely troubled now. But Cogobert would never have imagined that the Fire Emperor would actually appear in the Aiden Magic Academy. What made Cogobert even more unexpected was that the Fire Emperor actually came over and said that he wanted to become the tutor of Aiden Magic Academy. This is a joke. So Cogobert's first reaction was that the young man in front of him was making fun of himself. But just as he was about to say the scolding, Cogobert saw an identity badge appear in the hands of the young man in front of him. Starstone badge. It's a genuine Starstone badge. You are truly the Fire King. Only then did Cogobot realize that the man in front of him was not lying. The Starstone badge will never lie to others, because in the union of elements, no one dares to use the Starstone badge to deceive others. Those who dare to do such a thing will have to face the dual sanctions of the Magister and the Elemental Guild. Of course, I don't like telling lies. Sheila said lightly. Then he added in his mind, but it's not like I won't say it. At least in terms of status, Qilu has never told the truth since he came taught his world. Fire, Lord Fire Emperor, you actually come to such a small place. How could I be able to allow you to be a tutor at the Aiden Magic Academy? After confirming his identity, Kogabert's expression immediately became panicked. The great magician is indeed one of the strongest among the elements. But in front of the magister, it is still not worth mentioning. Because only the magister is the top combat power of the elemental union. Dean Kogabert, don't be so formal. I have my own purpose. Of course Qilu knew that taking out the Star Stone badge would make Kogabert panic. However, if you want to be unrestrained in Aiden Magic Academy, your identity must be revealed. Qilu never thought about pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Definitely registered an identity for himself, so why hide it? However, I hope you will not reveal my identity. Having said this, Qilu added another sentence. For the next students, Qilu felt that it would be better not to tell them his identity so early. Because Kogabert is a great magician and the dean of Aiden Magic Academy, if Qilu does not reveal his identity as a magician, it may not be easy to talk to him. After all, Qilu is the mentor and Kogabert is the dean. But for those students, whether Qilu is a magician or not has nothing to do with them. Students who come to the Magic Academy to learn magic should respect their instructors. That is the most basic etiquette and does not need to be emphasized at all. On the contrary, letting these students know that their mentor is a magician will make them arrogant. I felt how great my mentor was, and then I started to act like a fake. After all, from a Magic Academy ranked at the bottom, he suddenly became a magician as his mentor. Everyone wants to show off their sudden richness. But Qilu didn't want to expose his whereabouts so early. So. Of course that's no problem, Lord Fire Emperor, I won't say a word about your identity. But, do you really want to come to Aiden Magic Academy to be a tutor? Wouldn't this be too unfair to you? Kogabert asked, still extremely frightened. Who could have imagined that such a small Aiden Magic Academy could one day welcome such a big shot? He is a great magister, but he wants to be a small tutor in his own academy. Thinking about it this way, it would be strange for Kogabert not to be frightened. It doesn't matter whether I am wronged or not, I have my own purpose. Now that I have borrowed the Aiden Magic Academy, it is appropriate to give me some support. Qilu said with a faint smile when he heard this. Since this is a transaction, it would be better to make it clear at the beginning. Kogabert can work as a guard at Aiden Magic Academy, why can't Qilu come here as a tutor? You really have a showdown, you are the dean of Aiden Magic Academy. But it doesn't matter, we can also have a showdown. Stop pretending, I am a mage. Of course, Qilu didn't mean to say these words in a bad way, he just thought about them in his heart. So after some explanations, although Kogabert was still a little scared, his face also looked a little more happy. Originally, I saw that the Aiden Magic Academy was about to close down, but I never expected that it would be favored by the Fire Emperor. This is definitely my greatest luck, and it is also the honor of Aiden Magic Academy. As long as there is a magician here, it will not be difficult for Aiden Magic Academy to rise again. Then I am here to thank Lord Fire Emperor in advance. Thank you for being able to look up to this Aiden Magic Academy and being willing to condescend to me and come here as a tutor. Kogabert bowed to Qilu solemnly, his tone full of respect. This is not only out of respect for the magister, but also to thank the Fire Emperor for being willing to come here to save the Aiden Magic Academy that is about to close down. Okay, Dean Kogabert, there's no need to say anything else. Qilu accepted the gift unceremoniously, then waved his hand and spoke aloud. I think it's time for us to prepare for this month's exchange activities. If I am not mistaken, there should only be half a month left to prepare for this month's exchange activities. Exchange activities between major magic schools play a role in determining the ranking of the schools. On the surface it is said to be a communication activity, but this is just a nice way of saying it. In fact, the real content is the discussion among the students. Of course, the competition here is not just in the ring, but also in other forms of duel. However, the ultimate goal is to differentiate among the students sent by several magic academies that hold exchange activities. Finally, the rankings of these magic academies will be re-evaluated based on the results of the exchange activities. Generally speaking, it is lower-ranked colleges that challenge higher-ranked colleges. This mode is a bit like defending and attacking. To maintain their rankings, high-ranking colleges must accept the challenges posed by lower-ranking colleges. Therefore, based on the current ranking of Aiden Magic Academy, basically everyone you encounter is a challenge. And if we remain content with the status quo, Aiden Magic Academy will be forced to declare closure within 3 months at most. Therefore, this month's exchange activities are extremely important. Whether he can turn over or not depends on this time. Yes, to be more precise, starting from tomorrow, there are only 14 days left. Kagabot nodded, and his expression became serious. When it comes to issues related to the life and death of Aiden Magic Academy, Kagabot can't help but get excited. In 14 days, it is simply impossible to transform the students. 14 days, right? I don't know if that's enough time. Sheila rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Then, he raised his head, looked at Kagabert, and said, Dean Kagabert, if possible, I will be solely responsible for the training of the students in the next 14 days. If Lord Fire Emperor wants to do this, of course there is no problem. During this period, if Lord Fire Emperor needs anything, you can just talk Tome. Hearing this, Kagabot agreed without hesitation. Anyway, Aiden Magic Academy has reached the edge of the cliff. The worst thingies to fall from the top. In fact, Kagabert had long been prepared to declare the closure of Aiden Magic Academy. It's just that the arrival of the Fire Emperor gave Kagabert a glimmer of hope. So when the Fire Emperor asked for full responsibility, Kagabot naturally had no objection at all. It can even be said that it is a dream. Your words are enough. Sheila smiled and said nothing more. The conditions to get it are already in place. Now let's think about what to do in the next 14 days. As long as he can let go and do it, Sheila dares to say that there is no problem in improving the ranking of Aiden Magic Academy. The only difference is how far the college ranking can be improved. Anyway, compared with those top magic academies, it will definitely be incomparable in a short time. But judging from the current situation of Aiden Magic Academy, if you go to participate in exchange activities, you won't actually encounter a high-ranking academy. At this point, I have to mention what the model of exchange activities between magic schools is. The exchange event is an event jointly organized by at least 2 magic academies under the supervision of the Elemental Guild. The purpose is to allow students to learn from each other through events, and to adjust the rankings of major magic schools. However, as it developed later, the purpose of the exchange activities also changed slightly. Competing for rankings has become the main thing, and exchanges and learning have become secondary. As a result, it has become common for major magic schools to challenge each other. But every exchange activity is basically jointly organized by magic academies with similar rankings. Therefore, it is very slow to improve the ranking according to the normal process. But what Chilo lacks most now is time. Naturally, you cannot use conventional methods to improve rankings. Therefore, in addition to holding normal exchange activities, there is another way to participate in exchange activities. That is, low-ranking colleges challenge high-ranking colleges. Of course, this qualification to initiate a challenge is not unlimited. Otherwise, those top magic academies would not have to do anything else but deal with these challengers every day. It is precisely with this in mind that the Elemental Guild has clear regulations on the qualifications for launching challenges. Ranked challenges can be initiated at any time. However, if the challenge fails, the challenge qualification will be frozen for 1 year, and the college ranking will drop 1 place. This provision also allows many low-ranking colleges to consider more things before launching a challenge. Because if you launch a challenge randomly, you will have to pay a price. However, if the challenge succeeds by chance, the challenger will gain the college ranking of the challenged one. The college being challenged will be ranked 1 higher. Moreover, the challenge qualification will not be frozen, and you can continue to challenge higher-ranked colleges. At the same time, the person being challenged will also have a 1-month truce and can refuse subsequent challenge requests. This is to prevent the possibility of low-ranking colleges uniting to engage in guerrilla warfare against high-ranking colleges. However, although these regulations are very humane, not many magic academies will use them to challenge the qualifications. The biggest reason is that what the college rankings represent is basically the true level of the major magic colleges. There is no fraud in it, and naturally it will not give those low-ranking magic academies the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Unless there are special circumstances, it is simply a dream to significantly improve the college ranking. What Qi Lu is interested in is the challenge qualification of Aiden Magic Academy, which has not been frozen yet. Because Chila itself is a special situation. Let me see how far these students can improve in 14 days. The next day, Chila came to the classroom of Aiden Magic Academy early in the morning, waiting for the arrival of the students. Currently, there are only 2 people left in Aiden Magic Academy, Qi Lu and Kogabert. So no one cares about Qi Li's whereabouts at all. Kogabert sent out the notice for students to return to school yesterday. In the territory of Kosa, the reputation of Aiden Magic Academy may not be very good. But Kogabert's reputation is still very loud. So as soon as the return notice was sent out, those students began to return to Aiden Magic Academy one after another. And those who came back first were the students living on campus. Obviously, the number is not that much. There is no way the academy ranking of Aiden Magic Academy is the standard bottom level. Without fame, it would naturally not be able to attract students from other places to study at Aiden Magic Academy. So now there are only more than 60 students left, almost all of whom are residents of the Kosa territory. Because they have no talent themselves, other advanced magic academies don't want them either. After wandering around, I had no choice but to come to the local Aiden Magic Academy. After all, it's a perfect match for crooked melons, cracked dates, and broken pots and bowls. It's no wonder that Aiden Magic Academy has become what it is now. Hey, buddy, why are you here so early? I got the notice to return to school yesterday. I heard that all the students in our Aiden Magic Academy will be merged into the same class. Is it true? Looking at you, I feel a bit strange. You must be a student from another class. The first person to come to the classroom was a handsome boy. The moon-white robe made him look quite elegant. But the endless words in his mouth greatly damaged this boy's elegant image. However, listening to this boy's rambling words, Qi Lu also understood some things. Speaking of which, Aiden Magic Academy was not in such a bad state at the beginning. Although it is still not a high-level magic academy. But at its peak, it was still at a mid-range level. It won't be like now, where it can only be at the bottom or even go bankrupt. Therefore, there were still many classes offered by Aiden Magic Academy in the past. After all, a tutor's energy is limited and it is impossible to teach too many students at the same time. Like this time, it is still too rare for the remaining 60-odd students to be merged into the same class. Sit down first, the other students haven't arrived yet. Sheila listened for a long time before speaking. That's right. Those guys haven't been very active all the time. They just want to take it one day at a time. The handsome man responded, then sat down next to Qi Lu, and continued, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Burns, what's your name? Burns did not introduce his family background, perhaps because he had no background. Just think about it, what kind of good background can a person who can come to Eden Magic Academy have? Hello, Burns. What is my name? You will soon find out. Qi Lu heard this, and said hello with a faint smile. Can't you tell me now? It's so mysterious. Burns protested loudly, but he didn't care too much and continued to chatter. Although there are its own reasons for the decline of Eden Magic Academy, here it is today, it has nothing to do with these students. Because most of the students who come to Eden Magic Academy do not have very high magic qualifications. In addition, the teaching staff here are not very good. So from the beginning, they came here with a dawdling mentality. Being able to get a bronze badge and show off your power in front of ordinary people is enough for these people. If you are lucky enough to get a silver badge, you can go back and boast for ire. As for the gold badge, who would come to Eden Magic Academy if they had the ability to get a gold badge? It was as if the Burns in front of him was a magician with a silver badge. According to Burns himself, he is also the main student of Eden Magic Academy in exchange activities. The task is getting increasingly difficult. The more Qi Lu listened, the more worrying the future became. But this is the current situation of Eden Magic Academy, which can only be described as miserable. However, if the Magic Academy is facing the crisis of bankruptcy, how can we expect it to be better? Hey Burns, you're the first here again. Who is the little brother next to you? Is he someone who merged from another class? We just came here to hang out. It's good to stay at home during the holidays. Why did the dean call us back again? I've only had a few days rest, but it's okay. I came here to rest anyway. Okay, stop talking, I'm still wondering who our new mentor will be. I heard that the dean has recruited a new tutor, so he put us all in the same class. 1. Alas, it seems that I will have to switch to a new magic academy in the second half of the year. Are you already watching it? Do you have any recommendations for good colleges? With the rest of us, what a good college you want to go to. That's true, there really is no good choice. As time went by, the students who received the notice to return to school also came to the classroom one after another. It's just that from their discussions, I can't tell that they have any sense of belonging to Eden Magic Academy. Some people are even looking for a new magic academy. However, based on their magic qualifications, what they can find is probably another magic academy ranked at the bottom. But for these guys who are messing around, there is no place where they are not messing around. It was almost 10 o'clock until the last student arrived in the classroom. The problem of lateness is too serious. In the past, those instructors didn't care about this issue. Anyway, everyone knows that the students of Eden Magic Academy are just here to mess around. The magic qualifications are there, it's not that they can't improve, it's that they can't improve at all. So if you want to be late, then be late, as long as you don't disturb other people who want to learn. This kind of management method reminded Qi Lu of his previous college career. If you choose to skip the required courses, you must skip the elective courses. It's a pity that those are memories from long ago. It is really unrealistic to want to go back to the previous world now. However, Qi Lu is not the previous instructors at Eden Magic Academy. If you want to improve the combat effectiveness of these students in 14 days, these bad habits must be corrected. If you can't even correct your attitude, let alone becoming stronger, it would be good if you can maintain the status quo. Ahem, everyone is here. Qi Lu didn't think too much and coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. The discussion in the classroom came to a halt, and everyone looked at Qi Lu, stood up, with confusion in their eyes. Nice to meet you all, students of Eden Magic Academy. I am your new mentor. You don't need to know my name, you just need to know that in the next half month, I will be responsible for teaching everyone what an elemental magician is. Qi Li's self-introduction was very simple, and he didn't even want to say his name. Anyway, there is only one tutor in Aiden Magic Academy now, so it doesn't matter what his name is. Because there is absolutely no such thing as calling the wrong person. What? This guy is our new mentor? Burns, who had been chatting with Qi Lu before, suddenly widened his eyes. No wonder I have never seen this person before. It turns out that he is not a student from another class at all, but a new instructor. Then what I said to him before. Burns took a sharp breath when he thought of this. This plot twist was a bit too exciting. I actually chatted with the new mentor for so long. The key is that this new instructor did not interrupt him and just kept listening. When introducing himself, he also said that he would know his name later. Yes, now Burns does know his name, whatever it is, just call him mentor. Does a student still want to call the instructor by his first name? The other students were so shocked that their faces turned pale. In any magic academy, students' respect for their instructors is a proper etiquette. The previous tutors at Aiden Magic Academy indulged them in being late and even skipping classes, but that didn't mean the new tutors did the same. In fact, if the instructor requires it, you are not allowed to be late or absent from class. Even if these students come here to hang out, they will come here honestly. It's okay not to attend classes, but your attitude must be correct. What's more important is the things they discussed before. He actually openly discussed the matter of transferring schools in front of the tutor of Aiden Magic Academy. This is definitely the greatest disrespect to Aiden Magic Academy. Everyone knows that good birds choose trees to roost in, but it would be wrong to say it carelessly. I know very well what you are thinking, so this time I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said before. But we won't allow it to happen again. Qi Lu knew what these people were thinking, so he said it bluntly. Otherwise, they will be regarded by this group of students as just another person who came to hang out just like the previous instructors. But it is impossible to settle accounts with these students during this time period. They must also be used in communication activities. It's better to seize this handle and let them go and make meritorious deeds. And Qi Li's guess was correct. After these words were spoken, all the students sat upright and looked away. Magic apprentices can indeed be proud in front of ordinary people. But in front of an elemental magician with a higher level of cultivation, he's just cannon fodder. If you want to be a tutor in a magic academy, the minimum level of cultivation required is the magician level. And those top magic academies require at least the level of a great magician to serve as a mentor. Otherwise, he can only be a teaching assistant. So in front of this group of students who mostly only have bronze badges. Even if Aiden Magic Academy is in decline now, it is not something they can discuss at will. When facing a mentor, you must ensure the utmost respect. What I ask of you is simple. In half a month, there will be an exchange event, and you must win. Qi Lu walked to the podium as he spoke, his tone unquestionably firm. Unfortunately, the students who heard this sentence looked at each other in shock. Must win this month's networking event? Teacher, are you really not joking when you say this? Perhaps it was the courage he had brought from his previous chat with Qi Li. In the silence, Burns was the first to raise his hand and ask. The other students immediately turned their attention to Qi Lu, their eyes full of agreement with Burns' question. It would be a joke to think that Aiden Magic Academy will definitely win in the next exchange activities. A bunch of students who are just messing around, still want to compete with other magic academies? Although these students also want to give it a try and show those who look down on Aiden Magic Academy and them that they are not weak at all. However, dreams are always beautiful, but reality is cruel. You know, a while ago, the instructors of Aiden Magic Academy were poached one after another. This simply shattered the last hope of these students. How can a magic academy that doesn't even have a mentor instill confidence in its students? This is why, after returning to school today, these students actually openly discussed the issue of transferring schools. Who doesn't want to be admired? Who doesn't want to stand out? Who doesn't want to be strong? But the question is, can it be done if you think about it? The road here is blocked, so we have to find another way out. Do you have to hang yourself on this tree? And this was the main reason why Chi did not continue to pursue the attitude of these students. I don't like to joke and I don't want to joke. Chi glanced at Burns, and then glanced at the faces of the students. From the faces of these students, Chi can see their desire for victory, but is buried deep under the cruelty of reality. The teachers are limited, the magic qualifications are limited, and repeated failures have created their muddled life attitude. I thought to myself, this is the end of my life anyway, I might as well live a comfortable life. But don't they want to win? Of course. But the cruel reality is that the ranking of Aiden Magic Academy has dropped from the middle to the bottom. These students have long been beaten to the point of despair, which is why this situation occurs. So what Chi has to do is to restore their confidence. You are students of Aiden Magic Academy, and you also know the glory of Aiden Magic Academy. Then you should work hard for Aiden Magic Academy. Let them know that you are not useless. So in the next period of time, I will conduct special training for you, and I hope you will be ready. I don't need useless students under my command. There is no need for long speeches or big principles. Chi knows in his heart that what these students need most is high-intensity training and the next victory. Dreams that have been wiped out by failure must of course be ignited by victory. Therefore, Chi Li's tone was more stimulating than encouraging these students. Because what makes people more motivated than hope is anger. If they really want to win and want to be recognized, then in the following special training, I will do my best. I understand, mentor, I will definitely persevere. No matter how hard your special training is, I will never give up. Because I don't want to see their contemptuous eyes anymore. I want to win, let them know that I, Burns, can win too. After a period of silence, Burns was still the first to speak. In fact, in previous conversations with Chi Lu, Burns also said that he was one of the main players in the exchange activities. Therefore, Burns's reputation is also very high among the students of Aiden Magic Academy. These words also speak to the aspirations of all the students present here. It's not that they want to lose, they just can't win. Now if there is a chance to win, they will never give up. We are ready, mentor, please start the special training. No matter how lucky we are, we will not back down and we will persevere. The students in the classroom seemed to have agreed upon it, and they followed Burns and spoke in unison. They have never heard the words, "you must win" in exchange activities from their instructors before. It was because of the successive failures of Aiden Magic Academy that the Academy's ranking dropped again and again, so those instructors had given up hope. However, today, this new mentor actually dared to say such a thing. No matter what, these students are willing to fight together. If it fails to do so, it will just be the usual script repeated again. But if they really do it and they win the exchange event, then it will be on honor to tell them. And because they ended the losing streak of Aiden Magic Academy, they might even be recorded in school history. Of course, the premise is that Aiden Magic Academy can be opened by that time. Therefore, it is not without reason that these students are so motivated at the moment. Very good, what I want to see is this picture. I hope you will remain as motivated as ever in the coming period. Sheila nodded and said expressionlessly. Having said all that needs to be said, the special training will officially begin this afternoon. As for rest time, 4 hours of sleep a day is enough before the exchange activity begins. The remaining 20 hours, except for food and convenience, must be used for training, non-stop. Sheila had already thought about the content of the special training when he saw these students. In view of the magic qualifications of these students, it is still relatively difficult to improve their cultivation level in a short period of time. But it's not that it's impossible, it's just that the training time is too short and the improvement is relatively small. Therefore, while improving the level of cultivation, strengthening combat skills is the main task. Don't think that elemental magicians don't need combat skills when fighting. In fact, elemental magicians need to work harder on their combat skills because their physiques are not as good as those of warriors. Unless a large number of elemental magicians gather together to cooperate with each other to carry out a range of magic bombing. In this case, there is not much fighting skill to speak of. The so-called one force can defeat 10 groups is nothing more than this. However, in a one-on-one situation, the use and connection of various magics by elemental magicians is definitely more difficult than martial arts. Because the elemental magician's offensive method is all kinds of elemental magic. But warriors are different. In addition to martial arts, there are many means that warriors can use toe-tack. However, if this kind of thing happens to an elemental magician, if they can't use magic, should they be allowed to hit people with magic staffs? So really speaking, Qi Lu feels that teaching this group of students is much more difficult than teaching Pesha. But difficulties are meant to be overcome, so Qi Lu doesn't think there's any problem. Anyway, when it comes to elemental magic, Qi Lu has always had it at his fingertips. And he is also a true all-element magician. The magic proficiency skills given by the system allow Qi Lu to have no constraints on magic. Moreover, if necessary, Qi Lu can instantly master all the magic included in the system. Coupled with Qi Li's unparalleled fighting skills. To put it bluntly, any elemental magician would have no chance of winning in front of Qi Lu. However, exchange activities between magic schools compete on the strength of the students, not the strength of the instructors. Therefore, Qi Lu can only try his best to teach these students and help them improve their combat skills. If an elemental magician wants to improve his combat skills, the most basic thing is to control his own magic power. The higher the degree of control over magic power, the easier it is to improve combat skills. Because the battle of an elemental magician is nothing more than the use of various elemental magics. If you want to control the elemental magic released by yourself, the first step is to control the magic in your body. Therefore, the first task Qi Lu gave these students was to use magic power to condense magic spheres. Then let the magic ball slowly disperse under his control. The slower this process is, the better, and the more even the output and dissipation of magic power is, the better. Using this method, these students can be well trained to control their magic power. Because whether it is condensing magic power or dispersing magic power, it requires mental power to control it. But mental power, like magic, is limited. Therefore, in normal times, when elemental magicians use magic, they will deliberately speed up the magic. Once the magic is condensed and formed, it will be released immediately and will not continue to use mental power to control it. Moreover, it will not control the dissipation of magic power. However, this approach seems very strange to Qi Lu. It really shouldn't be necessary to waste magic power and give up more sophisticated fighting skills in order to save mental energy. So the first thing Qi Lu wants to teach is to let these students learn how to control their own magic power. This is certainly not an easy thing for beginners. In fact, it was in the afternoon of the first day of special training, less than half a day. Even before Qi Lu had finished dinner, nearly half of the students had passed out due to exhaustion of mental energy. The remaining students also had white lips and bloodless faces, looking shaky. It is estimated that it won't be long before the people in front of him will also fall into a coma. But even so, not a single student said they wanted to quit. Even though his consciousness has begun to blur, he still insists on using his mental power to control the formation and dissipation of the magic ball. And the benefits of doing so are also obvious. In just one afternoon, these students' control over their own magic power has improved to a great level. This is also the improvement they obtained by desperately squeezing their own potential. Magical aptitude may be innate, but combat skills are acquired. After all, the human race is not a monster, nor is it a race with naturally strong blood, so it does not have a fighting instinct. Therefore, all those humans with poor qualifications can do is work hard. Only in this way can we have a chance to catch up with those strong ones. Very good. It seems that everyone is very determined. If you can persist, I guarantee you will win the next exchange event. Qi Lu was sitting on the armchair nearby, looking at these students' leisurelias. They fainted and fell to the ground one by one. It wasn't until Burns, who was standing at the end, rolled his eyes and lay down that he said these words slowly. For an elemental magician, it is definitely not something that should be used up rashly. In addition to the loss of consciousness, which is very dangerous, it will also cause certain damage to the body. But with Qi Lu standing by, how could he not consider these issues? So after all the students fell to the ground, Qi Lu waved his hand. A large number of magical elements gathered around him in just an instant. Even because the concentration of magic elements was too high, a burst-off colorful mist appeared around Qi Lu. Restore magic, spiritual nectar. This is one of the priest's advanced recovery magics, which can help the target quickly restore mental power. The higher the concentration of magic elements around you, the stronger the effect of spiritual nectar. While the spiritual nectar magic was taking effect, Qi Lu also took out more than a dozen bottles of elemental favor potions and poured them into the water glasses that had been prepared. The students in Aiden Magic Academy belonged to different magic departments. Therefore, Qi Lu could only prepare potions of care for them according to the corresponding elements. Dewdrops condensed from magic elements dripped on the faces of the students. The sudden cool feeling in their minds quickly woke them up from their coma. Then after waking up, these students were very surprised to find that they seemed to perceive the magic power they possessed more clearly. This feeling is definitely not an illusion. This training method is really useful. Tutor. Don't say anything unnecessary. Just drink the water on the table when you wake up. Remember, you can only drink the cup with your name on it, and continue training after drinking. After Qi Lu finished these things, he sat back on the chair, glanced at the students who were inexplicably surprised, and said softly. By this time, the students at Aiden Magic Academy had all their last doubts about the new instructor gone. Because becoming stronger is real, and that clear perception cannot be faked. They came to Aiden Magic Academy just to become stronger. Since the opportunity is right in front of them, how could they pass it up? Yes, mentor. The student who woke up heard this, drank his own water in one gulp, and then threw himself into training again. The students who followed him and woke up intermittently did not say anything else, but were just like the students in front of them. After drinking the water, I continued training until the instructor said it was time to eat, so I went to eat. Then continue training after eating. Continuously condense the magic sphere, and then disperse the magic sphere. Exhaust your mental power again and again, and then wake up in the spiritual nectar, over and over again. It can be said that after training, it has become normal to fall into a coma due to exhaustion of mental power. Because when these students know that with the help of their new instructors, they will not hurt their bodies due to exhaustion of mental power, and they can even continue to improve their control over magic power. One by one, they no longer save mental energy. Every student is training hard and constantly tempering their mental strength. Just be careful not to get hurt when they faint. Even later, these students learn to train while sitting. If you feel like you are about to faint, just lie down on the table or lean back in the chair. At least it is much safer than suddenly falling into unconsciousness while standing and then falling straight down. And Qi Lu will also prepare the elemental favor potion on time. Each student only needs half a bottle to drink once. After all, you need to drink every time you faint. If you don't faint more than a dozen times in a day, it doesn't mean you are training hard. After thinking about it this way, even if Qi Lu is rich and wealthy, he still feels a little distressed. Fortunately, after several improvements, the upgraded system no longer needs to rely on those currencies as attachments when collecting the power of faith. So Qi Lu still collected a little power of faith from this group of students. However, due to the level of cultivation of this group of students, they really couldn't bear to look at them. Therefore, the amount of collected power of faith is really limited. But these are not critical issues. Qi Lu knows that these are early investments. What's more, in the Ezra Empire, elemental protection potions have begun to sell well. As long as one person uses the elemental protection potion, he will passively contribute a share of the power of faith. If you use the elemental protection potion multiple times, it is equivalent to torpedoed contributions. Based on this, Qi Lu is not particularly anxious about the plan of the United Elements. Because whether it is an elemental protection potion or an elemental care potion, there are different types. Elemental magicians only need to use the favor potion of the element that corresponds to their own attributes. But in the A's Empire, if you want to perfectly fight against the alliance of elements, you need to use a variety of elemental protection potions. Therefore, when it comes to the number of contributions of faith, the A's Empire is the largest. As for the Hall of the Dead, it's hard to say. Because as far as Qi Lu knows, among the undead magic, there seems to be a magic called defense sharing. The original function is for the necromancer to share the defense power of those undead creatures to resist the attacks of sneak attackers. However, after having the elemental protection potion, if Qi Li's prediction is correct, when those necromancers fight against the alliance of elements, they may let the summoned undead creatures share the magic resistance of the summoner. This is outrageous. But then again, the magic of defense sharing is indeed outrageous sometimes. However, the greater the number of targets involved in defense sharing, the greater the consumption of magic power. So even if those necromancers have this idea, they probably won't be able to house it to a large extent. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Qi Lu now. Because so far, the elemental favor potion has not been marketed yet. In the Aiden Magic Academy, the special training of the students is also continuing. Qi Lu let them practice for a full week, just by condensing the magic sphere and then dispersing it. Even after the week was over, Qi Lu was still a little dissatisfied. But there is no way, time no longer allows them to continue practicing. The ability to control one's own magic power is indeed the basis for learning magic. But just having the basics is not enough. You have to learn some magic for combat. So in the next week, Qi Li's focus will be on teaching various elemental magics. It's just that there are not many elemental magics that magic apprentices and magicians can learn. Large-scale magic requires very high magic power. If there is insufficient magic power, it is absolutely impossible to use large-scale magic. For this reason, Qi Lu could only start with those basic magics. To be honest, teaching this kind of basic magic made Qi Lu feel like he was dreaming back to his past. Qi Lu hasn't used such low-end magic for a long time since he became a powerful person. This is not to say that basic magic has no merit. It's just that the power is really not enough. For a battle at Qi Li's level, it would be better to just use a normal attack. But for these students in the Aiden Magic Academy who have never seen the market, these basic magic taught by Qi Lu will definitely make them astonished. One thing to say, the development of elemental magic by the Elemental Union is indeed quite outstanding. But this does not mean that everyone can learn those elemental magics. Otherwise, why do so many people go to magic colleges to study? Do you really think they have nothing to do after they are full? It's not just because those powerful elemental magics are monopolized by top magic schools. What can be spread to the market are almost all mass-produced goods. In the eyes of those powerful elemental magicians, they are simply things that they would not even take a look at. It is because of this that the rankings of the top magic schools are so strong. This is the power passed down from generation to generation, and it is also the foundation of the top magic academy. A college like Aiden Magic Academy, which can be reduced to the bottom level, does not have this kind of background. Therefore, these students naturally cannot learn any powerful elemental magic. Some people may ask, aren't there still mentors? When it comes to this, it's haha. Who will be a mentor and teach others what they know best? They are all here to make a living, and it would be nice to be able to teach them some conventional magic knowledge. Furthermore, major magic academies have specialized courses in teaching elemental magic to their students. And it will also be equipped with corresponding magic books. The instructor only needs to teach the students the magic in the magic book, and there is no need to worry about the rest. There is no way, although the life of an elemental magician is indeed not bad, the resources used for practice are not allocated by the Elemental Guild. Unless your magic aptitude is so high that the Elemental Guild is willing to focus on cultivating it, then you can get whatever you want, and you don't have to worry about insufficient training resources. Otherwise, ordinary elemental magicians would have to make money by themselves. So how could the instructor teach the students so easily the magic that is sound paralleled? After all, even if most people have magic qualifications, they are not very high. You know, how many residents are there in the United Elements? And how many magisters are there? It is no exaggeration to say that among 1 million people, there may not be even one elemental magician of the magister level. Therefore, if every elemental magician needs an elemental guild to allocate practice resources, sorry, I can't afford it. This statement makes it clear that the status of elemental magicians is higher than that of ordinary people. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the ID badge. Bronze badges, silver badges, even if the status is a little higher than ordinary people, it is still too high. To be honest, magic apprentices and magicians are indeed inferior to bronze lords and silver lords. As a lord, he still has many people to manage. But magic apprentices and magicians, basically they can only stay in the magic academy. There is no dividing line until the gold badge. This can also be seen from the level classification of elemental magicians. Only elemental magicians, with golden badges, can be called magicians in terms of cultivation level. After that came the great magician and the magister. Therefore, these basic magics taught by Qi Lu are suitable for students in Aiden Magic Academy. It was simply a surprise, a shock, and a touch. The magic that our instructor taught us is actually magic that I have never learned before. Yes, I have heard the names of some magics, and I have never even heard the names of some magics. This shouldn't be the magic that the instructor learned himself. Yes, these magics are not recorded in the magic books of Aiden Magic Academy. It's really not true. I just looked through the catalog of the magic book. The instructor is so generous and willing to teach us these magics. If we can't win this time, we will never be able to see anyone again. We must do our best and not let down our instructor's expectations. After experiencing the hell-like special training the previous week, all the students were already prepared. I was originally thinking that the second week would be a more terrifying training. But they never expected that this new instructor would actually start teaching them elemental magic. Moreover, it is not the elemental magic that is required to be learned in the curriculum of Aiden Magic Academy. This kind of behavior of turning on a small stove immediately made all the students extremely moved. Even some of the more sensitive students began to shed tears from the corners of their eyes. This scene made Qi Lu stunned. What's going on with these guys? Is it because these elemental magics are too difficult, and I'm crying because I can't learn them? But this is already the lowest level of elemental magic I know, so I won't be able to learn it. Well, Qi Li's thinking is indeed different from these students. If these students knew that the elemental magic that moved them so much was actually a low-level magic that Qi Lu was unwilling to use at all, I don't know what their expressions would be. Fortunately, Qi Lu couldn't explain anything to these students, he just explained on his own. The students sitting below can listen if they can understand. If they don't understand, they can ask those students who understand after Qi Lu has finished speaking. Qi Lu would not teach such basic elemental magic a second time anyway, whether these students have learned it or not. Therefore, the students who discovered this problem were extremely moved, but they did not dare to take other small actions. Instead, he immediately listened attentively to the new instructor's explanation, writing it down word for word even if he didn't understand it. Even if you don't sleep at night, you must understand how to release these elemental magics. This is a good thing that cannot be learned in the magic books of Aiden Magic Academy. For students like them who have mediocre magic qualifications and cannot go to higher magic academy, being able to learn these rare elemental magics is already the greatest luck. How much can you lose by missing a day or two of sleep? Such a good opportunity, if you miss it this time, there may not be another one. Such thoughts also made Qi Lu discover that the students at Aiden Magic Academy were more serious than he thought. The hungry expression on his face and his unblinking gaze would have been possible if they didn't have a magical image ball. It is estimated that they will have to review the content of this class at least 10 times after they return. This actually gave Qi Lu a sense of accomplishment. What every teacher wants to see most is his students being so eager to learn. Although Qi Lu is a temporary worker now, it does not prevent him from having such thoughts. However, feeling happy is one thing, and how to go to class is another. Anyway, Qi Lu will not explain the elemental magic that he has explained a second time. Therefore, the arrangement for the next 7 days is to explain elemental magic in the morning every day, and leave it to the students to practice in the afternoon. In the evening, Qi Lu will use examples to tell these students how elemental magic should be connected, and some tips that are quite useful in battle. By the way, let these students compete with each other without holding back their hands during the competition. Qi Lu needed to find out their fighting styles through this method, and then design corresponding training methods for them. Because of the special training results from the previous week, when they started learning new elemental magic the next week, these students could clearly feel that their learning speed had definitely improved by several levels. This is the manifestation of controlling one's own magic power. It can be said that the growth of the students at Aiden Magic Academy is visible to the naked eye. It's just that this kind of extreme special training can only be used occasionally to deal with special situations. After all, not every mentor has Qi Li's ability to condense magical elements to release spiritual nectar. As for the elemental blessing potion, it is only available in Qi Lu. It is the only one with no other branches. Therefore, the special training methods that Qi Lu can use does not mean that others can also use them. Blindly imitating will only hurt your own fundamentals. It is also for this reason that after the first phase of special training, Qi Lu also solemnly spoke to these students. Extreme training methods used in special training are absolutely not allowed to be used without permission. His mental energy was exhausted at every turn, and no one came to help him recover. Qi Lu was afraid that these students would use this method to train themselves into fools. Fortunately, with Qi Li's current prestige among students will consciously abide by whatever he says. Furthermore, these students also have a deep understanding of how hard the training methods during special training are. If it weren't for the desire for victory and the desperate effort, I might not have been able to hold on long ago. Now that the instructors have said that they won't be allowed to practice, wouldn't that be better? Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the last day of 14 days. Kogobert, who had not bothered him before, finally couldn't help but ran over. Lord Fire Emperor, I wonder how prepared the students are. Aiden Magic Academy is Kogobert's half-life effort. It is impossible to say that he doesn't care. It was only because of the agreement with Qi Lu that Kogobert never came and handed over all the tasks to Qi Lu. But now, it is the last day of training, and we will go to participate in exchange activities tomorrow. So Cogabird also took this opportunity to come over and have a look, and give you a reminder. Don't forget to participate in exchange activities when the time comes, it will be a joke. People who don't know will definitely laugh and say, Aiden Magic Academy doesn't even dare to participate in exchange activities. Such a broken Magic Academy should close down soon. People who watch the fun will never take it too seriously. And there is a more important point, that is, the ranking of colleges that are absent from exchange activities without reason will drop one place directly. Aiden Magic Academy is already at the bottom of the rankings. If it falls one place further, there will really be no chance of improvement. Don't worry, Dean Cogabird, the special training has basically been completed and the exchange activities will not be delayed. Sheila looked at Cogabird, who had quietly found him, and said lightly. On the last day of special training, Sheila didn't ask for too much. Everything that needs to be taught has been taught, and the rest is up to these students to perform on the spot. Therefore, most of the students hurried back to rest early, leaving only a dozen students who felt that they had not trained enough, still staying in the training ground to practice the newly learned elemental magic. Of course, no matter how hard they work, Chi Lu will not let them stay up too late. Resting the night before the exchange event is still very important. Only by being energetic can we ensure that we can exert our full strength. If he persisted in such hard-working special training, he unfortunately failed due to lack of rest. How unjust it would be to lose. Okay, since Lord Fire Emperor has said this, I'm relieved. Cogabird breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was still a little worried, it didn't matter anymore. The Fire Emperor is a real magician. In any case, his strength and knowledge are much stronger than that of a great magician like him. Since the Fire Emperor said that the special training has been completed, then Cogabot also knows that this should be all the Fire Emperor can do. Even if Cogabot were to teach him, he wouldn't be able to do better than the Fire Emperor. So at this moment, Cogabird could only resign himself to his fate. We will set off early tomorrow morning. In fact, it does not take more than 60 students to participate in exchange activities. Because even if there is a battle, a showdown, it will be one-on-one, not a group battle. How should I describe the group battle of elemental magicians? The casualty rate is too high. Therefore, the Elemental Guild banned group battles between elemental magicians a long time ago. However, in addition to magisters, other elemental magicians can still engage in friendly one-on-one competitions. Of course, the premise is that there is an elemental magician with a higher level of cultivation nearby to supervise. As a result, this dual method began to be used in exchange activities between magic schools. With the team leader supervising, even if the students accidentally lose control during the duel, they can stop them in time. Therefore, each exchange activity requires only a small number of students to participate in the past. However, in order to ensure that the college rankings are judged based on the overall strength of the students, the Elements Guild has another rule, which is that students who have participated in exchange activities are not allowed to participate again within 3 months. In other words, there must be at least 4 batches of capable students in the same Magic Academy. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. For example, in a situation like Aiden Magic Academy, where there are only more than 60 students left, there is no such hard and fast rule. You just need to select as many different students as possible to participate in exchange activities. However, if you really get to the level of Aiden Magic Academy, whether you can survive 4 exchange activities is another matter. So this time, Chilo only selected the 20 students with the best special training results and came to join Cogabert. The venue for networking events is not fixed. This mainly depends on which magic academies jointly organize it, and then they will discuss it themselves. Generally speaking, the venue is the Magic Academy with the highest ranking. Because organizing exchange activities can make your Magic Academy famous. It can also attract more students for next year's enrollment, and even allow students from other magic schools to transfer here. Moreover, he can also show his strength and stabilize his college ranking. Of course, you have to grab such a good thing in your own hands. Therefore, since the decline of Aiden Magic Academy, it has basically gone to other magic academies to participate in exchange activities. I want to hold exchange activities here, but I don't know when to wait. The magic school hosting the exchange event this time is Wind Whisper Magic School. In addition to our Aiden Magic Academy, there is another participant, the Flame Magic Academy. While Kagabot was waiting to board the teleportation magic circle, he also introduced Qi Lu to his opponent this time. The Elements Guild only stipulates that the number of magic academies to jointly organize exchange activities should be 2 or more. As for whether there are more than 2 or more, the Elemental Guild does not intend to care. If you have the ability, you can also organize exchange activities with 30 or 40 magic academies. Anyway, the notaries sent by the Elements Guild were only responsible for supervising the schedule and recording the results. As for how the magic schools participating in the exchange activities coordinate the process, that has nothing to do with the Elemental Guild. Wind Whisper Magic Academy, Flame Magic Academy. Qi Lu recited these 2 names. Magic academies like these with a certain element as a prefix are usually academies that are proficient in a certain series of elemental magic. In layman's terms, it is a junior college. When it comes to recruiting students, it is naturally based on the elemental magic department they teach. However, this does not mean that this type of magic academies do not teach other elemental magic. It's just that compared to the series of elemental magic they are proficient in, the elemental magic of other attributes pales in comparison. Wind Whisper Magic Academy is obviously proficient in wind elemental magic. Not to mention the Flame Magic Academy, it is naturally fire elemental magic. As for Aiden Magic Academy, they typically teach all types of elemental magic. But it is also because of this that Aiden Magic Academy is in such a state of decline now. Although it is difficult to target other magic academies in a single department, it is also difficult to develop. But the better is stability, and usually nothing will happen. Even if the academy's ranking is slowly improving, it will still be suppressed by other magic academies. But similarly, a single department of magic schools can also suppress certain magic schools. Because magic elements are inherently mutually reinforcing. However, although other magic schools in the department can easily improve their college rankings, they also have advantages over those specialized magic schools. But once the strength is not enough, the speed at which the academy's ranking drops is also quite terrifying. Therefore, Aiden Magic Academy is now reduced to the point where it can only communicate with these specialized magic academies. I understand, Dean Kogabert. But I still say the same thing, don't worry, the student's special training is very successful, there will be no problems. After Qi Lu listened to Kogabert's introduction, he spoke directly without thinking. If you can't even get this kind of professional magic academy, then this half-month of special training will be really wasted. You know, the reason why it is difficult to improve the ranking of professional magic colleges is because the properties of elemental magic are there. For other magic schools in the department, it is really easy to deal with. Therefore, for Aiden Magic Academy, the real opponents should be those powerful magic academies. Not these bottom guys. Although it is a bit uncomfortable to say this when the Aiden Magic Academy is also at the bottom of the rankings. But will Qi Lu be afraid? If you have the elemental favor potion in hand, you won't be able to train this group of students. That really has nothing to do with Qi Li's teaching ability. It's entirely because these students cannot carve out rotten wood, and cannot hold up the wall with mud. Fortunately, these students who can insist on staying at Aiden Magic Academy are all people with perseverance. Even if their magic qualifications are very mediocre, they are willing to work tenfold to make up for it. Of course, if they were not perseverant, they would probably have dropped out of school or transferred to another school long ago. But what Qi Lu valued more was their willingness to share weal and woe with Aiden Magic Academy. Even though all the mentors were poached, they did not leave. Even if they are discussing where they want to transfer to another school in the future. But when it came time to transfer, it was also when Aiden Magic Academy completely closed down. Dean Coggerbert, just watch carefully. Let's see what surprises these remaining students can bring you. The grandness of the exchange event mainly depends on the grandeur of the Magic Academy hosting it. Fingyu Magic Academy is also a low-ranking Magic Academy, not even like Aiden Magic Academy, which had a glorious period in the past. Therefore, although the venue for exchange activities is spacious, it is not luxurious. Instead, it has a simple feeling. It's just that participating in exchange activities is not a trip, so if the conditions are limited, just tolerate it. Moreover, it would be better to say that the other magic schools participating in the meeting were eager for the organizer to make a fool of themselves. The so-called peers are enemies, and it would be strange not to compete. There are only so many students. If you have more, I will have less. Otherwise, why do we have this college ranking? Isn't it just to recruit as many students as possible? As for picking and choosing students, that is something that only top magic schools are qualified to do. For most magic academies, it would be good if they could recruit enough students. But having said that, in real comparison, Fingyu Magic Academy is still a little better than the current Aiden Magic Academy. This also made Coggerbert sigh with sadness, and he couldn't help but sigh, the glory of the past is no longer. Dean Coggerbert, long time no see, welcome to your arrival. The person who came out to greet him was naturally Pedro, the Dean of Fingyu Magic Academy. You're welcome, Dean Pedro. We are old acquaintances. I never thought that one day I would come here to participate in exchange activities. Coggerbert bowed his hand in return. Most of the deans of the Magic Academy know each other. Unless it is one of the newly created magic schools, or those top magic schools, it will seem a bit out of place. So it was not surprising that Pedro would come out to greet him personally. In fact, the person who leads the exchange activities is generally not the dean, but the team mentor. After all, deans are very busy. Although exchange activities are a big deal, they have little to do with the dean. Since the dean is not going to participate in the competition, it is enough to provide him with a team mentor. But Aiden Magic Academy is a special case. There is no other way, there is no other tutor in Aiden Magic Academy. And this new mentor is the Fire Emperor. How dare Coggerbert let the Fire Emperor be the team leader alone, so he had no choice but to follow him in person. As for the students who did not come to participate in the exchange activities, they will be on vacation for the time being, and the return time will be notified later. So after some pleasantries, Coggerbert looked back at Qi Lu, and after getting the hint from his eyes, he and Pedro went into the Wind-Whispering Magic Academy. As for Qi Lu, there was naturally someone else leading them to a place tourist. Over at the Flame Magic Academy, there was no dean following the team sent over. The instructor who led the team was a middle-aged man with a rough face and a very irritable look. As expected of a student of fire elemental magic, he looked so hot. After all the participants from the 3 magic academies arrived, the exchange activities started as scheduled. Although exchange activities are very important and can determine the college ranking, the schedule is not long. After all, it is held every month, and the schedule is too long to bear. Therefore, the content of the exchange was not actually much, and some of the competitions were also decided on a temporary basis. The first exchange activity this time was to test the destructive power of magic. To put it simply, the content is to attack a fixed target and then check the degree of damage to the target. At this point, the students from Aiden Magic Academy do not have an advantage. The same is true for Wind Whisper Magic Academy. In terms of pure destructive power, fire elemental magic is undoubtedly more powerful. Therefore, the winner of the first round of competition is naturally the Flame Magic Academy. However, this small victory only made the students of Flame Magic Academy cheer a little, and then they clapped each other's hands and quickly became quiet. Even the faces of the students from Fingyu Magic Academy and Aiden Magic Academy did not change. Because pure destructive power does not mean anything. If it can't even hit the target, no matter how destructive it is, it's of nous. So this first test is actually just a warm-up, mainly to arouse the atmosphere of the exchange activities. The second competition is to test the students' control over magic. This time, it's still target practice. However, it is changed from a fixed target to a moving target, and it moves very fast. In this way, if you want to hit a moving target that is wandering around in midair and has no rules to follow, your control over magic will be quite high. Because in battle, many opportunities are fleeting. If you want to seize this fleeting opportunity, you must have high control over magic. Otherwise, even if you react, the opportunity will disappear before the magic's is released. So when they saw this competition, the students at Aiden Magic Academy were happy. Control of magic is their strength. After going through such arduous special training, if they haven't produced any results yet, then it's impossible for them to be selected by Qi Lu. It's just that when it comes to hitting moving targets, the students of Fingyu Magic Academy are not weak at all. After all, wind elemental magic is all about speed. Since you can't compare to the people from Aiden Magic Academy in terms of magic control, let's make up for it with speed. Dean Pedro, the students at your Fingyu Magic Academy are doing very well. Cogobert, who was watching the competition, suddenly smiled and said to Pedro. The students at Aiden Magic Academy are not bad either, Dean Cogobert. I'm surprised. If your students have always been of this level, why did the Academy's ranking drop to this level? After hearing Cogobert's words, Pedro frowned and asked with some doubts. The students at the Flame Magic Academy have not been specially trained on how to control magic. Therefore, this round of competition can basically be declared eliminated directly. Originally, Pedro thought that the Wind Whisper Magic Academy was a winner in his second moving target competition. But I never expected that the students at Aiden Magic Academy could have such strong control over magic. This level of control is simply not what a bottom Magic Academy would have. That's why Pedro felt strange. If the students of Aiden Magic Academy have always been so strong, why has the Academy's ranking dropped to the current situation? Because with Pedro's eyesight, he can completely see that the students of Aiden Magic Academy have better control over magic than the students of Fingyu Magic Academy. Even Pedro, the Dean of Wind Whisper Magic Academy, had to admit this. Could it be that Cogobert secretly invited foreign aid? But that's not right either. Despite the fact that exchange activities between magic schools are held quite frequently. But every exchange activity must be registered with the Elements Guild first. If Cogobert really dares to secretly invite foreign aid, the consequences will definitely be more serious than imagined. Because this is already a case of deceiving the Elemental Guild, once discovered, they will be severely punished. There is no way that Cogobert would have to pay the entire Aiden Magic Academy for such a trivial matter. So, are these students really students from Aiden Magic Academy? After thinking so much, Pedro's eyebrows tightened. This scene made Cogobert on the side feel so happy that he almost couldn't help but start humming. Humph, old guy, no matter what you think, it's impossible to imagine that Lord Fire Emperor is willing to help Aiden Magic Academy. Cogobert glanced at Pedro proudly and thought to himself. However, Cogobert still remembered the Fire Emperor's instructions very clearly. His identity must not be revealed. So even if Pedro wants to break his head now, it is impossible to figure out this problem. Forget it, let's continue watching the next competition. Even if I were asked about something like this that was related to the secrets of the Academy, I guess Cogobert wouldn't tell me. So Pedro was very sensible and did not continue to ask. During this period of time at the exchange event, the winner of the second competition was also decided. The students from Aiden Magic Academy were slightly better and won this competition. Not only did Pedro not expect this result, even the leading instructor of the Flame Magic Academy had a look of astonishment on his face, as if he couldn't believe the result. One can imagine how poor the reputation of Aiden Magic Academy is now. Seeing this scene, Cogobert was even more grateful to the Fire Emperor. Without the help of the Fire Emperor, the Aiden Magic Academy would have been ridiculed again. This victory was won a bit too slowly. With your level, it should be more clean and tidy. However, this result, which Pedro and others found unbelievable, was far from enough in Chi Li's view. Even now, they are still lecturing this group of students and pointing out their shortcomings in the competition. Fortunately, the location of the training was at the backstage of the competition venue. Otherwise, Pedro and the others would not know what to think when they saw this scene. It's better to be lectured than if you win the trial. Are you looking down on us and thinking we won too slowly? Well, although Chi Li did feel that way in his heart, it would be too hurtful to say it directly. Even if Chi Li doesn't care about this matter, Aiden Magic Academy will continue to hang out. Okay, that's it. If you can get the victory, you must get it. After talking for a while, Chi Li didn't bother to train any more after seeing all the students listening with low eyebrows. It was expected that he would lose the first competition, and Chi Li didn't say anything about it. The destructive power of elemental magic is purely a matter of brute force. The students in front of them don't have enough cultivation level, so it's normal that they can't win. No way, Chi Li himself is a decathlete, but that doesn't mean that the student she teaches can also do it. Yes, mentor, we won't lose in the next competition. After hearing this, the students expressed their opinions one after another, with solemn faces and serious tones. It was as if they had lost the competition just now. If the students from Wind Whisper Magic Academy and Fire Magic Academy saw this, they would probably vomit blood. If your side wins a warm-up match, everyone should cheer. Aiden Magic Academy was better off, winning a main match and making it look like they had lost. Who do you look down on? Fortunately, the third round of competition is about to begin. After receiving the notice, Chi Li also waved his hand and asked the students to prepare quickly. The contents of the third round of competitions came out soon. Students from 3 magic academies will fight against Warcraft respectively, and then be graded based on their performance in the battle. The final win or loss is determined by the score. It has to be said that Fingyu Magic Academy is also very generous. For this exchange event, I even went to the World of Warcraft forest to capture a few Warcraft alive. Now those monsters are being locked in special cages and dragged to the competition venue for exchange activities. Waves of violent beast roars were heard one after another, showing the anger of these monsters. These monsters are hurricane wolves. Cogobert immediately recognized the wolf-shaped monster locked in the cage. The hurricane wolf is a standard wind-type monster. It is extremely fast and good at attacking quickly. It likes to sneak attack its prey. It can also use simple wind elemental magic, which makes it quite difficult to deal with. However, the strength level of the hurricane demon wolf is not too high, at most it is at the level of a magician. Just like the 3 hurricane wolves currently captured by Fingyu Magic Academy, their cultivation levels are almost the same. Basically, they are at the level of a beginner magician. Even if an accident occurs during the competition, with the strength of Cogobert and others, they can immediately stop it. However, using the Wind Magic Beast as a trial monster is definitely a trick off the Wind Whisper Magic Academy. This kind of monster, which is known for its speed, is quite difficult for most elemental magicians. But for the wind elemental magician, it's speed versus speed. Whoever is faster will win. This is also an advantage that can be obtained as an organizer of exchange activities. Although there is overt favoritism, it is impossible to appear under the supervision of the Elemental Guild. But this kind of secret trick is quite common. And the Elemental Guild will not pay attention to this kind of thing. Because the enemies that elemental magicians need to face cannot be suppressed by elemental magicians every time. It is also common to encounter powerful enemies that are difficult to deal with. If you can't even deal with this kind of problem, then don't talk about becoming stronger. Therefore, this small and reasonable method is also one of the reasons why major magic schools compete for the qualifications to organize exchange activities. In order to maintain the ranking of their own schools, the major magic academies resort to many tricks. So even though Cogobert knew that what Pedro did was a bit unethical, it was hard to say anything. Because the organizer of this exchange event is Aiden Magic Academy. I'm afraid Cogobert is not immune to this. Since everyone is half-hearted, what qualifications does Cogobert have to talk about Pedro? Besides, even if Pedro uses this small trick, he may not be able to win the Aiden Magic Academy. The Fire Emperor is a true magician. With his teachings, the students of Aiden Magic Academy cannot lose so easily. Wind Monster. That's true. When the exchange event was set to be held at the Wind Whisper Magic Academy, I had already guessed that this would happen. The leader of the Flame Magic Academy frowned and sighed involuntarily. Fire elemental magicians are among the best in terms of destructive power. But in terms of speed, it has an obvious shortcoming. The Wind elemental magician is just the opposite. Using the Hurricane Demonic Wolf as the magical beast in the competition doesn't mean that the Flame Magic Academy has been directly eliminated again. But there is no way. The calculations between specialized magic schools are much simpler than those between magic schools in the entire department. As long as we start from the properties of magic elements, it is basically impossible to miscalculate. Therefore, during this exchange event, the Flame Magic Academy only needs to ensure that the Academy's ranking does not drop. As for winning, that's basically hopeless. To put it bluntly, if Flame Magic Academy can win the first competition, it is because of the favor given by Wind Whisper Magic Academy. He was probably thinking that he would start plotting against the Fire Magic Academy later, so he gave them some sweet treats at the beginning. When it was said like this, neither party lost face. But the problem now is that Aiden Magic Academy, which they didn't pay attention to at first, suddenly shows up. Even when playing with moving targets, even though the speed of elemental magic could not match the students of Wind Whisper Magic Academy, they still managed to win with superb skills. In this way, it is almost certain that the ranking of Flame Magic Academy will drop. Thinking of such a development, it would be strange if the leading instructor of Flame Magic Academy could still be happy. Qi Lu, on the other hand, looked unconcerned when he saw the Hurricane Demon Wolf. Elemental Mage is indeed countered by enemies with high attack speed. But restraint is not a natural enemy, there are always ways to deal with it. What's more, this third competition is not for the students to fight against the Hurricane Demon Wolf. After all, with the combat power of the Hurricane Demon Wolf, it is not an opponent that these students can handle. Therefore, the rules of the competition are that each Magic Academy needs to send 10 students to join forces to fight the Hurricane Wolf. The shorter the time, the better the coordination between each other, and the lighter the injury, the higher the score. Of course, defeating the Hurricane Demon Wolf is not a mandatory requirement, and it doesn't matter if you really can't do it. However, if you cannot even meet this most basic requirement, then the final score will be out of the question. The third competition of the exchange event has officially begun. The first to appear are the 10 students from the Flame Magic Academy. Now, open the iron cage and release the monsters. Of course, a competition like fighting the Hurricane Demon Wolf must be done one by one. Otherwise, it would be too easy for students to interfere with each other. Ouch! The escaped hurricane demon wolf let out an angry wolf howl. The green beast eyes flashed with fierce light, staring closely at the tanguis in front of them who didn't know whether to live or die. Although a magic barrier was specially set up at the boundary of the battle venue to prevent the hurricane wolf from escaping. But under this kind of anger, the hurricane demon wolf probably wouldn't even think about escaping. 10 students from the Flame Magic Academy also formed a formation and stood at their positions. It's a magic academy. Even if the academy's ranking is not high, it will still be involved in this kind of battle formation. Because most elemental magicians have poor mobility, battle formations are even more important. Let's start. Firewall. The battle started the moment the hurricane demon wolf came out of the cage. Therefore, the students from the Flame Magic Academy did not wait. After taking their positions, they immediately began to release their magic. Firewall is a very basic defensive magic among fire elemental magics. After use, it can condense a high wall of burning flames at the target. But the defensive power of this high flame wall is actually not very strong, and it cannot move. As long as the enemy pays a little attention, it will have no effect. Not even as useful as flame barrier. So later on, the fire wall was more often used to restrict the enemy's movements rather than for defense. A very smart move. Pedro narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile. Use the wall of fire to limit the attack speed of the hurricane demon wolf to make up for the fire elemental magician's shortcomings in speed. The idea is good, but they seem to have forgotten that the hurricane wolf can also use magic. Kagabot also said something. The evaluations of the two deans were spot on. In the battlefield, the hurricane demon wolf immediately activated his power after seeing the wall of fire rising. Dozens of wind blades condensed into shape instantly, and then flew towards the 10 students. Never doubt the power of these wind blades. Even the hurricane demon wolf only releases some simple wind element magic. However, what is the gap between the realms of these students and the hurricane demon wolf? Even if it is just some simple wind blades, if it is really hit, it will definitely be injured or even directly lose combat effectiveness. So when they saw the oncoming wind blade, the students who had already taken their positions immediately thought of dodging. Yet it's easy to dodge. But once the formation that has been established is dispersed, it is not so easy to stand back again. Therefore, the shortcomings of these students' lack of practical experience are reflected. As soon as the formation broke up, they began to feel helpless when fighting the hurricane demon wolf. He was even chased around by a hurricane wolf at one point. Fortunately, these 10 students are all carefully selected elites from the Flame Magic Academy. Even though the process was a bit embarrassing, the final result was good, and the hurricane demon wolf was defeated as expected. Then it was burned to charcoal by fire elemental magic. It's just that the 10 students of the Flame Magic Academy are not in good condition. They are all injured and covered in blood. Fortunately, after the examination, it was determined that the injuries were all minor, and he only needed to recover a little after returning home. However, the battle process is so embarrassing, so the score will definitely not be too high. In this regard, the instructor of the Flame Magic Academy had nothing to say. Everyone has seen how the student in his hands behaves, and there is really no way to refute it. Now we can only expect Aiden Magic Academy to perform even worse. As for Wind Whisper Magic Academy, this competition was specially designed by them. Do you still expect Fingyu Magic Academy to make a fool of themselves? And the facts also prove that the instructor of the Flame Magic Academy had the right idea. Because the second person to fight was the student from Fingyu Magic Academy. However, this battle is not so much a battle between the students and the Hurricane Demon Wolf, but rather a performance by the Wind Whisper Magic Academy. The students cooperated tacitly, arranged tactics in an orderly manner, and then easily defused the attack of the Hurricane Demon Wolf. Finally, when the hurricane demon wolf was exhausted, he launched the final blow and won the battle. There are almost no mistakes in the whole process, which is a pleasure to watch. Compared with the previous performance of Flame Magic Academy, it is simply a huge difference. It even made the students of Flame Magic Academy lower their heads in shame, not knowing what to say. Tacit cooperation, excellent tactics, and rational on-the-spot reactions. Yes, the students of Wind Whisper Magic Academy really impressed me with their performance. Kogabird commented very objectively, without any bias or deliberate belittling. Except that it took a little longer, the battle process seemed to be performed according to the script. Otherwise, it would be a performance. No, Dean Kogabird is joking. The students from Aiden Magic Academy haven't even played yet. Maybe they will also perform well. Pedro tried hard to suppress his smile and waved his hand, quite modestly. But that proud emotion emerged from the folds on his face. In the competition of communication activities, the later projects become more important. Pedro, who was able to win back a victory, would certainly be proud. As for saying that the students of Aiden Magic Academy will perform well, that is purely polite. Everyone knows that Aiden Magic Academy is in decline, and even the instructors have fled. How can it perform well? The target practice before and the battle now are two different things. Pedro has been preparing for today's exchange event for half a month. Pedro really let the students practice this battle with the Hurricane Demon Wolf as a performance. The purpose is to come out on top in this exchange event and then move the college ranking up one place. Kogabird, who guessed what Pedro was thinking, just smiled and said nothing. Because the students of Aiden Magic Academy will be on stage soon. Remember, my mentor said that when facing an enemy with high advancing speed, you must fight quickly. So when the war starts later, everyone should cooperate better and don't make any mistakes. As the most powerful force in the Aiden Magic Academy, Burns was obliged to serve as the temporary commander. Understood, Burns, you don't need to emphasize what the mentor said, we all remember it. That's right, how could we forget what the instructor said? Everyone remember what you are going to do later, and don't make any mistakes. The remaining 9 students rolled their eyes at Burns, then turned back to discuss tactics. Anyway, I'm just a temporary commander. Can you please give me some face? Burns said helplessly. Soon, after 10 students entered the fighting venue, the iron cage containing the Hurricane Demon Wolf was also opened. Ouch! The angry Hurricane Demon Wolf immediately rushed out and rushed directly towards Burns. This Hurricane Demon Wolf had seen both of the previous 2 battles. Although Warcraft has a low IQ, it can still understand such a simple situation. At this moment, it was also released. Of course it could think of what would happen to it. So without any hesitation, he immediately launched an attack. This is also the reason why the battle at Aiden Magic Academy is arranged at end. Because the further the battle goes, the more ferocious the Hurricane Wolf will be faced. In order to ensure that Wind Whisper Magic Academy could win, Pedro did not want to take even the slightest risk. However, is it really that simple? It's coming, it's really fast. Burns' eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. Brothers, are you ready? The battle has begun. Let's fight quickly. Frost entangled. Burns clapped his hands, and an icy blue mist immediately appeared around him. Frost Coil is an ice-type range-based elemental magic. It has little lethality and its main purpose is to slow down. We found the location, let's take control first. The Hurricane Demon Wolf rushed into the ice blue mist, and its speed suddenly slowed down. Although the attack speed is still very fast, it can already be caught by the naked eye. Control is a minor issue as long as you can see the target. Wind Ring Binding. Shackles of Earth. Freeze. Under Chi Li's guidance, these students have learned a lot of elemental magic. Even now, due to their low level of cultivation, the power they can use is quite limited. But if you bully the hurricane demon wolf, there will be no problem at all. After all, after 2 weeks of arduous special training, the students who can be selected by Qi Lu to participate in exchange activities have already reached the level of magicians. It is very simple for 10 well-trained magicians who cooperate with each other to punish a magician-level monster. So in just a few seconds, a series of controlling elemental magics hit the hurricane wolf. Even 1 or 2 elemental magics cannot control the hurricane wolf. What about the 5? What about 10? Anyway, the battlefield is so big, and the ice mist released by the frost entanglement is here. The hurricane demon wolf has no place to hide even if it wants to, so it can only show up obediently. Target locked, attack. Burns waved his hands, looked at the unable to move hurricane demon wolf, and roared. To stab. Wind blade. Ice spear. Exploding fireball. In an instant, the sky was full of offensive elemental magic, and it hit the hurricane wolf. There is no doubt that the hurricane wolf that could not dodge was completely dead. The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes. No, it can't be. Is this the end? Is this the hurricane demon wolf we fought before? Could it be that the hurricane wolf that Aiden Magic Academy fought against was weaker than ours? How can this be? This is the Wind Whisper Magic Academy, not the Aiden Magic Academy. Why should their hurricane demon wolf be weaker? Then according to what you said, doesn't it mean? After watching this battle, many students looked at each other in disbelief. I simply can't believe that the students from Aiden Magic Academy can be so strong. The hurricane demon wolf they finally defeated was unable to fight back in the hands of the students from Aiden Magic Academy. Not to mention the students at the Flame Magic Academy, the wounds on their bodies are still aching. But the students at Fingyu Magic Academy were really depressed. Why? They had trained so hard for today's competition. Why were they defeated by Aiden Magic Academy? Didn't we agree that Aiden Magic Academy is just here for a formality? The previous exchange activities were like this, but why did it change when they came to their Fingyu Magic Academy? And not only were these students stunned, even Pedro looked dull at the moment. All the previous pride was frozen on his face. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. He could only turn his head with difficulty and look at Kogobert. I'm just surprised. The students at your Aiden Magic Academy are so strong. Why is the academy ranked so low? Dean Kogobot, did you come here specifically to trick me? This is really what Pedro has in mind right now. Look at these students, they provide one-stop service to contain, control, focus fire, and deal with the aftermath. The hurricane demon wolf really passed away without any pain at all. He died on the spot, and his ashes will probably be blown away later. Can such skilled combat skills, experienced elemental magic release, and tacit cooperation among the students really be cultivated by a bottom-ranked academy? If Aiden Magic Academy had this ability from the beginning, it would never have been reduced to this situation anyway. All the other magic schools in the department should stop attacking our specialized magic schools, okay? This. Dean Pedro, you may not believe it. My students have only grown up recently. This time, it was Kogobert's turn to be successful. It's just that after the success comes, Kogobert still knows very well whose credit it is to teach the students so well. It is the mage who is willing to condescend to come to Aiden Magic Academy, Lord Fire Emperor. To be honest, Kogobot himself was actually very surprised by the scene that happened in front of him. Because he didn't expect that in just 14 days, his students could undergo such earth-shaking changes. It's not a joke, if the students at Aiden Magic Academy are still the same as before. In this battle with the Hurricane Demon Wolf, Kogobert will be ready to save people at any time. But now, Kogobert didn't even react, and the battle was over. Shouldn't this be surprising? Okay, I know, Dean Cogobert, every magic academy has its own secrets. If you don't want to say it, of course I won't ask any more questions. Let's continue to see the progress of the exchange activities. Of course, Pedro would not believe Cogobert's words and only regarded him as prevaricating. Did you grow up recently? Who would believe such a thing? But speaking of it, a secret is a secret, how could it be revealed? However, Pedro would never have imagined that what Cogobert said was actually the truth. It's just that this fact is too incredible. You know, in those top magic academies, there is no shortage of students who have been taught by magisters. But it can be like these students from Aiden Magic Academy who have made such a big change in a short period of time. As far as Cogobert knows, there isn't one. So of course, Pedro didn't expect it. In fact, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Cogobert wouldn't have believed that the Fire Emperor actually had this ability. No wonder the Fire Emperor said at the beginning that he would be solely responsible for teaching the students. Your cooperation is pretty good, and you did a good job of controlling and attacking. There are just some problems with the estimation of the enemy, and the magic power is wasted a bit. Chila spoke up at the right time after Burns, and others came out to prevent them from becoming complacent. Because defeating a hurricane wolf is not difficult, and there is nothing to be proud of. There are still many things that these students need to go through, and it is too early to be happy now. What's more, this exchange activity is not over yet. After the battle with the Hurricane Demon Wolf was completed, the last competition was ready to begin. That is an essential competition in every exchange activity, a battle between students. Since it is to test the comprehensive strength of the students from major magic academies, it will be used to evaluate the academy rankings. Then exchanges and discussions between students from major magic academies are indispensable. Only through this method can students show their true strength, and the gap can be seen more intuitively. The rules of the competition are very simple. Each Magic Academy participant in the exchange event sends 5 students. Then a round-robin system begins, with 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and no points for a loss. The final winner will be determined based on the final points. However, this competition is also the one that Chi Lu is least worried about. Because the students of Aiden Magic Academy are much better in single combat than they are in group combat. After all, most of what Chi Lu taught them were single-player combat skills, and group combat was only mentioned a little bit. Therefore, this last competition is more like giving the students of Aiden Magic Academy an opportunity to train. If you want to accumulate practical experience, then practical combat is an essential experience. Although the competition between students is not a particularly real actual combat. But it's better than training hard alone. So after listening to the rules, Chi Lu touched his chin and said something else. Experience the gap between actual combat and training. Okay, mentor. Burns took the lead in answering. There must be a place for Burns in this kind of one-on-one challenge. You know, even in the past, when Aiden Magic Academy was in decline, Burns almost never lost in the battles of exchange activities. Let alone now. However, exchange activities are not events where one person can turn the tide. This is also an exchange event for the United Elements, which is different from the martial arts competition in the A's Empire. What the martial arts competition needs are martial arts geniuses with outstanding talents and extraordinary talents. So all it takes is a single elimination system to determine the champion. The competition in the exchange activities is the comprehensive strength between the major magic schools. According to the rules of the round-robin points competition, no matter how strong one person is, it is impossible to win if the other 4 students are lagging behind. So after Chi Lu heard about this incident, he felt sorry for Burns. Burns' talent is not bad, but it was delayed in the declining Aiden Magic Academy. If Chi Lu hadn't appeared at Aiden Magic Academy at this time, Burns wouldn't have known how long he would have been delayed. But sometimes fate is so magical. If Burns had not chosen to stay at Aiden Magic Academy, he would not have met Qi Lu. And if he transfers to another magic academy, he may not be able to fully utilize his talents. However, after some special training at the hands of Qi Lu, Burns is now very hopeful to be promoted to the realm of magician in the next few days. That was the first student in Aiden Magic Academy to obtain a gold badge. For the current Aiden Magic Academy, the golden badge is already qualified to study and teach in the school. I have to say that fate is a wonderful thing that always allows people to find a balance between gains and losses. Burns would naturally reciprocate the favor and let his mentor see his achievements. Therefore, in the next battle, Burns exerted 12 points of strength. In every duel, the opponent can't be found. As for accumulating practical experience in duels, to put it bluntly, students from Wind Whisper Magic Academy and Flame Magic Academy have not been able to let Burns accumulate practical experience. After all, Burns is the student who is singled out in every exchange event at Aiden Magic Academy. On the contrary, almost all other students lost. Now that I have finally tasted the pleasure of winning, I naturally want to experience it more. Then, after the battles were over, Pedro was shocked to find that the students from the Aiden Magic Academy did not lose a single match, and even won every match beautifully. And from the process of the duel, it was completely impossible to tell that they were fighting tooth and nail. Instead, it felt like the game was deliberately delayed to give the opponent a chance to perform. This discovery shocked Pedro even more. The students from Aiden Magic Academy are practicing with their opponents? How dare they do this? Aren't they afraid of missing something? The instructor of the Flame Magic Academy also saw what the students of the Aiden Magic Academy were doing. But it was this discovery that made him clearly see the huge gap between the students he brought and the students of Aiden Magic Academy. He simply had no power to fight back. And there is a more important point, which is the elemental magic used by the students of Aiden Magic Academy. Is this really what is taught in the magic book compiled by Aiden Magic Academy? Since when will Aiden Magic Academy teach such high-end elemental magic? Although not very powerful, each one seems so subtle. If you think about it carefully, it's more like the elemental magic taught by top magic academies. Is this the foundation of Aiden Magic Academy? You guys are obviously so strong, why do you come here to bully others? As he thought about it, the instructor of the Flame Magic Academy knitted his eyebrows together and couldn't figure it out at all. Co-author, Aiden Magic Academy has been losing before, just to lose rankings and bully low-level magic academies like us? What grudge do we have? Is it worth your efforts to do something like this? However, Pedro and the team coach would never have imagined it. In fact, Cogobert was more shocked than them. Because Cogobert knew clearly that these elemental magics were never taught in the magic books of Aiden Magic Academy. So, the elemental magic learned by these students is the private property of Lord Fire Emperor. No way. In that case, Lord Fire Emperor is a bit too generous. All the small families in Aiden Magic Academy have declined to this level. What is the Fire Emperor trying to do? Cogobot was shocked and full of doubts at the same time. But more than anything, I am still happy and touched. Fire Emperor, although as soon as he heard the title, he knew that he was a fire elemental magician. But as a mage, it is not difficult to know how to use elemental magic with other attributes. The essence of magic elements is the same, but their properties are different, so they cannot be confused. But now, the Fire Emperor is willing to hand over his collection in order to help the Aiden Magic Academy. So, from Cogobert's point of view, no matter what the Fire Emperor's purpose was, he could not repay it. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't know that these elemental magics are almost useless to Qi Lu. Dean Cogobert, your Aiden Magic Academy is very strong. Although I don't know why you are in this situation, and you have fallen to bottom level for a time, but I sincerely hope that I will not encounter you again in the future. If possible, I really don't want to encounter your Aiden Magic Academy again in future exchange activities. When Pedro said goodbye to Kogobert and others, he couldn't help but speak. Judging from this exchange event, with the level of Aiden Magic Academy, competing with them is simply bullying. This is completely the level of the middle-level magic academies. What's going on between these low-level magic academies? You know, after this exchange event is over, it will be judged by the Elements Guild. The ranking of Aiden Magic Academy has directly risen by 8 places. This is because the rankings of Wind Magic Academy and Flame Magic Academy are too low. Otherwise, Aiden Magic Academy might be able to rise 15 places in one go. Such a span of improvement is simply unheard of. But Aiden Magic Academy did it. So, Kogobert worked so hard to get the Aiden Magic Academy to be ranked at the bottom just to break the record? Why don't you be so boring? Only Kogobert, who knew the truth, glanced gratefully at the Fire Emperor who was hiding behind the students. This person is the great hero of Aiden Magic Academy. If it were not for the Fire Emperor, Aiden Magic Academy might have dropped one more place in the Academy's ranking during this exchange event. Then it's really not far from bankruptcy. Dean Pedro, if it's not necessary, I certainly don't want to do this. I also sincerely hope that I will not meet you again in exchange activities in the future. Kogobot said to Pedro with emotion. Although what the two people said seemed to mean the same thing. But only Kogobert knew that his words had completely different meanings from Pedro. Pedro just felt that Aiden Magic Academy was deliberately hiding its clumsiness, so he didn't want to run into Aiden Magic Academy again. To avoid being ruthlessly crushed again, this would be a huge blow to the students of Fingyu Magic Academy. Although telling students earlier that there are people outside the world, there is heaven outside the world will be beneficial to their growth. But it's better not to suffer such a huge blow. But Kogobert knew in his heart that the great changes that Aiden Magic Academy had today were entirely a gift from the Fire Emperor. That's why Kogobert said such a sentence. In fact, he hoped that Aiden Magic Academy would not make the same mistake again. It will never decline to the same situation as before. As for the leading instructor of the Flame Magic Academy, he seemed to be invisible at the moment and was selectively ignored. Because the status gap between the tutor and the dean is there, and the Flame Magic Academy is also at the bottom of this exchange event. There is really no way to get Pedro and Kogobert to take it seriously. But to say that it was completely ignored, that's not the case. There will still be some exchanges as there should be, and some nice words will be said when bidding farewell. It's just that the leader of the Flame Magic Academy understood it in his heart, so he didn't bother to ask for trouble. When you have strength, others will take you seriously. When you don't have the strength, it's better not to speak. There are many affairs in the college, so I will take my leave now, Dean Pedro. Dean Kogobert, walk slowly. Not long after, Kogobert and Pedro handed each other and said goodbye calmly. In this exchange event, Kogobert has already gotten what he wants, so there is no need to stay any longer. It improved by 8 places, which completely exceeded Kogobert's expectations. I have to say, it was definitely a huge surprise. It also made the students who participated in this exchange competition extremely happy. After everyone returned, they couldn't help but brag about the students who did not participate in the exchange activities. He exaggeratedly talked about his achievements and told them how happy he was to win the Aiden Magic Academy. Especially when I saw the confused eyes of the students from Wind Whisper Magic Academy and Flame Magic Academy, I felt so happy. It made those students who were not selected to participate in the exchange activities feel extremely envious. Young people, who doesn't want to be the center of attention and be admired by others. In the past, they had always lost in communication activities, and they had always been receiving mocking looks and sarcastic words from others. Now that they have a chance to win it back, of course they want to win back their glory. It's just that the instructor chooses who to participate in the exchange activities. So among the bragging of those students who had been in the limelight, the other students gritted their teeth and found Qi Lu. Tutor, we also want to participate in exchange activities. Mentor, we also want to beat them once. It has to be said that these students are still very eager to win. So Qi Lu did not dampen their competitive spirit, but said slowly, want to participate in exchange activities? Sure. But the candidates to participate in the exchange activities must be the strongest group of people to ensure victory. So, for the next exchange activity, apart from the 20 people who have participated this time, among the remaining people, I will also select the 20 strongest to participate in the exchange activity. If you want to participate, don't just talk, go train yourself hard. Qi Lu opened his arms and spoke solemnly and seriously. Want glory? Can. As long as you have the ability, then I will give you the opportunity to gain glory. After saying this, the students who came to Qi Lu immediately ran back and started training day and night. It is enough to ensure the most basic rest every day, and use the rest of the time for training. This time we let those guys steal the show, next time it will be our turn. The heated scene actually made Kagabot a little embarrassed. Lord Fire Emperor, does it really not matter if the students train like this? Training so hard might hurt your body. It's okay to train hard, but you also need to learn to relax and balance work with rest. Don't worry, Dean Kogabert, I have my own sense of discretion. Qi Lu said aloud without raising his head. What I said before was not to inspire the students to train hard and improve themselves as quickly as possible. With Qi Lu and the elemental care potion here, what could go wrong? This. By the way, Dean Kogabert, in 5 days, I will start challenging the high-ranking colleges. Qi Lu paused and suddenly said, strive to improve the ranking of the college in the shortest possible time. Ah? Kogabert was stunned. Wait a minute, Lord Fire Emperor, what you just said was, launch a challenge. Kagabot, who finally came to his senses, asked in astonishment. Launching a challenge is easy to say, but the consequences of failure, well, Aiden Magic Academy seems to be able to bear it. Because the challenge failed, it only lowered the ranking of one college. Aiden Magic Academy, which has just improved 8 places, is obviously rich. However, there is no need to launch a challenge so eagerly. Even if the college's ranking improves, the faculty and foundation of Aiden Magic College cannot keep up. When the Fire Emperor leaves, it will not be the same as before. Even worse than before. It's better to just keep going like this, slowly improve the ranking, and then recruit tutors and recruit students. As we build our reputation step by step, I believe that within a few years, Aiden Magic Academy will be able to return to its former glory. Dean Kogabert, I know what you are worried about. But don't worry, I have considered all these, let's launch the challenge first. As long as the college's ranking improves, everything will fall into place, right? Qi Lu said confidently. Tutors can be recruited and students can be recruited. Qi Lu can also rewrite the magic book and give the elemental magic he cantos to Aiden Magic Academy. You know, in the Union of Elements, the level of development of elemental magic is very high. It's just that those powerful elemental magics are not available in Aiden Magic Academy yet. So Qi Lu is also happy to create a competitor for those top magic academies. Even making Kagabot a magister is not impossible. In fact, the only difference between Kagabot and the magister is his understanding and a little bit of magic qualifications. And understanding this kind of thing can be obtained naturally as long as the time is ripe. However, the little remaining magic qualifications can actually trap Kagabot in the realm of the great magician. But things like magic qualifications are not actually unsolvable problems in the face of the elemental care potion. Especially for elemental magicians, elemental favor potions do have an effect similar to improving magic qualifications. As long as Kagabert can become a magister. So even if the ranking of Aiden Magic Academy is rising at a more exaggerated rate, it is not impossible. In the Union of Elements, the Magister has such prestige. Since there are such conditions, why doesn't Qilu quickly improve the ranking of Aiden Magic Academy? Qilu also said before that if he borrowed the Aiden Magic Academy to do this, he would be paid enough. Improving the college ranking is one thing, but the follow-up matters are another matter. With Qilu's vision, how could he not have thought of these things? If a magic academy does not have enough strength and foundation, it is indeed dangerous to rush to improve the academy's ranking. Just the ostracism and suppression among peers is enough to make Aiden Magic Academy drink a lot. But does Qilu need to worry about this kind of thing? Besides, if he doesn't build the Aiden Magic Academy well, how can he safely sell the elemental favor potions here? After all, Qilu doesn't want to go to the Warcraft Forest to build a warehouse anymore. If they meet people from the A's Empire, they will have to fight. It is safer to put it in the Union of Elements. So, don't think that Qilu is helping Aiden Magic Academy for free. As a store manager and a standard businessman, Qilu will not do anything without benefit. But before Cogobert became a Magister, Qilu never thought of telling him about this matter. Because only Aiden Magic Academy can become famous and show its strength in order to intimidate the young people. Only then can other Magisters come to do business honestly, instead of taking action directly. Since Lord Fire Emperor has said so, then of course I have no objection. No matter what the Fire Emperor wants to do, I will fully support it. Cogobert didn't know what the Fire Emperor was thinking. But seeing the Fire Emperor's confident look, I felt a lot more at ease for some reason. So after thinking about it for a while, he didn't try to persuade him anymore, but decided to fully support the Fire Emperor's actions. Aiden Magic Academy was brought back from the brink of bankruptcy by the Fire Emperor. The worst case scenario is that we are just back to where we started, so what does it matter? What's more, with the current ranking of Aiden Magic Academy, even if the challenge fails, it will only drop one place. It's still far from bankruptcy. And with the Fire Emperor here, there will definitely be no problems in future exchange activities. At best, after failing the challenge, just slowly improve the college ranking. Then I'll trouble you, Dean Cogobert. I've already made a list of challenges. Let's take your time one by one. Qilu nodded and said something extraordinary with a calm expression. To challenge a high-ranking college, and a list? Do you plan to keep challenging until you fail? Cogobert looked at the young man in front of him blankly, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. The Fire Emperor is the Fire Emperor, with high courage, and his words are domineering. But you should also take a look at the actual situation of Aiden Magic Academy. There are only more than 60 students in total. Why do you need such a high college ranking? Can you hold it? Cogobert finally understood, if it weren't for the fact that only the dean had the authority to initiate a challenge. It is estimated that the Fire Emperor went to do this himself. I understand, Lord Fire Emperor, then which academy is the first one? Challenge? Geno Magic Academy, one of the higher magic academies of the United Elements, is currently ranked 19th. Unlike the Wind Whisper Magic Academy and the Flame Magic Academy, which are specialized magic schools that are ranked outside the top 100, Geno Magic Academy is a standard all-department magic academy. Dean Cartagiano is also a genuine magister. However, now that Cartagiano looks at the challenge letter on his desk, he feels quite a headache. Where did this Aiden Magic Academy come from? I challenged 5 magic academies in a row within a month, and won 5 times, directly raising the academy's ranking from 207th to 32nd. This kind of strength is a bit too terrifying. As soon as Cartagiano received the challenge letter, he had people collect information on the challenger. Aiden Magic Academy is not a very famous academy. Even in its glory days, it was only a middle-level magic academy. There is no way to get into the site of Geno Magic Academy. What's more, after that short-lived glory, Aiden Magic Academy declined faster than imagined. The shortage of teachers and insufficient background have become the biggest shortcomings of Aiden Magic Academy. Therefore, it is normal for Katagano to have never heard of Aiden Magic Academy before. But it's different now. Aiden Magic Academy has used the most sensational way to build its reputation among elemental magicians. Within a month, he challenged 5 magic academies in a row and raised the academy's ranking to 32nd. This ranking is already at the tail end of the High School of Magic. In just 1 month, he was directly promoted from a bottom magic academy to a higher magic academy. With this kind of terrifying strength, even those truly top magic academies would take it seriously, let alone Katagano. Because the difficulty of continuous challenges is definitely much higher than that of normal communication activities. After all, the essence of exchange activities is to allow major magic schools to communicate with each other. Therefore, the rankings of the magic academies that jointly organize exchange activities are definitely not much different. Basically, there will be no situation where the higher magic academies and the lower magic academies appear together in exchange activities. Because that situation is not called communicating with each other, but simply bullying. But launching a challenge is different. Especially the continuous challenges are even more difficult to imagine. You must know that the reason for launching the challenge is to transcend the limitations of rankings and make leaps and bounds. Continuous challenges must also abide by the rules of communication activities. That is, students who have participated in exchange activities are not allowed to participate again within 3 months. This places very high demands on the overall strength of a magic academy. Of course, in a magic academy, if all students have participated in exchange activities within 3 months, then this rule can be ignored. Just like the current Aiden Magic Academy, there are only more than 60 students in total. Where can we find so many students? It's just that Katagano doesn't know about this yet. Therefore, in Katagano's view, the overall strength of Aiden Magic Academy must be very high. After all, 5 consecutive challenges within a month means that 5 batches of students need to be replaced. And the strength of these 5 batches of students is getting stronger and stronger. Otherwise, when facing a higher-ranked Magic Academy, they will definitely be beaten and unable to fight back. This is what worries Katagano the most. Because before this, Aiden Magic Academy was basically unknown. Therefore, the information collected by Katagano's people did not record much information about the current Aiden Magic Academy. However, Geno Magic Academy is a long-established higher magic academy, and most of the information is on the surface. If there were to be a fight, the outcome would indeed be unpredictable. As the 19th ranked higher magic academy, Geno Magic Academy does have a trump card. However, who would believe it if Aiden Magic Academy, which has challenged 5 magic academies in a row and won 5 games in a row, has no trump card? So Katagano's headache was definitely not an act. It was even said that Katagano suspected that there must be a magician in the Aiden Magic Academy. And the strength of this invisible magister is definitely not inferior to him. Wait, magister. Katagano thought of this and suddenly froze. The magisters in the Union of Elements are definitely on record. As long as you have registered your identity, you will definitely be able to find it in the Elemental Guild. Therefore, even if the magisters in the Union of Elements have never met each other, they must have heard of them. After all, there are only so many magisters in the entire Union of Elements, and it is difficult to remember them all. Then here comes the problem. Now that we have thought of this, who is the magician in Aiden Magic Academy? The answer seems to have surfaced. In the territory closest to the location of Aiden Magic Academy. In recent times, the magician has appeared. Fire Emperor. Katagano's eyes were focused and he quickly thought of the name. More than a month ago, a magister suddenly appeared in the territory of a Golden Lord and registered his identity. And the most important thing is that the Fire Emperor had never registered an identity before that. It was like appearing out of nowhere, inexplicably appearing in the union of elements. In that case, the sudden appearance and sudden rise of Aiden Magic Academy is probably inseparable from the sudden appearance of the Fire King. Maybe, Aiden Magic Academy was a move laid by the Fire Emperor. For this scene now. Look, the Aiden Magic Academy, which was unknown at the time, is now so famous. This new approach is many times faster than the honest method of improving the college ranking through exchange activities. Moreover, the sudden increase in fame cannot be matched by conventional means of flattery. Therefore, Cartagiano now suspects that the emergence of Aiden Magic Academy may be the work of the Fire Emperor. It seems that I need to pay a visit to the Fire Emperor. Although the Elemental Guild has clearly stipulated that there should be no fight between magisters. But the negotiations between the magisters cannot be stopped by the Elemental Guild. Just like now, the Fire Emperor has violated the interests of Cartagiano, so it is reasonable for Cartagiano to go to negotiate with the Fire Emperor to find a solution. It is true that the king becomes the king and the bandit loses, but human nature and sophistication will not disappear either. Magisters have their own set of rules of conduct. Just like the many magic academies in the Union of Elements, why are they divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels? After all, they are both magisters, so their combat prowess cannot be at the same level. Take the simplest example. The Swift-Wind Sword Master of the A's Empire once had an astonishing record of quickly killing 7 magisters on the battlefield. But the actual situation is that these 7 magisters are all the weakest ones. To put it simply, it is the kind of person who has initially been promoted to the realm of a magister, but there is still some gap in actual combat power compared with a real magister. That's why in the hands of Gale Sword Master, a strong man who has been famous for a long time, he has no power to fight back. However, for those magisters who are not weak, they will be at a disadvantage even when facing the Gale Sword Master. But it won't be killed so easily. Even some extremely powerful magisters were able to suppress the Gale Sword Master. This is the huge gap that exists between people who are both in the realm of magisters. It is no exaggeration to say that the gap between top magisters and novice magisters is completely different. Therefore, among magisters, real combat power has become the capital of negotiation. Cartagiano made such a decision and wanted to go to Aiden Magic Academy to meet the Fire Emperor because of this consideration. No matter what, Geno Magic Academy is a long-established higher magic academy. And Cartagiano is also a long-famous magician. Therefore, Cartagiano never thought that the Fire King who suddenly appeared would surpass him in real combat effectiveness. In this way, all it takes is to prevent the next challenge from Aiden Magic Academy. Lord Fire Emperor, this is the 6th Magic Academy that I have challenged this month. Geno Magic Academy is already a true higher magic academy. Do we really want to continue to challenge it? After issuing the challenge again, a worried look appeared on Kogabert's face again. Although the first 5 challenges, each time was a victory. However, the current ranking of Aiden Magic Academy has reached such a high level that it makes Kogabert feel a little unreal. The 32nd place, just 2 places ahead, would be the real higher academy of magic. However, as the dean, Kogabert is still just a great magician. The successive victories certainly made Kogabert feel happy. But what followed was also full of worry and uneasiness. The Academy of Higher Magic, ranked 32nd, is by no means a ranking that a great magician can maintain. Of course we have to continue. Burns and the others have already been prepared. Sheila nodded and answered without hesitation. More than a month of special training, coupled with actual combat and exchange activities, has also brought about earth-shaking changes in Burns and others. The biggest change is that most of their cultivation realms have reached the realm of magicians. It has to be said that the elemental blessing potion is indeed a magic medicine for elemental magicians. This change also stunned Kogobert. It can be said that the reputation that Aiden Magic Academy has created this time will explode once the enrollment time comes, and countless elemental magicians will definitely follow it. This is a reputation created with absolute strength, and it will not disappear so easily. Especially the students at the Aiden Magic Academy, most of whom have been promoted to the level of magicians, are just living signs. But Kogobert knew what the Fire Emperor was thinking. But if his own strength cannot keep up, then his name as dean will be in vain. As soon as the Fire Emperor leaves, Aiden Magic Academy will immediately be knocked back to its original shape. There will even be retaliation from those magic schools that have been offended by the continuous challenges for more than a month. These are not situations that Kogobert wants to see. That's why Kogobert opened his mouth to persuade. I know what you are thinking, Dean Kogobert, don't worry. Just in time, I guess it's about time. I'll give you what I should give you now. Sheila glanced at Kogobert, smiled, then took out a bottle of elemental favor potion and placed it on the table. If you want to change the current situation, drink this potion. Sheila didn't say what it was, and just asked Kogobert to drink the potion on the table. Because the efficacy of the elemental blessing potion still needs to be experienced by the user to understand how shocking it is. Including the students at Aiden Magic Academy, they were actually vaguely aware of this. After all, after every special training, the instructor will prepare a bowl of water for them. And they have to drink according to their names, and they are not allowed to drink by mistake. In this situation, even a pig would have thought something was wrong. Therefore, the students of Aiden Magic Academy have more and more respect for their mentor. And they had a tacit understanding not to tell anyone about it. Since the mentor himself covered it up like this and didn't take the initiative to mention it, he must have something to hide. Then how could they, as students, take the initiative to tell the truth? This resulted in Kogobert having no idea what this bottle of potion was. However, Kogobert was also open. Since it was something brought out by the Fire Emperor, it naturally couldn't be used to harm him. So without saying anything, I picked up the bottle, pulled out the stopper, and drank the potion inside. How is this possible? Then the next moment, Kogobert felt an unusual warmth appear in his body. The bottleneck in his cultivation that had kept him from making any progress for several years was beginning to loosen up. Lord Fire Emperor, this potion of yours must be quite precious. I really have nothing to repay for receiving this great kindness. If the Fire Emperor has something to do in the future, just ask. No matter if it means mountains of swords or seas of fire, I, Kogobert, will never refuse. Only elemental magicians know how precious potions that can increase the affinity of magic elements are. There is no doubt that it is absolutely priceless. But the Fire Emperor gave it out in such an understatement, which made Kogobert shocked and at the same time deeply moved. Not only did he help Aiden Magic Academy improve its ranking, he was even willing to help himself improve his cultivation. How could Kogobert not be moved by such a great kindness? Don't be so polite. Just in time, guests have arrived. Dean Kogobert, if you are willing, just watch from the side. Sheila smiled nonchalantly, then turned his head to look in another direction and said aloud. Come out, the mighty Magister, but he is so sneaky. It really disgraces the Magister's name. As Sheila finished speaking, an old man wearing a robe and holding a staff appeared in the office. The storm that dispersed from his body showed his identity as a wind mage. Fire Emperor? The old man stared at Sheila closely and suddenly asked. Yes, it's me. If I guess correctly, you should be the Dean of Geno Magic Academy, Cartagino. The corners of Chi Li's mouth moved, revealing a professional smile. That's right, I am Cartagino. I never expected that the Fire Emperor would be so young. He is indeed a hero born from a young age. Cartagiano, who came here specially to pay a visit to the Fire Emperor, did not deny it, but the expression on his face was a little strange. Because Cartagiano never thought that Tang Huang would be a young man. And Cartagiano can guarantee that this young man is no more than 30 years old. A mage in his 20s. This kind of magic qualification is a bit too scary. Dean Cartagino, you came a little later than I thought. I thought you were coming this morning. Chila said with a smile still on his face, as if he didn't care about Cartagiano's identity at all. Of course, in fact, Chila really doesn't care. Because Chila will continue to challenge those higher-ranked colleges just to get these magisters to come to him. Therefore, Chila had actually expected Cartagino's arrival. Naturally, he also knew the purpose of Cartagiano's coming. In fact, when the ranking of the Magic Academy reaches the top 20, or even the top 10, the combat effectiveness of the students is no longer the main criterion. Instead, it became the actual combat effectiveness of the academy, the number of magisters, and the strength of the magisters. Therefore, when it comes to the level of top magic schools, the changes in the ranking of the schools are often not due to duels through exchange activities, but based on negotiations between magisters. This was also the biggest reason why Kogobert was so nervous and worried before. Because there is no magician who truly belongs to Aiden Magic Academy. Kogobert would not think that the Fire Emperor would always stay at Aiden Magic Academy. This idea is simply not realistic. So the 32nd college ranking is already very high for Aiden Magic College. It can even be said that it is so high that it is absolutely impossible to protect it with Kogobert alone. However, after Chila took out the elemental blessing potion, Kogobert's thoughts changed a little. The reason lies in the warmth that Kogobert felt after drinking the elemental favor potion. If nothing else, Kogobert can be sure. This potion can definitely help him break through his shackles and become a true mage. As long as Kogobert himself can become a magister, then the current ranking of Aiden Magic Academy will be logical. Even if the Fire Emperor leaves later, it won't have much impact. So when he saw Cartagiano, Kogobert was not too nervous. Even if Cartagiano is indeed a long-established mage. Anyway, the Fire Emperor is here now, so there is nothing to be nervous about. You knew I would come? Cartagiano frowned slightly, and a feeling of being plotted suddenly appeared in his heart. Of course, because the students of Geno Magic Academy are no match for the students of Aiden Magic Academy. If we accept this challenge, the ranking of Geno Magic Academy will drop to 20th place. At this point, Chila suddenly smiled and continued, you definitely don't want to see this happen, so you will definitely come to Aiden Magic Academy. Upon hearing this, Cartagiano could only remain silent. Because what the Fire Emperor said was right, judging from the information collected, the students at Aiden Magic Academy were indeed very strong. Almost all of them are at the level of magicians, and they have tacit cooperation and extremely superb fighting skills. It can be said that this is exactly the level of the elite students in the top magic academies. I really don't understand why it appears in a place like Aiden Magic Academy. So this is not that Cartagiano is trying to boost others' ambitions and destroy his own prestige, but it is an indisputable fact. Geno Magic Academy is indeed no match. Otherwise, Cartagiano would not have rushed to Aiden Magic Academy in such a hurry. But after arriving here, Cartagiano suddenly realized that his guess might be a little off. The Fire King, who suddenly appeared in the Union of Elements, may not be as weak as he thought. Because Cartagiano only really confirmed this after meeting the Fire Emperor. I really couldn't see through what level of cultivation the young man in front of me had. The spiritual power spread over and enveloped the Fire Emperor, as if he was facing an extremely deep and bottomless pit. If I had to describe it, it would be bottomless. The realm of cultivation is absolutely as deep as the abyss. How powerful is this Fire Emperor's magical qualifications? It is possible to reach such an unfathomable state at such an age. That's why Cartagiano's attitude seemed so polite, instead of being aggressive right from the start. Among magisters, strength has always spoken. Relying on one's old age and showing off one's abilities are of no use in front of the truly strong. Fire Emperor, I admit that what you said does make some sense. But you said that Aiden Magic Academy can definitely beat my Geno Magic Academy, but I don't agree. After Cartagiano was silent for a while, he raised his head and spoke. Although the facts are facts, whether to admit it or not is another matter. If he opens his mouth here and admits what the Fire Emperor said, then in the subsequent negotiations, Cartagiano will be at an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, no matter what, it was impossible for Cartagiano to directly admit what the Fire Emperor said, and he would also try his best to refute it. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to basing the negotiation on the premise that Geno Magic Academy is not as good as Aiden Magic Academy. How to play then? It doesn't matter, I don't need you to agree with this established fact. Chi Lu spread his hands and showed no concern for Cartagiano's remarks. The Academy ranking has no effect on Chi Lu, it is only good for Aiden Magic Academy. Now that Chi Li's goal has been achieved, the issue of college ranking is not that important. Then what do you want? Cartagiano could understand the inner meaning of the Fire Emperor's words. The main reason why he did such a sensational thing was not to improve the ranking of the Academy, but to attract the attention of their magisters? Dean Cartagiano, you must be well informed and you should already know the latest trends on the battlefield. Chi Lu did not directly answer Cartagiano's question, but began to change the topic. The latest trends on the battlefield. When the Fire Emperor suddenly mentioned this matter, Cartagiano frowned. He was about to say something, but was suddenly startled. Fire Emperor, are you referring to the recent actions of the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead? I have indeed heard that the A's Empire obtained a good thing called Elemental Protection Potion from somewhere, which can increase the user's magic resistance. We have discussed this matter together, but we haven't found a good solution yet. But why do you know this? When the Elemental Protection Potion aroused the vigilance of the magisters, the Fire Emperor was not yet famous. So when the magisters discussed the matter, no one came to notify the Fire Emperor. At this time, the Fire Emperor suddenly mentioned this matter, and Cartagiano naturally felt a little strange. It's not a secret. Ordinary people don't know about it. If we don't know about it, then who else can know about it on the battlefield? Chi Lu asked noncommittally. You are right. Cartagiano was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. In the union of elements, the power of the magister is greater than imagined. Especially the battle with the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead, it was almost impossible to hide these magisters. After all, the top combat power of the union of elements is these magisters. If the intelligence on the battlefield is not shared with these magisters, how can this battle be fought? This is also the reason why the Elemental Guild seems to be very indulgent towards the magister. As long as it does not endanger the stability of the elemental union or cause unnecessary internal friction, there is almost no taboo in what the magister does. As a result, the rules of the rankings of these magic academies have changed slightly after involving the magisters. Of course Chi Lu understands these rules, so when he comes to the United Elements, he does things so openly. It can be said that in the current Union of Elements, there is basically none who has not heard of Aiden Magic Academy. But how long such a reputation can last is not up to Chi Lu. There are countless strong men who have been lost in the dust of history. Who knows if Aiden Magic Academy will be next? But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, Chi Li's goal was achieved, successfully spreading his fame throughout the entire Union of Elements. In this way, if Chi Lu takes out the elemental care potion, no one will be able to take advantage of him. Because all magisters will check and balance each other, it is impossible for one of them to dominate. Therefore, the elemental favor potion must be distributed to everyone. The president of the Elemental Guild will also be concerned about the thoughts of the magisters and will not dare to take action at will. After all, according to the rules set by the gods, regulators are not allowed to participate in the war. Then it is absolutely impossible for the president of the Elemental Guild to fall out with the magisters, unless he wants to lose. At this point, all the preliminary work that Qi Lu had to do has been completed. The next step is to promote the element of favor potion. But it is obviously impossible for Qi Lu to take the initiative to run over and find those magisters to sell. It is one thing that Qi Lu is not that diligent, but more importantly, it is a matter of initiative. If you run over by yourself, how can anyone else find you and feel comfortable? So, after looking at Cartagino for a while, Qi Lu suddenly laughed. Dean Cartagino, you don't have to be so confused. I brought you here, so it's certainly good for me. As he spoke, Qi Lu took out a bottle of elemental care potion and placed it on the table. This is? Cartagino was originally a little confused about the Fire Emperor's purpose of bringing him here. Now that he saw what the Fire Emperor took out, he seemed even more confused. This is the potion I prepared after I studied it with great concentration after hearing about that incident. Because it is used to compete with the elemental protection potion, I named it the elemental protection potion. Qi Lu didn't show off, and introduced the things in front of him directly. Even the reason for the name was made up. The elemental favor potion. After listening to the introduction of the bottle of potion in front of him, Cartagino's eyes suddenly widened. It was at this time that Cogobert, who was standing by and waiting, learned the name of the potion he drank. It can increase the user's affinity for magical elements. This effect sounds simple. But for elemental magicians, there is no doubt that it is a coveted treasure. However, looking at Cartagino's doubtful expression, Qi Lu also smiled, and then looked at Cogobert beside him. Dean Cogobert, please prove to Dean Cardino the authenticity of this bot leaf elemental favor potion. How to prove? Of course, drink it. Compared to Cartagino's hesitation, Cogobert, who had just drank the elemental favor potion, rushed over and poured the potion on the table into his mouth without saying a word. Such a precious treasure, if you have the opportunity to use it, how could you not use it? But the eager and excited look on Cogobert's face left Cartagino stunned. No one is trying to rob you here, why are you in such a hurry? However, in the next moment, Cartagino had no idea. Although Cogobert's strength is not among the top among the great magicians. But in terms of cultivation level, Cogobert is actually not low, but he is stuck in a bottleneck and cannot make any progress. This situation occurs mainly because of insufficient magic qualifications, Soit has been unable to improve. The elemental favor potion that Qi Lu took out solved this problem very well. Since your magic qualifications are not enough, let's increase your affinity for magic elements. Therefore, the first bottle of elemental favor potion slightly loosened the bottleneck of Cogobert. And this second bottle of elemental favor potion helped Cogobert directly break the bottleneck. Then due to the accumulation of bottlenecks that Cogobert has been stuck in for so many years. There is no doubt that becoming a magister is a matter of course. As a result, a majestic aura suddenly burst out from Cogobert's body, accompanied by uncontrollable impact and turbulent magic elements, sweeping in all directions in a mighty manner. The intensity of this aura was also very familiar to Cartagino. Another new magister. How is this possible? It's just such a small bottle of potion. Surprisingly, unexpectedly. Halfway through what he was saying, Cartagino was stuck in his throat and couldn't speak. If the magister is so easy to be promoted, then there are no more dozens of magisters in the current union of elements. The so-called 1 in a million is definitely not a joke. It can even be said that among a million ordinary people, there may not be a magician. But now, the scene that appeared in front of Cartagino shattered his previous understanding. Just such a bottle of potion, the elemental favor potion, can help a great magician break through and become a magician. What an incredible thing, but it actually happened. Of course, Cartagiano didn't know that Cogobert's situation was just a special situation that brought together various coincidences. But then again, like Cogobert, there are not many elemental magicians who are stuck in the realm of great magicians due to their magic qualifications. There are even some elemental magicians who have stayed in the realm of great magicians longer than Cogobert. And these people, with the help of the elemental care potion, are also very likely to become magisters. So Cartagiano's shock and surprise were not without reason. Magister, I really made a breakthrough and became a magister. Lord Fire Emperor, I can never repay your kindness. If you have anything to do in the future, just give me your orders. However, while Cartagiano was still in shock and unable to extricate himself, Cogobert had already dropped to one knee, put his hand on his heart, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Qi Lu. There is even a vague feeling of swearing allegiance. However, elemental magicians are not knights, and neither is the etiquette of swearing allegiance. But Cogobert's words also woke up the shocked Cartagiano. Fire Emperor, you brought me here specially, didn't you want to tell me? Having said this, Cartagiano gave Cogobert a deep look before continuing, can you provide us with the blessing potion of this element? This elemental favor potion is such a precious treasure for elemental magicians. Cogobert had already proved it just now. The effects mentioned by the Fire Emperor are absolutely true. A newly minted magister, Cartagiano has not taken it seriously yet. However, what really needs to be concerned about is the way this new magician breaks through. If this method can be replicated, doesn't it mean that the united elements can mass-produce magisters? Just thinking about this situation can make Cartagiano tremble with excitement. If the united elements can really mass-produce magisters, then what is the Ezzer Empire? What is the Hall of the Dead? So what if they had the elemental protection potion? Improving magic resistance does not mean being immune to elemental magic damage. Even a giant dragon that is born with magic resistance cannot do this kind of thing, let alone an ordinary human race. Under the Magister's indiscriminate bombardment, it is absolutely impossible for the Ezzer Empire and the Hall of the Dead to withstand. I can indeed provide you with elemental care potions, but the quantity is not large. The preparation of elemental favor potion is quite troublesome, so the output is not high. Qi Lu raised his head and glanced at Cartagiano before nodding. The elemental favor potion is different from the elemental protection potion. If this kind of thing that may help elemental magicians break through their shackles is sold without restrictions like the elemental protection potions, the structure of this world will soon be broken. Therefore, in order to keep his business going for a long time, Qi Lu will not do anything to fish in the lake. Elemental potions of protection can be sold without limit. However, the elemental blessing potion must be sold in limited quantities. But it was impossible for Cartagiano to know these things, so after listening to Qi Lu's words, he pondered again. Not many in number. It is normal for a precious treasure like the elemental blessing potion to be in small quantities. I just heard from the Fire Emperor that the output of the elemental favor potion was not high just because it was very troublesome to prepare. Does that mean that as long as there are more people to prepare it, it can? Thinking of this, Cartagiano looked at Qi Lu and said, Fire Emperor, this elemental favor potion. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qi Lu. Then, Cartagiano saw the Fire Emperor's playful eyes and careless voice. Dean Cartagiano, do you think this kind of thing is possible? Qi Lu spoke slowly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Qi Lu could think of what Cartagiano was thinking without even guessing. Don't you just want me to hand over the formula of the elemental favor potion? But this kind of thing is ridiculous to say. Not to mention that Qi Lu did not have the formula for this so-called elemental favor potion. Even if there is such a precious formula, is it just handed over? You are just a magician, how much dignity do you have? Cartagiano was stunned by Qi Li's words. But he quickly came to his senses and apologized. Sorry, I was abrupt, Fire Emperor, I won't mention this matter again. The person who can prepare the elemental favor potion is also a mage with unfathomable strength. How could such a strong man ask the other party to hand over the formula of the elemental favor potion? As long as you understand, I don't want to see it happen again. Qi Li snorted coldly. He has such a good temper, I don't know how many things like this will happen in the future. After all, Cartagiano is just a veteran mage, but not a top mage. What the veteran means is that just because Cartagiano has been a magister for a long time, it does not mean that he is really strong. So if Qi Li behaves too well, then when those top magisters come over, there will be some negotiations. So, Fire Emperor, I wonder how many elemental care potions you have in your hand, and what price do I have to pay to take away these elemental care potions? Cartagiano seemed to understand what the Fire Emperor meant, and after thinking for a moment, he asked aloud. The Fire Emperor spent so much effort to lure him here, of course it couldn't be just to show off to him. In addition, the Fire Emperor specifically mentioned the trends on the battlefield before. Then there is no doubt that the Fire Emperor must be planning to sell these elemental blessing potions to these magic academies. Only by taking out the elemental favor potion can the Fire Emperor get the support of all the magisters. No matter how high the selling price is, we can accept it. After all, every appearance of a magister is priceless. As for blaming the Fire Emperor for the great cause of saving the elemental union, all I can say is, just go to sleep. The magister has no good opinion of the elemental union itself. How can a strong man of this level not survive? Just being born in the union of elements, the magisters are also willing to protect the stability of the union of elements. However, let's say that I have to give everything I have to the union of elements. It is estimated that most magisters cannot do it. Because the magister is not alone, being able to dedicate his life does not mean that he is willing to dedicate everything he has. You know, there are still many people who want to live beside the magister. Therefore, as long as the Fire Emperor is willing to sell the elemental blessing potion, he can be regarded as a major contributor to the elemental union. As for giving it out for free, I can only say that anyone who would think so is definitely out of their minds. I want the elemental blessing potion. The price is easy to negotiate, but I have a few other conditions. Qi Li knocked on the table and spoke slowly. Accept the challenge of Aiden Magic Academy. Don't worry about winning or losing. Just let the students perform freely. Then you can tell other magic academies about the elemental favor potion. Qi Li went to Aiden Magic Academy as a tutor. Although it was a whim at the beginning, he later made detailed plans. Building a reputation and then using Aiden Magic Academy as a base to sell elemental favor potions is the first point. The second point is to build Aiden Magic Academy into a truly top magic academy. As a result, a large number of students will come to Aiden Magic Academy every year. These are all sources of the power of faith. Because Qi Li had already decided that the elemental blessing potion could only be sold in limited quantities. So how to collect the power of faith in the union of elements, we can only find another way. So Qi Li quickly thought of something he had done in the Az Empire, teaching sword skills to gain the power of faith. So on the element union side, of course the successful method can be copied again. Moreover, compared to the Az Empire, where the sword master accepted disciples, he could only teach a few people at a time. The Magic Academy in the Union of Elements is quite popular. Therefore, improving the ranking of Aiden Magic Academy has become an imperative task. You know, the magic book currently used by Aiden Magic Academy was newly compiled by Qi Li. As long as a student learns the elemental magic written by Qi Li in the magic book, it will provide Qi Li with the power of faith. Therefore, Qi Li will not be lenient when it comes to getting college rankings. Anyway, the higher the ranking of the college, the greater its reputation. During the admissions process, those students will also give priority to high-ranking magic academies. In this way, as long as Aiden Magic Academy continues to exist, there will be more and more students coming out of Aiden Magic Academy. Correspondingly, Qi Lu can collect more and more power of faith. This is an excellent sustainable development project, and Qi Lu will certainly not take it lightly. Therefore, when it comes to the transaction of elemental favor potions, Qi Lu will try his best to benefit Aiden Magic Academy. Not to mention ensuring that Aiden Magic Academy can survive forever, but at least it must coexist with the elements. On this point, Cartagiano said it's simple. As long as there are always magisters in Aiden Magic Academy, even if the academy's ranking drops again, it won't drop much. Well, the magister has such high prestige and intimidation in the union of elements. Even if it's just a new magister, it's the same. Even though he is not taken seriously in the circle of magisters, he is definitely at the top level among many elemental magicians. A magic academy with a magister in charge and a magic academy without a magister in charge are completely different things. Otherwise, why would Qi Lu help Kogabert advance to the level of magister? That's because Qi Lu can't stay at Aiden Magic Academy forever. How long can it last just by relying on the reputation of the Fire King? Therefore, it is more reliable for Aiden Magic Academy to truly have its own magician. Because after settling all this, the Elemental Alliance will probably ignore the secret request of the Ease Empire to join forces, and then directly declare war on the Ease Empire and the Temple of the Dead. After all, if the Elemental Favor Potion is used properly. On the Elemental Union side, there might be a large number of magisters in a short period of time. The sudden increase in strength will also make the United Elements' ambition skyrocket, making them arrogant and blind. Therefore, the battle between the three major forces will definitely intensify, and this development cannot be stopped. However, this situation is also something Qi Lu is very happy to see. If the three major forces don't fight fiercely, how can Qi Lu make a fortune among them? I understand, Fire Emperor, you want Aiden Magic Academy to occupy a place among the top magic academies. You have the Elemental Blessing Potion in your hand. This is easy to do, however, the current situation of Aiden Magic Academy does not look like a top magic academy at all. Cartagiano probably understood what the Fire Emperor meant, and felt a little more at ease. Although the Aiden Magic Academy was not well known before, the Fire Emperor was there and the Elemental Care Potion was there. Rise is already destined. So it's not too late to make good friends now. So after hearing the Fire Emperor mention these things, Cartagiano also gave appropriate suggestions. The presence of a magister is indeed very important for a magic academy, but sufficient teachers are equally important. After all, the people who teach those students are not magisters, but tutors who come to serve in the academy. Another thing is that the teaching buildings and dormitory buildings in the Aiden Magic Academy should also be renovated. The dilapidated appearance will indeed appear to have historical heritage. But it will also make those new students think, does Aiden Magic Academy have no money? Yes, Aiden Magic Academy is indeed poor. If he really had strong financial resources, wouldn't Kogabert not want to leave more comfortably? Qi Lu also agreed with this suggestion and felt that not only those buildings needed to be renovated, but the area of Aiden Magic Academy also needed to be expanded. Because Qi Li's original intention was to rely on Aiden Magic Academy to teach elemental magic in order to gain the power of faith. Therefore, the larger the area of Aiden Magic Academy, the more students it can accept. In this way, Qi Lu can gain more power of faith. Anyway, in Kosa, the territory of the Golden Lord, it is not difficult for Aiden Magic Academy to apply for Academy land. You know, the presence of a magic academy in one's own territory can be regarded as the Lord's achievement. If Aiden Magic Academy can be promoted to a top magic academy, maybe Kosa can also take advantage. For example, it is not possible to upgrade from a Gold Lord to a Black Steel Lord, or even a Starstone Lord. After all, the territories where other top magic academies are located are all under the rule of Lord Starstone, with almost no exceptions. So after learning the news, how could Kosa not support the actions of Aiden Magic Academy? It was almost Kogabert who applied first and Kosa who agreed second. They even asked the staff to rush to do this. But these are all things for later. Qilu has not thought about it so much now. At present, Qilu is still negotiating the price with Cartagiano. Qilu just wants to support Aiden Magic Academy into a top magic academy. Therefore, the conditions Qilu proposed were not many. But there is one very crucial one. That is to let Cartagiano exchange the outstanding tutors from Geno Magic Academy for the right to trade the Elemental Blessing Potion. There is no way. There are as many magic academies in the Union of Elements as there are Crucian carp crossing the river. Even though many of these magic schools only opened for a few years, they declared closure. But as long as the magic academies can stay, they are all magic academies with certain strength and capital. And those tutors with a little bit of ability have basically been robbed by these magic academies. In desperation, Qilu had no choice but to make this decision. After all, cultivation level is not equal to teaching ability. An excellent tutor requires more than just strong strength. Just like teaching ordinary students, a magister may not necessarily teach better than a magician. Because the level of cultivation is so different, there will be differences in understanding when teaching elemental magic. This difference is similar to how college students solve problems for elementary school students. College students can see the results at a glance, while elementary school students need a step-by-step solution process. Moreover, if the results are told directly to primary school students, the primary school students may not necessarily understand why. So after listening to Cartagiano's suggestion, Qilu pondered for a moment before making this request. Fire Emperor, you still want to be an excellent tutor in my Geno Magic Academy? After listening to the Fire Emperor's words, Cartagiano was stunned. So is this just shooting yourself in the foot? I made good-intentioned suggestions to help the construction of Aiden Magic Academy, but the opponent backhanded me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said anything about the mentor. But it's too late now. Dean Cartagiano, I don't want more. I'll have 2 outstanding mentors. Just 2 will be enough. Qilu slowly tapped the table with his fingers and said with a smile on his face. But to Cartagiano, this smile looked like a demon. However, Jiu Hui said this, and there was nothing he could do about it. Ordinary magic academies do not have high requirements for tutors. You can just recruit them later. But can top magic academies have the same requirements for tutors as ordinary magic academies? However, it is impossible to recruit excellent tutors for a while, because they are basically taken over by other magic schools. So Qilu could only poach from these top magic academies. Anyway, there are always a lot of excellent tutors in top magic academies, so sending a few over will have no impact. This was a decision Qilu made after careful consideration. For the trading rights of elemental favor potions, I believe those top magic schools will definitely agree. And the facts also proved that Qilu's idea was not wrong. 2 excellent mentors, right? Okay, I promise you. Cartagiano gritted his teeth and was silent for a long time before speaking out. Compared with an excellent mentor, the elemental favor potion is more important. As long as he has the elemental favor potion, Cartagiano dares to say that within a few days, there will be a few more magisters in the Geno Magic Academy. Isn't this better than 2 outstanding mentors? What's more, if the Fire Emperor wanted to trick him, he couldn't possibly catch the whole family from Geno Magic Academy. According to the Fire Emperor's style, It is estimated that all the top magic academies that seek to do business with him will have to contribute several outstanding instructors. Because after Katagino came to Aiden Magic Academy, he also understood it. The current Aiden Magic Academy is an empty shell. We need a mentor, but not a mentor. We need a student, but not a student. The challenge to 5 magic academies in a row in the past month was probably the result of the Fire Emperor's tricks. But it was precisely because of this amazing result that Katagino misunderstood the true strength of Aiden Magic Academy. It also made Katagino think that the information he sent out to collect were all smoke bombs released by the Aiden Magic Academy. In the end, who knew it was all true? Having said this, Katagino could not help but look at the Fire Emperor. This unspectacular young man looks young, but he has such an unfathomable level of cultivation. Moreover, the teaching methods can be so superb that a magic academy that was previously ranked at the bottom can suddenly become a reserve for a top magic academy. As long as excellent tutors are in place, the renovation and expansion of the college will be completed and enrollment will be completed. The current Aiden Magic Academy can become a truly top magic academy in minutes. Although in this, the elemental favor potion played an indispensable role. But, then again, this elemental favor potion was not prepared by the Fire Emperor. Then I wish our transaction success and happy cooperation. Qi Lu heard this and immediately said with a smile. The tutor's problem is finally solved. As for the expansion and renovation of the college, Kokobert needs to worry about it. Of course money is not a problem, as long as Kosa's approval is obtained. As early as when Qi Lu decided to sell a limited quantity of elemental favor potion, it was destined that the price would not be too low. But what's the use of having so many gold coins piled up in Qi Li's hands? What the system collected was only the power of faith, and it had no intention of melting and recasting these gold coins. So it is better to use it to build the Aiden Magic Academy. After all, it is also a base used to sell elemental favor potions, so there is nothing wrong with being luxurious. And as Katagino returned and accepted the challenge from the Aiden Magic Academy, the attention of most people in the United Elements was also attracted by this challenge. As we all know, there is a huge threshold between the top 20 and the following rankings of the Magic Academy. Only by breaking into the top 20 can we be called a top magic academy. But in the Union of Elements, the rankings of the top magic schools do not change so frequently. It's not like no other magic schools have challenged those top magic schools in the past. After all, as long as the challenge is successful, it will be a huge fame. Under such a huge temptation, there will always be some people who overestimate their capabilities and try it. However, the final result is also within everyone's expectations. So far, none of those who overestimate their abilities have succeeded. So this time Aiden Magic Academy challenged Geno Magic Academy, which naturally attracted widespread attention. One of the main reasons is the previous record of Aiden Magic Academy. Within a month, 5 challenges were launched and 5 victories were achieved. Such an impressive record is enough to maximize the reputation of Aiden Magic Academy. So this time Aiden Magic Academy once again challenged, and also chose Geno Magic Academy, one of the top magic schools, which will of course be talked about by people. It's just that not many people are optimistic about Aiden Magic Academy. Everyone knows that there must be a magician sitting in the top magic academy. This is not only a guarantee of strength and a reflection of heritage, but also the cornerstone of students' self-confidence. Those who go to challenge the top magic academies are often inherently inferior in the face of this kind of background. How could he win the subsequent competition? However, this time, the performance of Aiden Magic Academy shocked countless people who were paying attention to this competition. The first point is that Kagabot's appearance and the strength he showed are truly in the realm of the Magister. The sudden change shocked almost everyone who paid attention, except for Cartagiano, who had known about it for a long time. This also includes the deans of other magic academies. After all, this level of challenge is also related to the reputation of many top magic academies. Therefore, the deans of other magic schools will definitely pay attention to his challenge. Cogabert's high-profile appearance and display of his own strength added a touch of suspense to this challenge. It turns out that there is also a magician sitting in the Aiden Magic Academy. That's okay. Originally, the ordinary people in the Union of Elements came over to watch the excitement. I also wanted to have fun, to see if it was that guy who overestimated his abilities again and wanted to challenge the top magic academy again. But no one expected that this time, the challenge was not about overestimating Gon's capabilities, but about Aiden Magic Academy trying to clear its name. There is no way. It is normal for people who do not understand the situation to have such thoughts. Because the ranking of Geno Magic Academy is only 19th. Among the top magic schools, he is also at the bottom. Therefore, Aiden Magic Academy, which also has a magister, may not be unable to defeat Geno Magic Academy. Even before this exchange event has started, there are many students waiting to enroll, thinking that when Aiden Magic Academy starts enrolling students, they will go and sign up. If you are lucky enough to be admitted to a new top magic academy, wouldn't it be great luck? As for the old top magic academies, I'm sorry, they have always chosen the students, and no students can choose the academies. However, the sensation caused by this challenge is not over yet. The moment that really caused a sensation was the moment when Aiden Magic Academy won. The ranking of Geno Magic Academy dropped to the 20th place, while Aiden Magic Academy successfully climbed to the 19th place. Incredible! Unbelievable! Aiden Magic Academy actually won. I'm ready. When will Aiden Magic Academy enroll students? I'm going to sign up. In the Union of Elements, the people who are paying attention to this challenge are talking about everything. But more than anything, I still feel surprised and shocked. The strength and foundation possessed by the established top magic academies are unimaginable. But even so, the Aiden Magic Academy, which was still unknown before, succeeded in the challenge. Dean Cartagena, what on earth is going on? Your Geno Magic Academy will actually lose. That Dean Cogabert, judging from his aura, is obviously a newly promoted magister. If you put it this way, the strength of Aiden Magic Academy should not be strong. With no mentors, not many students, and even on the verge of bankruptcy, how strong can a college be? After the defeat of Geno Magic Academy, some deans who were familiar with Cartagena also took the time to come over and ask about the reason. Even though Geno Magic Academy is ranked at the bottom among the top magic academies. But losing like this would be a slap in their face. Therefore, the information about Aiden Magic Academy has long been dug out by these deans. In front of many magisters, this kind of magic academy, which was once ranked at the bottom, has no secrets at all. Everyone, it is true that Geno Magic Academy is not strong enough in this exchange event. Cartagena looked at the deans in front of him and could only answer helplessly. I had made an agreement with the Fire Emperor before that this exchange activity would allow the students to express themselves freely. So what Cartagena thought was that his Geno Magic Academy was one of the top magic schools after all, so he shouldn't lose. Originally, Cartagena thought that the Fire Emperor would use the Elemental Blessing Potion as a threat to make Geno Magic Academy admit defeat directly. Fortunately, the facts proved that the Fire Emperor still wanted to save face and would not do such a thing. But who would have thought that the students in Aiden Magic Academy would be so ridiculously strong? Although Cartagena guessed that the Fire King's teaching ability was very powerful. But this might be too much. How did the Fire Emperor teach such a group of students to the current level in more than a month? Therefore, faced with the questions from many deans, Cartagena also looked helpless. What can I do? I'm desperate too. But, Dean Cartagena, if the information I got is correct. Before the exchange activities at Geno Magic Academy began, It seems that two outstanding instructors were poached by Aiden Magic Academy. In the silence, one of the deans suddenly spoke up. It's a big deal for a mentor to be poached. The dean, who had not noticed this detail before, heard this sentence and immediately looked at Cartagiano. That weird look in his eyes, as if Cartagiano was a traitor. It is true that good birds choose trees to roost in. But before the exchange activities began, no matter how famous Aiden Magic Academy was, it could not be more famous than Geno Magic Academy. But it happened that the outstanding instructor of Geno Magic Academy was poached by Aiden Magic Academy. If there wasn't something fishy about it, they wouldn't believe it. Could it be that it was, because of some deal reached between Cartagiano and Kogobert, that the Aiden Magic Academy won this exchange event? Probably. Of course it's not what you think. Everyone, please stop guessing. I have to tell you this anyway. Cartagiano looked at these deans who had come all the way here, with eyes full of suspicion, and couldn't help but shake his head. Originally, Cartagiano wanted to wait until the sensation caused by this challenge was over. It can also give Geno Magic Academy some time to develop. As long as a good thing like the Elemental Blessing Potion can be given a few more days to develop, it will be a long way ahead. Unfortunately, these deans did not seem to intend to give Cartagiano this opportunity. The day after losing at Geno Magic Academy, everyone came here. Therefore, Cartagiano could only tell the whole story about his transaction with the Fire Emperor. Elemental Blessing Potion? Are you telling the truth? If there really is a potion with such a powerful effect, would the Fire Emperor tell you? After listening to Cartagiano's explanation, the first reaction of the deans was that they didn't believe it. Even because of the shock of the Elemental Blessing Potion, he ignored the fact that the Fire Emperor was at the Aiden Magic Academy. But soon, someone reacted. Wait a minute, the Fire Emperor is at Aiden Magic Academy. Is he the guy who suddenly appeared in the Golden Lord's territory and registered his identity as the Magister? If Aiden Magic Academy is a trap set up by the Fire Emperor, then it is not difficult to understand. But are you sure this Elemental Blessing Potion is real? Although all the Magisters are very interested in the Fire Emperor, they are obviously more interested in the Elemental Favor Potion. Because this is a treasure that can truly enhance the strength of any elemental magician. Of course I'm sure. Cartagiano nodded seriously. As you just said, Dean Kogobert is just a newly promoted Magister. But what you don't know is that Dean Kogobert was promoted to Magister right in front of me. It was because of this bottle of Elemental Favor Potion that after drinking it, he directly broke through the shackles. The serious tone and serious expression also made the deans realize that Cartagiano was not lying. In other words, the Elemental Favor Potion is real. The effect of increasing the user's affinity with magical elements is also true. This discovery immediately excited all the deans who had come all the way here. With this divine object in hand, why worry about the Magic Academy not developing, and why worry about the Elemental Union not flourishing? Thinking of this, the eyes of the deans also lit up, as if they had seen the future they longed for. I thought of the grand scene of the elements uniting to punch the Ease Empire and trampling on the Hall of the Dead. What a beautiful scene it would be. The three major forces have been fighting for so many years, and the elements have united for this moment. If the Elemental Blessing Potion is provided by the Fire Emperor, then where'll I have to go and take a look? If this is true, then with the Fire Emperor's ability, Geno Magic Academy will lose to Aiden Magic Academy in this exchange event. It is indeed a fair defeat. That's right, as long as the Fire Emperor is willing to spend a lot of money. Students trained with the Elemental Care Potion will never be weaker than the elite students in our academy. As they talked, the direction of the discussions among the deans also changed slightly. Cartagiano, who was standing aside, had a dark look on his face. It was previously said that there was a shady secret in the exchange activities, and that it was the Geno Magic Academy that let things go. Why are you now saying that Geno Magic Academy did not lose unjustly? Even if you want to curry favor with the Fire Emperor, there is no need to change your attitude so quickly. The Fire Emperor is far away at Aiden Magic Academy, and he can't see your performance. Who are you talking to? But it was one thing for Cartagiano to feel unhappy, but on the surface Hestil remained silent, very sensibly. The group of deans in front of me are each stronger than the last, and it is really hard to offend them. It's better to let them go to the Fire Emperor to suffer. The realm of Kosa lies on the edge of the United Elements. Aiden Magic Academy is located on the territory of Kosa, so naturally it cannot squeeze into the central area of the Union of Elements. So before this, Aiden Magic Academy had never been famous, and not many people knew about it. After all, who would care about a low-level magic academy in a border territory? But it's different now. The academy ranking of Aiden Magic Academy has been officially promoted to 19th. This means that a top magic academy has appeared in this border territory. Such a huge event shocked the residents of the entire Elemental Union, as well as most of the elemental magicians. The happiest among them are probably the residents of Kosa's territory and the Golden Lord of Kosa. But now, Kosa will probably be called the Black Steel Lord. On the day that Aiden Magic Academy defeated Geno Magic Academy, the new noble status badge was delivered to Kosa. How could a top magic academy be opened in the territory of a Golden Lord? If the steps to evaluate the Starstone Lord were not too complicated, Hosa might have been upgraded 2 levels on the spot. In the territory of Kosa, there are also big feasts these days, and every household is happy. If there is a top magic academy in a territory, it means that this territory will receive special attention. Countless students are coming to study, and with them are various industrial chains. It can be said that a top magic academy can definitely make a territory prosperous. How can we not celebrate when we encounter such a once-in-a-lifetime good thing? Although it is a bit incredible, no one doubts the authenticity of this matter. Especially today, powerful magisters who only existed in rumors, the deans of the top magic academies, actually came to the territory of Kosa and arrived outside the gate of Aiden Magic Academy. There will definitely be no shortage of flower baskets used to express blessings, and congratulations to Aiden Magic Academy for entering the ranks of top magic schools. But the rest of the matter has to be discussed in advance. When Cogobert saw this scene, he was even more delighted and immediately ran out to greet him. Once upon a time, Cogobot also thought about when he would be able to stand with these powerful magisters. When can Aiden Magic Academy become a truly top magic academy? And these dreams that should have been out of reach have all come true today. The deans came unexpectedly and were not welcomed at a distance. I'm really sorry. Please come inside. Aiden Magic Academy is currently renovating and expanding for better enrollment, so the inside of the academy will be a bit messy. I hope the deans don't mind. Cogobert walked into the academy with all the deans and said in a neither humble nor condescending manner. This was mainly because these deans arrived so suddenly, and Cogobert was not prepared at all. Although the application for college land from the Lord was approved on the spot, expansion will also take time. In particular, if Aiden Magic Academy wants to expand into a top magic academy, it needs to be carefully designed. It's okay, Dean Cogobert, don't worry about these things. The reason we came here this time is actually to find the Fire Emperor. The deans were also straightforward and directly stated the purpose of themselves and others. Because it was not the right time to come here, the flower basket I brought was just to express my feelings. When the renovation and expansion of Aiden Magic Academy is completed and the ribbon cutting is ready to recruit students, these deans will definitely come again. At that time, Aiden Magic Academy truly became a top magic academy. Now, at best, he is a reserve. But even in reserve duty, Cogobert is actually very satisfied. After all, Cogobert also knew in his heart that there was still a gap between himself, the newly promoted magister, and the long-established deans in front of him. The Fire Emperor is in the newly built office building of the college. Deans, please come with me. Cogobert nodded and walked ahead to lead the way. The deans following behind were also looking at this emerging magic academy. In order not to delay the expansion of Aiden Magic Academy, all the students who were already few in number have gone home for the holidays. For this reason, after defeating Geno Magic Academy, Aiden Magic Academy did not continue to challenge. The remaining buildings that had been demolished to pieces and the ground full of potholes were really nothing to see. Only the newly built office building in front of me can be called impressive. Please come in. Qi Lu, who was sitting in the office, raised his head without surprise when he heard the knock on the door. Everyone is here? Judging from the Fire Emperor's tone, he seems to have guessed that we would come. After the deans entered the office, they also looked at the young Fire Emperor in front of them. Although I had heard Cartagiano mention it before, the Fire King who emerged from nowhere was an astonishing young man. But until I see it with my own eyes, I will still be a little skeptical. After all, a journey of cultivation requires the accumulation of time. Even if your magic aptitude is excellent, it cannot be achieved overnight. But now, the deans also understood what was going on with Cartagiano's tone when talking about the Fire Emperor. Because the young man with a calm expression in front of him is really too young. A magister in his 20s was really unheard of. Ever since Dean Cartagiano returned, I knew you would definitely come. I just didn't expect you to be so eager to come together. It seems that I still underestimated the effect of the elemental favor potion. Sheila put his hands on the table and spoke slowly with a gentle smile on his face. If these deans came one by one, it can only be said that the elemental favor potion is not as attractive as imagined. Because there is no way that only one or two of the deans know the news from Cartagiano. Therefore, the deans of all the top magic academies are coming together at this moment. It also made Qi Lu realize how powerful the elemental favor potion is. After all, such an eager attitude simply gave Qi Lu the confidence to raise the price. He even made it clear that he was waiting for others to kill him. Faced with so many fat sheep, Qi Lu will certainly not show mercy. Now that all the deans are here, you must all know that the production of elemental favor potions is limited, and the quantity that can be provided isn't large, so the amount that can be distributed to the deans is even less. Qi Lu didn't want to say anything else. These guys rushed over to look for me in a hurry. Is it because they wanted to torment about the past? The Fire Emperor was not familiar with them, so what was the point of menacing? The only point of intersection is the elemental favor potion. Since these deans were so eager, Qi Lu naturally started hunger marketing without any hesitation. Anyway, what Qi Lu said is true. There are a total of 20 top magic academies. Of course, this now also includes Aiden Magic Academy. Then the elemental care potion supplied must be divided into 20 parts. In addition, Qi Lu originally planned to sell elemental favor potions in limited quantities, so the quantity would be even less. However, the elemental care potion is a consumable item. If you really want to toss it, it is like pouring water on it. It can be used up in 3 times, 5 times, 5 times, and 2 times. After all, there are not many situations like Cogobert's that only require an opportunity to break through. Most elemental magicians have a high demand for elemental favor potions. Therefore, there is absolutely no such thing as enough for the elemental favor potion. The more the better. Even if these deans don't understand this now, they will know it in the future. However, as of now, these deans have no intention of giving up on such a precious medicine. The so-called one step behind, every step behind. Cartagiano has already obtained the elemental blessing potion and is starting to look for suitable people to use it in the Geno Magic Academy. If they continue to hesitate, Geno Magic Academy might challenge them next time. No need to say more, Fire Emperor. We are all aware of the issue of production, and naturally, we will not force it. We all know how precious the elemental care potion is. So if there are any conditions, the Fire Emperor can just say so. What kind of people the deans are, just by hearing this sentence, you will know what the Fire Emperor wants to say. However, what these deans were afraid of was not that the Fire Emperor would raise the price, but that the Fire Emperor was unwilling to sell the elemental blessing potion. As long as you are willing to put out the elemental favor potion, everything will be easy to talk about. As long as the United Elements can defeat the Ezer Empire and the Hall of the Dead. So with the identity and status of the Magister in the Union of Elements, what do they want? The current payment is just a reasonable investment. If the Union of Elements can really unify the three major forces, the change in status of the top magic academy is conceivable. You know, even now, the status of the Magic Academy is at least on par with those of the Black Steel Lords. It just means that the powers of the two are different, and the Magic Academy cannot act recklessly in the territory. Not to mention the top magic academies with magisters in charge. Basically only under the jurisdiction of the Elemental Guild. Therefore, as long as the conditions proposed by the Fire Emperor did not touch the bottom line, these deans would not care. Whatever you want, just say it, and if you have it, give it to you. The deans are so polite, it makes me feel a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Chila couldn't help but laugh, which relieved the atmosphere. This was not a surprise, but rather a bit of a shock. To be honest, Chila really didn't expect that the elemental blessing potion would be so attractive. It is no exaggeration to say that the deans in front of me are the strongest magisters in the Union of Elements. If their group was destroyed in this place, the Elemental Alliance would probably be crushed by the Ease Empire and the Hall of the Dead the next day. However, this group of people actually told him that he could ask for whatever conditions he had. It was as if they had no idea of the weight of this statement. Of course, this is actually related to Qi Li's disguised strength. Regarding the realm of cultivation as the Fire Emperor, in Qi Li's setting, although it is only in the realm of the Magister. This is the so-called heroic realm. However, in the same realm of Magisters, the gap in strength is also quite huge. In the eyes of these deans, the Fire Emperor's level of cultivation is at the top level and is unfathomable. That's why they said this: if you have any requests, just ask. Because in the eyes of these deans, the Fire Emperor is already so powerful, what else can he ask of them? It would be more generous to give him a pleasant word. There's no need to be polite, Fire Emperor. It's really surprising that Hudson reached such tyrannical strength at such a young age. If what you said is true, you are the hope of the future of the United Elements. It's time for us old guys to show some respect. One of the deans also said with a smile. The scene is always well spoken. Chila knocked on the table, suppressed a smile, and said, since the deans are so generous, I won't be ignorant enough to ask for any excessive conditions. Every dean must know about the deal between Dean Cartagiano and me. The right to trade the elemental blessing potion, conditions remain unchanged. Deans can exchange it for outstanding mentors. Aiden Magic Academy currently only has 2 instructors. And it was obtained from Geno Magic Academy. So now that there is such a good opportunity, Qi Lu will certainly not be polite. For the 18 deans in front of us, let's get 36 outstanding mentors from them first. Then after enrollment begins, some ordinary tutors will be randomly recruited. With a little bit of effort, getting more than 50 tutors is almost enough. Even if one instructor leads 30 students, more than 50 instructors can lead more than 1,500 students. Compared with the more than 60 students at Aiden Magic Academy now, there are already too many. But obviously, more than 1,500 students are nothing to a truly top Magic Academy. But Aiden Magic Academy has just expanded and is still in the adaptation stage. 2 excellent mentors, right? That's no problem. Any old and top magic academy has at least several hundred instructors. It is normal to have more, even thousands of mentors. After all, the huge teaching staff is also a manifestation of the strength of a magic academy. Therefore, these two excellent mentors have no influence at all. Trading rights are of course treated equally, all it takes is two excellent mentors. But the transaction limit is different. Two excellent mentors, I can only give you the lowest transaction limit. Qi Lu thought for a moment and suddenly spoke out. In order to get more outstanding tutors for Aiden Magic Academy, Qi Lu also worked hard. More mentors means more students, which also means more power of faith. With such great benefits, Qi Lu naturally doesn't mind being a little more sinister. Transaction amount? Of course all the deans have heard of this word. I just didn't expect to hear this word here. The deans also know that Aiden Magic Academy is a small school with little background and no good mentors. So I have no choice but to ask for some support from you all. Qi Lu looked at the stunned deans in the office and couldn't help but add with a smile. This is not Qi Li's bad taste, but mainly because he is afraid that these deans will not be able to think about it. However, Qi Lu still underestimated the allure of the elemental favor potion. For these top magic academies, donating a dozen or 20 outstanding instructors at one time will have almost no impact. Therefore, they will naturally not be stingy with the transaction amount for the elemental favor potion. By the time all the trading quota for the elemental blessing potions brought out by the Fire Emperor has been allocated, Aiden Magic Academy will have more than 300 outstanding instructors. Seeing this scene, Qi Lu couldn't believe it. More than 300 outstanding instructors just donated it. Even if 18 deans donated it together, it wouldn't be cheap. But who cares, as long as they are willing to donate, Qi Lu will accept it. Aiden Magic Academy is in short supply of these outstanding tutors. This immediately fills the gap in tutoring, and we only need to wait for the renovation and expansion to be completed. As for the college ranking, 19th place is already very good, so let's leave it there for now. Qi Lu itself is not here to compete for first place. After all, even if you fight for first place, there won't be much benefit. Especially for colleges like Aiden Magic College, which rely on side theories to improve their rankings. Sitting in the first position will only make people covet you more. I'm so grateful to all the deans for their enthusiastic help. I have made it very clear about the output of the elemental blessing potion. So, every month in the future, the elemental favor potion will be delivered to the deans on time according to the transaction amount agreed today. I hope our business will go smoothly and our cooperation will be pleasant. After getting what he wanted, Qi Lu also rarely saw the deans off the school. Then he turned around and found Kogabert and gave him some instructions. It is estimated that more than 300 outstanding instructors will arrive one after another in the next few days. These are the capital for the rise of Aiden Magic Academy, so they must be settled well. Regarding this matter, Kogabert did not dare to neglect. A magic academy without a mentor is just an empty shell. Even though Kogabert is now a magister, Corporal Li Shen's character cannot be lost. There are more than 300 outstanding instructors. And they are all excellent instructors from top magic academies. If a dozen of them were randomly picked out and thrown into ordinary magic academies, they wouldn't be able to be sacrificed. You must know that among these outstanding mentors, there are many elemental magicians who have reached the realm of great magicians. If these people were placed in a lower magic academy, they would be enough to become the dean. So Kogabert didn't feel any grievance, but agreed happily. I even feel a little impatient. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened in the next few days. The outstanding mentors, promised by the 18 deans, quickly arrived at Aiden Magic Academy. These outstanding instructors who were transferred here are quite free and easy. Anyway, they are just living for a living. Aiden Magic Academy is also a top magic academy. Being transferred here is not the same as being a tutor. Moreover, Aiden Magic Academy is also an emerging top magic academy. When it prospers in the future, we, the first batch of mentors, will be the elders. Then there is the renovation and expansion of Aiden Magic Academy, which I saw so proceeding in an orderly manner. Now we have reached the finishing stage. After all, the United Elements is still a force with highly developed elemental magic. With the help of various elemental magics, a lot of time can be saved even in construction. If ordinary people were to build a top magic academy, it would probably take a year or two. But with the help of elemental magic, the construction period can be reduced to less than half a month. In the past few days, Qilu also asked the system to help get a new simulation robot out of the first batch of elemental favor potions, and then asked him to help deliver them. This move greatly shocked the deans, who were regarded as magisters. Because they discovered that the person sent by the Fire Emperor to deliver elemental favor potions was actually a magician. Although in terms of cultivation realm, it may not be as unfathomable as the Fire Emperor, but it cannot be underestimated. What's even more frightening is that in the Elemental Guild, this person's registered identity cannot be found. That means that this magician is under the command of the Fire Emperor. Fortunately, after delivering the elemental care potion, Qilu remembered this matter again. So by the way, the simulation robot went to the identity registration point to register its identity. In line with the identity of Fire Emperor, the new magister should be called Wind Emperor. It's fast, that's why I was sent to deliver the express. However, Qilu did not choose the title Wind Emperor casually. Because this newly created simulation robot is really a wind elemental magician. After all, it is impossible for something as valuable as the elemental blessing potion to be given full responsibility to Kogobert. Not to mention whether Kogobot can hold on, even if other magisters abide by the rules of the deal. But who can guarantee that Kogobert will not be greedy? Anyway, Kogobert is not on Qilu's trust list. So Qilu had no choice but to reluctantly let the system create another simulation robot to manage this matter. Just such a small thing, it caused quite a shock to the deans of the top magic academies. Although most of the top magic academies have no less than 2 magisters in charge. But there is no magician who is not registered in the Elements Guild at all. Now that the Fire Emperor has done this, it is clear that he is saying, the power he possesses is more powerful than you think. This also made the deans give up the idea of secretly exploring the Fire Emperor's background. Who knows if I might accidentally fall into it. If they lose the right to trade the elemental favor potion again, they will regret it to death. Besides, what the Fire Emperor is currently doing does no harm to the Union of Elements. To be honest, the advent of the elemental blessing potion will be beneficial to the Union of Elements. Even if the magister does not register his identity, it violates the rules of the Elemental Guild. But who cares? Among the 3 major forces, elemental magicians only exist in the Union of Elements. It is impossible for elemental magicians to appear within the sphere of influence of the Ys Empire and the Hall of the Dead. This is a fundamental difference caused by the different gods that the 3 major forces believe in. There are absolutely no exceptions. Therefore, even if the magister under the Fire Emperor does not register his identity, the Elemental Guild will not deliberately pursue any responsibility. As long as the stability of the Elemental Alliance is not endangered, the status of the top combat power will only be higher than imagined. But Katajano, who heard about this, almost jumped up. Why is there a trading quota after trading rights? The Fire Emperor didn't tell me about this at the beginning. Katajano really didn't expect this, and thought that would be enough if hasn't 2 outstanding mentors. In the end, who knew there would be so many more secrets behind it? Now that other deans have given out so many outstanding mentors, how can Katajano lag behind? This incident made Qilu a little confused. Why did he receive more than a dozen outstanding mentors? After asking later, I found out that it was the person who sent it over from Cartagena. But now it's delivered, it's a little late. This month's transaction quota has been distributed. If you want to reallocate it, you can only wait until next month. After Cartagena learned the news, he thought about it for a long time and could only admit it. Who makes themselves young? They think that everything will be fine if they have the right to trade. But he didn't expect that the production of elemental favor potions was limited and it was impossible to supply them in unlimited quantities. Now that 20 top magic academies are going to distribute this meager potion of elemental favor, there will definitely be an allocation quota. However, this matter has nothing to do with Qi Lu, and Qi Lu does not want to pay attention to this aspect of the issue. What we should look at now is the situation on the battlefield of the three major forces, the United Elements, the Ezzer Empire, and the Hall of the Dead. The president of the Elemental Guild learned about the Elemental Blessing Potion early in the morning. After confirming the efficacy of the medicine, I was extremely happy and felt that the combination of elements was expected to win. Therefore, the president of the Elemental Guild did not care about where the Fire Emperor and the Magisters under the Fire Emperor came from. Just make sure that the Fire Emperor is an elemental magician. As for other issues, does the president of the Elemental Guild care? As long as the Union of Elements can win in the dispute between the three major forces, then the president of the Elements Guild, as the regulator, can completely put down all his power. Because they are not residents of this world. After one of the major forces wins, the regulator will return to the god. So they don't care what the world will look like in the end, as long as they can provide the power of faith as usual. As for what trouble these believers want to make, let them do whatever they want. Qi Lu also knew this and was so unscrupulous. Just like Minggui's of the A's Empire, the supervisors don't care about what the people below are going to do. They will not participate in the formulation of combat plans. They are only responsible for maintaining the stability of the major forces to which they belong. It is enough to ensure that the top combat power will not be lost due to internal friction. When it comes to actions on the battlefield, it is not the scope of the supervisor's management, but the full responsibility of the top combat forces. This is also the biggest reason why the Sword Master of the Ezzer Empire and the Magister of the Elemental Alliance have such high status. It is precisely because of this that after receiving the Elemental Favor Potion, the Elemental Alliance decisively rejected the secret request from Thiai's empire to join forces. He even chose to fight back. All the Magisters also agreed to this proposal, and found the candidates they had selected early in the morning. Then let them take the Elemental Favor Potion in order to cultivate more Magisters as quickly as possible. After all, this rejection also means that the United Elements has chosen another path, 1 versus 2. Therefore, we must train more Magisters in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, the destruction of the Elemental Union may be imminent. After learning about the current situation, Qi Lu thought for a long time before making a decision. In the end, I still didn't go to the Hall of the Dead. A fight is about to begin, and the elements are united to fight 1 against 2. If Qi Lu goes to the Hall of the Dead again, wouldn't it be clear that the elements should unite to die? Qi Lu, who is committed to maintaining the balance of the three major forces, will not do such a cerebral palsy. However, just because Qi Lu doesn't look for trouble, it doesn't mean that trouble won't come to him. The battle between the three major forces has officially begun. As the Fire Emperor, Qi Lu will naturally be dragged into the battlefield. There is no other way. The United Elements chose to fight 1 against 2, so they must use every available power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the joint attack of the Palace of the Dead and the A's Empire. Especially when both the Hall of the Dead and the Ezzer Empire have elemental protection potions. It can be said that for this battle, the magicians of the United Elements came out in full force, without any reservation. In this case, Qi Lu couldn't refuse, so he could only nod in agreement. It's just a matter of going to the battlefield and taking a look. Maybe he can better control the battlefield situation. After all, Qi Lu is only one person, and it won't affect the overall trend of this war. If the union of elements can really gain the upper hand, the worst thing Qi Lu can do is that he will not work hard, and it doesn't matter whether he goes or not. Therefore, the battle that determines the final success or failure of the three major forces is finally about to begin. In more than a month, not only can the elemental blessing potion be promoted. Similarly, the elemental protection potions can also be dispersed and distributed to the battlefields of the Ease Empire and the Temple of the Dead. Of course, ordinary infantry do not have this treatment. Although elemental protection potions can be supplied in unlimited quantities, they are not free. What's more, the warehouse that provides elemental protection potions is only that big. Even if the output is sufficient, it is not all available. Moreover, it takes time to escort and distribute it. If it is distributed to every soldier, it will be too time-consuming. So in the end, the elemental protection potions were only distributed to the generals who led the troops. But the Hall of the Dead is different. Anyone who is a necromancer will use elemental protection potions. Because the main combat power of the Hall of the Undead is those undead creatures. Therefore, every necromancer is very important and can play a huge role on the battlefield. This point is much stronger than that of the Ezer Empire and the United Elements. After all, whether it is the Aze Empire or the United Elements, although the main combat power is those warriors and elemental magicians. But on the battlefield there were also many ordinary soldiers participating in the battle. Not to mention the Aze Empire, the training of warriors is still much easier than that of elemental magicians. Therefore, in battle, even the ordinary warriors recruited by the Aze Empire can only use 1.5 moves. However, when it comes to the elemental union, ordinary warriors are here to prevent elemental magicians from being surprised. There is no way, everyone knows the shortcomings of elemental magicians. Once you get close, your combat effectiveness will drop sharply. Otherwise, how can we say that the sword master restrains the magister? The war is finally about to begin. Qi Lu has been on the front line of the battlefield for several days, but he has never heard of any signs of fighting. Finally today, the Hall of the Dead couldn't bear it anymore. That's right, the place where Qi Lu was transferred was the battlefield between the Union of Elements and the Temple of the Dead. Because fire elemental magic has a huge advantage when fighting undead creatures. Whether it's attribute restraint, destructive power, or coverage, it can pose a huge threat to undead creatures. So Qi Lu, as the Fire Emperor, would of course be sent here. This arrangement seems good to Qi Lu. After all, Qi Lu had also stayed in the Aze Empire for some time before. Now that he was asked to go back and punish the Aze Empire, he couldn't bear it. On the other hand, in the Palace of the Dead, Qi Lu faced them because of the dragon-slaying sword master as soon as he came to this world. But in this matter, the Palace of the Dead will definitely think that their assassination failed. Then the loss of the Hall of the Dead was placed on the dragon-slaying sword master. If it continues to develop, the Temple of the Dead will definitely attack the dragon-slaying sword master again to weaken the power of the Aze Empire. Unfortunately, there is no such opportunity now. This kind of thing will not be allowed to happen. The Hall of the Dead finally joined forces with the Ezer Empire to conquer the Elemental Union. During this period of time, anything that would affect the good relationship between the two major forces will never be allowed to happen. Because the elemental magicians in the Union of Elements are quite restrained against the necromancers. Now there is such a good opportunity to eliminate the elemental alliance. If the Palace of the Dead cannot seize the opportunity, then it is really that its brain has been caught in the door. In view of this, the matter of the dragon-slaying sword master can only be left alone, and even the Palace of the Dead has to pretend not to know. But, all the sword masters in the A's empire knew about the assassination of the dragon-slaying sword master. Therefore, there must be no shortage of precautions against the Hall of the Dead. This is also the reason why the A's empire agreed to join forces with the Palace of the Dead to attack the Union of Elements, but has yet to take action. Just waiting for the Hall of the Dead to make the first move. We must borrow the help of the Elemental Alliance to weaken the strength of the Temple of the Dead first. However, even if the Palace of the Dead had guessed this, it still had Enero on the string and had to take action. If the stalemate continues, the United Elements will definitely attack the Temple of the Dead first. Because the persimmons need to be picked soft and pinched. Compared to the Ezer Empire, from the perspective of the United Elements, the Temple of the Dead is a weak persimmon. The drawback of undead creatures being restrained by elemental magic always exists, even if it is offset by elemental protection potions. However, the reason why the United Elements can fight one against two lies in the recent surge in the number of magisters. According to incomplete statistics, just before the three major forces were ready to go to war, the number of magisters in the Elemental Union has at least doubled. What a terrifying concept. Even these newly added magisters are the weakest kind of magisters. But it can't handle the large number. You know, there is a huge difference between a magister and a great magician. An existence that can be called the top combat power, even if it is the weakest, is only in comparison. When it comes to the battlefield, it won't be as fierce as a mess. Only top combat forces can be punished. Everyone else, please step aside. Therefore, in order to prevent the Elemental Alliance from taking the lead, the Palace of the Dead had no choice but to bite the bullet. But then again, as long as the Palace of the Dead takes action, the A's empire will definitely take action. There is no such thing as sitting on a mountain and watching a tiger fight. Otherwise, even if the Palace of the Dead fights for its own death, it will drag the A's empire into the water. In order to prevent this situation from happening, the A's empire will certainly not stand idly by. It's just that when to do it remains to be discussed. But the magisters on Qi Li's side were happy. A large number of magisters gathered on this main battlefield, not just to see the scenery. Rather than waste time in a stalemate, these magisters wanted to fight directly. After all, rapidly increasing strength will lead to inevitable expansion. Now that I say it, it's true. However, if you really want to talk about it, it is not without reason that these magisters will expand. One thing to say is that before this, the three major forces had always been in a state of balance, and no one could break it. Therefore, the comprehensive combat power possessed by the three major forces actually on the same level. But things are different now. With the help of the Elemental Blessing Potion, the number of magicians in the Elemental Union has almost doubled in a short period of time. The number of top-notch combat powers like magisters has doubled. What is this concept? Although I dare not say that the comprehensive strength of the Elemental Union has also doubled. But to put it bluntly, the overall strength of the United Elements instantly increased by 50%, which is absolutely certain. And this sudden increase of 50% in combat power is the source of the confidence of these magisters. This is also the reason why this war started. Because the Elemental Union possesses enough power to break the balance, it will definitely be feared by the A's empire and the Hall of the Dead. Unless the Union of Elements can once again decline and regain balance. Otherwise, this battle is inevitable. Dong dong dong. The war drums that shook people's hearts were sounded. Assemble the entire army. A loud voice sounded in the military camp. The soldiers in the camp quickly got up and gathered, put on their armor and picked up their weapons. Many elemental magicians also rushed over and formed a phalanx, following behind the warrior phalanx and standing with their heads held high. Although the Elemental Union does not allow the cultivation of fighting spirit, it does not say that physical training is not allowed. Moreover, among elemental magicians, there are not many people who can assist elemental magic. With the blessing of various auxiliary magics, there is not much difference in combat power between the warriors of the Union of Elements and the warriors of the Ezer Empire. Even because various auxiliary magic can be superimposed, it is often even better. Then there is no need to mention it when facing the Hall of the Dead. Although the individual combat power of undead creatures is not weak, it isn't strong at all. Because the most powerful thing about undead creatures is that they can be continuously summoned by necromancers to form huge numbers. Thus, like a torrent of undead, it crushes the enemy with unparalleled numbers. But this is a joke in front of elemental magicians. The auxiliary magic begins to support. The warrior phalanx moves forward 300 steps. As long as there is still one person in the warrior phalanx who has not fallen, no undead creature will be allowed to approach the magician phalanx. Orders were issued to each square formation in an orderly manner. The magic elements quickly gathered together, and then formed large auxiliary magics, covering the warrior phalanx. After a while, all the warriors who went into battle were covered with a faint light on their armor and weapons. That is a symbol of the highly condensed magic elements under the blessing of auxiliary elemental magic. Go to war. For the Union of Elements. Kill. The warrior phalanx roared loudly and moved forward. The sound of stepping on the ground in unison caused the ground to tremble slightly. Sound waves soared into the sky, and even the clouds on the horizon were washed away, revealing a clear blue sky. The torrent of people formed by millions of warriors is so majestic that just looking at this scene can make you feel shocked. This was the first time Qi Lu had seen such a grand battlefield, and he naturally felt a surge of pride in his heart. The battles Qi Lu has experienced in the past may have a higher level of combat power. But this is really the first time for such a grand scene. Millions of soldiers participated in the battle, and the battlefield was vast, stretching nearly 1,000 miles. The phalanx of elemental magicians following behind made Qi Lu even more emotional. In the elemental union, hundreds of thousands of elemental magicians can be mobilized so easily. It is truly a powerful force with highly developed elemental magic, and its foundation cannot be underestimated. However, the Palace of the Dead showed no sign of weakness. In this battle, the United Elements wanted to divide their forces into two groups and take care of the battlefields on both sides. But for the Hall of the Dead and the A's Empire, it is enough to concentrate their forces on this side of the battlefield. As for the battlefield on the other side, both the Hall of the Dead and Thei's Empire had a tacit understanding to leave only the minimum number of troops for basic defense. After all, betrayal is not impossible. What should be guarded against should still be guarded against. So opposite the Union of Elements, tens of thousands of necromancers from the Palace of the Dead also came out in full force. Unlike warriors and elemental magicians, the training of necromancers can be said to be the most difficult. Because whether you are a warrior or an elemental magician, as long as your mentor leads you, there will be almost no danger. At best, there are no achievements. But necromancers deal with undead creatures, various toxins, and curses all day long. Even with a mentor watching over you, something could happen if you're not careful. And generally when something goes wrong, it can be fatal. Therefore, if you want to cultivate a powerful necromancer, you not only need a lot of resources, but also a lot of human lives. Necromancers who can successfully achieve results are simply respected by everyone in the Palace of the Dead. His status is much higher than that of the Magister and the Sword Master. After all, warriors and elemental magicians, even if they are weaker, are still qualified to fight on the battlefield. But if the necromancer is weaker, he basically has no fighting power on the battlefield. A weak necromancer cannot summon many undead creatures, let alone that. If you dare to use a large area of poison on the battlefield, you will be targeted and killed in the next second. As for things like curses, there are almost no range attacks. Therefore, the necromancer is not powerful enough to a certain extent and isn't qualified to come out. It is precisely for this reason that the Temple of the Dead became so angry after the necromancer who went to the Ease Empire to assassinate the dragon-slaying sword master was counter-killed by the dragon-slaying sword master. Because it is really not easy to train a good necromancer. Just like now, even if all the necromancers from the Hall of the Dead are oblito go to the battlefield, there will only be tens of thousands of them. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of elemental magicians that the Elemental Alliance can gather together, it is really too few. But in terms of combat power, any necromancer who can go to the battlefield is an extremely formidable opponent. Everyone listens to the order, this battle will be won. Sacrifice prepared, summoning begins. Following the order, a large amount of scarlet liquid was poured out from the front line of the Palace of the Dead. They gathered on the ground and formed a terrifying scarlet river. The pungent, even nauseating, sweet smell also made everyone aware of what the scarlet liquid was: blood. Summoning undead creatures require sacrifices. And the more powerful the summoned undead creatures are, the more sacrifices are needed. Then this amount is enough to form a river of blood. What kind of undead creature does the Hall of the Dead want to summon? This question will soon have an answer. Come out, skeleton warrior. The first one to appear is one of the most commonly used combat units of the necromancer. Skeleton warrior, wearing armor, holding a sword, with decent speed and strength, fearless of death. However, as one of the most commonly used combat units, there are almost no sacrifices required to summon skeleton warriors. This is also the biggest reason why necromancers like to summon this thing. Because the cost of summoning is low, as long as your mental strength can sustain it, you can summon as many as you want. But as the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and the combat effectiveness of cheap goods is naturally not that high. In fact, this is also true. The biggest role of skeleton warriors is actually to be used as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's strength. So the blood that gathered into the river was obviously not prepared for these skeleton warriors. However, I have to say that although cannon fodder is cheap, its momentum is really shocking. Tens of thousands of necromancers waved their skeleton staffs together, appearing on this battlefield as if they were howling from the abyss, accompanied by obscure spells all over the sky. The summoning array covered the ground in layers, flickering with an ominous gray light. Countless skeleton warriors appeared from the summoning circle, with dark fire burning in their eyes, showing indifference and ferocity. Undead creatures have no emotions at all. They will only obey the summoner's will and destroy all enemies standing in front of him. Or be destroyed by the enemy. Such is the duty of cannon fodder. Although the combat effectiveness of the skeleton warriors is not strong, their large number can frighten people. There are millions of skeleton warriors summoned by tens of thousands of necromancers, and they are so powerful that they are daunting. Compared to the roars of the warriors from the United Elements, the silence of the skeleton warriors was even more frightening. Is this an undead creature? It's such a strange summon. Chi Lu was at the rear of the army, observing these skeleton warriors. Compared with real undead creatures, these skeleton warriors are not considered a special life form at all. Because Chi Lu couldn't feel the consciousness of these skeleton warriors at all, let alone act independently. Rather, these skeleton warriors are more like special robots that use Hellfuria's energy source. No wonder the necromancer doesn't care about his summons at all. Skeleton warrior, move forward. Boom boom boom. The movement of millions of skeleton warriors advancing together is no less powerful than the momentum from the United Elements. Millions of elemental union warriors, blessed by elemental magic, soon collided with these skeleton warriors. In an instant, the shouts of killing shook the sky, and the sound of clashing weapons was endless. With the blessing of elemental magic, the warriors of the Union of Elements are no weaker than the skeleton warriors. Even most of the time, he is much stronger than the skeleton warrior. The only advantage of undead creatures is probably that they are not afraid of death. No matter whether the enemy is strong or weak, they will never flinch as long as the summoner gives the order. Since the Palace of the Dead has taken action, we can't just watch. The elemental magicians are ready to attack. The magister who was in charge of commanding at the front decisively ordered that the phalanx of magicians waiting at the rear also participate in the battle. Years of combat experience have long made the cooperation between the warrior phalanx and the magician phalanx perfect. When the combined elemental warriors and skeleton warriors are fighting together, the elemental magicians at the rear will use single-type elemental magic to carry out precise strikes to avoid accidentally injuring friendly forces. After all, this is reality, and there are no rules for friendly forces to avoid injury. The battle between the two sides entered a fierce stage almost from the beginning. Even if the cannon fodder consumes each other, it is also a test of each other's strength by the Palace of the Dead and the Elemental Alliance. The sacrifices required to summon skeleton warriors are indeed very few, but they are by no means unnecessary. To summon such a large number of skeleton warriors also requires a lot of sacrifices. So regardless of the number of necromancers who came to the battlefield from the Hall of the Dead to join the battle, the number seemed relatively small. But in order to prepare these sacrificial objects, the number of lives required by the Palace of the Dead is absolutely unimaginable. It's just that the soldiers of the United Elements and the A's Empire died on the battlefield. But the sacrificers in the Hall of the Dead died at the hands of the necromancer. This is one of the reasons why Chi Li doesn't want to go to the Hall of the Dead. Because in Chi Li's view, most undead magic is actually quite cruel and far less convenient than elemental magic. But these guys who deal with the undead, corpses, poisons, curses, and other dark things all day long probably don't know what cruelty is. Otherwise, most necromancers are quite weak in their emotions. But Chi Lu is not easy to evaluate this. The situation on the battlefield also changed with the passage of time. Skeleton warriors are indeed the most basic combat unit, and their low combat effectiveness is impossible to withstand the attack of the United Elements. However, the Palace of the Dead did not expect to end the battle with skeleton warriors, as long as it could be delayed a little longer. Anyway, isn't that the role of cannon fodder? What's more, the blood spilled on the battlefield has not been used by the Hall of the Dead yet. The summoning circle is drawn and the sacrifices are prepared. Preparations for the second stage of summoning are complete. Start summoning. Undead Knight, come out. Countless skeleton warriors fell to the ground, adding a chilling air to the battlefield. The necromancer in the Hall of the Dead also started chanting at this time, causing ripples to suddenly appear in the blood river. It was as if something was swallowing the blood, causing ripples in circles. Brave and fearless undead knight, come out. Come to this battlefield, complete your mission, and use your iron hooves to crush the enemy's head. With the chanting, the summoning circle on the ground also changed slightly. The magic circle that was originally just a simple outline has now completely turned scarlet. If you look carefully, you will find that the scarlet lines of the magic circle are actually full of blood. Roar. But at this moment, a loud roar came from the summoning circle. Shadows appeared on the summoning circle, and then quickly solidified, turning into real undead knights. The knight wears exquisite armor and holds a cross sword like a spear. He looks around, showing his majesty and domineering appearance. The war horse beneath him was also wearing heavy armor, and from the gaps in the armor, swaying hellfire was floating. The undead knight, one of the advanced combat units that can be summoned by necromancer, requires blood as a sacrifice. The skeleton knight has superb riding skills, immense strength, charges into battle, and is invincible. The skeleton warhorse is heavily armored and has amazing defense. As long as the hellfire is not extinguished, the charge will not stop. The two combined into one, they become the powerful undead knight. Compared to the skeleton warrior at the beginning, the undead knight's combat power was at least 10 times ahead of it. This is one of the truly high-level combat powers among the summons of the necromancer, and especially used to charge into battle. It's just that the more powerful the summoned object is, the more time it takes to summon it, except for the sacrificial object. That's why the skeleton warriors were used to delay time at the beginning. But even so, don't even think about attacking the necromancer's position directly. As a necromancer, whose main method of combat is to summon undead creatures, he will definitely lay out a large number of defensive magic arrays under his feet before starting a battle to prevent enemy sneak attacks. Therefore, attacking the necromancer directly is not very feasible. Unless the magisters are willing to risk their lives and run over to smash those defensive magic circles first. However, when the magister does this, those necromancers will not show mercy. After all, the more destructive magic is, the longer it takes to condense. With this time, there are so many things that the necromancer can do. The warrior phalanx changes, stop attacking and start defending. Stop the charge of the undead knight with all your strength. The magician phalanx strengthens its attack. Just a few commands instantly changed the offensive rhythm of the united elements. The combat power of the undead knight is so strong that ordinary people who don't know how to fight in the elemental union can't compete with it. Even with the blessing of a large amount of auxiliary elemental magic, it is completely incapable of fighting. This is the strength of the undead knight, which cannot be compared with the cheap ones like the skeleton warrior. With the blessing of elemental magic, ordinary warriors can barely defend against the charge of the undead knight, which is considered good. If you want to counterattack and go back, that is a complete daydream. At this point in the battle, the attacker of the elemental alliance can unlibe an elemental magician. Large-scale elemental magic began to condense, with the magician square as Anid, aiming at the positions that each needed to be responsible for. As a true high-level combat power, the number of undead knights cannot be as many as that of skeleton warriors. Tens of thousands of necromancers can summon 200,000 undead knights, which is a lot. However, the combat effectiveness of these 200,000 undead knights is definitely stronger than that of 2 million skeleton warriors. This is also the main reason why summoning skeleton warriors costs almost nothing and necromancers are not willing to summon more. No matter how much cannon fodder is summoned, it has no real effect. Especially on this kind of battlefield, millions of skeleton warriors, under the joint attack of the elemental warrior phalanx and the magician phalanx, can't even make a splash. So even if there are twice as many skeleton warriors summoned, what use will they have? It's better to use your energy to summon undead creatures that are truly capable of fighting. For example, the current undead knight. Just by summoning it, the elemental union can start to switch from offense to defense. This is the deterrent power of powerful undead creatures. Undead knight, charge. Roar. Terrifying roars and roars came from under the undead knight's faceplate exuding hellfire. As advanced undead creatures, undead knights are not as silent as skeleton warriors. The terrifying roar and the aura of death lingering around him can make the undead knight even more intimidating. Magician phalanx, start attacking. The magician of the united elements also shouted. Fire bomb, go dash. The skyfire roars and falls, dash. Thunder. Weak water corrosion. Naturally, the magician phalanx was not to be outdone and released condensed elemental magic one after another. The elemental magics all over the sky were intertwined, instantly turning the blue sky into colorful colors. However, the charging undead knight will never show fear. Even if he is faced with the elemental magic that hits his head and face, he will never take a half step back, and he will not even hesitate. The pitch-black armor worn on the skeleton knights and skeleton horses exudes a chilling aura of death. The fierce charge was like a dark torrent, rushing forward. The terrifying momentum seemed to be able to crush everything that stood in its way. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The sky was filled with flames and thunder, falling down like a thunderbolt. The warrior phalanx of the united elements also collided with the torrent of undead knights. The battle began again on the battlefield that stretched for hundreds of miles. The magister supervising the battle at the front looked at the battlefield with a solemn expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Millions of troops were invested in this battlefield. When the battle entered a fierce stage, it was impossible to stop in a short time. This battle will last until one of the parties shows a clear decline. Before that, the magisters of the Union of Elements will not take action first, and the necromancers of the Hall of the Dead will also not take action again. After all, summoning the undead knight requires a lot of mental energy, and there is no need to summon it again in a short time. And, if you pay attention, you will find it. The river of blood prepared before by the Hall of the Dead has now been reduced visibly to the naked eye. It can be seen that the cost of summoning the undead knight is not low, and idus enough to match the combat power of millions of troops. This is all-out war. Qi Lu is also observing the situation on the battlefield. Looking at the lives that continue to pass away, I can't help but feel a sense of emotion in my heart. Don't think that the Hall of the Undead only lost those undead creatures on this battlefield. That's just on the surface. To be honest, the price paid by the Temple of the Dead can be imagined just by looking at the river of blood. How many lives have been lost and how many lives have been lost? This is the cruelty of war. Moreover, this is just one of the main battlefields. When the Union of Elements, the Hall of the Dead, and the Ezra Empire begin a full-scale war, how many large and small battlefields will there be? Qi Lu has not counted and does not know how many large and small battlefields have been opened. But the total number of troops participating in the war from the three major forces must be tens of millions. After all, on this main battlefield alone, both sides have invested nearly 10 million troops. So you can imagine how much it adds up to. The game of gods requires the sacrifice of so many lives just to determine the affiliation of believers. Damn guys, what do they think of the creatures in these worlds? Qi Lu looked at the battlefield in front of him, with more and more thoughts in his mind. However, what I think about most is the cause of the struggle between the three major forces. Disputes among believers among gods. In the eyes of the gods, these believers are just tools to provide the power of faith. If possible, Qi Lu would like to prevent the battle between the three major forces. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Conflicts of faith have always been the most irreconcilable issue. There are gods who are obstructing it, and with Qi Li's power, it is absolutely impossible to stop it. So Qi Lu can only fish in troubled waters now. Since these gods want to play, Qi Lu should have fun with them. In the midst of random thoughts, time passed slowly, the day passed quickly, and night fell. However, the disappearance of the light cannot stop the collision on the battlefield. For undead creatures, there is no difference between night and day. Undead creatures are not afraid of light, let alone darkness. The phalanx of warriors and magicians united by elements will naturally accompany them to the end. Illuminating magic was thrown into the sky, and dazzling light balls emitted bright light, illuminating the battlefield. Even though it is dark now, under the influence of lighting magic, it looks like day. The elemental magician's mental power is so strong that it doesn't matter if stays up for a day or two without taking a break. It doesn't matter to the undead creatures who don't need rest in the first place. The magister supervising the battle at the rear of the battlefield did not even change his standing posture throughout the whole day. You can naturally imagine whether you need to rest or not. A real battle is definitely a torture for physical and mental strength. People who come to this battlefield have already been prepared in their hearts. Whether you can go back alive or not is a question, so why rush to rest? So the night time slowly slipped away, until the night was torn apart and light fell from the sky again. In one day and one night, the front was hundreds of miles long. Countless warriors and undead knights fell to the ground. Rivers of blood flowed, and mountains of corpses formed. Under the bombardment of elemental magic, the undead knight's front line was finally unable to hold on. There is no way, even if the necromancer has magic resistance and can share defense, it cannot withstand the constant bombardment of elemental magic. After all, most elemental magics are quite resistant to undead creatures. However, the union of elements did not come without a price. Although the undead knights were defeated, the losses to the warrior phalanx were unprecedentedly huge. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers sacrificed their lives and remained on this battlefield forever. Such a tragic scene made even those magisters who often come to the battlefield feel sad. But it doesn't matter. The defeat of the undead knight basically announced the outcome of this battle. There are not many things that the necromancer can bring to the battlefield, and the undead knight is the most suitable one. Charge into battle and be invincible. However, with the sincere cooperation of the warrior phalanx and the magician phalanx, they were still defeated. Unless the necromancers in the Hall of the Undead can summon stronger undead creatures, this battle will basically be useless. Because in terms of pure destructive power, the necromancer can't keep up with the elemental mage even if it's a slap in the face. The combat effectiveness of the united elements is indeed as strong as ever. However, our Palace of the Dead is not unprepared. Seeing the decline of the undead knights on the battlefield, the necromancers also spoke out. Stronger undead creatures, of course. Show yourself, giant skeleton. Listen to our call, follow our will, and crush the enemies ahead. The gloomy chants were like roars from the abyss, and the necromancers waved their skeleton staffs. The river of blood in front of him was boiling, the summoning circle on the ground was beating, and the earth was trembling violently. Boom! A spine-chilling stampede suddenly sounded. Thousands of giant skeletons, tens of meters high, suddenly emerged from the summoning circle. This is an undead creature more powerful than the undead knight, a giant skeleton. The body, which is tens of meters high, gives the giant skeleton terrifying power and already terrifying defense. Even if he doesn't have any armor on him or any weapons in his hands, it doesn't affect the giant skeleton's combat effectiveness at all. The violent power makes the giant skeleton inherently possess terrible destructive power. If we say that the previous undead knights only relied on charging to tear apart the enemy's formation, so the current giant skeleton relies on its terrifying power to completely crush all the enemy's offensive and defensive attacks. Damn it, how could they summon such a thing? After sensing the power of the giant skeleton, the magisters' faces suddenly showed solemn looks. If we say that when facing the charge of the undead knight, the warrior phalanx can still defend. Under the rampage of giant skeletons, the warrior phalanx could only die. The warrior phalanx is preparing to retreat, and the magician phalanx is covering. The magister in charge immediately gave the order. Then he paused and continued, all the great magicians come out and attack the target, the giant skeleton. The magister is always ready to support. At this stage of the battle, even the giant skeleton was summoned, and the magister had to prepare to join the battle. You must know that the biggest difference between this giant skeleton and the undead knight is reflected in this: the undead mage, with slightly insufficient strength, cannot even be summoned. Among the tens of thousands of necromancers who can take to the battlefield, only less than 1,000 can summon giant skeletons, which is the best proof. This is also the best embodiment of the giant skeleton's tyrannical fighting power. There is no doubt that the giant skeleton is one of the truly top combat powers among the undead creatures. Such a powerful undead creature is blessed by the magic resistance provided by the necromancer after using defense sharing. An elemental magician with insufficient strength may not be able to cause any damage to the giant skeleton. It is true that elemental magic can restrain undead creatures to a certain extent. But this is also relative. For an undead creature like a giant skeleton standing on the top floor, It's impossible for a weak elemental magician to pose any threat to it. That's why the magister who directed the battle issued such an order. An elemental magician, who is not at the level of a great magician, attacks the giant skeleton just to tickle it. The damage caused is not even the level of scraping. Gua Sha can at least bring out some red marks. But tickling, hee. Lord Fire Emperor, the situation on the battlefield has changed. Please be prepared. Your assistance is needed on the front line at any time. Soon, a messenger came to Qi Li's camp and informed him of the matter. Because among the many veteran magisters on this battlefield, probably only the Fire Emperor was participating in the battle for the first time. Therefore, it is better to send someone to convey some orders. As for the new magisters, they are all following the old magisters now. Who dares to be like the Fire Emperor, who occupies a camp by himself and doesn't intend to take care of the affairs? This is a privilege that only the Fire Emperor has, and it is determined by strength. I see. Qi Li waved his hand and dismissed the messenger. The situation on the battlefield is currently stable. Even if a giant skeleton appears, it is not yet to the point where the magister must take action. The giant skeleton is indeed one of the top-level undead creatures that the necromancer can summon. But it is not strong enough to compete with the magister. With the great magician taking action, that's almost it. But having said that, on the Elemental Union side, the number of great magicians is actually not too many. At least compared to the base number of hundreds of thousands of elemental magicians, there are indeed very few great magicians, with less than 10,000. It is enough to deal with these giant skeletons. After all, the number of giant skeletons can only exceed 1,000. Boom boom. The giant skeleton tens of meters high looks like a moving hill. Every step on the ground can cause a slight tremor. Thousands of giant skeletons marched together, and the scene was so shocking. The huge strength allows the giant skeleton to easily tear apart the defense line formed by the warrior phalanx. As long as they can get close to the magician phalanx, it will be overwhelming for these giant skeletons, with infinite strength. With one punch and one palm, he can easily destroy a phalanx and take away the lives of dozens or hundreds of people. But the combination of elements is not vegetarian either. The assembled great magicians will not let the giant skeleton act recklessly. A large amount of elemental magic continued to hit the battlefield, buying time for the warrior phalanx to retreat. On the other hand, it is also consuming the giant skeleton's defense power, slowly causing damage. Even if the amount of damage is not large, it will have an effect if it accumulates. Those elemental magicians whose cultivation level is lower than that of the great magicians are responsible for cleaning up other undead creatures. Among the necromancers in the Hall of the Dead, there are less than 1,000 strong ones who can summon giant skeletons, and the remaining necromancers with weaker strength still number in the tens of thousands. So these necromancers who are not strong enough to summon giant skeletons will naturally not be idle. The number of undead knights has been replenished by these undead mages. As long as that river of blood is not exhausted, the number of undead knights will not decrease too much. This is also the most difficult place for the Palace of the Dead to deal with on the battlefield. Fighting wars of attrition and positional warfare have always been the strengths of the Temple of the Dead. As long as enough sacrifices are prepared in advance, the undead creatures can be said to be almost endless. However, if we only fight a war of attrition, the Elemental Alliance will not be afraid, let alone feel pressured. Anyway, there are many warrior phalanxes and magician phalanxes, so they will be rotated in the worst case. Recover and consume at the same time to see who is more powerful. Therefore, the strongest point of the Hall of the Undead is that as long as there is enough time, they can continuously summon more powerful undead creatures to influence the situation on the battlefield and defeat the enemy. Just like now, there are 3 types of undead creatures appearing on the battlefield. Skeleton warriors used as cannon fodder, undead knights used to charge into battle, and giant skeletons capable of tearing apart defenses. It is hard to imagine what kind of undead creatures the Hall of the Dead is preparing to summon next to deal with the Elemental Alliance. Fortunately, the great magicians who gathered here quickly restrained the giant skeleton's actions after being uncomfortable at first. Although it is unrealistic to want to get rid of the giant skeleton in a short time. But just to contain the giant skeletons and prevent these guys from breaking through the elemental joint defense line, there is still no problem. The magisters with slightly solemn expressions also nodded slightly. Let the retreating warrior phalanx avoid the giant skeletons and rebuild the defense line. No matter what, we cannot let the undead knight rush over. New orders will come out soon. In terms of speed, the undead knight still has an advantage over the giant skeleton. After all, when facing the enemy, the undead knight relies on rapid charge and unrivaled impact. The giant skeleton relies purely on violent power to defeat 10 enemies at once. Therefore, when facing giant skeletons, the warrior phalanx must avoid its sharp edges. Then look for opportunities to resist the charge of the undead knight again. At this point in the battle, the situation once again entered a stalemate. This is also a situation that the magisters don't want to see. But there is one thing to say, this time the Elemental Alliance is fighting 1 against 2, and they are at war with the Temple of the Dead and the A's Empire at the same time. On this battlefield, the United Elements only used half of its power to compete with the Temple of the Dead. It has to be said that the Elemental Blessing Potion really deserves the most credit. The large number of magisters who emerged is also the basis for the Alliance of Elements, and is a force that can influence the situation on the battlefield. It's just that the Hall of the Dead doesn't have a trump card, so the magisters haven't taken action yet. After all, what can really determine the final result is the top combat power at the top. But it would be too stupid to just let the top combat forces fight in a duel. The battle between the 3 major forces is not a child's play. How could it be possible that the battle between 1 or 2 people could determine the outcome between the 3 major forces? Therefore, the current situation can only remain at a stalemate. Until the Hall of the Dead takes action again, or the Elemental Alliance can't help but let the Magister join the battle. The threat of giant skeletons is still too great. With these guys present, the deployment of the warrior phalanx will be restrained. Let the magisters accompanying the army take action. These giant skeletons must be eliminated. One of the magisters who participated in the command suddenly spoke up. The Hall of the Dead has a trump card, but when has the Union of Elements ever been afraid? The number of magisters, which has increased dramatically in a short period of time, is the greatest reliance of the Elemental Union. Allowing the newly promoted magisters to experience top-level battles and familiarize themselves with their own powers as quickly as possible is another function of this battle. Because the levels of power possessed by the Great Magician realm and the Magister realm are completely different. If you want to master the power you have as quickly as possible, actual combat is always the best way. It's good, those newcomers are not here to watch the show. New magisters should also use actual combat to prove their strength. This proposal has been recognized by most of the veteran magisters. Although the giant skeleton is powerful, there is still some gap between it and the real magician. What's more, giant skeletons also have a shortcoming that most undead creatures have, that is, they have no consciousness of their own. This also means that no matter how powerful the giant skeleton is, it can only act under the instructions of the necromancer. When fighting, it is inevitable that he will appear a little sluggish. When facing weak enemies, being sluggish has no effect. But when encountering an enemy of the same level, a slightly slower movement would be fatal. Not to mention the giant skeleton's sluggish movements. So letting these new magisters join the battle is simply to practice with these giant skeletons. What happened next also proved the thoughts of the veteran magisters. The giant skeleton is indeed no match for the new magisters. The giant skeleton, which was originally restrained by the great magicians, was immediately defeated after a small number of magicians joined the battle. Even though the giant skeleton is extremely powerful, it still needs to be able to attack the enemy. But after the magister joined the war, how could he give the giant skeleton this chance? Necromancers also belong to the category of magicians, but they have different attributes from elemental magicians. So how deeply can the necromancer understand the fighting skills of warriors? The answer is of course, nothing. This is also a drawback that occurs when most undead creatures are fighting. Because undead creatures have no self-awareness, they must follow the instructions of the necromancer during combat. But the necromancer didn't know the warrior's fighting skills, so when giving instructions, he could only give some simple orders. The rest needs to be solved by these undead creatures, relying on their own instincts. Give a simple example. For example, when commanding the undead knight, the undead mage's orders are usually simple instructions such as charging, killing, raiding, and fighting in the spot. For more detailed orders, they neither have the spare time nor do they know how to say them. Therefore, most of the time, battles in the Hall of the Dead rely on numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Instead of relying on combat skills and various strategies to defeat the enemy. It is not unreasonable for the giant skeleton to be at an absolute disadvantage when facing the magister. After all, when their cultivation levels are about the same and their combat prowess is about the same, the competition is about combat skills. However, the fighting skills of the giant skeleton can only be described inwards. The magician of the United Elements has taken action. They finally couldn't hold it back and took action earlier than we thought. The threat posed by the giant skeletons to them is too great. If their magisters don't take action, the remaining little guys won't be able to hold on for long. When the necromancers saw the gradual decline of the undead creatures on the battlefield, there was no panic on their faces. Instead, an expected expression emerged. In fact, this matter is easy to understand. Because before the magisters of the Elemental Union increased in large numbers, the comprehensive strength of the three major forces was basically the same. And this flat refers to not only the top combat power, but also the bottom combat power. In other words, the increase in the number of magisters only means that the top combat power of the Elemental Union has increased. It even increased to the point where one could fight two. But the underlying combat strength has not changed much. After all, the Elemental Blessing Potion has only appeared for a short time, and it is the limit that can add so many magisters. Although top combat power is the most important part, in terms of numbers, there are actually not many. So it is very convenient to increase it. But the growth of the combat power at the bottom requires a lot of hard work. But does the United Elements have that much time to enhance its underlying combat power? The answer is no. It is simply impossible for the Ease Empire and the Hall of the Dead to give the Elemental Union so much time. Therefore, on the main battlefield, the magicians of the Elemental Union will be the first to participate in the battle. Because there is a gap in the underlying combat power, if the magister is not allowed to take action to fill the gap, the balance of victory will begin total towards the Palace of the Dead. Regardless of the apparent appearance of the Elemental Union, there are millions of warriors and hundreds of thousands of elemental magicians. When facing the Hall of the Dead, they had the absolute upper hand. However, undead creatures can be continuously summoned. In any battle, purely based on numbers, the necromancer will have the upper hand in the end. This is unquestionable, and there are basically no exceptions. Therefore, the giant skeleton must be dealt with by the magister. Now that the magicians of the United Elements have taken action, we can also give out the great gifts we prepared for them. In this battle, we must capture the Elemental Alliance. Only victory is allowed, no defeat is allowed. Looking at the giant skeletons falling one after another, the eyes of the necromancers gradually became cold. This is not because I feel sorry for the giant skeleton. Anyway, if this thing falls down, it can be summoned again. The coldness in the eyes of the necromancer was just out of the murderous intention to unite the elements. There's going to be big noise in the Hall of the Dead. Qi Lu, who had always been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield with his senses, suddenly stood up. The Hall of the Dead finally plans to pull out their trump card. What an impressive scent. Qi Lu looked in the direction of the Hall of the Dead, frowned slightly, and walked out. Qi Lu was not the only one to sense this sudden powerful aura, all Themagisters were also aware of it. It's just that the aura they sensed is far less clear than what Qi Lu senses. But it's also heart-stopping. The river of blood far above the front line of the Hall of the Dead also began to surge at this moment. The movement was so loud that it was hundreds of times scarier than when the giant skeleton was summoned before. There are really huge waves rolling into the sky, and the sky is filled with blood. If you only look at the movement of this blood river, there is no doubt that the undead creature that will appear this time will definitely be much more powerful than the giant skeleton. Once it appears, the impact on the battlefield situation will be decisive. What do they want to summon? Why is there such a big movement all of a sudden? Is the Hall of the Dead trying to fight for it? This shouldn't be the case. It's clear that they haven't reached that point yet, but they actually want to give it a try now. On the Elemental Union side, all the Magisters also looked at this scene with solemn faces and solemn eyes. The moment the river of blood surged, the summons could no longer stop it. What's more, with such a loud summons, it is impossible for the Hall of the Dead to have no means of defense. Try to interrupt their call. The summoning ritual alone is so terrifying, and the undead creatures summoned must be extremely powerful. However, even so, the Magisters made a decision quickly. There is no need to interrupt the summoning of those undead creatures before. But this time it's different. It is better not to let this kind of power that can influence the situation on the battlefield appear. Magic power condenses, flaming meteor. A fire mage clasped his palms together, and all the magic power in his body burst out instantly. In the sky, magic power surged, and fire elements all over the sky gathered quickly, condensing into a blazing rain of fire. At first glance, the sky-dyed flaming red looks like it is burning. Fall. With the roar of the fire mage. The flaming meteors all over the sky were like a downpour, hitting the front lines of the Hall of the Dead. The mighty momentum was like a divine punishment coming to the world. How could you stop this great gift to you so easily? Looking at the flaming meteors falling rapidly from the sky, the necromancer didn't feel the slightest bit nervous or panicked. A necromancer, who was also in the realm of the Magister, suddenly waved the skeleton staff in his hand. Dark sky. The gray-black ghostly aura quickly gathered, forming a layer of black clouds like a curtain over the front line of the Palace of the Dead. The powerful flaming meteor hit the black clouds hard, and then was soaked in the ghostly atmosphere, and was extinguished instantly. None of the seemingly powerful flaming meteors could break through the black cloud's defense. Necromancers may not be good at offensive magic. But defensive magic is quite skillful and exquisite. This is also the reason why the magicians of the Elemental Union have not taken the initiative to attack the necromancer before. Because there is no way to break through the ironclad defense of the necromancer. Continue, even if you can't interrupt their summons, try to interfere as much as possible. If they free their hands to defend, they will also consume magic power. The magicians of the United Elements did not choose to give up just because their attack failed. Instead, they started a more powerful attack, trying to interrupt the summoning ceremony of the Hall of the Dead. However, facing these elemental magics, with astonishing destructive power, the necromancers actually blocked them all. The endless defensive magic made the magician of the Elemental Alliance completely helpless. Amazing defense, just like an indestructible turtle shell. In the midst of this shocking offensive and defensive battle, there was a new move on the Palace of the Dead side. I saw several of the necromancers taking out a dagger full of patterns from under their robes. Then he knelt down on one knee with a pious expression and put the tip of the dagger to his heart. For the Hall of the Dead. As if to prove his will. Following this pious shout, these necromancers stabbed their daggers into their hearts without hesitation. Blood spurted out instantly and sprinkled on the ground in front of him. Then it merged into the river of blood. Such a strange move made the magisters of the elemental union change their expressions. There is no other reason than that each of these necromancers who committed suicide for no reason has the realm of a magister. An undead creature that can use the life of a magister as a sacrifice. Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly took a breath of cold air and their faces became extremely ugly. Too bad, we still couldn't stop the actions of the Hall of the Dead. What on earth do these madmen want to summon? If I guess correctly, what they want to summon should be the bone dragon. But at this moment, Qi Lu, who had arrived at the front line of the battlefield but had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Qi Lu is too familiar with the bone dragon's aura. Bone dragon. Fire Emperor, can you confirm your guess? When all the magisters heard this, they were suddenly shocked. Then they all turned back to look at the Fire Emperor, who suddenly spoke out, their eyes full of surprise and uncertainty. Although elemental magic has a certain restraint effect on undead creatures. However, there is an exception to this. That's the bone dragon. The bone dragon inherits the dragon's inherent magic resistance, which is an absolute disaster for elemental magicians. And this is also the most powerful trump card of the Temple of the Dead when fighting against the Union of Elements. No wonder this time the summons required the sacrifice of a necromancer in Themigister realm as a sacrifice to summon undead creatures. It turns out that he is summoning the bone dragon. I am very sure. Qi Lu nodded, then looked up in the direction of the Hall of the Dead.